Family, who understands? I just rushed into ninja school and took down a big guy who wanted to beat up Naruto with a shoulder throw. But this all started when I found myself in the body of 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke. I opened my eyes and saw Itachi, and I had parents. But thinking about the clan extermination crisis, I secretly vowed to protect my family and learn ninjutsu. Let me tell you, when I rushed into the ninja school, I saw a big guy who was 2 heads taller than me, ready to knock my future teammate Naruto down with one punch. At that moment, my mind went blank, and without thinking, I dashed forward, grabbed that fist as big as a pot, and flipped him over with a shoulder throw. Boom! He smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit, and passed out on the spot. The entire place fell silent. It was so smooth. Wait, I need to start from the beginning. Family, who understands? Just a second ago, I was taking a nap in my university dorm, and when I opened my eyes, wow, Uchiha Itachi, alive, standing right by my bed staring at me. I immediately shouted, Itachi, the real Itachi, please give me your autograph. My brother was left speechless, looking at me with a confused face. Sasuke, have you lost it? Sasuke? Those 2 characters struck my mind like a lightning bolt. I suddenly let go of my brother, looked around at the Japanese-style room and the Uchiha fan. I rushed to the mirror, and the cool, aloof little face looking back at me was none other than a younger version of the second pillar. I was completely stunned. I, a plain and unremarkable Hokage-level scholar named Lin Feng, had actually transmigrated into 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke? While I was still processing this, the door opened and my parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, walked in. Let me tell you, I was an orphan in my past life, and suddenly having both parents from the 2-dimensional world felt, oh man, I couldn't handle it. Especially my mom Mikoto, so gentle that I was almost in tears. My cheap old dad was still pretending to be cold, crossing his arms and muttering, it's just a cold. No need to be so delicate. But my mom immediately countered, I wonder who was the most worried this morning. If Itachi hadn't taken the day off, you would have sent Sasuke to the hospital. TSK, that damned son or strict father, he's got some charm. Let me tell you, the family atmosphere was amazing. The family I had dreamed of in my past life was now a reality. But the happiness didn't last 3 seconds before alarm bells went off in my head the night of the Uchiha massacre. Yes, such a warm family would be schemed against by that old man Danzo in a few years. No way. Absolutely not. I immediately vowed. From today on, I am Uchiha Armani Sasuke. No one is allowed to lay a finger on my family. Danzo, the higher-ups of Konoha, you all better watch out. What's the point of just making promises? I need strength. After dinner, I dragged my brother into the yard and got straight to the point. Brother, teach me ninjutsu. He was taken aback, saying that the ninja school would teach it. I immediately switched to my cute mode. The ninja school only teaches theory. Who knows when I can learn ninjutsu? Brother, you learned ninjutsu at 6 and graduated at 7. I want to be as strong as you. TSK, let me tell you, a brother complex can't resist this kind of talk. My brother finally relented. Then what do you want to learn? Shadow clone technique. I said without hesitation. Family, those who understand know that this is the strongest early game cheat, leveling up at rocket speed. It must be learned intensely. My brother hesitated a bit, saying it was a brank ninjutsu and had some difficulty. I patted my chest and assured him I would study hard. Then he demonstrated it, crossing his hands, and boom, an identical Itachi appeared. My eyes widened. This was way more exciting than watching 4K Blu-ray. When it was my turn, I mimicked his hand signs, gathered my chakra, and shouted, Shadow clone technique. Boom! A cloud of white mist dispersed, and lying on the ground was, how should I put it? Something as thin as a piece of paper that would fall apart if the wind blew. I was dumbfounded. My brother tried to hold back his laughter and comforted me, saying it was pretty good for a first try, mainly because my chakra was unevenly distributed. I understood this seemed simple, but was actually a delicate task. But could I give up? No way. I gritted my teeth, making hand signs again and again. Boom. Another paper-thin clone. Boom. This one was a bit more solid, but still couldn't stand. Boom. 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 I wouldn't give up. I'd grind it out. My brother watched me, his eyes full of encouragement. The next morning, I woke up with dark circles under my eyes, feeling completely drained, but my spirit was high. After breakfast, I went to school by myself. Walking down the streets of Konoha felt like being at a comic convention. Everything was fresh and exciting. As I was walking, a sweet voice called out from behind, Sasuke, good morning. I turned around, and wow, pink hair and a wide forward wasp at that Sakura. Looking at this vibrant girl in front of me, I made a firm resolution. I could never hurt her feelings again in this life. So I returned what I thought was my coolest smile. Sakura, good morning. Shall we walk together? Guess what? The little girl immediately froze, her face turning as red as a tomato. She probably had a heart attack from the excitement. On the way, I thought that Team 7 must be formed, so I painted a big picture for her, Sakura, and planning to graduate from ninja school in 3 months. If you want to be in the same class as me, let's work hard together. What? 3 months. Sakura's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, her face clearly saying, "Are you kidding me?" I looked at her seriously. Kakashi graduated at 5, and we're graduating at 6. That's not too high a requirement, right? What is a genius? A genius is someone who works there, but off. I believe in you, you're smart and cute. You can do it. After saying that, I even patted her shoulder. Go for it for me. This move of mine was pure love god level. Sakura stood there, watching my back, her eyes instantly filled with determination. Hey, one down. Then we arrived at school, and as I mentioned earlier, I took down that guy named Taishan with one move, saving Naruto. But this guy wasn't grateful. He shouted at me angrily, "Hey, that was my opponent. Wow, I saved you, and you still want to fight me?" Sakura beside us was about to blow up, but I stopped her. I looked at Naruto and smiled. This competitive spirit, yes, this is the vibe. After school, Naruto indeed came to confront me. We were walking down the road, and I got straight to the point. "Naruto, do you really want to challenge me?" He waved his little fist. "Of course. If I beat you, everyone will recognize me." Just as I expected, I stopped and looked at him, throwing out my condition. "Want to fight?" "Sure, but there's a prerequisite. You have to graduate from this school in 3 months like me and become a real genin. Otherwise, you don't qualify to challenge me." Let me tell you, the look on Naruto's face was like I just told him the third Hokage was actually a woman. His mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a raisin can, and he was completely stunned. Then Sasuke took advantage of his daze and started the pep talk. He patted Naruto's shoulder with the expression of a seasoned veteran and started pouring out motivational words, saying that as long as you work hard, nothing is impossible. If you shy away from a little difficulty, you're just a coward. I'm telling you, if he went into training, he'd definitely be a top seller. Talking wasn't enough, he had to up the ante, smirking mischievously. "Oh, by the way, Sakura is also planning to graduate in 3 months. She's accepting challenges too, just like me." Wow. As soon as those words came out, Naruto's CPU practically overheated. What? Sakura too. He was completely thrown off. Let me tell you, Sasuke knows PUA. Seeing that the fish was about to bite, he immediately delivered the final blow. "Naruto, if you want everyone to recognize you, you need to rely on strength, not just your mouth. If you can't even compete with Sakura, then you might as well tuck your tail between your legs and live like a pathetic worm forever." These 2 sentences hit right on target, dancing wildly on Naruto's landmine. Naruto started shaking all over, his little face twisted with rage, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Sasuke, you bastard! Who's afraid of a challenge? 3 months? Fine, 3 months. They'll show you when I graduate. Mission accomplished." Sasuke skillfully patted him on the shoulder, grinning with pride. A man keeps his word. Naruto shrugged off his hand, angrily declaring, "I'm going home to train. Wait for me to defeat you," before running off without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Sasuke's smile almost reached his ears. Having taken care of Naruto, I turned around and headed home. Our Uchiha clan's territory, ever since the Nine Tails incident, had been moved from the city center to the outskirts, so it took a long time to get home. Just as I reached my doorstep, I heard someone calling me from behind. I turned around, and guess who it was? Sasuke, dressed in a turtleneck with a small sword on his back, looking incredibly cool. Wow, I was just thinking about where to find someone to talk to, and he just showed up. What luck? Sasuke came up and asked how school was going. I shrugged and said, "Bro, the stuff at school is too basic. Not even enough for me to fill my gaps and planning to graduate early." Sasuke laughed when he heard that, saying that my brother Itachi took a year to graduate, and if I wanted to learn from him, I'd have to work twice as hard. I nodded and then got straight to the point. "Sasuke, enough with the useless talk. Teach me the body flicker technique." He was taken aback for a moment and asked why I wanted to learn that. I thought to myself, does that even need to be asked? This technique is essential for ninjas. It allows for both offense and defense, and if I can take them, I can just go for it. Take the belt and run away. You can't beat me. I just slipped away in an instant. The cost-performance ratio is maximized. When Jisue heard this, he was quite impressed with my awareness and said with a smile, "You're quite clever, kid." He is a person who emphasizes kindness, so he didn't hesitate much and agreed directly, saying he would first teach me the simplest body technique, instant movement. As soon as I heard it, I got excited. What are we waiting for? There's no better day than today. Let's do it now. So we headed straight to the small woods on the back mountain. When we got there, Jisue didn't say a word and pulled out a black belt from his scroll, handing it to me. Guess what? It was so heavy that it almost knocked me over, 10 pounds. He told me to tie it on, saying it was a weighted ninja tool that would double the effect of my instant body technique. As soon as I heard that, I understood. This is a physical cheat. Without hesitation, I tied it around my waist. Then, Jishui pointed to a large rock about 100 meters away and said, "Target. Reach it in 5 seconds." As soon as I heard it, I thought, isn't it just about using my hands? But as soon as I exerted force with my feet, I realized I was wrong. That 10-pound belt felt like it was glued to me. Each step was incredibly heavy. By the time I huffed and puffed my way to the rock, the sound of the water was faintly drifting over. Time taken, 12 seconds. I refused to accept it. "Here we go again," I shouted and turned back to charge. 13 seconds. Goodness, am I waiting for an arithmetic sequence here? I gritted my teeth and ran back and forth dozens of times. In the end, I just collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog, drenched in sweat, as if it were raining, barely able to catch my breath. Jishui came over and said, "I performed well today, better than on my first practice." I knew he was just trying to comfort me, but I still felt a warm glow inside. "You think it's the end?" When I got home at night, my brother dragged me to do overtime, practicing shadow, clone, jutsu. Yeah, I was worried I might mess up, so he went over the key points with me again, and then I started forming hand seals. What happened next? With a loud bang, a puff of white smoke appeared beside me, and when the smoke cleared, out came a crooked and misshapen clone that couldn't even stand straight. Looking like it just came from an all-night rave, utterly exhausted. After several failures in a row, my mentality completely broke down, and I punched my useless clone into pieces, complaining to my brother, "Bro, I really am a waste." When my brother saw me like this, he came over and gently comforted me with a classic one-finger Zen point on my forehead, saying that learning ninjutsu takes time and that I had already done great after just one day of practice. But I was anxious. I told him, "Brother, I don't have time to take it slow. That old man Danzo is going to move against Shursui in 6 months. How can I not be anxious?" Itachi didn't understand my meaning. He just poked my forehead again and said something that almost made me break down. "Brother, no matter what difficulties you face in the future, I will always protect you." Who understands family? At that moment, I almost cried. This is Itachi, the man who bore all the pain alone for me and for the village. I couldn't help but hug him and vowed in my heart that I had to change this terrible script. No one is allowed to harm my brother. With my brother's words, I felt energized, and all night long, no matter how many times I failed, I patiently continued to practice. The next morning, I went to school with 2 dark circles under my eyes, and guess who I saw? That Naruto kid was even more fired up than me. Before dawn, he was already at the training ground practicing shuriken throwing. The target was almost full of shurikens, and he was there panting like a dog. When I walked over, he was just practicing the shadow clone technique. As a result, with a bang, a phantom was created, but it disappeared in a second, even more abstract than the one I had yesterday. I went straight up to him and said, "Naruto, this is like using an aircraft carrier to catch fish. You're using the wrong skill." He looked completely confused. I smiled and said to him, "You've got so much chakra in you, it's like a power bank. Practicing this E-rank ninjutsu is just a waste. I have an A-rank technique called the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which is all about quantity and satisfaction. It's practically tailor-made for you, like a digital pickled vegetable." Upon hearing about the A-rank ninjutsu, Naruto's eyes lit up, but he frowned and said he didn't know how to use it. I generously told him all the key points, just one seal, distribute the chakra evenly, and that's it. It's much simpler than your half-baked shadow clone technique. However, I still advised him that this technique is forbidden, so practice it secretly at home and don't mess around at school. Naruto was very touched and kept thanking me. I said, "What are you thanking me for? We might be comrades from now on. Helping comrades is what we should do." Comrades? Those 2 words seemed to hit him hard. He stood there dazed, unable to say anything for a long time. I didn't stay long, just waved at him and went to another place to train. After school, I arrived on time at the small forest to report to Jishui. Once again, I was worn out by his training, lying on the ground, feeling like my body wasn't even mine anymore. During the break, I was catching my breath and decided to go all out. "Jishui, I'm laying it all on the line here. Is the clan planning a coup?" Jishui was shocked and asked who I heard from. I casually made up a lie, saying I overheard my dad and brother talking about it. Then I started to express my thoughts. "I think there's nothing wrong with the clan wanting a coup. That old second Hokage has been targeting us Uchiha for a long time, pushing us from the city center out to the 5th ring, ISNT, that workplace bullying. Why should we accept that?" Jishui sighed and talked about war and peace. I cut him off. "So can you stop it?" He hesitated for a moment and said there was a plan. I knew exactly what he meant. It was just about the Daitenchi, but in the end, that thing was snatched away by Danzo anyway. I turned my eyes and directly suggested a top-notch strategy. Instead of dealing with all that vague stuff, Let's just have someone from our family become the 5th Hokage. Wouldn't that solve all the problems? Sasuke was stunned at the time, probably thinking how this kid is so sensible. I seized the opportunity and said that both he and Itachi are exceptional talents with great potential. The crucial step came next. So I quickly added, "Bro, you mustn't be a traitor. Don't report to the higher-ups just yet. Give my plan a chance." Sasuke's gaze towards me changed. He probably didn't expect me to guess his thoughts. He thought for a long time and finally agreed, saying that as long as my idea could pass at the clan meeting and stabilize the situation, he wouldn't report it. Yes, the plan worked, with Sasuke on board. This game was alive. That night when I got home, my brother didn't return because he had a mission in the Umbu. I practiced alone in the yard. And guess what? With a bang, I succeeded. A shadow clone that looked exactly like me appeared next to me, high definition, able to run and jump. I finally learned it. The next day, I went to school feeling refreshed, and on the way, I happened to run into Naruto and Sakura. Naruto was bragging to Sakura, saying he would graduate in 3 months too, and Sakura looked skeptical. Naruto got agitated and shouted that he would show her the power of the multiple shadow clone technique. I smiled and tried to smooth things over, saying there's no need to argue, and it's better to focus on training. Then, Naruto, Sakura, and I walked to school together. As soon as we arrived, it was a classic scene. The guy named Taishan, whom I had beaten up last time, brought a few older students to pick a fight. They were outnumbering us and started attacking without a word. I shouted, "Naruto, Sakura, you guys run," and then I engaged with the two who rushed at me. Thanks to my hard training over the past few days, I was managing well against the two older students. Just as I started fighting, I heard Sakura scream, "Oh no." She got caught. I was furious at that moment and shouted at those bastards, "Let go of Sakura." I tell you, as soon as I got a little distracted, 2 people jumped out from both sides and directly grabbed my arms. That big guy, called Taishan, who I took down with one move last time, saw me being restrained this time and was as happy as a 200-pound child, yelling and charging at me, his fist looking like it was about to smash into my face. Family, who understands that feeling of being pinned down and unable to move. Just at that critical moment. Good heavens, Irika-sensei descended from the sky with reinforcements, shouting stop. But it was too late. That fist was already in front of me. Naruto and Sakura screamed in fright. And my heart skipped a beat, but the next second, bang, I exploded into a cloud of white smoke right on the spot. Haha, shocked, right? The whole place fell silent, and those upperclassmen, including Irika-sensei, looked like their eyes were about to pop out. That Taishan had his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, probably wondering, what's up with this guy? Did he just descend on the spot? Naruto was even more direct, muttering, "No way. Did Sasuke even learn Shadow Clone?" Let me tell you, that scene back then was just over the top. My Shadow Clone was all about the unexpected. Actually, at that moment, my real self was diligently practicing ninjutsu in a small grove. I had just successfully performed a fireball jutsu, feeling exhilarated, and was about to practice the next one when I suddenly received a notification in my head that my Shadow Clone had been destroyed. I thought, oh no, something's gone wrong on my first day of work. I rushed to the school. By the time I arrived, panting, the troublemakers had already been dealt with by the teacher, and I was called into Irika-sensei's office. As soon as I walked in, Irika-sensei had a mysterious smile and asked why I used a Shadow Clone to go to school. What could I say? I had to come clean and explain that my real self was busy studying and I was worried about falling behind. Irika-sensei then started lecturing me, saying, "Sasuke, Shadow Clones are a forbidden technique. Who taught you that? Be careful with your chakra." I can only blame my brother Itachi for that. Then, the key point came. I slid across the floor and told the teacher, "Sensei, I don't want to stay in school anymore. I want to apply for early graduation. 3 months is fine." Wow. Irika-sensei was completely taken aback, thinking I was joking. He said he had never seen anything so outrageous since the school was established. Wanting to graduate just 3 months after enrolling? I seriously told him that I could do it, and staying in school was just a waste of time. Irika-sensei looked at me, probably recalling my genius older brother, and finally sighed, agreeing to it. As long as I could pass the test in 3 months, he would help me apply to the 3rd Hokage. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. During those 3 months, I worked incredibly hard. How hard? I could even spar with my brother Itachi. I told you, today on the back mountain, we fought again. I started with a fireball that hit him in the face, and he retaliated with his own fireball, making a huge explosion that darkened the sky. But I held back. Hidden in the flames were dozens of shurikens that shot out like arrows. My brother is also impressive. He dodged with a body flicker. Just when he thought he had escaped, I appeared behind him like a ghost, pressing a shuriken directly against his waist. Bro, you lost. I was so excited. Finally winning for once. But guess what? My brother laughed and said, Sasuke, you can't be careless against any opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he poofed into smoke again. Another shadow clone. Family, who understands? This reversal came too quickly. I was completely emo. Only then did my brother's real self come out, comforting me that I had done very well. Forget it. If I can't win, I can't win. I'll just keep working hard. My brother saw my gloomy expression and changed the subject to ask about the graduation test. As soon as I mentioned this, I got excited. Not just me. Naruto and Sakura passed too. The three of us made history in the ninja school. I was so happy that I jumped onto my brother's back and had him carry me home. Our bond really became solid during these few months. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was in a meeting with several advisors. Iruka-sensei had just reported on the three of us. The third Hokage said, these three little brats passed the graduation exam just 3 months after enrolling. What do you all think about their graduation? The old men were all surprised. That old guy Danzo, however, said that being young wasn't an issue, as Kakashi and Itachi graduated early too. In the end, everyone agreed, all right, graduation. Then they discussed who would be in charge of us. Danzo suggested Kakashi, saying that a genius should be taught by a genius. The third Hokage thought about it and agreed, so it was decided. But the matter wasn't over yet. Danzo switched topics and started talking about our Uchiha clan, claiming we were plotting a rebellion and needed to be dealt with. The third Hokage wanted to mediate, saying it could be resolved peacefully. Danzo became furious, banging on the table and insisting that the Hokage position shouldn't be given to the Uchiha. Let me tell you, that old man is just crazy about wanting to be Hokage. In the end, he left with a threatening remark, saying if you won't take action, I will. The scene shifted to Ichiraku Ramen. Kakashi was engrossed in his little book. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout, Kakashi. It was my guy, that hot-blooded idiot, wearing his green jumpsuit, coming over to challenge him again. Kakashi couldn't be bothered and said he was going to the Umbu. Guy gossiped about how our 3 geniuses graduated in just 3 months. Kakashi was surprised to hear that. Just as they were chatting, an Umbu appeared, saying, Kakashi-senpai, the Hokage is looking for you. Great, there goes his ramen. Kakashi was called to the office, where the third Hokage directly ordered, you will be their instructor. Kakashi looked unwilling and said they were too young. The third Hokage said this was a unanimous decision by the elders. Kakashi had no choice but to comply. But he set a condition. He wanted to conduct his own test, and if they failed, they would go back to school. The third Hokage agreed. That evening, when I got home, my dad, Uchiha Fugaku, couldn't stop talking as soon as he walked in. He was overjoyed. He personally went to the school to handle my graduation procedures and probably bragged all afternoon. During dinner, he asked how I trained. I can only say it was hard work plus my brother's guidance. My dad then started his usual fatherly lecture, reminding me not to be arrogant and not to embarrass the family in the Chunin exams. After dinner, he mysteriously called me to the yard. Once outside, my dad looked at me with affection and said that being a genin was dangerous, so he would teach me some life-saving ninjutsu. I was quite touched, thinking my dad really loved me. But then he took a deep breath, formed a series of seals, and unleashed fire style, fireball jutsu. A huge fireball shot out. I fell silent at that moment. Who understands, my family? I learned this 3 months ago. My dad was looking at me with anticipation. Sasuke, why don't you give it a try? All right, since you want to see it, I'll show you a thing or two. I nodded and immediately began to form hand seals with both hands. Let me tell you, I actually learned a long time ago, but I just didn't say anything. Why? Just to see my old man, Uchiha Fugaku, that clan leader who usually acts all high and mighty, showing that proud expression of that's my son. Hey, who understands this feeling of being admired by my dad? It's all about growing together. Fire style, fireball jutsu. I took a deep breath, focused my chakra, and shot out a perfect fireball even larger than the one I had just made. My dad burst out laughing, his face full of wrinkles lighting up with joy. Seeing him like that made me feel really good inside. Early the next morning, Naruto, Sakura, and I were in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, staring at each other, waiting for our legendary instructor. Naruto couldn't sit still, jumping around and repeatedly asking me, Sasuke, have we graduated? Can we become ninjas and take on missions now? I gave him a glance and said, dream on. Right now, you can at most be considered a qualified underachiever, and you still have to go through the twisted trials set by our instructor. Naruto immediately frowned. More tests? Why is this so complicated? Sakura, who was beside us, nervously asked, Sasuke-kun, how will the teacher test us? I have a clear mind, so what else could it be? It's the same old routine. I casually said, If nothing unexpected happens, it should be to steal the bell, testing teamwork. Of course, it could also be something else. As soon as Naruto heard this, he got fired up again, pounding his chest and bragging, "Steal the bell? Isn't it just about having hands? I'll use my shadow clone jutsu. 100 of me will rush in. How many bells does he have for me to steal?" Sakura heard this and shot him a disdainful look. "You big idiot. The supervising teacher is a jonin, experienced in battle. Do you think it's a children's game?" Naruto stubbornly retorted. "So what if he's a jonin? I'm going to be the Hokage." Seeing these two about to argue again, I quickly interrupted. All right, Sakura is right. Naruto, don't get too worked up. To pass the test, we have to stick to the plan. I had already devised a set of clever strategies. No matter who came, I could arrange everything clearly. When I shared the plan with them, Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her face flushed as she looked at me. "Sasuke-kun, you're so smart." Naruto, on the other hand, was not pleased, muttering to the side, "What the heck? I'm the one doing the hardest and most tiring work." I patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Naruto, you are the most crucial part of our plan. It's all up to you." This flattered him, and he immediately became flustered, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. "Haha, of course. For the team, I'll be right in the front." Just then, the door creaked open, and a tall figure walked in. With silver hair and a black cloth covering half his face, he had a lazy, dead fish-like gaze. My heart skipped a beat, and then I was overwhelmed with joy. It really was him, Itachi Kakashi. I tell you, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. This is my youth. Team 7 officially assembled. Naruto and Sakura were both confused by my unusual excitement. Kakashi, however, seemed unfazed and lazily greeted us. "Hey, you all arrived quite early. Why don't you introduce yourselves? What do you like, what do you dislike, and what are your dreams?" Naruto was the first to jump in, sticking to his usual routine. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love Ichiraku ramen. I hate waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles. My dream is to become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge me." Kakashi nodded and looked at Sakura. Sakura started to fidget, her face turning red as she stole glances at me. "I'm Haruno Sakura, and what I like is more like who I like. My dream is..." Kakashi gave her an understanding look and directly asked, "So what do you dislike?" "I dislike Naruto," she answered quite bluntly. Naruto was instantly petrified, looking completely deflated. Then it was my turn. I stood up straight and said firmly, "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I like, and I don't particularly dislike anything. My dream is to use my strength to protect every family member and companion around me." Kakashi's eyes clearly paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Then he cleared his throat. "You all have quite distinct personalities. I'm Itachi Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, I don't want to tell you. I have many interests as well. That's it." Wow, that introduction was as good as saying nothing at all. He didn't take care about our expressions and continued to announce, "All right, tomorrow morning at 5, gather at the training ground for a brutal trial. If you can't pass, you'll have to go back to the Ninja Academy to retake the course. Oh, and remember not to eat breakfast." The next day, the three of us arrived before dawn, and guess what happened? That guy Kakashi made us wait from 5 in the morning until almost noon. Naruto was so hungry that he was practically starving, complaining like crazy. Just when we were about to faint from hunger, Kakashi finally showed up with his sleep-deprived face and made a lame excuse. "Oh, I was helping an old lady cross the street on the way here, so I'm late." As if anyone would believe that. He took out an alarm clock, set it for 12 o'clock, and then shook the 2 bells in his hand. "The rules are simple. Before noon, if you can grab a bell from me, you pass. You can come at me with the determination to kill. Any ninja tools are allowed. Now let us begin." I chuckled coldly in my heart. This was indeed the plot. Although I knew that even if I couldn't grab it, as long as I showed team spirit, I could still make it through. But I didn't want to win by lying down. I wanted to confront him head on. I let out a low shout. "Naruto, Sakura, act according to the plan." The three of us instantly spread out, forming a surrounding circle. Kakashi looked at our stance in surprise, but still slowly pulled out a book titled Intimate Paradise from his pocket. Let me tell you, he was clearly underestimating us. The opportunity had come. I loosened the heavy belt around my waist and threw it to the ground with a clang, then shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, you go first. Watch me." Naruto let out a roar, pulled out a kunai, and charged in. As for Kakashi, he didn't even lift his eyelids, casually dodging while reading. Naruto got anxious and made a fierce slash towards Kakashi's neck. Kakashi stepped back to avoid it, countered with a punch, and knocked Naruto down. With that level, he still wants to be Hokage? Kakashi was still fanning the flames. Naruto exploded on the spot, performing a backflip and forming hand signs. "Wait for me. Shadow clone, jutsu." Boom, boom, boom. 8 Narutos instantly appeared, surrounding Kakashi. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised. Kakashi-sensei, you fell for it. Just as Kakashi quickly dealt with the shadow clones in front of him, two clones emerged from behind and grabbed his arms. The real Naruto was overjoyed, throwing a heavy punch towards Kakashi's chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Naruto's fist hit solidly. But the next second, the Kakashi that was hit transformed into a piece of wood. Substitution Jutsu. Naruto, watch out behind you. I had anticipated this and shouted loudly. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto like a ghost, just about to strike, and I had already completed my hand signs. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A scorching fireball shot out, forcing Kakashi to abandon his attack on Naruto and retreat in a panic. The fireball hit the ground, exploding with a loud bang and instantly filling the area with smoke. Now's the time. Sakura seized the opportunity to throw a few shuriken. Although Kakashi blocked them, this was just the prelude. Kakashi-sensei, it's not over yet, I shouted, releasing a massive windmill shuriken, spinning rapidly as it flew towards him with a piercing sound. Kakashi's pupils constricted. He thought this was a follow-up attack and quickly crouched down to dodge. Whoosh! The windmill shuriken grazed his scalp and flew past. Just as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Sakura excitedly scream, "We did it!" His heart sank, and he turned around sharply, but it was already too late. The shuriken that flew past transformed into a grinning Naruto. Transformation Jutsu. Kakashi was dumbfounded. That's right, the smoke from the fireball explosion was just a cover. Naruto had left a shadow clone as bait, while the real one had already transformed into the windmill shuriken in my hand. The bell is ours. Naruto lunged directly for the bell at Kakashi's waist. Dingling Naruto's hand had already touched the bell, but just as he was about to grip it tightly, Kakashi's figure suddenly blurred and appeared over 10 meters away. Damn! The duck that was within reach flew away. Naruto was almost infuriated to the point of exploding. In midair, Kakashi was still leisurely thinking. This farce should come to an end. Did he think it was over? Naive, just as he thought this. A whisper sounded in his ear. Kakashi-sensei, the bell is ours. What? Kakashi's pupils instantly widened to the extreme. A ghostly figure flashed past him, and he felt a lightness at his waist. Looking down, the bell was already gone, and I was standing on the ground opposite him, holding the two bells steadily. Dingling the crisp ringing announced our victory. After landing, Kakashi was in a daze, wondering who he was and where he was. He murmured, "Body flicker technique? Impossible." At this age, Naruto and Sakura had already rushed over to hug me and cheer. Kakashi's gaze fell on the heavy belt I had thrown on the ground, and the shallow pit created on the ground instantly made him understand. Bro, this thing on me isn't just a belt, it's a weight training device. It's technology and hard work. What I just used wasn't a body flicker technique at all, but pure explosive speed achieved by removing the weight. Kakashi took a deep breath, looked at us, and after a long silence, finally smiled. "You little brats, the exercise is over. Congratulations, you passed." The three of us went crazy on the spot, jumping and hopping. Kakashi walked over to me and patted my shoulder. "Sasuke, you're really something. You can even do the body flicker technique. But it's good that you're not arrogant about your achievements." After Naruto and Sakura ran off to eat with empty stomachs, I stayed behind. Kakashi curiously asked, "Sasuke, is there something else?" I didn't say a word and directly began forming hand seals with both hands. Shun Mao Cho. Kakashi saw the movements of my hands and the gathering chakra, his eyes nearly popping out and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. This is Chidori. He was completely flustered. This was his original jutsu, which had never been shared with anyone. With a trembling voice, he asked Sasuke, "How do you know this technique?" I had long thought out my words. I released the chakra in my hands, took a deep breath, and half-truthfully said, "It's my brother, Itachi. He taught me. He said my chakra has a lightning attribute." "Itachi taught you? How could he?" Kakashi was even more confused. I blinked and smiled. "Kakashi-sensei, did you forget my brother also has Sharingan? Maybe he just copied it after seeing you use it." This explanation was flawless, and Kakashi nodded in realization. Phew, I finally managed to get away with it. Then Kakashi stared at me and pointed out sharply, "Sasuke, you haven't fully mastered this technique yet, have you?" I admitted calmly that I could only gather chakra, but couldn't produce the lightning effect. So I wanted to ask for his guidance. Kakashi didn't say much and directly demonstrated it for me. Chidori. The dazzling lightning and the sound of thousands of birds chirping were simply explosive. He slammed his palm against a nearby tree, and with a loud bang, the entire tree was split in half. I was stunned. The power was just too exaggerated. After the demonstration, Kakashi looked at me, who was still in shock, and slowly said, Chidori is a lightning release jutsu that combines form change and nature change of chakra. If you want to truly master it, you must first practice the nature change of chakra. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't wait any longer. I got anxious right away and said, Teacher, please teach me. No matter the cost, I'm willing. I've been secretly practicing Chidori for a month now, but it's just a form without spirit. What I produced looks like a static ball, completely useless. I know how to practice wind release. After all, I've seen Naruto's training methods, but when it comes to lightning release, I'm completely in the dark. Kakashi saw my eager expression and seemed quite pleased. After pondering for a moment, he said, I can teach you, but you have to agree to one condition. Hey, as soon as I heard that there was a chance, my eyes lit up, and I quickly asked, what's the requirement? As long as it's not too outrageous. I'll agree. In the end, he slowly replied, it's very simple. You can only use Chidori after you awaken your Sharingan. What the heck, Sharingan? I was stunned. Isn't that obvious? It's the standard for our Uchiha clan, but when I awaken it depends on the stimuli. I can't just stab myself. I couldn't help but ask why. Why must I awaken it to use it? Kakashi explained very seriously. As you saw earlier, Chidori is all about speed and intensity. So fast that you won't even be able to react. If you don't have the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, you'll just be a live target. One counterattack from your opponent and you're done. It's too dangerous. I thought to myself, it seems to make sense. But this is currently my only powerful lightning release technique, so I have to learn it. I figured I would learn it first and worry about opening my eyes later. So, I gritted my teeth and said, all right, Kakashi-sensei, I promise you. Okay, let us get started. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. I tell you, that whole afternoon, I was practically welded to the training ground by the river. How intense was it? None of my family could understand. It was that feeling of being completely drained. My chakra was cleaner than my wallet. In the end, bam, I just collapsed on the ground, not able to move a single finger. Kakashi was watching from the side and couldn't help but exclaim, what an amazing little guy. In fact, I'd already reached my limit an hour ago, and he wanted me to call it a day. But I gritted my teeth and pushed through for another hour, just toughing it out. Kakashi came over and said, Sasuke, how about I carry you back? I shook my head and gasped, saying no. No need, it's not that serious yet. He reminded me that there was still a mission tomorrow and told me to rest well. After saying that, he vanished in an instant, probably going to report to the old man of the third generation. Once he left, I tremblingly pulled out a small red pill from my pocket. This was a military ration pill that my mom specially made for me, a super compressed food. One bite not only fills you up, but also quickly restores mana and health. Although eating too much can cause indigestion, I couldn't worry about that now. The moment I swallowed it, I felt my stamina bar rapidly increasing. I grinned, feeling so warm inside. Having a mom is truly wonderful. I just stood up, ready to go home, when suddenly I heard a loud caw and a black crow landed on my shoulder with a flap. My heart sank, oh no. I completely forgot about my appointment with Sasuke while I was busy training. There was no time to think about being tired now. So I dashed towards our Uchiha clan's territory. When I hurriedly arrived at the old place, I saw Sasuke practicing shuriken, throwing alone, looking bored. I quickly apologized. Sasuke, I'm so sorry for being late. He didn't seem to mind and smiled, saying it's fine. You look exhausted. Did you train hard again this afternoon? I nodded and told him about my training with Kakashi. He immediately felt sorry for me and said, that kind of training is the most exhausting, given your current state. Don't add any weight today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We had agreed that today I would add weight to my belt, but I shook my head and refused. Tomorrow and tomorrow. There are so many tomorrows. Brother Jishue, as ninjas, we must embrace the spirit of being the best at rolling. Seizing every moment to become stronger is the hard truth. As I spoke, I loosened my belt and handed it to him. Sasuke looked at me, his eyes filled with emotion. Sasuke, you are truly the hardest working Uchiha I've ever seen. I seriously said to him, what genius is there? It's all about hard work. Look at my brother. Doesn't he have better talent than me? Sometimes he practices even more crazily than I do. Jishue took the belt and, while adding weight to me, curiously asked, seriously, Sasuke, at your age, why are you so thirsty for strength? I thought to myself, it's all for the sake of protecting you and the elder brother. But of course, I couldn't say that out loud. I paused for a moment and lowered my voice, saying, Brother Jishue, you understand the relationship between the family and the village right now. I want to become stronger quickly, just in case there really is a conflict one day, so I can protect my family well. As soon as he heard this, he immediately wanted to refute. No way, I will stop it. I interrupted him directly. Jishue-gu, face the reality. Unless someone from the Uchiha clan can become Hokage, this matter will never end. The higher-ups in the village are not stupid. They definitely know the thoughts of the clan, but their silence indicates what? It means they fundamentally disagree. They might have been secretly planning how to eliminate us all along. My words left him speechless. He had been in the dark department before, so he knew well the tactics of those in high positions. I took the opportunity to directly question him. Brother Ji Shui, I ask you, if the family and the village really went to war, which side would you stand on? He was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. I stepped forward, staring into his eyes, and said word by word, "You are a member of the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha blood running through your veins. This Sharingan is a gift from your family. When the villagers come to slaughter our kin, can you really remain indifferent? No, I will protect our clan." He became anxious from my questioning and immediately shook his head. "Then remember what you said today." As I saw my verbal assault about to succeed, I quickly added, "I'm only 6 years old, but I already have the determination to protect our family. Brother Shui, I've always regarded you as my real brother, and I hope that in the future we can fight side by side." I don't even know where I got so many passionate lines, but the effect was remarkable. Shui was left stunned by my persuasion, and in the end, he nodded heavily. "Sasuke, don't worry. I will protect the Uchiha with you." Success. I silently celebrated in my heart. The plan worked. I smiled slightly. "Then let's start training." The next morning, our team 7 gathered at the ninja school. Strangely enough, Kakashi, who usually arrives just in time, was actually punctual today. Naruto was so excited that he shouted, "Teacher, what mission do we have? It better be something where we can fight." Kakashi took out a scroll, glanced at it, and then said slowly, "Ahem, the mission is to weed the flower bed at the Kawad household." What the heck? Weeding? Is this even called a mission? Naruto immediately wilted. Sakura also muttered softly, "Such a simple mission." I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. It really was one of those beginner village tasks. Kakashi looked at us with disdain and seriously lectured us, saying that even weeding could train our observation skills and not to accidentally uproot the flowers. Fine, you're right. Then, let me tell you, we spent a full 2 months like this. Those 2 months felt like we were interns at a ninja electronics factory. Today, we were weeding for someone. Tomorrow, we were babysitting. And the day after, we were chasing a dog named Little Black Tooth all over town. That day, the 3 of us were like agents, wearing earpieces and surrounding the target from points A, B, and C. In the end, Naruto pounced on the little black dog like a hungry tiger. The moment the mission was completed, Naruto completely exploded. He shouted at Kakashi, "Sensei, can't we get some higher-level missions? If this keeps up, I'm gonna go crazy." I couldn't help but agree. Doing these chores won't improve our skills. I was wondering if my 1,000 birds was meant for electrocuting earthworms. Kakashi sighed and said that he had already applied for a C-rank mission with the 3rd Hokage, but the old man refused because we were too young. As soon as Naruto heard this, he got even more fired up and insisted on dragging us to confront the Hokage, even threatening to use his sexy jutsu to charm the old man if he didn't agree. We all gave him a glare in unison. When we arrived at the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage was leisurely puffing on his pipe. Seeing us, he slowly said, "Your next mission is to procure sweet potatoes." Naruto exploded. "No way. We want to take on a more challenging mission." The 3rd Hokage started lecturing us, saying that newbies need to accumulate experience from D-rank missions. Naruto wouldn't listen, shouting that he had already become strong and was no longer a little brat. Seeing the situation, I quickly chimed in. "Lord Hokage, with Kakashi-sensei here, we can complete even a C-rank mission." The 3rd Hokage looked at us, took a puff of his cigarette, and, probably out of patience, finally relented. "All right, since you're so insistent, I'll give you a C-rank mission to protect someone." "Really? Who are we protecting?" Naruto exclaimed, almost jumping up. "And what happened next?" The 3rd Hokage had someone bring in a client, and in walked a kind-looking uncle carrying pots and pans. The 3rd Hokage introduced him with great importance. "This is the famous grilled fish master from the land of waterfalls, Master Chinwei." Grilled fish master? I was dumbfounded at that moment. The 3 of us exchanged glances, and our expressions were exactly like that meme of the old man on the subway, looking at his phone. So it turns out that the first C-level mission we fought so hard for was to escort a chef back to his home country. Naruto was quite enthusiastic, patting his chest and assuring, "Don't worry, uncle. I'll bet my life on it. I will definitely get you home safely." "All right then, if it's escorting, let us go ahead." Kakashi told us to go home and prepare. After all, it would take several days to get to the land of waterfalls. My mom had already packed my things for me. Since there was still time, I went directly to the practice field to find Ji Shui. I needed to let him know about my trip. When I arrived, the sunset was just right. I told him about the task. As soon as he heard we were going to the land of waterfalls, he frowned and said that place is quite mysterious, with a hidden village of waterfall ninjas behind a waterfall where there are many skilled people. He advised me not to practice today and to go back and rest early. I grinned and said, "It's fine if we don't practice, but before we leave, let's spar one more time." Jishui had no choice but to agree helplessly. Without saying another word, we jumped right into it. We both took out our shurikens, and our figures instantly collided, sparks flying everywhere. Let me tell you, Jishui's speed is truly terrifying. His dozens of attacks were like thunder, and I barely managed to fend them off by gritting my teeth. After a few rounds, we both stepped back, and my arms were numb. I know that to win against him, I can't hold back. I threw a shuriken towards him, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, and opened my mouth to unleash the Phoenix Fire technique, sending several fireballs chasing after him. He chuckled lightly and said, "This level of attack won't hurt me." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a body flicker technique to dodge into the air. "Don't forget, I can use the body flicker technique too," I shouted loudly, and with a powerful push from my feet, I rushed to his side in an instant and threw a punch. But to my surprise, with a bang, I ended up hitting a wooden dummy, a substitution technique. On the ground, the real Sasuke reappeared, smiling as he said, "Sasuke, I taught you this. You can't be careless in battle." I floated in midair and smiled brightly at him. "Jishui-gu, I've always remembered you." As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly transformed into a puff of white mist with a loud bang. "Shadow clone?" Jishui's expression changed instantly. Just as he was taken aback, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from behind a nearby tree. I charged out directly, with crackling electricity swirling around my right hand, and the entire training ground was filled with the sharp cries of thousands of birds. Thousands of birds. Jishui looked at the lightning in my hand with his eyes wide open, probably thinking, did this kid learn Kakashi's S-rank ninjutsu in just 2 months? I sprinted at high speed, leaving charred marks on the ground with my razor. Just as I was about to hit, Sasuke suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black pupils had turned blood red, with 3 tomo slowly spinning inside. He activated his Sharingan. As those 3 tomo spun, my attack route must have looked as clear as a navigation map to him. Just as I rushed in front of him, he used a body flicker technique and instantly appeared behind me, a cold kunai pressed directly against my lower back. "Sasuke, you lost," he said with a smile. I sighed and dispersed the lightning in my hands. I lost as expected. Kakashi had already mentioned the weakness of Chidori without the Sharingan. It was just a reckless straight charge. However, I wasn't discouraged at all. It's normal to lose when sparring with a master. Sasuke thought I was unhappy and patted my shoulder to comfort me, saying that if he hadn't used the Sharingan, I would have won. I laughed and said, "Jishui, you don't need to comfort me. It's through failure that we can discover our shortcomings." After joking, I suddenly remembered something, and my expression turned serious as I said to him, "Jishui, while I'm away from the village, you must be very careful of that person, Danzo." "Danzo?" Jishui was taken aback for a moment. I lowered my voice and said, "Right now, the higher-ups have hostility towards our Uchiha clan. You are the strongest in our family, and I'm afraid that old guy Danzo has cruel methods that could be detrimental to you. People's hearts are hard to fathom. If he didn't have some ruthless tactics, how could he become the leader of Root?" My words left him silent, and in the end he nodded. "Sasuke, thank you for the reminder. I will be careful." I finally breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him, "Remember, if he really tries to harm you, don't hesitate. Just use the body flicker technique to escape." Having said everything that needed to be said, it was getting late, so I bid him farewell and went home. During dinner that night, I was surprised to see my older brother Itachi, who hadn't been home for a long time. He had recently been given more responsibilities in the Umbu and was so busy that he would be gone for 10 days to half a month without anyone seeing him. At the dinner table, my father, Fugaku Uchiha, specifically reminded me, "Sasuke, tomorrow is your first time leaving the village to carry out a mission. So be sure to pay attention to safety and give it your all to complete the mission as soon as possible." I nodded and smiled, saying, "Dad, don't worry. I will." But let me tell you, my mouth seemed to have been blessed because right after I reassured my dad, my brother gave me a lesson that made me understand what it truly means to be worried. At the dinner table, my brother asked me, "Sasuke, I heard you're going on a mission tomorrow." I replied, "Yeah, I'm escorting a client to the land of waterfalls." To my surprise, my brother said he was going there too, although his mission was different. It was on the way. He was going to clear out a group of rogue ninjas along the border. My dad overheard and started explaining to me that, in short, these people were just a bunch of wild ninjas without a formal organization, either robbing or taking on dirty jobs in the black market, basically a group of desperate outlaws. My mom noticed that the three of us were so engrossed in our conversation that we weren't eating, so she quickly interrupted, saying the food was getting cold. After dinner, my brother dragged me into his room, looking all mysterious. I thought to myself, what's going on? He then pulled out a signal flare from a box and handed it to me. I wanted to complain and said, "Bro, what's the use of this? In the wilderness, should I just set off fireworks for the monkeys? If something really happens, where's the backup?" But my brother had this expression that practically screamed, "Listen to your older brother," saying it was specially made for the Umbu and was very expensive. Having it was better than not having it. Fine, I'll accept the intentions of the doting brother. After I left, I guess he must have sighed at the moon again, thinking how burdensome it was to be an older brother. The next morning, Teacher Kakashi took the three of us, along with our client, a middle-aged man named Senmi who grilled fish, and we officially set off. That guy Naruto, let me tell you, was like a kid who just got online for the first time, so excited to be leaving the village for the first time, jumping up and down and shouting the outside world, "Here I come. Who understands? Family?" At that moment, I really wanted to punch him to shut him up. Since we had some time on the road, Sakura started getting chummy with the old man, asking him about his fish grilling skills. The old man smiled warmly and said his hometown was right behind the waterfall, and when we got there, he would treat us to a big feast. Hearing there would be food, Naruto nearly drooled all over the ground. During our lunch break, Naruto opened his bento box, only to find it was ramen pack from Ichiraku. His face instantly fell, looking all deflated. How am I supposed to eat this? Teacher Kakashi was going on about the philosophy of eating soldiers' rations back in his day. But Naruto wasn't listening at all. Then Senmi casually mentioned that we could find a river in the evening to grill fish. Just like that, Naruto instantly revived, scarfed down his sad noodles in a few bites, urging everyone to hurry up and find the river. You wouldn't believe it, but we actually got lucky in the afternoon and found a river with clear water and fat fish. Naruto was as excited as a puppy, and the three of us got to work, catching a dozen big fish in no time. In the evening, a bonfire was lit at the campsite, and Senmi started showcasing his skills. The smell of grilled fish, let me tell you, wafted for miles and could make anyone drool. As soon as the fish was ready, Naruto dashed forward, burning his mouth but refusing to let go, shouting how delicious it was. Honestly, the taste was incredible. Even Teacher Kakashi couldn't stop praising it. At that moment, I thought this mission was quite lovely. Who would have thought that this delicious grilled fish would be our last supper? Looking back now, there was a moment when the old man smiled, and I thought I saw a fleeting coldness in his eyes, but who would have guessed? He was our client. The next day, we continued on our journey and entered a rocky forest. Naruto was still reminiscing about the grilled fish from yesterday, shouting that he wanted to eat it again at noon. Just then, Teacher Kakashi, who had been leading the way, suddenly shouted, "Be careful. Something's up." As soon as he finished speaking, several shurikens flew out from behind the rocks. Teacher Kakashi reacted quickly, deflecting the incoming attack with a kunai while shouting at us, "Protect Senmi." Immediately after, a rogue ninja wearing a Mist Village headband stepped out from behind the rocks, introducing himself as Sanri. He grinned and said he wasn't there for the old man, but was there to take Teacher Kakashi's life, adding that Kakashi's head was worth 50 million on the black market. I was shocked. 50 million? Wow, Teacher Kakashi is that valuable? Without further ado, they began to fight, using water and earth techniques back and forth, leaving me and Sakura dumbfounded. When Teacher Kakashi pulled down his mask, revealing his Sharingan, I thought, now we're good. But then, let me tell you, the most shocking thing happened. That old man Senmi, the kind one we had been trying to protect, pulled out a kunai from behind and stabbed it into Teacher Kakashi's back without hesitation. In that instant, we were all stunned. Our minds went blank. Teacher Kakashi coughed up blood, looking back at him in disbelief. But Senmi just laughed maniacally, ripping off his face mask to reveal a scarred, sinister face, saying his real name was Iwaya, and the real Senmi had been killed by him 10 days ago. It turned out this guy was an old enemy of Teacher Kakashi. He used to be a genius from the Rock Village, but was defeated by Kakashi during the Chunin exams. Since then, his mentality collapsed. He felt his life was ruined, and everyone in the village mocked him. In the end, he defected and became a rogue ninja, blaming everything on Teacher Kakashi. At that moment, I thought to myself, dude, your mental strength is really weak. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. How can you blame others? With Teacher Kakashi severely injured, Iwaya teamed up with Sanri, and in no time, Sanri used a water prison technique to trap Teacher Kakashi in a massive water ball, rendering him unable to move. Trapped, Teacher Kakashi shouted desperately at us, "Run. That's an order from your captain." The two of them looked at us three, laughing even more wildly, saying the higher-ups in Konoha were really stupid to send a bunch of 6 or 7-year-old kids on a mission. It was no different from sending us to our deaths. Naruto, with his explosive temper, blew up right there, his eyes turning red, and yelled at Iwaya, "Why are you doing this?" He still couldn't believe that the old man who grilled fish for them yesterday was this kind of person. Iwaya just laughed maniacally, saying he wanted us to watch our teacher die with our own eyes. Naruto let out a roar and charged forward. What happened next? Iwaya dodged with a swift movement and punched him away. But Naruto was quite the tough guy. He got up from the ground, spitting blood, and pointed at Iwaya, calling him a coward who couldn't face failure. This statement completely triggered Iwaya. The killing intent in his eyes nearly overflowed as he charged at Naruto with a kunai, clearly intending to kill him. I can't just stand by and watch Naruto die. In the blink of an eye, I jumped in front of Naruto, quickly forming hand seals with my hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball erupted from my mouth, directly forcing Iwagakure back. I quickly handed Naruto a soldier pill and said to follow our previous plan. Then, I remembered the thing my brother gave me and pulled it out of my pocket. At that moment, I had only one thought. Brother, you better be reliable. I pulled the fuse, aimed at the sky, and with a bang, a signal flare shot up into the clouds, exploding into a flame-shaped cloud. Kakashi-sensei in the water prison was stunned upon seeing the signal. He recognized it as a signal flare from the Umbu. The three of them became anxious as well, urging Iwagakure to act quickly, lest they be caught when reinforcements arrived. Let me tell you, this signal flare is really not for the monkeys to see. Dozens of miles away, my brother and his team are rushing at full speed when they suddenly see the explosion in the sky. Others might still be confused, but my brother's body stiffened instantly. The people around him all saw it. That Uchiha Itachi, who usually remains unflustered even when the sky falls, couldn't control his body and started trembling. I tell you, he was shaking like a sieve, with only one thought in his mind. Sasuke, my brother. His squad leader was still analyzing the situation, saying that there was a situation 5 miles away, and we needed to go support. But a female teammate next to him was quite stubborn, asking the leader, what about our mission? The leader was also a sensible person and directly said that the mission could be redone, but if we lost our lives, it would be over, save people. Then, with a whoosh, he took the lead and rushed over. My brother couldn't hear any of this before the words even settled. He had already transformed into a dark shadow and darted out, thinking to himself, Sasuke, you must be okay, I'm coming. On the other side, the battlefield was tense. Sasuke shouted at Sakura, now's the time, attack. My naive teammate Sakura, without a second thought, threw out dozens of shurikens, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, all as cover. Goodness, that villain named Iwaya was slippery like an eel, twisting and turning to dodge them, even taunting. Is that all? Sasuke was not pleased at that moment, and pulled out a big one, a shuriken the size of a hula hoop, and with a buzz it flew out. That Iwaya was also an old hand. Seeing the shuriken flying at a high angle, he immediately squatted down, dodged it. He was still smug, saying to the kid, you're still too green. But what did the family know? The next second, the flying shuriken went boom and directly transformed into Naruto. Let me tell you, this Naruto kid really dares to play. In the air, he directly used the multiple shadow clone technique, with 7 or 8 Narutos shouting and pouncing on it, piling up like a stack of pancakes, pinning that rock ninja down so hard he couldn't move. Just as Naruto had him under control, Sasuke started unleashing his big moves. His hand was crackling with electricity. The flashes almost blinded me. 1,000 birds were chirping. Chidori, Kakashi-sensei was stunned in the water prison. Sakura instantly turned into a fangirl. Naruto was filled with envy and jealousy, thinking, wow, such a cool move, I must ask Kakashi-sensei to teach me next time. Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot forward, leaving a huge gouge in the ground. Just as it seemed he would pierce through, poof. That rock ninja turned into a puddle of mud. Earth clone, damn, that sly old fox. Sasuke's attack missed, his chakra was almost depleted, and he was completely bewildered. Where did that guy go? While everyone was confused, suddenly they heard Naruto scream, flying out as if he had been hit by a truck, crashing onto a rock and passing out. Immediately after, Sasuke also spat out a mouthful of blood, sliding far across the ground. At that moment, the rock ninja finally revealed himself, standing there with a mocking tone. To die under my camouflage technique, you guys are quite impressive. Let me tell you, this is when true feelings are revealed. Sakura, who usually looks so weak and delicate, picked up a shuriken and stood in front of Sasuke. saying that if anyone wanted to hurt him, they would have to go through her first. Sasuke was behind her, shouting for her to run, but she wouldn't listen. And what happened? The gap in strength was too great. In just a moment, the shuriken pierced Sakura's arm. She actually used her arm to block the attack. The villain didn't hold back either. Dodging Sakura's counterattack, he kicked her in the stomach. Sakura flew like a kite with a broken string, landing directly in Sasuke's arms. After saying "I'm sorry, I tried," she fainted. Everyone, this scene completely broke Sasuke. Looking at the unconscious Naruto and holding the lifeless Sakura, he was shaking all over, his voice hoarse, asking why. Why hurt my comrades? I tell you, in that instant, the bloodline power within him seemed to unlock something, exploding with immense force. When he opened his eyes again, they were no longer the original black. They were blood red, with two black tomos spinning inside. The Sharingan had awakened. The villain was still babbling, making a fuss. Next up was him, but Sasuke ignored him completely, looking down as lightning began to crackle from his hand. He was about to drain every last bit of chakra. The villain tried to use the same trick, going invisible to sneak attack from behind. He thought it was the same old script. He didn't know that Sasuke was now powered up. Just as the fist was about to slam into Sasuke's back, he made a strange sidestep, thrusting his Chidori into the villain's heart. In a flash, he counterkilled. The villain died without understanding, looking down to see Sasuke's blood-red Sharingan staring at him. He finally realized, you're Uchiha. Before he could finish his words, he was gone. Another villain, Sanri, was so scared he peed himself and turned to run. But just after taking 2 steps, 2 masked Umbu appeared out of nowhere and took him out instantly. Clean and efficient, a professional team. After defeating the enemies, Sasuke finally relaxed. But he couldn't hold on anymore and fell straight back. Just as he was about to pass out, a familiar voice called out, "Sasuke." He opened his eyes groggily and saw his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Then, everything went black, and he fainted completely. When I opened my eyes again, wow, 5 days had passed, and I was already in the Konoha hospital. Naruto's loud voice was ringing in my ears. "Sasuke, you suck. You slept in the hospital for 5 whole days. Kakashi-sensei told me that my brother's team had arrived and saved us. He said I should thank my brother, who carried me back from the brink of death without stopping once." I tell you, my eyes turned red at that moment. Naruto was still there bragging about how he was learning an A-rank jutsu called Rasengan from Kakashi-sensei, and once he mastered it, he would definitely beat me. I thought, fine, you better practice quickly. Not long after, my parents came to visit. My mom brought a bunch of delicious food, and my dad was so proud he couldn't close his mouth. But it was a pity my brother was on a mission and couldn't come. Just as they left, I was feeling bored when suddenly, Sasuke appeared by my bedside, as if he had teleported. He smiled and said, "Sasuke, are you willing to give up your life?" But he added, "Surviving great danger brings great fortune. Didn't you gain the power of the Sharingan during this crisis?" The Sharingan? That's when it hit me. Yes, I was able to see through that guy's invisibility. Because of this, I had awakened my eyes. I was so excited I almost jumped out of bed. Everyone, this was a rebirth. Seeing how excited I was, Sasuke reminded me not to get arrogant. I quickly nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I understand." Then, he asked me to activate the Sharingan so he could take a look. At that moment, I didn't think at all. I closed my eyes, opened them again, gathered my chakra, and activated my Sharingan. As a result, when I opened my eyes, oh man, I completely stunned Sasuke. His expression was like he had seen a ghost, and he pointed at my eyes, struggling to speak, stuttering. "How is this possible?" At that moment, my heart sank. Who among my family would understand? I thought there was something wrong with my eyes. Then, Jisue took a deep breath and told me that normally, when an Uchiha awakens their Sharingan, it's just a single tomo, which is considered a beginner's level. But for me, I directly skipped the beginner stage and started with a double tomo. He said it was the first time he had seen something like that. I quickly grabbed a mirror to take a look, and wow, it really was. Both my eyes had 2 commas swirling around. I was overjoyed in my heart. Wasn't this the golden finger of a time traveler coming to me? It showcased an extraordinary talent. Of course, I knew why this happened. It was because I had been training hard with my shadow clone technique, building a solid foundation for my body, and combined with that previous life and death experience, it directly resulted in a super doubling. Just like Obito back in the day when he saved Rin, didn't he unlock the double Sharingan right away? It's the same principle. Sasuke saw my delighted expression and quickly gave me a lesson, saying this was beneficial for me. It saved me the effort of progressing from 1 tomo to 2 tomo, while others had to train for a long time. Upon hearing this, I had to push for more and immediately asked him, "What about 3 tomo? Does that require intense training too?" He nodded earnestly and said that it was much harder than before. And without a good 10 days to half a month of hard training, I shouldn't even think about it. Hearing this made me anxious. The issues with the Uchiha and the village were about to explode, and I didn't have time to dawdle. I instantly jumped 3 feet high from the bed, shouting, "What are we waiting for? Let us practice now." However, looking cool lasted only 3 seconds. As soon as I stood up, my legs gave way, and I fell back onto the bed with a thud. My body was still weak. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh nearby, saying I needed to lie down for a few more days. I gritted my teeth and made a deal with him. See you at the training ground the day after tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, my vision darkened, and I fell into a deep sleep. Activating the Sharingan nearly drained me. Konoha's medical capabilities were indeed impressive. 2 days later, I was fully revived, completed the discharge procedures, and went straight back to the team. Kakashi probably got scared by what happened last time, so he assigned us a bunch of D-rank tasks like weeding and catching cats. Naruto was really unhappy about it, but there was nothing he could do. I didn't mind. I finished the task in the morning, and in the afternoon, I could go find Sasuke for some special training. In the afternoon, I practiced tree climbing with Kakashi and the others for a while, and as soon as we finished, I rushed to the training ground. Sasuke had been waiting for me there. Without saying a word, he first tested my body flicker technique. Half an hour later, his gaze towards me changed again, as if he was looking at a monster, and he said that my physical body flicker technique was almost catching up to his speed with ninjutsu body flicker. I thought to myself, of course, I haven't been idle for the past 6 months. Seizing the opportunity, I said to him, "Brother Jishue, teach me a set of body techniques." Last time in a fight, I realized that I only knew how to fight head-on, and I lacked offensive techniques. Brother Jishue was taken aback for a moment, probably surprised that I even knew about body techniques. He thought for a moment, pulled out his small dagger from behind, and said, "All right, given your speed, the Uchiha-style Gale sword is the most suitable for you." As soon as I heard the name, Uchiha Flowing Wind Blade? Wow, it sounds super awesome. Brother Jishue didn't waste any time and directly gave me a demonstration. He pushed off with his foot, and in an instant, he was in midair. With a small dagger in hand, he slashed at a giant tree from a distance. I was puzzled at the time, thinking he hadn't even hit it. But just as that thought crossed my mind, there was a huge explosion. A massive wave of fiery blade appeared out of nowhere, directly turning that big tree into charred remains, with black smoke rising. I was dumbfounded at the time, my mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. This was just too damn cool. The power, what is the difference from an A-rank ninjutsu? I felt like I was on fire, shouting that I wanted to learn it. Brother Jishue explained the principle to me. It's about infusing fire chakra into the blade and then slashing with it. In simple terms, it's an advanced version of chakra projection. He handed me a short blade and told me to give it a try. I mimicked his actions, jumped up, and swung the blade. What happened? A small flame flickered on the blade's surface, and then poof, it went out. Brother Jishue reminded me that my chakra delivery wasn't enough. I understood. There are no shortcuts with this. It's just a matter of practice. So, I began my intense training. Fail, try again, fail again, try again. I practiced until I was out of breath, my chakra nearly depleted, when suddenly Itachi appeared. He had just returned from a mission, and upon seeing me, he showed a rare, heartfelt smile. As soon as I saw him, my nose tinged with emotion, and I rushed over to hug him, my voice trembling, "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for." Itachi gently patted my back and said, "It's all in the past. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect you." Family, who understands this feeling of being shielded by top-tier brother complex. It felt so secure. Then, he directly unstrapped the standard-issue Umbu blade from his back and handed it to me, saying, "I see you need a blade for your practice, so I'll give you this one." I was stunned and quickly refused. This was Umbu equipment. But Brother Jishue supported him from the side, saying it was fine. Itachi could always get another one from Umbu. Itachi also nodded with a smile. Seeing this, refusing again would be too pretentious, so I grinned and said, "All right, then consider this an early birthday gift from you." With the blade Itachi gave me, I practiced even harder. For the next 20 days, I transformed into the king of training, drawing the blade and slashing whenever I had a moment, day or night. Finally, on the evening of the 20th day, I succeeded. In midair, a fierce wave of fire erupted from the tip of my blade, slicing through the air and crashing into a giant tree with a bang. The tree fell, igniting into a roaring fire. Although I was exhausted and my face pale, my heart was filled with ecstatic joy. Just as I was about to sit down and recover my chakra, I suddenly sensed someone approaching. Then, a blood-soaked, middle-aged man burst out from the woods. Upon seeing the forehead protector on my head, he looked like he had found a savior, claiming to be an envoy from the land of grass, and handed me a box, insisting that I must deliver it to Lord Hokage. I was puzzled, wondering how someone from the grass country, so far away, could end up in such a predicament. Suddenly, with a whoosh, several kunai embedded with explosive tags shot through the air and landed around him. That guy was tough too. Realizing he couldn't escape, he threw the box at me with his last bit of strength, shouting, "Please." The next second, boom, with a loud bang, he was blasted into the sky. I had just caught the box and hadn't even had a moment to catch my breath when two figures jumped down from the tree and blocked my way. One was muscular and strong-looking. The other was thin like a monkey with a face full of scars. I recognized the symbol on their foreheads. They were from the grass-hidden village. The scar-faced one let out a strange laugh and said, "Hey kid, hand over the box." I immediately understood. These two were the killers pursuing the messenger. The scar-faced guy completely disregarded me and made his move, lunging at my neck with a kunai. After exchanging a few blows, he grew impatient, brought his hands together, and began to form seals. Ninjutsu, binding of grass. The grass beneath my feet suddenly came to life, transforming into 4 grass chains that bound my legs. I used a knife to cut the chains, but the scar-faced man only laughed more grotesquely and shouted, "The grass demon has descended." Suddenly, a gigantic figure made of grass appeared behind me and tightly gripped my neck. I felt it hard to breathe and was shocked, wondering what kind of bizarre secret technique this was. As it turned out, this was just an illusion. The burly figure next to me was mocking. Izai, using an illusion to deal with a little ghost is too much, right? The one called Izai, with a scarred face, chuckled and lunged at my heart with a kunai. Just as he thought he had succeeded, I suddenly opened my eyes, and my double Tomo Sharingan activated in an instant. Illusion release. I immediately used body flicker technique, and in the blink of an eye, I vanished. Izai's knife missed, and he stood there dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, I appeared behind him, and without hesitation, my knife pierced through his body. I leaned close to his ear and coldly said, "If you dare to come to Konoha to kill, you must be prepared to be killed." His companion, a muscular man named Okada, saw his partner die and surprisingly showed no reaction. Instead, he looked at my Sharingan with great interest and said, "I never expected you to have those eyes." I thought to myself, this guy has some solid mental strength. He took off his shirt, revealing muscles like stone, and said, "Kid, if it weren't for the box in your hand, I really wouldn't want to kill you." I tentatively asked him what was in the box, and he straightforwardly replied that if it fell into the hands of the Hokage, their hidden grass village would be done for. Well, now I definitely can't hand it over. I must deliver it to the Hokage myself. Okada charged at me with a grim smile, like an armored tank. I slashed at him with my blade, and it made a crisp clang, as if I had struck steel. This guy's all about physical immunity. He countered with a punch that sent me flying. I quickly formed some hand seals and unleashed a fireball jutsu to his face, but he charged through the fireball, completely unharmed. Then, he clapped both hands on the ground and cast Earth Release, Mud Plate Coffin, causing huge mud plates to rise from the ground and bury me alive. He thought he had succeeded and turned to leave. If he thinks he can let me die that easily, he's mistaken. My voice came from behind him. He shivered in fright and turned around abruptly. Just as he turned, I had been waiting for this moment, with lightning flashing on my right hand, and the shrill cry of 1,000 birds pierced the sky. Chidori. He sensed the smell of death and even tried to trick me, shouting, "Don't kill me." I surrender, trying to make me let my guard down. I ignored him. I've seen plenty of villains pull these little tricks before they die. The Chidori surged forward without hesitation, directly piercing through his heart. I coldly told him that what was buried under the mud slab was just one of my shadow clones. After dealing with those two guys, I could finally see what was in the box. When I opened it, I found 2 scrolls. The first one was actually a letter of commission from the daimyo of the Land of Grass to the 3rd Hokage, with a mission rank of SSS. The task was to eliminate their greedy leader, Beilyuyu, from the grass-hidden village. The second scroll contained a detailed map of the Land of Grass and intelligence on Beilyuyu's subordinates, including the 2 guys I had just taken down. Now I understand. This is not just a box. This is simply the death warrant of the grass-hidden village. No wonder they were chasing us all the way to the Leaf Village. I put away the scroll, and since it was getting late, I started heading home. As I passed by the Naha shrine of our Uchiha clan, I stopped in my tracks, looking at the lonely shrine and thinking about the huge secret it held. This shrine hides a colossal secret, let me tell you. It's the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths, and the secrets written on it get more explosive layer by layer, needing the Sharingan to upgrade in order to unlock. Unfortunately, it was long ago turned into the Moon I Plan manual by that old schemer Kagaya. Can you believe this mess? I was just there feeling emotional when suddenly, I looked up and saw someone appear on the steps of the Nana shrine. Wearing an orange and black circular one-eyed mask and a black robe, I recognized that figure even if it turned to ashes. Uchiha Obito. Does anyone understand? I was stunned at that moment, wondering how this guy ended up here. It seemed like he noticed me staring, so he turned his head and glanced at me. That gaze, wow, it was very deep. Then, without saying a word, he directly walked towards the main hall of the shrine. I thought to myself, this won't do. I have to go up and get familiar with him. This is a big shot who can spar with my dad, the fourth Hokage. In the future, I might be able to call on him for help. I hurriedly chased after him. Don't go, bro. But what happened? The figure was gone. It was as if he had vanished in a thin air. I searched around but didn't see a thing, so I sighed and thought, forget it, I'll just go home. Just as I was leaving, that guy's figure appeared on the roof of the shrine like a ghost, and he said softly, "Are you Itachi's little brother? Seems interesting." Let me tell you, if I had heard that at the time, my hair would have stood on end. On the other side, it wasn't so quiet in the basement of Konoha. A scream echoed as that old man Danzo covered his bandaged right eye, his face twisted in pain. Two of his subordinates rushed over, scared. "Lord Danzo, get away. My Sharingan is about to be ruined." Danzo was panting, cold sweat covering his forehead. After a while, he finally sat down on a stone chair and ominously asked, "What about the matter I asked you to investigate?" One subordinate immediately reported, "Report, Lord. Our spies embedded in the Uchiha confirmed that Uchiha Shirsue's Manjikyu Sharingan indeed has a technique called Kodo Amatsukami that can rewrite others' will without them knowing." Kodo Amatsukami. I tell you, Danzo's single eye lit up instantly, and his mouth almost stretched to his ears, grinning sinisterly. Hee. Such powerful strength is exactly what I need. Another subordinate was still a bit confused. Is it really that amazing? Hey, you don't understand the power of the Manjikyu, Danzo said greedily. He had used it himself, so he knew how exhilarating it could be. He decisively struck the ground with his cane. "Tomorrow, I'll summon Shisui. Notify everyone, prepare to act. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Yes, and keep a close watch on the Uchiha. Any signs of movement, report immediately." The two subordinates took their leave, and the entire secret room was left with just Danzo. The expression on that old man's face was so grim it was almost unrecognizable, as he muttered to himself, "As long as I get Shirsue's eyes, who in Konoha can stop me? By then, even that old Sarutobi will have to look at me." The next day, Kakashi gave us, Team 7, some good news, saying we could take on C-rank missions next month, and that today was a day off. Naruto jumped up on the spot, happy as a puppy. Sakura went to the hospital to learn medical ninjutsu, so she left early. Then Naruto insisted on showing me his newly practiced Rasengan. With the help of a shadow clone, a beautiful Rasengan formed in his hand. He shouted, "Look at my Rasengan," and slammed it against a nearby big tree. With a whoosh, a spiral hole was directly drilled into the trunk. The destructive power was indeed impressive. If this hit someone, it would surely make a big hole. I am really happy for him, so I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Not bad." He was quite smug and said that Kakashi-sensei mentioned that he had only mastered 90 of this technique, and if he fully learned it, its power would be even greater. I thought for a moment and gave him a suggestion. "Naruto, your chakra seems limitless, right? Why not pour in a bit more and create a bigger Rasengan? The destructive power would just skyrocket." When Naruto heard this, his eyes lit up. Yeah, but he was a bit worried about losing control. I encouraged him directly. "You've learned such a difficult technique like the Rasengan, so this little issue is nothing. Go for it, you got this." That guy Naruto gets fired up with a little motivation and immediately ran off, filled with confidence to train. After parting ways with Naruto, I had lunch and went to the Uchiha training grounds to find Shisui. I arrived early, and Brother Jishui hadn't come yet, so I practiced my Gale sword by myself. After several hours, Brother Jishui finally appeared. He first watched me in the shadows for a while, and only came out after I finished a set of sword techniques. "Brother Jishui, you're here." I greeted him with a smile. "Sasuke, you really are a genius. In less than a month, you've already mastered the Gale sword." He looked at the large tree that had been cut down by my sword energy, filled with admiration. I shook my head and said, "I'm still far from being as good as you." He smiled and said, "You're just being modest. By the way, I just finished my mission and saw Itachi on the street. My brother is back." I was excited to hear that, as I hadn't seen him for several days. "He'll probably come to see you in a bit," Jishui said with a smile. We were chatting when Jishui suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. "The people from the Dark Division are here." My heart sank, and I thought to myself, this is not good. Calculating the days, half a year has passed. Could it be that Danzo is about to make a move against Shisui? My expression changed instantly, and I hurriedly shouted to Shisui, "Shisui, if it's Danzo looking for you, you must be careful." My reaction left Shui completely bewildered. What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, two masked members of the Umbu appeared in an instant, their voices low. Shui, Lord Danzo, has something to discuss with you. It really is Danzo. Shui looked at me in disbelief, his eyes filled with question marks, as if asking me how I knew. I quickly pulled him aside and whispered urgently, Shui, remember what I told you before. If Danzo makes a move on you, don't hesitate. Just use the body flicker technique to escape. Don't confront him head-on. Shui nodded heavily in understanding. The Umbu over there was already getting impatient. Can we go now? Lord Danzo is waiting. Shui smiled at me, signaling me to relax, and then followed those two. No. I watched his figure fade away, my heart tightening. Even though I had warned him, I was still afraid of accidents. I had to follow him. I was just about to set off when a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Sasuke, you're alone. It's my brother, Itachi Uchiha. He's still wearing the Umbu uniform. I told you I was so excited that I almost gave him a kiss. What timely help. I grabbed him and spoke as fast as a machine gun. Brother, help. Shui is in danger. Danzo wants to harm him. Itachi was taken aback. What is going on? Why would Lord Danzo want to hurt Shui? Brother, there's no time to explain. The situation is urgent. I pulled him and we dashed in the direction where Shui had left. On the other side, Shui was taken to a deserted temple. He looked around at the empty surroundings and asked, where is Danzo? An Umbu replied, he'll be here soon. Just then, before he finished speaking, another Umbu suddenly pulled out a shuriken and shot it at Shui. The sudden turn of events caught Shui off guard, and he barely dodged, shouting in shock. What do you want? Shui, a cold voice came from the temple, and Danzo slowly walked out, leaning on his cane. The Uchiha clan is plotting a coup, and as a member of the clan, you must accept the village's punishment. Danzo, Shui's face turned pale in an instant. He realized he had fallen into a trap. Danzo waved his hand, signaling the two Umbu to step back, then stared intently at Shui. Don't make excuses. What is your true purpose? Having a powerful dojutsu like the Kodoemet Tsukumi on you is just a waste. Danzo dropped the pretense and laid everything on the table. Moreover, you are a master of the Uchiha. Eliminating you first will make it easier to eradicate the Uchiha. This is all for the village. Upon hearing this, Shui was completely disappointed. He had hoped to resolve the issue peacefully with Kodoemet Tsukumi. You've wanted to eradicate us Uchiha from the very beginning? A peace agreement? That kind of thing is utterly useless. Danzo's gaze was extremely fierce. It's better to take this opportunity to root you out completely and eliminate future threats. When Shui heard this, the first thought that crossed his mind was, Sasuke is right. He instantly recalled the words I had repeatedly reminded him of, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. Just as he was lost in thought, Danzo moved. His figure transformed into a shadow, rushing towards him with a kunai. Danzo, I won't let you succeed. Shui shouted, activating his Sharingan. In a flash of silver light beneath his feet, he used body flicker technique to create distance, simultaneously drawing his sword and sweeping it, sending a fiery blade towards Danzo. Danzo sneered, elevating his body to dodge the flames, and in mid-air, he unleashed Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Shui, with a Sharingan, saw through the attack, dodged again with body flicker, and then reappeared behind Danzo, stabbing him with his Tanto. Shui himself was stunned. Was it really that easy? But when he looked closely, there was no trace of pain on Danzo's face, only a strange, cold smile. Shui's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Sure enough, the Danzo he had stabbed suddenly vanished, and the real Danzo appeared beside him, ghost-like. It was too close. There was no way to dodge. The kunai in Danzo's hand stabbed deeply into Shui's chest. Blood gushed out, and Shui was sent flying by the tremendous force. Eliminate him, Danzo ordered, and in an instant, over a dozen root members emerged, raining down countless kunai and shurikens towards the heavily injured Shui. Just at that critical moment, Shui's three-tomo Sharingan suddenly spun, transforming into a four-pointed windmill shape. Boom! Countless weapons exploded against the ground, sending dust flying. Is it resolved? One of the root members asked. Danzo squinted his eyes and said solemnly, this guy is not so easy to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, the dust cleared, revealing a massive green silhouette. It was a giant skeletal warrior, wrapped in a cloak of chakra, holding a gigantic spiral sword. And Shui stood on the chest of that green giant, his face pale, but his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Is this Susanoo? Danzo murmured. Family. That scene is no less intense than in Naruto. Danzo. For the Uchiha. I will never give up, Shui shouted, and the chest armor of Susanoo opened, unleashing countless green chakra arrows. Retreat, Danzo exclaimed in shock, quickly issuing orders. Just as the root members scattered, Shusui's Susanoo fired a massive fireball, crashing down to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion lit up the sky. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shui made his escape. When the storm settled, there was no trace of Shui left. Danzo's face turned blue with anger as he tore off the bandage from his right eye, which had completely gone blind from using Izanagi. He had paid the price of one eye, and yet the person had escaped. Shui is seriously injured. He can't run far. Chase him. In the jungle, Shui desperately fled. Feeling his vision starting to blur. He wasn't afraid of death. He needed to entrust his eyes and will to me and my brother. No matter what, he had to see Itachi and Sasuke. He held on with all his strength, continuing to push forward. But not far into his escape, 3 figures caught up. They were from Root. Their speed was too fast, and the distance was closing in. One of them pulled out several kunai with explosive tags and threw them. Boom! The massive explosion echoed throughout the forest. At that moment, Itachi and I, who were rapidly traversing the woods, simultaneously stopped. Brother, over there. I pointed in the direction of the explosion, my Sharingan already activated. Be careful, Itachi cautioned, and we immediately accelerated towards the source of the explosion. At the explosion site, the 3 Root members landed and began searching around. They knew Shui was hiding nearby. One guy named Torian found it strange. Logically, Shui should come out fighting. Just as he was lost in thought, a kunai suddenly shot out from the bushes. Over there, Torian quickly reacted, dodging the attack and slowly approaching the bushes, preparing for a sneak attack. But he hadn't taken 2 steps when a scream suddenly rang out. One of his companions had been taken down by the suddenly appearing Shui with a single strike. Earth release, earth binding. Torian was taken aback, not expecting Shui to be so fast, and hurriedly formed hand seals. The next moment, 2 large mud hands shot up from the ground, locking Shui's ankles. At that moment, I felt a jolt of panic, thinking it was over for him. Shui had already exhausted his chakra, and had only taken out one enemy by relying on taijutsu. Now that he was controlled, it was truly hopeless. Seeing another Root member named Kinyu charging at Shui with a kunai like a rabid dog, Shui's face was filled with despair, almost able to squeeze out tears. He was ready to close his eyes and wait for death. At that critical moment, a shadow flashed by, directly blocking in front of Shui. Family, who understands? That familiar silhouette, those 3 Tomo Sharingan. It was Itachi. My goodness, Itachi had descended. Kinyu was also startled and shouted, "Oh no, it's Itachi." But it was already too late. Itachi shot him a glance, and that guy froze like he was hit by a paralysis technique, his body filled with shurikens, unable to move, and he was screaming in pain as if it were real. This is the power of Jinjutsu. The next second, Itachi swiftly drew his sword, and with a clean slice, pierced through Kinyu's heart. I tell you, the Umbu are different, decisively striking without leaving any future troubles. Torian, seeing his teammate gone, was terrified and shouted Kinyu. Just as he finished speaking, a deeper voice sounded behind him. You should take care of yourself. It was my brother Sasuke. He didn't know when he had snuck up behind Torian and slashed down with his sword. Torian reacted quickly, suddenly pushing off the ground and moving sideways to avoid the strike. But with that movement, the mud hand binding Shui also dissipated. Shui collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, Itachi was quick to support him. Itachi wanted to say to leave it to me, but guess what happened? Sasuke confidently turned back and said, "Brother, take care of Shui. This old guy is mine." I was dumbfounded beside them. My goodness, that aura, that confidence, was simply incredible. Torian's face turned green with anger. You little brat. Do you dare to look down on me? He was plotting in his mind, thinking that if he captured Sasuke, he could threaten Itachi. Just as he was thinking, he formed a layer of rock on his arm, turning it into a large stone fist, charging directly at Sasuke to clash with his sword. Clang! A loud sound echoed, and sparks flew. What followed was a flurry of clangs and sparks. Sasuke's blade moved so fast it left afterimages, while Torian relied on his stone arm to take the hits, like a moving fortress. After a long exchange, Torian began to feel the strain. After all, that stone arm was heavy and exhausting. He gritted his teeth, deciding to end it quickly. Otherwise, being held up by a little brat would be embarrassing. He suddenly smashed open Sasuke's sword with a punch, using body flicker to flash behind Sasuke, roaring, "Little brat, it's over." That large stone fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, came crashing down, Itachi and Sure were both anxious, shouting in unison, "Sasuke, be careful." As a result, there was a loud thud, and Sasuke was blown away in a cloud of white smoke, leaving only a piece of wood behind. Body replacement technique. Toru was stunned, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Before he could react, Sasuke's voice came from behind him, Uchiha style, Gale Blade. A blade of fire struck down fiercely, hitting Toru squarely on back. A scream echoed as Toru fell heavily to the ground, completely motionless. Itachi watched this scene with a nod of satisfaction. Sure, holding on with all his strength, smiled at Sasuke. "Sasuke, you used that Gale Blade perfectly?" Sasuke ran over, looking at Sure, who was covered in wounds and pale-faced, his eyes turning red. "Brother Sure, I'm sorry, we came late." Before he could finish his sentence, Sure spat out another mouthful of blood. Sasuke panicked and quickly asked Itachi, "Brother, does anyone in our family know medical ninjutsu? Let's go find Izumi." Without hesitation, Itachi picked up Sure and ran. We had just left for a short while when Danzo arrived with a large group of root members. He looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. After his subordinates examined the bodies, they reported tremblingly, "Lord Danzo, Yuki was caught in an illusion. The one who rescued Sure was Uchiha." Before he could finish, Danzo closed and opened his eyes, and I felt the killing intent in his gaze from a distance. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "The Uchiha clan. From now on, no one will know of this clan again." Meanwhile, Itachi was carrying Sure on his back, and we rushed to a quaint little wooden house on the west side of the Uchiha clan. Inside was a sister named Izumi, who was making dango and looked particularly delicate, with a small mole at the corner of her eye. She was muttering about hoping Itachi would like it when we started knocking on the door. As soon as the door opened, Izumi saw Itachi carrying an unconscious Sure and was stunned. "This is Izumi," I thought to myself, the girl from the anime who adored Itachi. If it weren't for the later massacre, she might have been my future sister-in-law. Itachi didn't bother with pleasantries and said directly, "Izumi, Sure is severely injured. Quickly use your medical ninjutsu." Saying this, he carefully placed Sure down inside the house. Izumi checked and gasped, saying the injuries were too severe. She was also shocked. The Uchiha's strongest expert, Sure could be beaten to this extent? Standing beside them, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Itachi patted my head to comfort me, and I could only say to Sister Izumi, "Then I'll leave it to you." Izumi took a deep breath, placed her hands over Sure and green chakra glowed brightly, activating her healing technique. That gentle chakra flowed continuously into Sure, repairing his veins that were as cracked as a dry riverbed. After a while, Sure painful expression gradually eased. Izumi was sweating profusely, withdrawing her hands and panting, saying, "All right, he should wake up by tonight." As soon as I heard it, I was so happy that I almost jumped up. "Sister Izumi, you are amazing. I'll treat you to a big meal another day." Izumi also laughed and joked that she had a big appetite. Later, when Izumi remembered the meatballs in the pot, she went to the kitchen to bring them out. Taking this opportunity, I quietly asked Itachi, "Brother, is Sister Izumi your girlfriend?" Itachi paused for a moment and hesitantly replied, "No, just a regular friend." I chuckled and didn't pursue the question further. When it was almost dark in the Konoha high-level conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the advisors Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, looked tired as they stared at Danzo. Danzo said nothing and slowly unwrapped the bandage from his right eye. Goodness, that eye is blind. The third Hokage and the others were all stunned, wondering, what happened? I have to tell you, this old dingo really deserves an Oscar for missing a little golden statue. He just opened his mouth and said, "This afternoon, I met with Uchiha Sure to discuss the coup. Who would have thought he suddenly attacked me with the intention of controlling me with Kodo Amatsukami? I had no choice but to use Izanagi to disable the Sharingan and escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the third Hokage and the others were almost dropping their jaws to the ground. Danzo fanned the flames. "Uchiha wants to seize power without bloodshed. After controlling me, the next step would be to control you, Lord Hokage. By then, Konoha would be renamed Uchiha." The third Hokage frowned deeply, lost in thought. Although he had doubts, Danzo had already disabled the Sharingan that Uchiha Kagami left for him, and the price was too high for him not to believe. Seeing the third Hokage still hesitating, Danzo cranked up the intensity, directing a tirade at the 2 old advisors beside him. Hey, if Uchiha comes to power, can you two still hold your positions as advisors? What about the interests of your clans behind you? Goodness, those words hit the nail on the head. The two old guys immediately couldn't sit still and urged the third Hokage to make a decision quickly. The third Hokage sighed and said, although the Uchiha are not as strong as before, they are not so easy to deal with. When Danzo heard this, he knew the third Hokage was already wavering, and he smiled sinisterly. There's no need to worry about that. We can assign this task to Itachi. Let Itachi carry it out? That's too cruel. The third Hokage's expression darkened. As a ninja, one must have awareness. Itachi's thoughts transcend narrow familialism. For the sake of the village, he knows what to do. Danzo spoke with such righteous indignation. The third Hokage looked at the two advisors who were nodding in agreement and finally took a deep breath, closed his eyes, as if he had exhausted all his strength to say that sentence. In that case, then I'll leave it to you. That evening, we helped the already able to walk Sasuke out of Izumi's house. On the way, Itachi finally asked what had happened in the afternoon. Sasuke said in a low voice, Danzo wanted to steal my Sharingan. Itachi and I were stunned. That old bastard Danzo had sunk to such a shameless level. I was so angry that my fist clenched. Sasuke looked at me and said with a bitter smile, Sasuke, you're still the best. You saw through the higher-ups' intentions long ago. I was still foolishly thinking that they would leave a way out for the Uchiha. I shook my head and said seriously, Jishue, you and brother are not foolish. You're just too kind. We treat the village as our home, but they have always treated us like thieves. After the Nine Tails incident, they never trusted us again. No matter how much we concede, all we get in return is being ruthlessly abandoned. This statement hit Itachi and Jishue like a heavy hammer, and they both fell silent. After a long time, Jishue sighed and said to Itachi, Itachi, Sasuke is right. No matter what we do, we cannot change the village's hostility towards us. Since that's the case, let's focus on protecting our own family. Itachi nodded heavily, I understand. Seeing my brother finally make up his mind, I felt relieved. I knew that from this moment on, my brother would firmly stand by the Uchiha clan. The next day, I secretly ran to the Southeast Shrine. Wanted to talk to the masked man, Toby. I knew that relying solely on ourselves wasn't enough. We needed a powerful ally. I shouted for the masked man in the empty shrine for a long time, but no one showed up, making me so awkward that I felt like my toes were about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Actually, I knew he was watching me from some corner. Meanwhile, after finishing his patrol, Itachi was stopped by 2 members of Root on his way back to the Umbu. Itachi, Danzo-sama is looking for you. Itachi's heart sank, thinking, does this old man want to take my eyes? But there was no choice. Authority was above all, so he followed them. In the dark and damp Root base, Danzo stepped out from the shadows and got straight to the point. Itachi, the third Hokage, has made a decision. Konoha will use all its power to exterminate the Uchiha clan. This news struck Itachi like a bolt from the blue, freezing his body and turning his face pale. Seeing his reaction, Danzo continued to apply pressure. With the current strength of the Uchiha, there is only a dead end in resisting the village. At that time, everyone will die. Itachi's breathing became rapid, and he hoarsely asked, then why did you call me here today? In order to reduce casualties in Konoha. The third, and I hope you can complete a task. Danzo's eyes glinted like a serpent. If you take action in advance and eliminate the Uchiha clan, then your young and ignorant brother can still be saved. You, wanting to personally destroy my own family? Itachi's voice trembled. This is the only way to save your brother. Danzo firmly grasped Itachi's weak spot. If you take action, you can live as a rogue ninja, and your brother can grow up safely in Konoha. Whether the Uchiha name can be preserved and the last bloodline maintained all depends on you. Itachi's mind was in turmoil. He took a deep breath and finally said helplessly, I can't make a decision right now. I need to think. All right, I'll give you a day. I dragged my legs, which felt as heavy as lead, and slowly moved out of the base at the root. Who understands what my family feels? That old man Danzo, just now, was like pointing a gun at my forehead, forcing me to personally take out my entire family, just to protect my brother Sasuke. At that moment, my whole head was buzzing. I tell you, something is bound to happen. My foolish brother Sasuke just finished Kakashi's brutal training, rushed to the training ground to find Itachi, wanting him to help quickly evolve his Sharingan into the 3-tomo version. As soon as he arrived, before his feet even hit the ground, he heard me and Itachi exchanging codes. Itachi, the third Hokage, has made up his mind to take action against our Uchiha clan. Danzo is even more ruthless. He wants me to make a move first, trading the lives of the entire clan for Sasuke's life. As soon as I said that, I could feel my silly brother on the tree freeze up completely. He originally wanted to jump down to surprise us, but now it turned into a shock instead. Sasuke exploded on the spot, punching the ground. These old bastards are too ruthless. They want to wipe out the Uchiha without shedding a drop of blood. Sasuke on the tree was clenching his fists, and I can tell his eyes were probably bloodshot. He had only one thought in his mind. Danzo, you must die. In his view, this was definitely a scheme by Danzo, who couldn't get his hands on Shirsue's eyes and was throwing a tantrum. Goodness. This directly pushed the progress of the Massacre Night forward by a full 2 years. All the plans Sasuke had thought of to save the clan were now worthless. With his current strength, he would just be delivering himself to them. I was also a loss at that moment, sighed, and asked Shirshue, what should we do now? Shirshue was silent as well. Should we confront the entire Konoha head-on? That would be certain death. Not confronting them? That would also be waiting for death. It was simply a deadlock. Just when we were about to scratch our heads off, Sasuke suddenly jumped down from the tree. He stared at me intently, his expression a mix of anger and determination. Brother, I heard everything. But why should the lives of the Uchiha family be decided by others? I was taken aback and quickly asked him, Sasuke, what do you mean? Hurry and tell my father. Give him this information and let him convene a meeting for the entire clan immediately. The collective wisdom is boundless. Sasuke already had a rough plan in mind, but this plan required the cooperation of the whole clan. As soon as Shirsuke heard this, he nodded immediately. That's right. This matter concerns the life and death of each and every one of us. We must discuss it together. All right, let's go. Without saying a word, the three of us directly used a body flicker technique and rushed toward the office of my father, Uchiha Fugaku, in the police department. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, is usually the type who remains calm even when faced with a mountain collapsing before him. After hearing my words, he nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. He made a quick decision and immediately called for an emergency clan meeting. In less than an hour, the secret underground chamber of the Nanha Shrine was packed with people. Everyone knew that holding a meeting at this critical moment was absolutely a big deal. My father stood at the front, his face pale with anger. Scanning the room before getting straight to the point, I called everyone here because Itachi has brought back some intel. The third Hokage has already issued orders to prepare to wipe out our Uchiha clan. With a loud bang, the entire basement erupted into chaos. What the hell? The third wants to kill us? Damn it. Do these higher-ups really think we're pushovers? What are we afraid of? We were going to stage a coup anyway. So now's the perfect time to strike. The noise was so intense it made my head hurt. My father, frowning deeply, finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, everyone, be quiet. Yelling won't create a future. The entire room fell silent in an instant. My father took a breath and said, let's talk. What do you think? A hawkish member named Uchiha Hakadai stood up directly and said, Chief, what are we waiting for? They have a knife to our throats. If we don't fight back now, what are we waiting for? Let us stage a coup and just do it. Shirsuke immediately stepped in to pour cold water on him. A coup? You want to take the lead? The Umbu, the elite Jonin of Konoha, and all the other clans. Who can we beat? They would love for us to die, so they can come in and take our inheritance. We would become public enemies. When these words were spoken, everyone seemed to be shocked, their faces turning pale. Indeed, just the Hyuga clan alone would be enough to deal with us, and adding others would be like lighting a candle in a toilet, seeking death. But we can't just wait to die, can we? Another clan member named Uchiha Yahweh said in a low voice. At this point, the hawkish faction began to stir again. Exactly. We have a Sharingan. We might not necessarily lose if we fight. That's right. Instead of dying a coward's death, we should go all out. My father looked at these people, feeling overwhelmed. He waved his hand to silence the discussions and said heavily, everyone think carefully. Our decision tonight concerns the lives of every family member. My child has just been born, and I don't want him to live in the midst of war. I also don't want to see my elderly mother die at the hands of others. These words hit hard. Many people fell silent. They weren't afraid of death, but they were afraid of their families being harmed. Now, they were stuck in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to fight or not, feeling extremely restless. In this deathly silence, my brother Sasuke suddenly walked out from beside me, standing next to my father, facing everyone. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. I have a plan that can resolve the family's crisis, but it requires each one of us to take action. Hey, what are you doing, you little brat? Yeah, this is a clan meeting. Who let you come? Get down. Immediately, some people below voiced their dissatisfaction. My father's face also showed signs of losing control, and he said sternly, Sasuke, you don't understand the rules. Quickly go back to your brother's side. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Because my brother under everyone's gaze, had his black pupils suddenly turn blood red, with 2 tomos spinning inside. Holy crap, double tomo Sharingan. This kid is a genius. The whole place, except for me and Sasuke, was stunned, their minds buzzing. A 6-year-old child activated the double tomo Sharingan. This was simply outrageous, absolutely absurd. My father was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Sasuke completely ignored the astonishment of the crowd. His Sharingan fixed intently on a clan member in the corner with a scarred face. Just as he opened his eyes, he caught a glimpse of unusual panic on that guy's face. A sweep of his Sharingan revealed that the chakra within him was flowing in an abnormal way. This was a characteristic of transformation techniques. Sure enough, there was a traitor. Sasuke sneered inwardly, then withdrew his gaze and addressed everyone with a powerful voice. I opened my Sharingan, not to show off. I just want to tell you all, don't bring age into this. In the ninja world, strength is what matters. I'm also a member of the Uchiha clan, and I have the right to stand here. His words were commanding. Many people present had never opened their eyes in their entire lives, yet here they were. So why should a talented individual with a double tomo not be qualified? My father also reacted quickly and tried to smooth things over for his son. Sasuke is still young, and sometimes speaks and acts impulsively. So please don't take it to heart. He is my son and also a Uchiha, so he has every right to participate. With his father's support, Sasuke felt more confident. He continued, going head-to-head with Konoha is like an egg hitting a stone. It's a dead end. So, a coup is absolutely not an option. Immediately someone retorted, then what do you suggest? Just wait to die? All eyes suddenly focused on Sasuke. He took a deep breath and proposed a shocking plan. The only way is to leave Konoha. We can go to another country and establish our own ninja village that belongs solely to the Uchiha. Establish our own ninja village. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this idea, including me and Sasuke. I have to say, while this plan is simple and brutal, it's really effective. As long as we leave Konoha, it won't be so easy for the higher-ups to target us again. They can't possibly send all the ninjas in the village to hunt us down, right? It sounds easy, but where can we go? Finally, someone snapped back to reality and asked tremblingly. Sasuke smiled confidently and pulled out a golden scroll. This is a personal letter from the daimyo of the land of waterfalls. He wants to ask Konoha to send someone to deal with the leader of their village. We can use this mission as an excuse to go to the land of waterfalls, help him settle his issues, and then settle down there. Saying this, he took out another scroll. This is a map of the land of waterfalls, along with detailed information on all the ninjas in Takigakure. With this, we can take over there at the lowest cost. Wow, my brother is incredibly well prepared. Sasuke was the first to react, excitedly shouting, this plan is amazing. But that Uchiha Hakadai started to argue again. Don't celebrate too early, putting aside whether this scroll is real or not. Will Konoha's higher-ups just watch as such a large family leaves? Sasuke had anticipated this question and answered seriously, I guarantee the authenticity of the scroll with my life. As for how to leave, I've already thought it through. Everyone perked up. We'll act the day after tomorrow at dawn. That's when the guards are the most lax. My brother Itachi will be in charge of breaking the village's barrier. After we get out, we'll split into 2 teams. One small group will take the route through the Corner Island Bridge to intentionally attract pursuers. Our main force will take another route straight to the land of waterfalls. This plan left my father stunned, probably thinking, is this really my silly son? His brain is working so well. Sasuke immediately expressed his support. I'm in favor of this plan. Leave the task of luring the pursuers to me. Of course, many people were reluctant to leave Konoha, as this is our route. Sasuke noticed everyone's hesitation and smiled. I know everyone is reluctant. I feel the same way. But we are only leaving temporarily. Once we Uchiha grow stronger, we can return at any time and take back everything that belongs to us. Just a temporary departure. All right, I agree. I agree too. Sasuke's words completely dispelled everyone's concerns. My father took a look and, seeing the people's sentiments, immediately made a decision. Let's vote by raising hands. Those who support Sasuke's plan, raise your hands. With a whoosh, almost everyone raised their hands, except for a few stubborn militants. Good. The plan is approved. My father finalized the decision. Everyone, go home tonight and pack your things. Remember, travel light. We depart on time the day after tomorrow at dawn. Meeting adjourned. The clan members dispersed in a hurry. That guy with the scar on his face glanced at Sasuke before leaving, and only relaxed when he saw that Sasuke didn't notice him. Once everyone had left, only the 4 of us remained in the basement. My father said to Sasuke, Sasuke, let me take a look at the scroll. It's not that he doesn't trust him. It's the responsibility of the clan leader that makes him cautious. Without a second thought, Sasuke handed it over. My dad opened it and his face instantly changed. Sasuke, didn't you say it was the land of water? Why does it say the daimyo of the land of grass on it? I was shocked along with Sasuke. If we got it wrong, it would mean the end for the whole family. But Sasuke just smiled slightly and explained, I intentionally said it was the land of water. The one with the scar on his face was a spy transformed by the Umbu using a transformation technique. What? Umbu spy? The three of us were almost dropping our jaws to the ground. These old folks had infiltrated too deeply. But then came a wave of fear. Luckily, Sasuke noticed it. Or else our plan would have been delivered straight to the third Hokage's desk. Sasuke smiled. That smile was just like a little fox. Actually, having the spy here is a good thing. He will send false information back, helping us mislead the higher-ups in Konoha, allowing my real plan to be executed perfectly. The real plan? My father was stunned. That's right. Our true destination is the land of grass. But with hundreds of people moving together, the speed is too slow, and it would be easy to get caught. Now it's good. That spy will tell Konoha that we split into two groups and headed for the land of waterfalls. This way, they will deploy their main forces to ambush those two routes, and the real pursuers coming after our main force won't be many. Jisue suddenly realized, no wonder you didn't expose him on the spot. It was for this. But I frowned and raised a question. Konoha has tracking experts like the Inuzuka and the Aburame clans. Once they find no one on the road to the land of waterfalls, they will realize they've been fooled, and they will still chase us down. Sasuke nodded. You're right, brother. So, to buy enough time, we must send out 2 elite teams to actually go to those 2 roads in the land of waterfalls to carry out the baiting mission. And they must hold off Konoha's pursuers for at least a day. This mission is perilous. Without a second thought, Jisue was the first to step up. I'll lead a team. I immediately spoke up. The other team, leave it to me. For my parents, for Sasuke, for the whole family, I'm willing to risk my life. Sasuke, brother. Sasuke looked at us. His eyes were red. Sasuke patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't say that. With great power comes great responsibility. We've been prepared for this for a long time. My father also spoke up. Sasuke, don't worry. Your brother and Sasuke are our Uchiha's strongest ninjas. They will definitely come back unscathed. Sasuke then nodded and said to my father, Dad, what I meant at the clan meeting was to set off early the day after tomorrow. You need to send someone trustworthy to notify everyone to change it to early tomorrow. Let's catch them off guard. And so it was decided. On the other side, the Hokage building was brightly lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and those 2 old advisors were sitting upright. Kneeling before them was the scar-faced spy, Bohua. Bohua reported our clan meeting's plan in detail. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Sasuke, he's only 6 years old. How could he come up with such a meticulous plan? Nara Shikaku also remarked, at just 6 years old, he's already awakened his Sharingan. If he continues to grow, he might not just be another Uchiha Madara. Danzo suddenly stood up, furious. Forget that little brat for now. Itachi the traitor has indeed gone back to the Uchiha side. We must formulate a battle plan immediately. Mito Gate, Yin said coldly. Since they want to go to the land of waterfalls, we will set up heavy ambushes on those 2 roads. As soon as they emerge, we will attack them from both sides and catch them all in one net. Danzo nodded repeatedly. Yes, this plan is good. Finally, everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He took a puff of smoke, remained silent for a long time, and ultimately steeled his heart, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Danzo, the ambush will be up to you. You can mobilize the Umbu and route as you see fit. Don't worry. I guarantee that not a single Uchiha will leave the land of fire alive. Danzo revealed a sinister smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned to the other 2. Mito, Shikaku, you both go notify the major clans tomorrow and have them send elite ninjas to assist in the operation. Well, as soon as these 2 old men heard this, they immediately nodded vigorously, understanding, and assured him it would be done. The 3rd Hokage sighed and added, to be safe, I will call all the Jonin over tomorrow. Everyone will participate in the battle. I'll tell you, he talks decisively, but his old face is twisted like a fried dough twist. To put it bluntly, he doesn't want to make things absolute, but there's no choice. After all, he is sitting in the Hokage chair, and for the village, he has to risk everything. At this moment, Danzo, that old schemer, spoke up and waved at our Uchiha as fool. Bohua, you, hurry back to Uchiha. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Yes, that guy disappeared in a flash. The 3rd Hokage looked truly exhausted, waved his hand and said, all right, everyone go back and rest. There's a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Only then did Danzo and the others leave slowly. Once everyone was gone, the 3rd Hokage was alone in the office, sighing heavily. I guess what he was thinking was, at my age, I should be retired and playing with my grandchildren. Yet I still have to worry about your Uchiha-esque little troubles. It's really too much for me. But then he thought about it. And since the second Hokage entrusted the entire village to him back then, he immediately got fired up and swore to the air. Don't worry, teacher. I will protect Konoha with my life. On the other side, I, Sasuke, was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Who can understand my family? Tomorrow at dawn, our whole clan has to run away. How can I feel at ease? So I simply got dressed and went out for a stroll. Walking on my own territory, looking at the Big Fam logo on the wall, my fists were clenching and cracking. I'll tell you, my mind from this time travel ISNT for nothing. This ISNT a novel where the protagonist's halo kicks in and everything gets settled. This is serious. One wrong step, and my life is at stake. If it weren't for me unlocking the Sharingan at the last moment during that C-rank mission, I would already be 6 feet under by now. I don't know how long I walked. The night breeze made me a bit dizzy, and suddenly I chuckled. How did I end up here again? ISNT this the Nanha Shrine, where the meeting just took place? Just as I was tired from walking, I plopped down on the stone steps. Just as I sat down, the space behind me distorted with a hum, and a masked figure slowly emerged. As I turned around, I saw him. I tell you, my heart skipped a beat, and I was so excited that I almost jumped up. You're finally willing to come out? I suppressed my excitement and spoke. Do you know me? That voice, you could tell it was an old villain right away, and Obito laughed. I couldn't help but curse internally. How could I not know you? You're the pure love war god who has been fooled by Ban. But of course, I couldn't say that out loud. I shook my head and started acting. I don't know you, but I know you are one of us from the Uchiha clan. And you're really strong. Oh, how do you know that? He clearly paused for a moment, his tone full of disbelief. Isn't that simple? I directly analyzed. You often run to our Uchiha's forbidden area, the Nana Shrine. Who else would come to this place? Plus, last time you disappeared in a flash. That was definitely the Manjiki Sharingan, with space-time abilities. Isn't that a clear match? I didn't expect you to have knowledge of the Manjiki and space-time ninjutsu. That's impressive. He actually didn't deny it, and even started to compliment me. I thought to myself that this is all basic stuff, but I humbly said, well, as a ninja, it's never wrong to learn more. All right, go ahead. What do you need from me? He crossed his arms and got straight to the point. I instinctively wanted to say it's nothing, but then I realized, isn't this about Uchiha? I immediately changed my words. Yes. I want to ask you for a favor. A favor? My expression instantly became serious. The higher-ups of Konoha are going to take action against this Uchiha. Our entire clan has decided to leave Konoha. I'm worried about too many pursuers on the way, so I want to ask you to secretly help us. Guess what? Obito just laughed. Konoha definitely won't let you leave. I can't help with this. Damn, that rejection was really straightforward. But I wasn't too disappointed. If it were me, I wouldn't help either. Who would risk their life to help a stranger kid? But can I give up? No way. I kept going. I know you're strong. And you're also from the Uchiha clan. Now that the family is in trouble, isn't it your duty to lend a hand? Stop using the family rhetoric to pressure me. His voice suddenly turned cold. That family has nothing to do with me. Whether they live or die is none of my business. Wow, that's a harsh statement. I know his heart is only set on his Moon Eye plan, and he has no feelings for the family. There's no point in persuading him further. So I laid my cards on the table. All right then, set a condition. What do you need for you to help? What do you have that's worth my help? He retorted. Without saying a word, I activated my Sharingan, took a deep breath, and threw out my trump card. These eyes of mine. As long as you're willing to help, I can give you one. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Obito froze. And his eyes behind the mask probably looked as if he had seen a ghost. For the sake of preserving the clan, Uchiha was actually willing to sacrifice his most precious Sharingan. Anyone would be dumbfounded by this. Is it worth it for a boring clan? He was silent for quite a while before finally squeezing out this sentence. Worth it, I replied decisively. In this world, the people I want to protect the most are my parents and my brother. My dad is the clan leader, and he has to protect the clan members. So helping my dad protect the clan members is my responsibility. I looked at him and continued to escalate, directly hitting the heart. Moreover, didn't Kakashi-sensei's teammate once say something? Those who break the rules are trash, but those who don't understand how to cherish their companions are even worse than trash. I think compatriots and companions should be equally cherished, right? Companions. I tell you, when these words are worse than trash coming out of my mouth, Obito's body visibly trembled, and he fell directly into a memory lane. I knew he was thinking of Rin and Kakashi. I also didn't say anything, just quietly watched him being emo. After a while, he finally came back to his senses and suddenly asked me, Sasuke, you're only 6 years old, right? Yeah, you really resemble me when I was a child, always thinking of others. His voice was low and filled with emotion. The opportunity came. I quickly asked, if that's the case, then help me. He didn't answer and turned to leave. I thought to myself, is this going to fail? But after taking a couple of steps, he turned his back to me and left a sentence. Only when you open your Mangeki will it have some value. However, this time, I will help you block some of the pursuers. Just consider it. Practice. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to fade away like a bad signal. Great, I shouted out in excitement. With Ibido, this top-tier combat power, helping us, our chances of escaping just skyrocketed. The big stone in my heart finally moved away by half. I laid my hands behind my head, whistling as I headed home. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, that old man Danzo was leaning on his cane, looking like a statue. In front of him, about 60 to 70 people were kneeling, all elites from Root and the Umbu wearing masks. Listen up. Danzo's eerie voice rang out. The mission to eradicate the Uchiha will be entrusted to you. Split into 2 teams and set up an ambush on the way. Remember, even if it means mutual destruction, not a single Uchiha must escape. Yes. The group responded in unison, then turned into shadows and disappeared in an instant. After the people left, Danzo's old face twitched, and he gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Sure, Sway, you made me waste a Sharingan for nothing, so I'll take the eyes of your entire clan as compensation." After saying that, he also disappeared. On the other side, in the training field of the small forest, Naruto was desperately practicing the Rasengan, and with a bang, he knocked over a large tree. Not long after, I arrived as well. Maybe I had stayed up too late last night. I actually arrived on time today. Sasuke, you need to start training early. Naruto wiped his sweat and said with a smile. I nodded and asked, what about Kakashi-sensei and Sakura? They came quite early today, but Kakashi-sensei was called away by an Umbu, leaving us to practice on our own. Sakura waited for you for a long time, but then went to the hospital. Kakashi-sensei was called away. My heart sank a little. I guess that the third Hokage must have sent him to participate in the mission to hunt us down. Forget about them. Let's practice ourselves. Naruto interrupted my thoughts. I looked at him and suddenly laughed. Naruto, haven't you always wanted to challenge me? I'm free today, let's spar a bit. I'm leaving tonight, so before I go, you have to help me fulfill a dream for my only brother. All right, let's go. Let me see the gap between us. Naruto got energized as soon as he heard this, clenching his fists and getting excited. We both took our positions, and Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique. With dozens of Narutos charging at me, shouting, I calmly formed a hand seal and unleashed the fireball jutsu. A large fireball shot out, and in an instant, the more than 10 shadow clones all turned into white smoke with a series of bangs. Before the smoke had cleared, Naruto's real body suddenly sprang out from the side and punched me in the chest, shouting, Sasuke, you're too careless. Damn, that was fast. I took a solid punch. As a result, with a bang, I was sent flying and turned into a piece of wood. Damn it, it's the shadow clone technique. Naruto was still shouting angrily over there while I'd already pressed my kunai against his back, laughing and saying, Calm down, Naruto. Just as I finished speaking, I heard a hee-hee from behind the smoke, and the Naruto behind me also turned into smoke with a bang. Wow, a shadow clone with another shadow clone. Huh? As the smoke cleared, I saw Naruto's real body, with the help of a shadow clone, had already formed a shiny Rasengan in his hand. Sasuke, I'm not the same loser I used to be. His face was filled with confidence. All right, since you want to show off, I'll accompany you. I took a deep breath. Naruto, let's settle this with one move. Saying that, electricity crackled in my hand. Chidori. Sasuke, be careful. Naruto yelled as he charged at me, aiming the Rasengan right in my face. I watched the increasingly large blue sphere, my expression unchanged, as I raised my right hand filled with lightning and charged forward. Boom! Chidori and Rasengan collided, and the energy exploded, leaving both of us unable to move. But let me tell you, I secretly held back with my Chidori and used only 2/3 of my strength. Sure enough, after just a few seconds of stalemate, my lightning weakened, and Naruto's Rasengan broke through my defense, solidly crashing into my chest. I was sent flying like a broken kite, landing heavily on the ground. Did I win? Naruto looked at his hands, a look of disbelief on his face. Sasuke. He quickly realized and rushed over to help me. I covered my chest, stood up, and smiled at him. Naruto, congratulations, you won. I want to tell you that I don't feel the slightest bit of disappointment. This was all part of my plan. I deliberately lost to him to plant an invincible seed in his heart, so he could charge towards his goal of becoming Hokage with more confidence. Haha, Sasuke, I really didn't expect to win against you. He scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly, but that happiness couldn't be hidden. I patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Naruto, geniuses are made through hard work. Remember, even if I'm not around in the future, don't care about others' opinions. Believe in yourself, and you will definitely become a beacon and gain everyone's recognition. Sasuke, I will keep working hard. Naruto was brimming with confidence now. All right, we've done what we needed to do. I sighed in relief. Let us continue training. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen at noon. Yay, I want to eat a lot of bowls. No problem, eat as much as you want. I replied with a smile. Naruto didn't know that this might be the last time we trained together, and it would also be the last time I treated him to ramen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, all the Jonin from Konoha were gathered except for those on missions. Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, everyone was present. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a dark expression, directly dropping a bombshell. Everyone, the Uchiha clan is preparing to defect at dawn tomorrow. What? Kakashi was the first to shout, completely stunned. The other Jonin were in an uproar, whispering to each other, their faces filled with disbelief. As ninjas, they needed to stay calm. The third Hokage pressed his hand down, stating that it wasn't the time to dwell on the reasons. Guy couldn't help but ask, then, Hokage-sama, what should we do? According to the village regulations. Sarutobi's voice was as cold as ice. We will launch a massacre against the entire Uchiha clan. As soon as these words were uttered, the air in the entire office froze. Wiping out an entire clan of hundreds? That's outright slaughter. Kakashi's face turned pale instantly as he thought of me, his student. Was he going to kill me with his own hands? The third Hokage ignored their expressions and took out a map to start devising tactics. Tobirama has already taken people to set up an ambush. Your mission is to pursue from behind, drive them into the encirclement, and then launch a full-scale attack. Once they leave the village, they're no longer our comrades. I hope you won't hold back. Yes. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and could only respond. Most of the people had left, but Kakashi remained frozen in place. Hokage-sama, He was about to speak when the third Hokage interrupted him. Kakashi, I know what you want to say. You want to protect Sasuke, right? Hokage-sama, Sasuke is my student. He has outstanding talent. Kakashi, the third Hokage, walked over to him and said softly, I understand your feelings, but there is something you may not know. The plan for the Uchiha defection was orchestrated by Sasuke himself. What? Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning, completely dazed. How could this be possible? The fact is as it is. Do you think someone like Sasuke would listen to you and stay in the village? Kakashi was at a loss for words. He knew that if I had truly orchestrated it, I would definitely not turn back. Kakashi, if you can't bring yourself to do it, you can opt out of this mission. The third Hokage gave him an out. However, after struggling in pain for a long time, Kakashi finally said in a hoarse voice, No, I will participate in the battle and complete the mission. After saying that, he walked out of the office like a zombie, step by step. As evening fell, in Konoha Hospital, Sakura was still practicing her medical ninjutsu diligently. By the time she finished packing her things and left the hospital, it was already dark. Sakura. I walked out from the roadside. Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed in surprise and joy. What are you doing here? I've been waiting for you for an hour. Finally, you're out. I smiled and said. When Sakura heard that I had waited for her on purpose, her face turned red, and she must have been overjoyed inside. I didn't want to disturb your practice, so I didn't go up. I explained, then took out something from behind me. Oh right, this is for you. It was a plush doll, a custom-made one that looked exactly like me. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the doll, then at me. What's wrong? Don't you like it? I teased her on purpose. I stood as a model in the doll shop for an entire afternoon to make this thing. Only then did Sakura come to her senses, snatched the doll, and held it tightly in her arms, her face as red as an apple. But she still lifted her head and gave me the brightest smile. Thank you, Sasuke. I really like it. Let me tell you, I'm all about that sense of ritual. Before I leave, I have to make sure everything is sorted out on my CP side. Seeing her genuine smile, I finally relaxed. As long as she is happy, let us go. I'll take you home. Let me tell you, that kid Sasuke has incredible drive. He reached an agreement with Sister Izumi, and the two of them vanished into the bushes, heading towards his brother. But let us rewind a bit. Just before Sasuke and his whole clan made their escape, he did something significant. He took Sakura home. Let me tell you, the atmosphere on that journey was quite strange. Sakura, being her silly sweet self, asked, Sasuke, why are you suddenly giving me a gift? Sasuke stammered for a long time before finally saying, just consider it an early birthday present. Who understands this, right? Her birthday is still 800 years away, and he giving her a gift early? Isn't that just a classic sign of a breakup, a warning of an impending escape? Sakura was so touched at the time, her eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy. But then Sasuke looked at her smiling face and said quietly, "Sakura, if I'm not around in the future, you should still be this happy." Goodness, if I had been there, I would have slapped Sakura to wake her up. This flag is raised way too high. But Sakura, still waving her plush toy, bashfully said, "You'll always be here." Sai, love-struck and hopeless. Sasuke couldn't say much more. He could only smile bitterly, drop her off at her doorstep, pat her head, and turn to leave. That silhouette, let me tell you, was resolute. Sakura felt a sudden pang in her heart, an indescribable discomfort. Switching scenes. It's late at night in the Uchiha compound. The atmosphere instantly shifted from youthful heartbreak literature to a pre-war mobilization. In the yard stood 40 fully armed clan members. A dark mass, ready to be bait. My father, Fugaku Uchiha, donned in armor like a general, was delivering the final battle mobilization. "Brothers, for the future of our clan, your mission is to hold off Konoha for a day." The 40 men shouted in unison. "We vow to complete the mission." That sound made my blood boil, just standing beside them. I wanted to join in, but my brother and Sasuke held me back, infuriating me. My dad asked the person next to him, "Have the spies been dealt with?" The person replied, "They've been taken down long ago. They won't wake up until tomorrow morning." Everything was ready, just waiting to act at dawn. Finally, dawn arrived. The entire Konoha village was sleeping like dead pigs. The 2 guards at the village gate were still on duty, completely unaware of what was happening, when suddenly everything went dark and they were taken down. Following that, the 4 hidden sentinels also fell without making a sound. Let me tell you, the one who struck was Sasuke. His speed was like a ghost. When the gate opened, my dad, Uchiha Fugaku, took the lead, followed by our entire Uchiha clan. Over 470 people, young and old, moving silently and orderly out of Konoha, like a scene from a movie. The whole process took 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. A large family vanished from the village like smoke. Once outside the village, my dad said goodbye to my brother and Sasuke as he took the main force to the land of grass. The remaining mess was left to the 2 of them. I also said goodbye to my brother and the others. Itachi even patted my head and told me to behave on the way. I obediently nodded and then quickly caught up with the main force. Just as the backs of our main force were about to disappear, Sasuke said to my brother, "Itachi, we should go too." So they took their respective teams and split into 2 different directions, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, our main force was hurrying through the forest overnight. The atmosphere was extremely tense, with all the guards wide-eyed, never letting go of their knife handles. I, on the other hand, was at the back of the line, counting the time in my mind, estimating that my brother and the others should be far away by now. So I deliberately slowed my pace and used a body flicker technique to slip into the nearby bushes. He successfully broke away from the group. I had just steadied myself and laughed proudly a couple of times when I looked up and saw a figure standing in front of me. My heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, it was Sister Izumi. What was she doing here? Sister Izumi squinted her eyes, looking at me like I was a criminal. "Sasuke, are you trying to go find Itachi?" "No way." I was shocked that she could guess that. I really did want to find my brother. Their baiting mission was perilous. And how could I possibly let him go alone? Then Izumi sighed and said, "Sai, Itachi already guessed you would try to run away, so he specifically asked me to keep an eye on you." Well, as expected of my brother, he had me completely figured out. I decided to stop pretending and laid my cards on the table. Izumi advised me to go back, saying it was too dangerous and that Itachi didn't want anything to happen to me. I shook my head firmly, my attitude resolute. "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I have to go." Izumi spread her arms to block me. "No way. I absolutely can't let you go. I told you, the situation was urgent at that time, and I couldn't think about so much." I quickly pulled out the knife from behind me, looked at her seriously, and said, "Since that's the case, then go ahead and kill me." At that moment, Izumi was so shocked, probably thinking I was going to attack her, but instead I said that. Her voice was trembling with tears. "Sasuke, why are you making it difficult for me?" I looked at her and said word by word, "Sister Izumi, if something happens to my brother, there's no meaning for me to live. To be honest, you can't stop me, but I don't want to hurt you." This move was all about extreme pulling. Izumi was completely at a loss. She looked at my face that said, "If you don't let me go, I'll die in front of you." And, after a long silence, she could only helplessly wave her hand. "Then let's go together. I can protect you on the way." "Thank you, Sister Izumi." As soon as I heard this, I immediately cheered up. Izumi is a medical ninja, and she would be very useful in critical moments. So he set off without further ado, disappearing into the woods. On the other side, at 4 a.m. in Konoha village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still sleeping when two Umbu members banged on the door, kneeling at the doorstep and shouting, "Hokage-sama, it's bad. The Uchiha clan has all run away." The old man got dressed in less than a minute and rushed out, his face pale. "What? They ran away early?" The Umbu said, "Yes, except for our spy, who is sleeping like a pig. Everyone else is gone." The third Hokage knew very well that the spy's identity had been exposed. He immediately ordered, "Inform everyone. Gather all the people we arranged yesterday. While they haven't escaped the land of fire, pursue them." With a single command, within half an hour, hundreds of elite ninjas from Konoha, including Kakashi, Might Guy, and a large number of others, gathered in front of the Hokage building. The third Hokage stood above, announcing sternly, "The Uchiha clan has defected. I command you to immediately pursue and kill them. Let them face the punishment they deserve." Yes, hundreds of voices roared in unison. The momentum was astonishing. Then whoosh, everyone transformed into shadows, scattering out of Konoha village to hunt us down. After dawn, the news of the Uchiha defection exploded in the village. Naruto was originally going to train, but upon hearing everyone discussing it and saying that Sasuke had run away too, he exploded on the spot and rushed towards our Uchiha house like crazy. When he arrived, it was already surrounded by ninjas, and no one could enter. Naruto didn't care and was about to rush in, almost fighting with the guards. Just then, Sakura appeared and pulled him away. Naruto anxiously shouted, "Why are you pulling me? I want to find Sasuke." Sakura, with red eyes, told him, "Naruto, don't look for him anymore. Sasuke really left." When she mentioned the gift Sasuke gave yesterday, Naruto's mind buzzed, and he suddenly remembered that Sasuke insisted on fighting him yesterday and deliberately lost. It turned out to be a farewell. Sasuke, that bastard. Naruto punched the wall, shaking with anger. But he was more worried about Sasuke's safety. Upon thinking that the third Hokage had sent hundreds of people to hunt him down, he abruptly turned around to leave. Sakura grabbed him. "Naruto, where are you going?" Naruto turned back, his gaze terrifyingly determined. "To find Sasuke." Sakura was stunned, then nodded vigorously. "Then I'll go with you." After saying that, the two kids rushed out of Konoha village without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the endless forest, my brother Itachi and his 20-member bait team were studying the map. They planned to play hide-and-seek with Konoha's pursuers in this large forest to buy time. Just as they were discussing tactics, one of the clan members suddenly shouted, "Be careful! Someone is approaching." Everyone instantly drew their weapons, thinking the pursuers had arrived. As a result, two people jumped down from the trees, and it was me and Izumi. When my brother saw us, his expression was like he had seen a ghost. Shocked to the point of being speechless, he had thought it was foolproof to let Izumi watch over me. But unexpectedly, Izumi was directly led away by me. He asked Izumi what was going on with a serious face, and Izumi looked guilty. I quickly jumped in to say it was my insistence to come. "So was it your fault?" My brother's anger flared up immediately, yelling at me, "Sasuke, do you know where this place is? Why are you being so disobedient?" He had already resigned himself to a certain death, and now his most treasured younger brother had come to die too. How could he not be angry? I know he is worried about me, but I can only lower my head and say with an attitude of indifference, "Bro, since I'm already here, if you send me back, there will be enemies chasing me on the way. It's better to let me stay and fight alongside you." My brother glared at me, his anger eventually turning into a helpless sigh as he nodded. I immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, brother. I will definitely not hold you back." Just as we were about to continue moving, no one noticed a circling sparrow hawk in the sky suddenly regain its clarity and scream before quickly flying away. The scene shifted to another area, a rocky terrain. Narashikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the previous generation of the Inoshikacho trio, were resting with a small team. The sparrowhawk from earlier was controlled by Yamanaka and Noichi's mind transfer technique. As soon as he opened his eyes, he said, "Found them. In the endless forest, there are more than 20 people heading deeper in." Shikaku analyzed, "This must be a decoy team. The main force is definitely ahead of them." Choza expressed concern, "But our team only has 15 people. We are at a disadvantage in numbers." Shikaku chuckled, "Don't forget, we have 7 smaller teams. Once we get in, we can fire signal flares and call for help." Without hesitation, they immediately assembled their team and charged towards the endless forest. Before long, a loud bang erupted in the sky above the endless forest as a signal flare exploded. Nearby, another Konoha team saw it, and their captain commanded, "There's a situation over there. Move out at full speed." However, Just as they were about to move, the space in front of them suddenly distorted with a buzzing sound, and a man wearing a mask with orange flame patterns appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. The captain shouted sternly, "Who are you?" The masked man chuckled, his voice deep and eerie. "I was commissioned by a little ghost to stop you. You don't need to know my name." As he spoke, the eye hole in his mask turned blood red with a Sharingan. "Attack!" The captain was decisive and commanded, and a flurry of shurikens shot toward the masked man like a rainstorm. I tell you, in that moment, the masked man couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. But something strange happened. All the shurikens passed right through his body and embedded themselves in the ground. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Immune to physical attacks? The masked man crossed his arms and mocked, too weak. Just then, the captain's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, stabbing with a blade. The result was the same. With a hiss, the blade passed right through the masked man's body. The captain's face turned pale, his voice trembling. How could this be? The masked man's voice echoed ominously. "You know nothing of the power of the Uchiha." He then shouted, "Would release, cutting technique." The captain didn't have time to react before he felt an energy invade his body, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, and he fell like a kite with a cut string. The others looked closely, their heads buzzing. A bifurcated tree spike had grown out of the captain's chest. Would release? Everyone's hearts churned with turmoil. Didn't this technique belong only to the first Hokage? Who was this masked man? Before they could think it through, the masked man had already completed a series of hand signs. Would release. Hell's chaos. With a low shout, the ground beneath them exploded, and countless towering trees covered in thorns shot up, twisting and strangling. Accompanied by several piercing screams. Over a dozen Konoha ninjas were instantly shredded to pieces, dying on the spot. The masked man glanced at the corpses on the ground and murmured, "In this cursed world, living is already a pain. It's better to be freed sooner." After saying that, his body twisted and vanished. On the other side, I tell you, Itachi and the others were running for their lives in the forest with all their might. Their speed was astonishing. The wild beasts in the forest would detour, fearing they might get caught up with this group of demons. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the signal flare. Soon, the teammate they sent out to scout returned, his face pale, saying, "Captain, it's bad. The road ahead is full of Konoha people." Upon hearing this, Itachi felt his heart sink. Good grief, this was truly a situation of being surrounded on all sides. They were about to be encircled. One of the team, named Uchiha Anoka, panicked. "Itachi, if this continues, we'll all be done for." Family, who understands this atmosphere of despair? Just then, a guy named Uchiha stepped forward, very straightforwardly, patted Itachi on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "Itachi, you guys break through to the right. I'll stay here with 4 other brothers to buy you time." At that moment, I thought, here comes another classic scenario. Someone always has to step up to sacrifice themselves. Itachi and the others also looked pained, but there was no choice. Hesitating for even a second could lead to total annihilation. Uchiha, on the other hand, was quite carefree. He smiled at them and said, "Stop dawdling, let's go. If we can really build our own Uchiha village, take a good look for me." With that, Itachi gritted his teeth, his eyes red, but still issued the heaviest command. He led Sasuke and the others, charging into the dense forest without looking back. Behind them, the shouts of Uchiha and his 4 brothers resounded like thunder. "We vow to defend the Uchiha clan to the death." I tell you, that kid Sasuke's fists are almost bleeding, and he's probably cursed the 3rd Hokage and Danzo 1,000 times in his heart. On the other side, the Konoha pursuers have arrived. Let me tell you, it's a royal flush combination. Ino Shikacho, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. These 3 old partners are leading the team themselves. Narashikaku is incredibly steady, waving his hand. Inoichi, open the map. Yamanaka, Inoichi closes and opens his eyes, as if he activated the full map cheat, and he can see everything within a few hundred meters. The slightest movement of the grass and wind is within his sight. With a smirk, he says, "Found them. They're hiding in those big trees up ahead, 5 of them." Uchiha and the others also noticed it, and without wasting any words, they gripped their shuriken covered in explosive tags, waiting for the enemy to enter the attack range. Without a second thought, they started throwing explosive tags like rain. Boom! The 5 of them shouted at the same time. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ground was blown into a huge pit, flames shooting into the sky, as if it had been plowed by missiles. Uchiha looked at the scorched earth and sinisterly laughed. They must have turned to ash, right? But what happened? As the smoke cleared, Ino Shikacho stood there unharmed, not far away. What a surprise! The explosion was for nothing. All those who just came over were shadow clones. Immediately after, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas emerged from all directions, instantly surrounding the five of them. Uchiha Yu was stunned. What the hell? How did you? Yamanaka in Noichi crossed his arms and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Hee, I sensed your little ambush long ago. Attack! Uchiha Yu realized he had been played. His face turned green with anger, and he shouted as he charged out. But he was fast. Narashikaku was even faster. It was so slick. As soon as the shadow imitation jutsu was cast, whoosh, the shadow beneath his feet instantly stretched out, directly linking to the shadows of the other 4 Uchiha clan members. Those 4 were instantly immobilized, as if they had been hit with a pressure point, turning into live targets. Go! Narashikaku ordered, and the nearby Konoha ninjas surged forward, stabbing with several kunai, and the 4 brothers were taken down on the spot. Bastard! Uchiha Yu's eyes turned red. Just as he finished off a mook and turned around, he saw his brothers gone, and he went crazy. I will take you all down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a Kimichi Choza had already descended from the sky. The meatball attack. A huge meatball spun rapidly and crashed down. Uchiha Yu dodged awkwardly, and the ground was smashed into a large pit. Having narrowly escaped, he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed his ultimate, fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A massive fire dragon roared forward, but the opponent was even more formidable. 3 ninjas stepped forward in unison, water style, water surge. 3 huge waves crashed toward him, hissing as water and fire collided, filling the air with steam. Does anyone understand this? The attribute restraint. The fire dragon was instantly extinguished. What a disaster. Just at the moment he was distracted by his ultimate being countered, his feet were suddenly caught by Narashikaku's shadow. This guy's skills are simply cheating. The next second, 3 blades pierced through his body. But this guy was tough. Even in this state, he held on and didn't fall. As soon as Narashikaku released the binding, he used his last ounce of strength to charge into the crowd, letting out his final roar, for the Uchiha. I'll take you down with me. Narashikaku took a closer look, and oh no. This guy was covered in explosive tags, his whole body glowing. Retreat. He's going to self-destruct. Too late. Boom. Bang. Another earth-shattering explosion, a firestorm engulfing everything. A few quick-reacting ones managed to escape, while 5 unlucky souls were blown into the sky. By the time Kakashi and Guy, along with their respective teams, arrived, all that was left at the scene was a mess and the disheveled Narashikaku and others. Now, the pursuit team had merged into a strengthened unit, marching on with great momentum to continue the chase. At 3 in the afternoon, Itachi and his group had just finished a skirmish and hadn't caught their breath when they found themselves surrounded by another wave of enemies. I have to say, the Weasel is quite unfortunate. Leading the team against him is Yamashiro Aoba, who used to be a bird enthusiast raising crows in the village. When old friends meet, the rivalry is intense. Yamashiro Aoba coldly says, "Weasel, surrender. You can't escape." The Weasel shakes his head. "Sorry, I can't do that." With a wave of his hand, the remaining clan members instantly appear, surrounding Yamashiro Aoba's team in return. Then let's fight. As soon as Yamashiro Aoba finishes speaking, he rushes towards the Weasel like a ghost, his kunai swirling in a dazzling display. But who is the Weasel? A top expert from the Umbu, he deflects all the attacks with a series of clashing sounds. Just as Yamashiro Aoba is momentarily stunned, the Weasel's figure has already disappeared. In the next second, Yamashiro Aoba suddenly transforms into a mass of white mist, exploding into hundreds of crows that completely engulf the Weasel. Thousand Birds technique. Amidst the swarm of crows, Yamashiro Aoba's figure condenses again, thrusting a knife toward the Weasel's heart. It's over. SSH. The sound of the knife entering flesh rings out. But the smug look on Yamashiro Aoba's face freezes instantly as he incredulously looks down to find the knife lodged in his own chest. Behind him, the Weasel's Sharingan stares coldly at him. Wow, the Weasel just performed an ultimate illusion counterattack on him. You thought you stabbed me? No, you stabbed yourself. This guy has taken predicting my prediction to the extreme. With the captain dead, the remaining members are no match for them. On Sasuke's side, he is still stealing a moment to save the ambushed Uchiha Izumi with a knife, joking, "Sister Izumi, you might be my sister-in-law in the future, we're family now," making the young girl blush. I mean, Sasuke, you really have a big heart. Even at a time like this, you still have the mood to flirt. With the Weasel's addition, the battle quickly comes to an end. Although they won, they also paid the price of 4 clan members. But before they could catch their breath, they felt something was off. The pursuing enemies led by Aburame Shibi, were like they had GPS, relentlessly closing in. This time it was 4 small teams, dozens of people, surrounding them from all sides. Now there was truly no way to escape. Everyone was exhausted. The weasel was even prepared to stay behind to hold them off. However, Uchiha Honkai stepped forward and blocked him, saying, "Weasel, I am the captain. I will stay." Honkai shook his head, his gaze heavy. "I also have a younger brother, but he sacrificed himself during a mission. I don't want this to happen again. Weasel, protect Sasuke. I tell you, this is simply stacking the tragic buff to the max." He turned around and shouted at the remaining clansmen, "You 7, follow me." The 8 of them, without any hesitation, resolutely turned around and charged towards the pursuing army of Konoha. Sasuke and the others had tears in their eyes, but under Itachi's urging, they could only use this time bought with their lives to continue fleeing. Soon, the 8 of them were surrounded by dozens of Konoha ninjas. With no way out, Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, Ino Shikicho, and Shino were all present. Nara Shikaku shouted, "Hokage, surrender." Hokage sneered, "Heh, for just a few dozen of us. Konoha really thinks highly of us." Guy, that hot-blooded fool, still wanted to persuade them to surrender. "Hokage, during the Great Ninja War, we fought side by side as comrades. Why are you betraying the village?" "Betraying?" Hokage's voice was full of anger and sarcasm. "It was the village that betrayed us first. What we Uchiha gained from shedding blood and sweat for Konoha? Suspicion and genocide. Now we just want to leave, and you still won't wipe us out. Who is right and who is wrong? You know in your hearts." Nara Shikaku's expression darkened. "It was you who attempted a coup first." Hokage shook his head, no longer wanted to waste words, and drew his sword. "Enough talking is useless. Let us fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Might Guy suddenly moved, transforming into a green flash, and rushed forward first. But the Uchiha Hokage on the opposite side didn't even regard him. Let me tell you, as soon as Guy moved, Hokage had already taken care of a few minions in no time. Then with a snap, he bit his finger and slammed it on the ground, summoning Jutsu. Goodness, white smoke exploded, and a 3-meter-tall, blood-red giant eagle appeared out of thin air. The aura was simply overwhelming. Hokage jumped onto the eagle's back, raised his hand, his eyes wide as saucers, and roared with a heart-wrenching scream. "Dare to hunt us, Uchiha? Today, I will make sure none of you return." I felt something was off at that moment, as I saw his chakra pouring into that giant eagle as if it were free. The eagle opened its mouth, and a massive fireball began to gather. The key point was that the core of the fire was infused with wind, a tribute chakra. Wind fuels the fire, folks. The fireball kept rolling and growing larger, and it started spinning at high speed, making my scalp tingle. Nara Shikaku's face turned pale, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Not good. Spread out." "No kidding. Do we need you to say that?" We looked up at that thing, and it resembled a small sun. Our calves started cramping, and we bolted backward. But it was too late. Uchiha's face was twisted with rage as he roared, "Fire style. Great fireball storm. I tell you, that scene is something I will never forget in my life." That giant spinning fireball was like a meteor crashing down from the sky, carrying the momentum to uproot the entire forest. With a deafening roar, I almost went deaf on the spot. The place that was hit instantly resembled a volcanic eruption, with scalding waves of fire erupting outward in circles, the ground shaking violently, cracking open wide chasms, and the surrounding trees instantly turning to charcoal. We who run fast watched from dozens of meters away in the trees, our faces scorched by the heat waves. In the mountains, Hai-E kept swallowing hard, saying, "It's good that we can run fast. It's just the kind of nonsense literature that you get used to." Nara Shikahi's face turned ashen as he said that this move was the signature technique of Hano during the Third War. Goodness, today it was used against our own people. Kakashi looked down and saw that everywhere on the ground and in the trees lay the charred bodies of our companions, at least a dozen people just gone like that. As the flames slowly dispersed, the scene was truly unbearable to witness. Looking at Uchiha Hano, although he had unleashed a big move, he was also exhausted, panting heavily. But he couldn't care less about catching his breath, as his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes filled with rage. Why? Because at the moment he was preparing his big move, the 7 Uchiha clan members he brought had already been taken down by Asuma and Guy. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground. Just when Hano was furious, Might Guy started making his move again. With a loud shout, he declared, "Third gate, the life gate. Open." Damn, he suddenly burst out with green chakra, and his entire aura changed. Those who understand know this is the 8 gates. Hano, seeing this, didn't hesitate and activated his Sharingan. As a result, Kai burst into laughter. I've sparred with Kakashi countless times. I already have a way to deal with your Sharingan. After saying that, Kai transformed into a green shadow and rushed forward in an instant, delivering a kick with the Leaf Hurricane. His speed was already fast, but after opening the gates, it became outrageous, and his leg kicked out with a whooshing sound. But you have to admit, Uchiha Hano is quite skilled. His taijutsu is strong as well. Relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he managed to exchange blows with the gate of opening Kai, with loud thuds echoing continuously, leaving us dazzled. The people nearby were shocked, saying that Hano could actually match Kai in taijutsu without falling behind. But Hano knew in his heart that if it weren't for the Sharingan, he would have been kicked away hundreds of times by now. After a few exchanges, my guy suddenly grinned, his big white teeth dazzling. It's been a long time since I've felt this fired up. Warm-up is over. Sixth gate, gate of joy. Open. Wow. He directly opened the sixth gate. The green energy surged, and his hair stood on end. Hano, seeing the situation, turned pale and thought to himself that this was bad. He had to quickly form hand seals and absolutely couldn't let him get close. But it was too late. Kai smiled at him and said, "Sorry, I was just warming up with you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished from his spot. The next second, Hano heard Kai's roar beside his ear, "Morning peacock." What the hell? Kai's fists moved so fast they created afterimages, wildly swinging through the air. And the friction between his fists and the air actually ignited flames. The flames surged forward like a peacock spreading its feathers, densely packed towards the fire core. Uchiha's fire core didn't even have time to react, and his body was knocked back like a broken sack, spewing out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Screaming as he flew backward for over 10 meters, carving a trench into the ground. By the time he stopped, his shirt was torn into strips, and his body was covered in burn marks, looking utterly disheveled. We rushed forward and surrounded him. Narashikahiza quickly shouted, "Don't make a move. Leave a live one to gather information." As a result, that fire core struggled to stand up, giving a grim smile and saying, "You want to get information from me?" He suddenly shouted to the sky, "I won't let you succeed." The fire eagle in the sky heard its master's call and let out a mournful cry. Then, without hesitation, it spat out a huge fireball towards the position of Uchiha Fire Core. Kakashi and the others quickly dodged in fear. I was stunned at that moment. The Fire Core stood there, not dodging or evading, staring directly at the fireball heading towards him, finally leaving behind a sentence. One day, the Uchiha will return to Konoha and reclaim everything that belongs to us. Boom! The flames engulfed him. Goodness, going for heroic exit, to avoid leaking information. He even had his summoning beast take him out. Asuma couldn't help but sigh, saying, "This Uchiha Fire Core is truly a man." The fire eagle circled in the sky a few times, crying sadly before flying away. Narashikahiza sighed and said, "Let's go. Continue pursuing the Uchiha main force." On the other side, Itachi, Sasuke, and Izumi were exhausted like dogs in the forest, leaning against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. They had been running for their lives all day, relying solely on military ration pills to keep going. As night finally fell, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with nightfall, the pursuers should slow down. Itachi urged everyone to quickly eat the military ration pills to replenish their energy and prepare to travel overnight. Just as they were about to set off, a cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. That giant fire eagle had actually landed in front of Itachi. The fire eagle couldn't speak human language, only calling anxiously at Itachi, as if trying to convey some information. After hearing it, Itachi's expression darkened, and he whispered, "I understand. Thank you." The fire eagle let out one last mournful cry before disappearing into white mist. Seeing his brother's unusual expression, Sasuke leaned over and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Itachi sighed, burying his pain deep inside, and just shook his head. "It's nothing, let's go." Another day and night passed, and Uchiha Fugaku led the main force to the border of the Land of Fire. As long as they crossed the shallow river in front of them, they would be in a land of grass. They silently took out the 5 guards at the border, and Fugaku looked at the grassland on the other side, finally letting out a sigh of relief and loudly announcing, "From now on, the land of grass will be our new Uchiha homeland." Everyone revealed smiles of surviving a disaster. However, Uchiha Makoto walked over to Fugaku with a worried expression. "Fugaku, Sasuke still hasn't returned. What should we do?" Fugaku was also troubled and could only comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, with Itachi around, he will definitely protect Sasuke well." At this moment, Itachi and the other 5 finally ran out of the forest and entered a rocky forest. Sasuke looked at the familiar scenery around him and suddenly remembered, "Brother, I was ambushed here last time." Itachi smiled and said that he was fortunately nearby at that time. But as Sasuke was talking, his expression suddenly changed. An ambush. He was so busy running that he forgot about this. Being so close to the border, it was the perfect ambush spot. Just as he was about to warn Itachi, countless whistling sounds suddenly came from around. I focused my gaze, and, good grief, several shurikens with explosive tags were flying in from all directions. Quickly dodge. Itachi reacted the fastest, shouting loudly as he dove behind a nearby rock. Sasuke and Izumi were also startled and rolled to the ground. But the other 3 clan members weren't so lucky. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in an instant, flames engulfing everything. Those 3 clan members didn't even have time to scream before they were blown away. The shockwave sent Sasuke and Izumi flying, leaving them dazed. When they got up, they were already surrounded by more than 30 masked Umbu and root ninjas. Sasuke drew his small tanto from his back, gritting his teeth, and said, "Brother, we can only break through." But Itachi quietly said, "Wait, I'll use the great fireball to open a path. You all take the chance to run. Remember, don't look back." Upon hearing this, Sasuke became anxious. "If we die together. I won't leave alone." Just as the two were arguing, the leader opposite sneered, "No need to argue. None of you will escape." As soon as I heard the voice of the team leader and saw his appearance, I thought, wow, isn't that Kawaki? Did you come from Boruto's world? Just at that critical moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from above. So many people bullying a few kids. Is this the style of Konoha? Everyone looked up and saw a figure in black clothing with a vortex mask standing on a huge rock. Sasuke was so excited he almost jumped up. It was Obito. He really came. The captain named Kawaki glared coldly at Obito. "Who are you? Do you want to interfere in Konoha's affairs?" Obito replied casually. "Is Konoha really that impressive? 6 years ago, it was almost destroyed by a fox." Kawaki was so furious he laughed in anger. "Good. This rocky forest will be your grave today." Obito completely ignored him and said to Sasuke, "You guys go first. I'll handle this." Sasuke understood immediately, formed hand seals, and unleashed a great fireball technique towards their rear. The Umbu blocking the way didn't expect him to seal, so quickly and hurriedly dodged. Taking advantage of the explosion's smoke, Itachi, Sasuke, and Izumi instantly vanished from their spot. Kawaki was furious and shouted, "Bastards! Chase them!" But Obito flashed and directly blocked their path. "Your opponent is me." Kawaki, seeing this, decisively ordered, "Take him out." Then he quickly formed hand seals and summoned a giant eagle, jumping onto its back with 2 of his subordinates, and directly flew overhead to chase after Sasuke and the others. Obito was surrounded by dozens of people and had no choice but to watch them fly away helplessly. On the other side, Sasuke and the others were sprinting through the rocky forest. Itachi couldn't help but ask, "Sasuke, do you know that person from earlier?" Sasuke nodded. "Yeah, a Uchiha expert." As soon as he finished speaking, they heard the sound of the eagles cry from above. Kawaki and his 2 companions descended from the sky, blocking their way again. Now, there was truly no way out. Itachi shouted to Sasuke to protect Izumi and charged towards Kawaki. Sasuke kept Izumi behind him, drew his short blade, and said to the other 2 Umbu, "Izumi, step back. I'll handle them alone." The 2 Umbu were amused by his arrogance. What a reckless little brat. Sasuke didn't waste any words with them. He pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, and instantly created 2 shadow clones to flank them. One of the Umbu, named Zifeng, had just drawn his sword to block Sasuke's shadow clone when, in the next second, Sasuke's real body appeared behind him like a ghost. With a swift thrust, the short blade cleanly pierced through his chest from behind. The entire process was as fast as lightning. The other Umbu, named Shinmu, watched in shock as his comrade fell. His eyes instantly turned red, and his face twisted in anger beneath his mask as he roared, "You killed Zifeng." But let me tell you, Sasuke didn't even blink. He had crossed over and killed more than one already. He was used to it, and now his face showed just 2 words, cold indifference. The blood on the blade hadn't dried, yet when he looked at the Umbu named Shinmu, his voice as cold as ice. "Next, it's you." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at Shinmu. On the other side, his brother Itachi was also in a fierce battle with the Umbu captain named Kawaki. Let me tell you, Kawaki is also a little genius. He tried to play mind games, babbling, "Itachi, your brother is over there fighting for his life. Aren't you worried?" Trying to distract him. But Itachi remained calm, not even lifting his eyelids. "My brother? He is handling your 2 subordinates easily." Kawaki wanted to laugh. What could little Brad do? But he still held his ground and subconsciously glanced with peripheral vision. To his shock, his teammate Zifeng was lying on the ground, blood pooling around him, and his face turned pale, unable to speak clearly. What? How could Zifeng? Itachi saw that everything was under control on his side and breathed a sigh of relief. Out of respect for their past as colleagues, he advised, Kawaki, you should leave. I don't want to kill you. But guess what? Kawaki got even more fired up, sneering. That's hilarious. When I became team leader, you were still in diapers. You think you can kill me? Naive. After saying that, he began to form hand seals, executing earth release, earth binding, and two giant mud hands sprang from the ground, grabbing Itachi's ankles. He thought he had succeeded, taking a step forward with his blade aimed directly at Itachi's heart. At that moment, my heart was in my throat, but then poof! Itachi exploded into a flock of crows, scattering everywhere. The crows spread out and then regrouped, turning into two identical Itachis. Kawaki was dumbfounded. Crow clone? But he reacted quickly, knowing Itachi was a genius, and immediately formed seals again, shouting, Earth release, Earth spike. Countless sharp earth spears suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through both Itachis. But strangely, as the two Itachis were struck down, they burst into another swarm of crows. And when they gathered again, good heavens, there were 4 Itachis. For those who understand, Kawaki was completely stunned. This chakra level was off the charts. Were you cheating? Playing cell division here? He didn't believe it and pulled out a shuriken, performing an A-rank ninja technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, sending a rain of shurikens flying. What was the result? He blew up 4 and 8 came out. Now Kawaki was truly broken. He completely lost it, charging in like a battle god, slashing left and right. By the time he got exhausted, leaning on his blade to catch his breath, he looked up and wow, there were over 500 Itachis standing densely, a sea of black, surrounding the entire battlefield, focusing on one Itachi without any negotiation. He finally reacted, panting heavily. Could it be, I've fallen into a Jinjutsu? But I didn't even look at your Sharingan. Just then, one of the Itachis, like a great demon king, spoke softly. Who told you that Jinjutsu must be done with the eyes? Kawaki, you were too naive. While you weren't paying attention, I formed a seal. As long as you saw my fingers, you had already lost. I tell you, this crushing intelligence is simply unbelievable. After hearing this, Kawaki was completely in despair, murmuring to himself, losing to you. It's not unjust. As soon as he finished speaking, over 500 Itachis rushed forward in the illusion world. In the real world, Kawaki fell to the ground straight and painfully, while Itachi expressionlessly walked up and delivered the final blow, clean and decisive. Just as Itachi finished on his side, a loud shout came from Sasuke's side. Uchiha-style Gale Blade. A massive flame blade flashed by, and the Umbu named Shinmu fell in response. Just like that, both Umbu were taken down by Sasuke alone. Miss Izumi beside them had her mouth agape, probably thinking, is this still the little brat I know? He's just too fierce. Itachi quickly flashed over to confirm that both Sasuke and Izumi were fine, then said, let's go, we need to hurry and meet up with Brother Shursui. Along the way, they encountered the Leaf Village's guarding ninjas at the border. Those guys were no match for Itachi, and in no time, they were taken down. The 3 of them smoothly exited the Land of Fire and arrived at the agreed Takigawa waterfall. However, they waited and waited, but Shursui's shadow was nowhere to be seen. What they didn't know was that in another rocky forest, a real battle had just ended. A mysterious man wearing a vortex mask, Uchiha Obito, had slaughtered dozens of Umbu who were chasing them, all by himself. After he dealt with the last one, a half-black and half-white creature named Zetsu popped up from the ground like a mushroom, reporting to him. The Uchiha main force has already entered the Land of Grass, and Sasuke and the others have also arrived at the Takigawa waterfall, safe and sound. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Zetsu curiously asked him, Obito, I still don't understand. Why are you helping the Uchiha? Just because of that kid named Sasuke? Obito chuckled sinisterly and said, the enemy's enemy is a friend. The Leaf Village will eventually be our enemy. Leaving the Uchiha as a big trouble for them will relieve a lot of pressure for our Akatsuki organization. Zetsu seemed to understand. Oh, you want the Uchiha to hold back the Leaf. That's just one of the purposes. Obito turned to leave and added, in a tone that made me shiver. As long as the Uchiha clan is still around, I will have an endless supply of Sharingan. That way, my Izanagi can truly be utilized. Goodness, it turns out he sees the entire Uchiha as his cybernetic spare parts library. The scene shifts back to the waterfall, and Sasuke was truly unable to wait any longer, anxiously pacing. Why hasn't Brother Sasuke come yet? He must have been blocked by that old man Danzo. He shouted and turned to rush back into the land of fire to save him. Itachi grabbed him and sternly reprimanded. Are you crazy? If you go back now, it's a death wish. We sacrificed over 20 clan members to escape. Can you face them if you go back now? I'll tell you. Sasuke's eyes were all red at that moment. He directly confronted Itachi, his voice trembling. It's precisely because people have died that I must save him. Why can other clansmen sacrifice themselves for me, but I can't fight for Sasuke? Isn't Sasuke also our family? This series of 3 questions left both Itachi and Izumi speechless. Sasuke looked at his brother, tears almost falling. Brother, I know you're worried about me, but if I don't go save Sasuke this time, I will never be happy for the rest of my life. That would be worse than death. Seeing his brother like this, Itachi's heart softened in an instant. I'll tell you, Itachi is the ultimate doting brother. He took a long breath, as if he had made a monumental decision, and said, Sasuke, let's go. Sasuke suddenly threw himself into his brother's arms. His voice hoarse, brother, thank you. They no longer hesitated and immediately set off, rushing back to the land of fire. Meanwhile, on another crucial path leading to the land of waterfall, there was a huge stone bridge called the Kakizaki Bridge. Uchiha Sasuke was running tiredly on the bridge with the last 4 remaining clansmen from his team. I'll tell you, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Not even a bird chirped. Sasuke, a battle-hardened expert, immediately sensed something was wrong and quietly reminded, everyone, be careful. But it was too late. Just as they reached the middle of the bridge, Sasuke's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, not good. Run. He used a body flicker technique to escape. However, his 4 teammates didn't react in time, and suddenly several mastheads emerged from the bridge beneath their feet. They were the ambush from the Umbu. Almost simultaneously, shurikens cut through the air, and the 4 Uchiha clansmen didn't even have time to scream before they all fell into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke became a lone wolf. His fists clenched tightly, and before he could get angry, a dozen more people emerged from both the front and back, surrounding him completely. Then, an old man wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane stepped out of the crowd. Who else could it be? Shimura Danzo. Sasuke's face darkened to the point of dripping water. Danzo, you really set up an ambush here. Danzo's single eye was filled with cold killing intent. He waved his hand lightly, giving orders to his subordinates from Root and Umbu, his voice chilling. Do it. Be careful not to injure his eyes. Those are my eyes. On the other side, Kakashi also ran into a tough opponent. I tell you, our team of over a dozen people had just settled down in the woods, still warming up, when suddenly 3 people swooped down from above. I was lying in the grass, and when I looked up, my heart sank. It turned out to be Sasuke and his brother Itachi, along with a girl named Izumi. Kakashi was completely stunned, you know? The last situation he wanted to encounter came right at his face. He was planning to hide, but that little brat Sasuke has sharp eyes and immediately spotted us, pulling out shurikens and ready to fight. There was no way to hide anymore. Kakashi could only reveal ourselves. Let me tell you, that scene was so awkward it could make a 3-bedroom apartment feel cramped. The master and disciple stared at each other, and the air was frozen. Kakashi was in pain, smiling bitterly, saying, Sasuke, I never thought we would be on opposing sides. Sasuke looked helpless too. Teacher, there's nothing we can do. Our positions are different. Then this little brat, I was really crying, actually volunteered to let his brother take Izumi away first and challenge Kakashi-sensei alone. Who understands? This was basically a live-action drama of master-disciple rivalry. Just as he finished speaking, Sasuke didn't give any time to react. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A series of small fireballs shot out like fireworks, scattering our formation. In the blink of an eye, Itachi took Izumi and disappeared in a flash. That speed was like he activated the flying Nimbus mode. Kakashi made a quick decision and shouted at us. You guys go chase Itachi. Leave this to me. With that command, everyone rushed out, leaving just the 2 of them on the battlefield. The master and disciple faced off, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Kakashi was also determined, pushing up his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. This immediately stimulated Sasuke. Let me tell you, unbelievable things happened. Sasuke closed and opened his eyes, and suddenly, his double Tomo evolved into a triple Tomo. Live evolution on site. Kakashi's eyes nearly popped out. His expression seemed to say, oh my goodness. It took me half a year to unlock my triple Tomo. And you did it in just 2 months? Are you cheating? Sasuke didn't waste any words and charged forward with his sword. Blades clashed, clinking and clanging. Kakashi dodged with a flash, and Sasuke immediately threw 5 shurikens. Kakashi blocked them all with a kunai. But then Sasuke pulled off a slick move, using body flicker technique to sneak behind, shouting, "Kakashi-sensei, you were careless," and stabbed forward. But with a bang, it was a wooden dummy. Substitution jutsu. Too late. Kakashi's voice came from behind Sasuke, followed by a punch bang. Sasuke flew out like a sandbag, carving a 10-meter-long trench in the ground. Just as he got up, Sasuke immediately started forming hand signs, fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball shot towards Kakashi. Kakashi squinted, his Sharingan spinning, forming the same hand signs, unleashing his own great fireball. Boom! The two fireballs exploded in midair, and the heat nearly singed my eyebrows. Before the smoke cleared, 3 Sasukes charged out from different directions, playing the Trinity game. Kakashi couldn't tell which one was real, but he was Kakashi. He clapped his hands together, lightning style, lightning wolf fawn. 3 electric wolves howled as they pounced, and with 3 sounds, they all turned out to be shadow clones. At that moment, the real Sasuke descended from the sky. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. The sword wrapped in flames came crashing down like a rocket launcher. Kakashi reacted quickly. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth shot up, and with a tremendous crash, the wall shattered, but it managed to block the attack. I'm telling you, the climax is coming. Sasuke gasped for breath, starting to channel all his chakra into his right hand. Zizizizi, that sound, that electric light. I knew right away it was Chidori, the move Kakashi taught him. Kakashi turned pale, and Sasuke, with red eyes, rushed over, shouting, "Teacher, this is the final move." In that instant, Kakashi's mind was probably like a movie playing, filled with memories of the two of them. Sighing, he finally gave up resistance and closed his eyes. Family, who understands? He was willing to exchange his life for his students' freedom. I was watching from the side, and I was almost in tears. When Sasuke saw his teacher wasn't T-dodging anymore, he instantly understood and desperately tried to retract his move, but it was too late. Although Chidori dissipated, that palm still landed firmly on Kakashi's chest. With a loud bang, Kakashi flew out like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sasuke collapsed on the spot, rushing over to hug Kakashi, crying uncontrollably. I tell you, this kid had traveled here, and it was his first time crying like that. It was just tragic. Kakashi, holding his chest, turned around to comfort him. I'm fine. You need to go if you don't leave now. Asuma and the others will be here. Sasuke was still worried about him, and Kakashi said he knew some medical ninjutsu and wouldn't die. Only then did Sasuke grit his teeth, bow deeply to Kakashi, and disappear into the woods. Watching his back, Kakashi murmured to himself, "Once you leave, don't come back." Just as Sasuke finished his heartbreaking farewell with his teacher and had run 2 miles, whoosh, a kunai flew past his face. Someone jumped out from the bushes, and I took a closer look. Wasn't he this the extra from Kakashi's team earlier? That guy was named Miyuki, with a wicked grin. The Hokage was right, Kakashi really let you go. At that moment, I understood, good heavens. This was the reinforcement team sent by the 3rd Hokage, specially to prevent Kakashi from going easy. This was a workplace betrayal, totally unexpected. The guy didn't waste time. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind blew so hard that Sasuke couldn't open his eyes. In this brief moment, he dashed forward, thrusting the kunai towards Sasuke's heart. Sasuke was tough and unable to dodge. He directly used his arm to block. With a thud, the kunai pierced through his left arm, but it wasn't over yet. The two exchanged blows, and with a bang, they both staggered back. That guy launched a wind release. Vacuum sphere, 5 air cannons. Sasuke dodged 4 of them, but the last one hit him squarely, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. Miyuki, like a villain, walked over with a knife. Kid, struggling, is useless. Sasuke was covered in blood. His chakra was in disarray, and as he saw the tip of the knife getting closer, he despairingly closed his eyes. Just at that critical moment, guess who arrived? Rasengan. With a loud shout, a yellow figure descended from the sky, forming a sphere in his hand, and smashed it down on Miyuki's back. The guy didn't even have time to scream. He was taken out in 1 hit. When the dust settled, I saw that the rescuer was Naruto. Sakura was right beside him. Sasuke was stunned, looking at Naruto and Sakura, as if he were dreaming. Sakura was heartbroken and quickly came over to treat him. Naruto was beside him, ranting, "You brat, didn't he even say goodbye? Do you even consider us brothers?" I tell you, that scene was truly emotional. Tears were flowing again. Naruto said, "No matter what you do, we support you." Sakura also said, "Even if you're captured, we will find a way to save you." At that moment, Itachi and Izumi also arrived. Sasuke knew it was time to go. He stood up. gave Sakura a big hug, and whispered in her ear to wait for him to come back. Then he patted Naruto on the shoulder, telling him to take care of Sakura while he was gone. After saying that, he left without looking back, following Itachi and the others. Sakura stood there, watching his back, clenching her fists. Sasuke, I will work hard to become stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, it was truly brutal. On the Kaku Island Bridge, Sasuke was pushed to his limits. His green Susanoo flickered like a TV with poor reception, about to disappear. He was enduring the assault of dozens of Umbu and Root members alone, covered in wounds, his chakra almost depleted. Danzo, that old fox, was just watching from the side, not making a move, but PUAing him. Sasuke, don't struggle, you have no chance. But Sasuke was trying to buy time for Itachi and the others. Gritting his teeth, he stood up again. The result was predictable. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. In the end, his chakra ran out, and Susanoo disappeared with a whoosh. A big Umbu rushed up, punched him, causing him to spit blood and crash against the railing, breaking the stone railing. Before he could catch his breath, another Umbu charged in with a knife, aiming straight for his heart, just as the knife was about to pierce his heart. I tell you, Sasuke closed his eyes at that moment, his heart sinking, thinking this was really it. But guess what happened? With a whoosh, the Umbu in front of him collapsed first. Sasuke opened his eyes, and lo and behold, Sasuke, how did he get here? Wasn't he with the main force? Then Itachi and Izumi also appeared. Sasuke was stunned, asking what was going on. Itachi, looking helpless, said they couldn't stop him. Sasuke snuck out on his own, insisting on coming back to save him. Sasuke was anxious, saying, "Aren't you being reckless? I can die, but you need to get out safely." Sasuke didn't listen at all, directly handing a soldier pill over, saying, "We're here now, no more nonsense, let us fight our way out." Izumi quickly began treating Sasuke, and Sasuke activated his Sharingan. I tell you, it wasn't just activated, but directly 3 Tomo. It left Itachi and Sasuke stunned, and even Sasuke himself was confused, thinking, when did I level up? Family. Who understands? In the midst of battling, he inexplicably updated his version. Just then, the big boss Danzo made his entrance, pointing at Itachi and calling him a traitor. You know Itachi's cool demeanor. He didn't even acknowledge him. But Sasuke exploded, shouting, "You old fool. Calling yourself a traitor for not following your orders to wipe out your entire family? Your cyberparent style, PUA 1T work on my brother." I tell you, Danzo's face turned green at that moment, having never been humiliated like this in his life. He broke down, roaring, "Kill this uncultured brat." With that command, Root and the Umbu charged forward. Itachi and Sasuke stood back to back, ready to fight. The scene was insane. Danzo watched from behind, becoming increasingly alarmed, thinking, this kid Sasuke is a beast at such a young age. He must be crushed in the cradle. After saying that, this old man actually went down to the battlefield himself, using a wind release attack aimed at Sasuke's face. Sasuke was exchanging blows with Danzo, but suddenly an Umbu ambushed him, and a giant earth cover fell from the sky, smashing down on Sasuke. Itachi's eyes turned red on the spot. When the smoke cleared, it was a wooden stump, a substitution technique. Good heavens, in the next second, Sasuke flashed behind Danzo, aiming to stab him. Everyone thought Danzo was done for, but guess what? Danzo turned into a gust of wind. It was also a clone. Let me tell you, this operation highlights a cunning and strategic mind. Danzo's true target is not Sasuke, but Itachi. As soon as he appeared, a shadow technique from the Nara clan immobilized Itachi. It's over, this is a deadlock. Danzo charged at the helpless Itachi with a chakra blade raised. Just at that critical moment, a figure flashed past and stood in front of Itachi. It was Sasuke. With a whoosh, the blade plunged solidly into Sasuke's chest. I burst into tears at that moment. Itachi was holding a bloodied Sasuke, completely stunned. With his last breath, Sasuke urged his brother to survive, then fainted. Danzo was still making sarcastic comments. And let me tell you, his words lit the fuse. Itachi gently laid Sasuke down, and when he stood up again, his expression had completely changed. The 3 Tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly, merging into the shape of a shuriken. The Manjiki Sharingan. It was activated. Danzo's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly ordered his men to attack. As a result, a stream of blood tears flowed from Itachi's right eye as he softly uttered 2 words, Amaterasu. In the next second, the first few Umbu charging forward were engulfed in black flames. No matter how they tried to extinguish it, it wouldn't go out. Good grief. Once the black flames appeared, they were all about physical annihilation. A single touch meant instant death, no chance of survival. The remaining people were terrified, and Itachi didn't give him a chance. One Amaterasu after another. Then he charged into the crowd with his sword, cutting through them like chopping vegetables. Meanwhile, Izumi was desperately trying to heal Sasuke, realizing that he hadn't hit any vital points and still had a breath left, so she decided to give a shot. Once all the small fry were cleared, Itachi was also covered in wounds, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Danzo saw this and thought it was his chance. Feeling like he could take him down, he launched a combo attack that sent Itachi flying, spitting blood. Just as he was feeling pleased and preparing to unleash a big move to claim a kill, a massive tornado swept Itachi up. As a result, within that tornado, Itachi transformed into hundreds of crows that flew out. It was all an illusion. Danzo finally realized he had been tricked. Itachi had intentionally shown a weakness. His real body had already circled behind him, and with the last bit of chakra, he condensed it into a gigantic fire dragon, spraying it right at Danzo's face. At the last moment, two loyal Umbu used a dirt wall to block it, but it was useless. With a loud bang, the dirt wall exploded, and Danzo was blown away, crashing to the ground, covered in blood, looking as disheveled as a dog. Itachi had also exhausted all his strength, kneeling on one knee. Danzo struggled to stand up, glaring at Itachi with eyes that seemed like they wanted to devour him whole. Itachi coldly looked back at him. "I told you, if you touch my brother, you will pay the price." After hearing this, Danzo suddenly burst into laughter. "Price? Let me tell you, there are plenty of people who want me to pay a price. Who do you think you are? But you, kid, are something else, after all these years. You are the first to make me this embarrassed." Good grief. Even after losing, this old man didn't forget to save face. Then he suddenly laughed sinisterly. "But it doesn't matter, even if I don't get the Sharingan today, don't think you'll survive. Just like this bridge, I'll blow you all to ashes." After saying this, he turned and fled with his remaining subordinates without looking back. My heart sank at that moment. I turned to see, oh no, Izumi couldn't hold on any longer. She had nearly drained her chakra to save Sasuke, her face pale like A4 paper. Shursui was anxious, calling out to her, "Izumi, if you can't do it, just give up. If this continues, Sasuke won't be saved, and you'll be the first to go. Family, who understands?" This girl truly loved Itachi deeply. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I can't give up. For Itachi, I must save Sasuke." She was risking her life. Just as she was desperately exerting herself, a miracle happened. Sasuke's little body actually moved. There was hope. Shursui was so excited he nearly jumped up. But then, disaster struck. At this critical moment, Izumi lightly said, "I can't do it anymore," then rolled her eyes and fainted. No, Shursui's wail was heartbreaking, making anyone who heard it feel sorrowful. Just as Sasuke was about to come out of the ICU, the attending doctor himself went into the ICU. What kind of situation was this? Itachi also rushed over, and upon seeing this situation, with one brother half dead and a potential sister-in-law also down, he was completely dazed, his mind buzzing. Just as we were thrown into chaos, Danzo's maniacal laughter echoed from afar. "Ha! Itachi, Shursui, you can't escape. Let me tell you a secret. Underneath this bridge, I've stuck 1,000,000 explosive tags. Just enjoy this grand fireworks show." I was dumbfounded at the time. 10 million detonating tags. Dude, do you not have to pay for your supplies? Are we going to hold a cyber funeral here? The entire Angle Island bridge, from beginning to end, is just one giant bomb. We're right in the middle of the bridge. We're trapped now. Shursui looked at Itachi, his voice trembling. "Itachi, it seems like we can only wait to die." Itachi didn't say anything, just stared intensely at the unconscious Sasuke, his eyes filled with regret. Just when we thought we were doomed, suddenly, the air twisted like ripples on water. A mysterious figure wearing an orange whirlpool mask fell out of the distorted space. As soon as Itachi saw him, his expression changed. It was the person who had saved him before, Obito. Shursui asked warily, "Who are you?" The masked man didn't waste any time and said in a deep voice, "There's no time to explain. Go." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared in the hole of his mask, creating a terrifying suction force that sucked us four, Itachi, Shursui, Sasuke, and Izumi, right in. Just as we disappeared, I heard an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! The entire Angle Island bridge was instantly engulfed by a fireball brighter than the sun. The explosion's mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. 10 million detonating tags. The power was incredible. When we opened our eyes again, we found ourselves in an unfamiliar dense forest. That masked man, Obito, had released us from his alternate space. Shursui looked at him, his face full of shock. Such powerful space-time ninjutsu. Itachi was saved by him for the second time and hurried over to thank him. Thank you, senior. Obito waved his hand, pointing to the unconscious Sasuke and Izumi on the ground. No need for thanks. Let's save them first. Saying this, he called out, Zetsu, come out. Then, an even more explosive scene unfolded. The ground rolled like mud, and a creature that looked, how should I put it, half black and half white, resembling an unripe avocado, emerged from the soil. Sasuke was dumbfounded, probably thinking that the diversity of species in the ninja world is quite rich. The white half of the face complained, looks like I'm going to lose a lot of chakra again. But he obediently walked over to Sasuke and Izumi, lightly tapping their arms with his finger. In the next second, two white, humanoid lumps began to bulge behind Sasuke and Izumi, and then chakra surged wildly into their bodies. Soon, those two white lumps deflated like deflated balls falling off them. With this powerful recharge, the pale faces of Sasuke and Izumi finally regained some color. Seeing that the situation stabilized, Obito said, they'll wake up soon. Itachi was so excited that he repeated, Senior, thank you so much. I think I've used up all my thank yous for this lifetime today. Obito nodded, taking Zetsu with him, his figure twisting, and then he vanished. As soon as they left, Sasuke immediately asked Itachi, do you know him? Itachi shook his head and said, I don't know him, but he saved us before. And Sasuke said he's from our Uchiha clan. Sasuke was even more confused. When did our clan have such a powerhouse? Just as they were guessing, Izumi slowly woke up. The first thing she did upon waking was check on Sasuke. After examining him, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Sasuke is fine. He should wake up soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Sasuke suddenly screamed, no, and jumped up from the ground. Wow, this kid had a nightmare, dreaming that Danzo had stabbed Itachi. He looked at us in confusion and sadly asked, Brother, Sasuke, Izumi, are we all dead? Is this heaven? Sasuke hit him lightly, dead my foot. You're alive and well. Izumi risked everything to save you. Only then did Sasuke realize, clenched his fists, feeling the real power, and started laughing happily. Once everyone calmed down, we began discussing serious matters. Our main force must have already arrived in the land of grass, but Konoha definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Itachi was very worried they would continue to send pursuers. Guess what? It was still Sasuke, who was quick-witted. He grinned and said, Brother, don't panic. We have a trump card. We were all stunned. What is the king bomb? Sasuke said, let's directly write a threatening letter to the third Hokage. Just tell him that if they dare to touch our Uchiha clan again, they will be doomed. I just finished discussing how to threaten the third Hokage with Itachi and the others, and on the other side, my dad, Fugaku Uchiha, has already led a large force from the clan, marching towards the entrance of the hidden grass village. The clan members were all fired up, shouting that even without Sasuke and Itachi, they could still flatten the hidden grass village. As for the four of us, Sasuke, Itachi, Izumi, and me, we were still by a small river in the wild, lighting a campfire and looking at the map. We hurried and finally got close to the place. I jokingly said, by the time we arrive, my dad and the others might have already stolen the house. Then Sasuke chuckled and dropped a bombshell on me, saying, no worries, even if we don't take it down, just relying on Itachi alone can already level the hidden grass village. I was completely stunned when I heard that. What the heck? Shizumi pointed at Itachi and said, your brother awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Wow, my eyes nearly popped out at that moment. The Mangeki? ISNT, it's supposed to be awakened only by witnessing the death of a loved one right in front of you? What has my brother been through? Shizumi noticed my shocked expression and quietly explained that a few days ago, when I passed out trying to block a lethal strike from that old thief Danzo, Itachi thought I was dead. His extreme sadness and anger made him break through and awakened the Mangeki on the spot. Thanks to his extreme evolution, we were able to break out from the encirclement of those guys at the root. I fell silent after listening. Who understands what I've been through? It's like I used half my life to get my brother an SSR. I quickly smiled foolishly at Itachi and said, congratulations, big brother. Now you're shadow level boss too. Itachi was still the same. He patted my head and gently said, Sasuke, you need to work hard too. One day you will surpass me. I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, that surge of energy in my heart instantly surged up. Just wait. Once this matter is resolved, I must practice hard. The scene shifts to the battlefield. The blood-red grassland, just by the name you know it's not a good place. The two sides are confronting each other, a dense mass of people, and the atmosphere is so tense that the air feels like it's about to solidify. On the side of the grass-hidden village, a red-haired girl with glasses named Xianglin has an exceptionally strong perception ability and is the first to shout. They're coming. They're coming. Just as her voice fell, our Uchiha army surged in like a black tide. My father, Fugaku, was at the forefront, and his Sharingan was simply exuding dominance. As the two sides faced off, they couldn't even be bothered to exchange pleasantries. The leader on the opposite side, called Beiliu, had an expression that showed he was as unbothered as a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. My father didn't waste any words either. With a wave of his hand, he commanded just one word, kill. In an instant, the two groups collided like two meteors crashing into each other. Explosive tags were going off like they were free, and various ninjutsu illuminated the sky. But my father's target was clear. Capture the thief first, capture the king. He directly bypassed those foot soldiers and locked on Beiliu alone. Let me tell you, Fugaku without hesitation unleashed his chakra, and a huge red energy skeleton shot up from the ground. Susanoo, second form. The people from the grass-hidden village had never seen such a scene and were instantly terrified, each one looking as if they had seen a ghost. Beiliu also had a serious expression, but he hadn't had time to react when my father's Susanoo began forming hand seals. A cold voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Ninja art, falling meteor fire. The next second, a massive fireball with a diameter of several meters appeared in the sky, resembling a real meteorite, trailing a long tail as it smashed down. If I had seen it at the time, I would have definitely shouted, "What the hell?" But guess what happened? That Beiliu, he didn't dodge or evade, and with both hands stretched out in front of him, a strange halo appeared in his palms. That huge fireball smashed down, and surprisingly, it was gradually absorbed by that halo. My dad was stunned, having never seen such a bizarre ninjutsu before. Beiliu smiled smugly. My devouring technique can absorb all attributes of chakra attacks. Spell immunity? Huh? My dad scoffed. Let's see how you handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive red energy spear instantly materialized in his Susanoo's hand. With a flick of his arm, the spear tore through the air and shot out with a sonic boom. Beiliu didn't dare to take it head on, dodging like a rabbit. The spear hit the ground, creating a huge pit, and then flew up automatically to chase after him. Beiliu jumped around desperately, knowing he couldn't keep this up. He quickly formed hand seals and slammed the ground. Fire release. Great fire serpent technique. A super giant serpent made of flames burst out of the ground, roaring as it charged towards my dad's Susanoo. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and a firestorm engulfed half the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, my dad's Susanoo was completely unscathed. Not even a layer of paint had chipped. Beiliu was utterly dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "This thing has high attack and insane defense. Are all Uchiha monsters?" But he was quick-witted and immediately grasped the key point, shouting, "This technique must consume a huge amount of chakra. Let's see how long you can last." Wow, he was planning to play a war of attrition. My dad understood too. He had to end it quickly. Thus, a frantic offensive and defensive battle began. One was outputting madly, while the other was desperately dodging. About 10 minutes later, my dad couldn't hold on any longer. The chakra consumption was too great, and the massive Susanoo suddenly vanished. The opportunity had come. Beiliu instantly turned defense into offense, flashing in front of my dad and throwing a punch. My dad also swung his fist to block, and the two collided, both spitting blood and flying backward. "Huh, without that shell, you're nothing." Beiliu got up and laughed wildly. But he was nearing his limit as well. My father snorted coldly. "Don't be too pleased with yourself. You're also at the end of your strength." I had run out of chakra, and Beiliu suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "But I can recover immediately. Xianglin, come here quickly." The red-haired girl named Xianglin rushed over immediately. Then, who understands of family matters? That brat Beiliu tore open Xianglin's sleeve, grabbed her snow-white arm, and bit down hard. Xianglin screamed in pain, but could only endure it. My father saw that red hair and instantly understood. A member of the Uzumaki clan. Goodness. It turns out to be a human charging treasure. After Beiliu took a bite, his chakra and injuries visibly recovered. He released Xianglin, stood up with a sinister laugh. "Haha, now, it's my turn. This is bad." My father was out of chakra, but the opponent was fully revived. Beiliu used a grass binding technique, and several grass chains emerged from the ground, binding my father's legs. Immediately after, he puffed up his cheeks like a toad and spewed out a sky full of ghostly flames. My dad was tied up and couldn't escape, and he was about to be engulfed by the ghostly flames. He must have felt utterly hopeless, secretly cursing himself for being so careless. However, at this critical moment, a small figure descended from the sky, a huge blade of flame in his hand. With a single move of the Uchiha-style Gale Sword, he slashed and dispersed all the ghostly flames. That's right, it was me. I landed steadily, and Itachi, Shizen, and Suigetsu instantly appeared beside me. Sasuke. My dad was momentarily stunned. Then he was overjoyed. You finally made it back. The appearance of the four of us instantly ignited the entire scene. All the Uchiha clan members erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Shisui glanced at Bellyu and smiled at Itachi. Leave this guy to me. You go support the others. Itachi nodded, drew his sword, and rushed into the battlefield. Izumi also began treating the wounded. I rushed to my father's side at the first moment and cut the grass chain with my sword. Dad, are you okay? Just a small injury. My father laughed heartily. No wonder you're my son. Come on, fight alongside your old man. On the other side, Shisui had already engaged Bellyu. Shisui didn't even move much. His figure flashed and appeared right in front of Bellyu, fast as a ghost. Bellyu was shocked and was struck by a blade, which suddenly turned into a scarecrow with a bang. A grass clone. In the next moment, Bellyu's real body emerged from the grass beneath Shisui's feet, armed with kunai, aiming for Shisui's vital points. He succeeded, but no blood. Bellyu's heart sank. He saw Shisui, whom he had stabbed, suddenly let out a cry and transformed into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. What's going on? Bellyu was completely bewildered. Just as he looked up, he saw a huge, blood-red, eerie moon, and in the center of the moon was a gigantic, kaleidoscopic Sharingan pattern. You've fallen into my Genjutsu, heavenly god, radiance. Shisui's voice seemed to come from the heavens. Bellyu was directly pulled into an endless Genjutsu space, where he was tortured repeatedly by Shisui as if he were a server bug, his mind completely shattered. In the real world, Shisui looked at Bellyu, whose eyes were vacant and standing still, and emotionlessly walked up to him, stabbing through his heart with one strike. The battle was over. With the death of the leader of Grass Hidden Village, the remaining ninjas instantly lost their fighting spirit. Shisui shouted for them to surrender, and most of them threw down their weapons. Just when I thought everything was over, I suddenly heard a scream. I turned around and saw two blind Uchiha clan members attacking a red-haired girl named Karen. Damn, that's the mobile spring water of the future. Without thinking, I rushed over in an instant. I kicked one away and then swiftly countered with a knife, blocking another attack aimed at Xianglin with a clang. She is my friend. Don't touch her, I said coldly. When those two tribesmen saw it was me, their faces turned pale with fear, and they quickly apologized and fled. I turned around and helped Xianglin, who was scared and sitting on the ground, to get up, asking her, "Are you okay?" Xianglin looked up, and when she saw my face clearly, her little face instantly turned red, and she muttered softly, so handsome. Oh dear, family, who understands? This damn youthful vibe is simply a walking heartthrob. I pretended not to hear and casually made up an excuse, saying that I only knew because I heard someone calling her name. As a result, her sister, Longshi, suddenly rushed over, pushed me away, and protectively stood in front of Xianglin with a wary look in her eyes. I can only helplessly explain that we Uchiha are not invaders. We were hired by your land of Grass Daimyo to clean up the mess. Your leader, Bailey, is corrupt and has long angered the daimyo. After hearing this, Rizetsu fell silent because she knew that what I said was the truth. Her expression, let me tell you, was like a frostbitten eggplant, completely wilted. Xianglin, that girl, was watching from the side with a complex look in her eyes, probably having a party in her heart, wishing Rizetsu would nod quickly so she could stay and see me every day. After struggling for a long time, Rizetsu finally sighed deeply, her voice hoarse like a broken gong, and said, "All right, stop fighting. I surrender. Family members, who understands?" In that moment, she seemed to age 10 years, and her whole demeanor turned gray. She only had one request, that we Uchiha must not harm the ninjas of the Grass Hidden Village. My father laughed at that moment and said, "Don't worry, from today on, we're all one family. The Uchiha clan doesn't fight its own." After hearing this, Rizetsu took a few steps forward and shouted with all her might, "Stop. Surrender. As long as we are alive, the village will still exist." You wouldn't believe it, but she was quite authoritative. When she shouted, those remaining ninjas from the Grass Village, who were still stubbornly resisting, were all taken aback and then clattered as they tossed away their weapons. That was it. The battle was over, and we Uchiha had won. My clan members celebrated as if it were the new year. The cheers were deafening, and the scene was unbelievable. The news spread faster than anything else, and the entire land of grass was in an uproar. They couldn't understand how Bellyu, who had ruled the Grass Village for decades, with several times our numbers, could lose and even lose his life. But the facts were right there, and they couldn't deny it. Next came the personal showtime of my father, Uchiha Fugaku. He led us to take full control of the grass village. At first, the villagers definitely didn't welcome us. Their eyes were like those of someone guarding against thieves. But I gave my father an idea. I said, "Dad, if you want to win people's hearts, it's simple. Distribute money." So my father distributed the vast wealth that Baileyu had plundered to the ninjas and villagers of the grass village. Wow, this move instantly maxed out our approval ratings. Plus, our Uchiha clan members helped out for free every day in the village, repairing houses, fixing sewers, and so on. After a month, the grass village basically had the Uchiha surname, and everyone accepted us as the new masters. One day, my father was busy in his office, overwhelmed with work, when suddenly a subordinate rushed in and said, "Chief, the daimyo is here." My father suddenly stood up, just about to say, "Please come in," when a laugh came from the doorway. A chubby man wearing a fan-shaped hat strolled in, escorted by 2 warriors. This was the leader of the land of grass, the daimyo Oda. My father hurriedly went up to greet him, showing great respect, inviting him to take a seat and pouring tea. The famous person seemed to enjoy it, directly taking the main seat, and then took a thick stack of cash from his subordinate, saying, "Patriarch Fuyue, this is the reward for eliminating Baileyu." Let me tell you, my father's next move really opened up the situation. He directly pushed the money back and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, it is my duty to relieve your worries. I can't accept this money, but I have a small request." The noble was stunned. This was a large sum of money, and he was actually refusing it? He was a bit confused and asked, "What request?" My father cleared his throat and said word by word, "I hope the daimyo can agree to change the name of the land of grass to the land of heaven. The village hidden in grass will be renamed the village hidden in heaven, and I will be appointed as the first generation of the heavenly shadow of the village hidden in heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell silent. The name change was actually the result of our discussions in the meeting, completely severing ties with the past and merging the Uchiha clan and the village hidden in grass into a brand new entity. From now on, in the ninja world, there will be no village hidden in grass, only the land of heaven and the village hidden in heaven. The daimyo initially thought my father was going to make a big demand, but upon hearing it was just a name change, he agreed on the spot. For him, it didn't matter what it was called. As long as the annual taxes didn't decrease, he'd be well fed and well drunk. "Thank you, daimyo." My father laughed excitedly. Then he said, "A month later, I will hold the ceremony for the inauguration of the Heavenly Shadow and will invite the 5 Kages of the great ninja villages to attend. I hope the daimyo can honor us with his presence." The daimyo was stunned upon hearing this. Invite the 5 Kages? How could this small village have such audacity? But he still politely said, "Then I wish clan leader Fugaku success." After saying that, he found an excuse to leave. Once he was gone, my father immediately ordered, "Call Shursui, Itachi, and the others for a meeting." During those days, I was training in the forest outside the village. I clasped my hands together and shouted, "Lightning technique, Thunder Tiger Strike." Boom! A massive lightning tiger appeared out of thin air, crackling with electric currents, and charged straight at a towering tree several dozen meters tall. The tree instantly exploded into countless wood chips, and the ground shook 3 times. Beside me, Karen gaped with her mouth open, her eyes wide like brass bells, completely stunned. Once the smoke cleared, she regained her senses, ran to my side, and asked with admiration on her face, "Sasuke, this move is too strong. Who taught you?" I coolly smiled and said, "When I was in Konoha, a teacher taught me. It's actually just copying Kakashi's Sharingan. And after practicing for a month, I finally managed to use it." After hearing this, Shiho felt a bit down and said, "You're still amazing. Besides having strong sensory abilities, I feel useless." I couldn't help but rub her little head and said, "Don't say that. Your perception ability is top-notch, my dear." As soon as she heard me compliment her, her eyes lit up instantly, and she joyfully bounced in place. "Wow, Sasuke praised me. I have to tell Sister Lonja." After saying that, she dashed away in a flash. What a pure-hearted girl. I was about to continue practicing when a clan member suddenly appeared. "Sasuke, the clan leader is calling you to the meeting room." When I arrived, the conference room was already filled with people, including Zishuig, my brother Itachi, Lonja, and a group of experts from the original grass-hidden village. Once everyone had gathered, my father stood at the front and announced loudly, "The daimyo has agreed. From today onwards, there is no grass country, only heaven country. There is no grass-hidden village, only heaven-hidden village." Upon hearing this, everyone below was extremely excited. My father continued, "A month later, I will take office as the first generation of Tianying. I need you all to team up in pairs and go to the major ninja villages to deliver the invitation letters. When the task was assigned, I was a bit shocked. My father actually arranged for me to team up with Longjia to invite the Raikage in the Land of Lightning. I thought I would be with Itachi or Shui. However, I was also familiar with Longjia, so it wasn't a big deal. 3 days later, the new forehead protectors will be ready, and then you will set off. On the other side, in Konoha village, Sakura was training furiously on the training ground, punching a big tree, sweat soaking the ground. Naruto watched in awe and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, what's gotten into Sakura?" Kakashi sighed. It might be because of Sasuke's departure. Naruto clenched his fists. I must become Hokage and bring Sasuke back. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip with water. Danzo, that old schemer, had summoned the third Hokage and a few others to share the intelligence he had just received. Oof. A mere Uchiha clan leader thinks he can become a Kage just because he occupies a small place? When the 5 great nations have no Kage to attend, let us see where he puts his face. Taki Kobayashi scoffed. Danzo grinned ominously. We can inform the other small ninja villages not to participate, making him a laughingstock in the entire ninja world. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had remained silent until now, finally speaking slowly. These little schemes are meaningless. Danzo became anxious at once. How is it meaningless? The Uchiha are our enemies now. We can't let them have it easy. Hiruzen waved his hand impatiently. All right, do as you please. Seeing him agree, Danzo immediately shifted his tone, his eyes turning extremely sinister. And that little brat Uchiha Sasuke, who planned the Uchiha defection. His talent is even above Shui and Itachi. We cannot let him grow. I have received news that he will go to the Land of Lightning. We can take action against him in the Land of Water and eliminate him. Absolutely not. Hiruzen slammed the table, standing up. Sasuke is Itachi's beloved younger brother. If anything happens to him, Itachi will definitely expose all of Konoha's information. No one is allowed to touch Sasuke until the information in Itachi's hands becomes ineffective. After saying that, the third Hokage angrily walked out. Once everyone had left, Danzo stood alone in the shadows, his expression twisted in a frightening way. Hiruzen, you coward. If you want to take action, I will. He whispered to the air behind him. Yuli, this task is assigned to you. Make sure to take down that little brat. A masked female ninja silently appeared, kneeling on one knee. Understood. 3 days later, in Tianin village, I put on a brand new headband, featuring the 3-tomo Sharingan pattern of the Uchiha clan, and it looks awesome. Then I wore a black trench coat with a fan printed on the back, strapped my small sword on my back, and I'm all set. I arrived at the central square of the village, where a giant golden statue of my father was being built. It was already taking shape and looked quite impressive. I was waiting in the square for Long Shi, and then Xiang Lin showed up as well, insisting on coming with us to the Kingdom of Thunder. She was tearful, which was quite overwhelming for me. Long Shi also chimed in beside her. I thought for a moment, and since having her as a humanoid radar might provide early warnings on the way, I agreed. Xiang Lin immediately stopped crying and was overjoyed. Thus, our trio officially set off on the road to the Kingdom of Thunder. We walked for 3 days, passing through several small countries and entering a primeval forest. Xiang Lin asked where we were, and after looking at the map for a long time, I said, if I'm not mistaken, we should now be within the borders of the Kingdom of Soup. As soon as I finished speaking, a sudden loud explosion was heard not far ahead. The 3 of us exchanged glances, and Long Shi, experienced, immediately reminded us. There's a situation, be careful. We quietly crept over and hid in the bushes to take a look. Goodness, there were 2 figures on the ground, and both were from Yunin village. One was already half kneeling on the ground, covered in injuries, while the other held a katana, panting heavily. The ninja with the sword yelled at the injured one, Bachi, you traitorous ninja, don't even think about escaping. The one called Bachi spat out blood and gritted his teeth, saying, we were teammates before. Now that you're the favored one beside the 4th Raikage, why go to such extremes against me? The ninja, named Shi, coldly replied, from the moment you betrayed the village, we are no longer comrades. With that, he raised his sword and, with the force of thunder, fiercely swung it down towards Bachi's head. Don't kill me. I'm willing to go back to the village with you. Bachi, seeing the blade getting closer, was terrified and let out a desperate scream. Let me tell you, this Bachi is just a pure old schemer. One moment he was crying and begging for mercy. The next he was playing dirty. As soon as she turned around, guess what happened? That bastard was lying on the ground, and with a swift motion, a hidden arrow with lightning shot out from his sleeve, hitting she right in the back. Wow, that was brutal. She let out a terrible scream on the spot, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. After successfully landing his attack, Bocce sprang up from the ground, grinning wickedly, and threw a punch, shouting, "This is all you're doing? Damn, who understands this?" The reversal came too fast. She felt like he had been hit by a train, flying out and landing on the ground, unable to move. Bocce picked up the knife from the ground and walked over step by step, looking pleased with himself. She, mustering his last bit of strength, gritted his teeth and cursed him for being despicable. But Bocce even tried to justify himself, saying that the ninja world is this cruel, and to survive, he had no choice but to kill she. Ridiculous. After saying that, he raised a knife to deliver a fatal blow to She's head. Just at that critical moment. Let me tell you, the main character group always makes their entrance at the most stylish moment. Shurikens came flying through the air, clanging and deflecting Bocce's knife. Bocce was startled and quickly dodged to the side. When he looked up, he saw 3 figures standing beside she. Upon closer inspection, they had 3 tomo on their forehead protectors, not from the 5 great ninja villages. This emboldened Bocce, and he shouted, "Who are these insignificant fish daring to ruin my plans?" Guess what her side said? A big sister named Longja smiled slightly. Looking calm and collected, "You won't have a future." Bocce laughed at that, thinking we were just some small ninja village from a corner. Even though he was injured, he believed he could take us down in no time. But as soon as he finished speaking, Longja disappeared from sight. Bocce's heart sank, and just as he thought about retreating, it was already too late. Longja delivered a kick faster than lightning, slamming into his shoulder with a bang. The force was incredible. Bocce flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a big tree. I could hear the sound of his bones breaking from afar. Just as he slid down from the tree, he saw several shurikens with explosive tags underneath his feet. His face turned pale, and he barely managed to shout no. Before boom, a fireball engulfed him completely, leaving no trace behind. After dealing with this old schemer, she finally regained his composure and quickly got up to thank us. A girl named Xianglin reminded him to treat his wounds. But this guy was pretty impressive. He knew healing techniques himself, and with green light emanating from his hands, his wounds began to heal in no time. After tending to his injuries, she curiously asked which village we were from. Sasuke from our side directly introduced himself. "We are ninjas from the Hidden Heaven village." She looked confused and said he hadn't heard of it. Sasuke smiled and explained that the Hidden Heaven village was formerly the Grass Village, and it was renamed after the Uchiha clan took over. She suddenly realized and said he had heard a month ago that the Grass Village had been taken over by the Uchiha. He then asked why we were here. Longja said, "We were just passing by, heading to the Land of Lightning, and we wanted to invite your leader, the 4th Raikage, to attend the inauguration ceremony of our new Heaven Shadow." Upon hearing this, she immediately poured cold water on us, shaking his head and saying, "I advise you not to waste your effort. Our Raikage temper is such that he wouldn't even bother to attend, not just you guys. But even if the other 4 shadows invited him, he wouldn't go." Longja was instantly displeased and said he was looking down on our Hidden Heaven village. She hurriedly explained that it wasn't that. It was just a Raikage personality. Sasuke remained calm, smiling and saying it was okay, and that we would do our best to persuade him. Seeing our determination, and since we had saved him, she said, "All right, my mission is complete anyway. I'll go back to the village with you and help introduce you. With him leading the way, it would be much more convenient." So the 4 of us set off together. However, what we didn't know was that things back home were about to explode. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, our new leader, the Heaven Shadow, was stressed to the point of his hair turning gray over this inauguration ceremony. The brother he sent, Shursui, had failed to invite the Earth Shadow, as they didn't understand us at all and were unwilling to cooperate. Worse still, Uchiha Hachi brought back news that not only the 5 great villages, but even the leaders of other small ninja villages were not coming. Shursui was furious, saying it was definitely Konoha pulling strings behind the scenes, deliberately trying to embarrass us at the ceremony. This wasn't just an inauguration ceremony. It was simply the most awkward networking event of 2025. My father sighed and said now we could only wait for news from my brother and me. Just as he finished speaking, my brother, Uchiha Itachi, walked in with a serious expression and delivered a heavy blow to my father. "Dad, I'm sorry, I also failed." It turned out that the Mist Village was still closed off, and he hadn't even seen the Mizukage. Now my father was completely at a loss and suggested just finding an excuse to cancel the ceremony. But Hachi quickly advised against it, saying it would be even more embarrassing to cancel now, especially since Sasuke hadn't returned yet. We should wait a bit longer. However, my father had little faith in me, thinking that someone like the Raikage wouldn't come. In the end, it was Sure Sway who supported me, saying, "Trust Sasuke, he can always create miracles." My father had no choice but to have my brother contact me quickly using a crow, to inform me about the situation in the village and to insist that I must invite Raikage no matter what. 2 days later, we finally arrived at the Hidden Cloud village. Since it was getting late, she arranged for us to stay first. In the evening at the inn, Xianglin excitedly said that she wanted me to accompany her shopping the next day. Just as she finished speaking, a crow flew in through the window, landed on my shoulder, and dropped a small scroll. I opened it and my face immediately fell. The scroll said that Konoha was causing trouble, and now everyone refused to attend the ceremony. All the hopes of the village were now resting on me alone. If I couldn't convince the Raikage to come, the ceremony would have to be cancelled, and our Uchiha clan would lose face. Goodness, the pressure instantly skyrocketed. The next morning, we didn't even feel like shopping and went straight to the Raikage building. She was already waiting for us downstairs and brought good news, saying that the Raikage was willing to meet with us. I felt a bit relieved and thought to myself that it was a good thing I saved she, or we probably wouldn't even get through the door. Following she, we walked inside and entered the office, where I immediately saw the fourth Raikage. Let me tell you, that guy was as solid as a mountain, with explosive muscles all over his body and an intimidating presence. Xianglin, being a sensory ninja, was so frightened that she hid behind Longja, saying that this person's chakra was terrifying. The Raikage glanced at us and spoke in a voice like thunder. "She has already told me your purpose. I meet with you to thank you for saving she and to help me clean up the mess. However, I am not interested in participating in any inauguration ceremony." After saying that, he directly threw out a large stack of cash, probably around 10 million, and said, "This is your reward." I was stunned at that moment. Wasn't this purely an insult? My hot-tempered sister, Longshi, exploded right then and there, shouting at Raikage, "We're not here to ask for money." With that shout, the entire office instantly fell silent. The faces of the several jonin from the Cloud Village turned pale. It seemed no one had ever dared to speak to the Raikage like that. Sure enough, the Raikage slammed his fist on the table, which cracked immediately, and shouted at us, "I'm only meeting you because of she. Don't push your luck." Sister Longshi was also intimidated into silence by Zora. Just as the situation was about to collapse, I stepped forward with a cold expression and asked him directly, "Raikage, could you tell me why you are not considering participating?" The Raikage stared at me and bluntly replied, "It's simple, because your Tianyin village is too weak to invite me." I listened, suppressing my anger, and replied, "I admit that in the ninja world, strength is paramount, but I disagree with your claim that we lack ability." The Raikage sneered coldly, his face full of disdain. "What strength can a little village that you've never even heard of have?" At this point, Longja's sister couldn't hold back any longer and was about to rush forward when I stopped her. I looked at the Raikage and also sneered. "So your Cloud Hidden Village is really strong? Isn't it just riding on the reputation of being one of the 5 great ninja villages? What's so impressive about that? Kid, do you know what you're talking about?" The Raikage's gaze instantly turned sharp as a knife, staring intensely at me. I wasn't intimidated at all and replied calmly, "Of course I know. You can look down on our Tianyin village, and I can naturally belittle your Yunin village. It's only fair, right?" At this point, even the nearby Yunin Jonin had a bit of respect for me. The Raikage's face turned green with anger. He took a deep breath and domineeringly announced, "All right, since you think my Yunin village has an undeserved reputation, I'll let you see for yourself. If the 3 of you can defeat any of my Jonin, I'll agree to attend your ceremony. How about that?" Damn, as soon as those words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Xianglin immediately shouted that it was unfair, saying that both she and I were just genin. How could we fight against Jounin? The Raikage completely ignored her and grinned at me, saying a spar can be deadly. If you're scared, just take your money and scram. To fight or not to fight. If we fight, we might die here. If we don't fight, the village will lose face. Everyone was looking at me, and Xianglin was so anxious she was almost crying, urging me not to act impulsively. I turned back, smiled at her, and said softly, "For the sake of the Hidden Heaven village, there's no choice." After that, I took a step forward, stared directly at the Raikage, and clearly said 3 words, "I accept." "Huh, good. Finally, Uchiha with guts." The Raikage laughed heartily, then waved his hand. "Let's go to the arena." The arena of the Hidden Cloud village was packed with people, so noisy it was giving me a headache. As soon as the Raikage arrived, the whole place fell silent. When everyone heard that a ninja from another village was challenging a Jounin from the Hidden Cloud, the crowd erupted in excitement. The Raikage sat down confidently and casually said, Samui, you go. A stunning ice queen with a hot figure, blonde hair, and blue eyes stepped forward. She was Samui, one of the most outstanding female jounin of the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Cloud ninjas outside the arena saw her and immediately concluded that we were doomed. Longja volunteered, saying to me, Sasuke, I'll take her on. I nodded, telling her to be careful. Longja and Samui stood in the center of the arena, locking eyes with sparks flying. Samui coldly spoke, for your village, give it your all. Longja drew the sword from her back and replied, I will fight with all my strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Longja turned into a shadow, charging with fierce momentum, swinging her sword down towards Samui's head. The speed, the force, the gust of wind created a sonic boom. But that Samui seemed to be cheating. Facing this thunderous strike, she simply took a step to the left, narrowly avoiding it. Immediately after, as Longja's old strength was depleted and her new strength had yet to build, Samui drew her short knife and, with a swift motion, directly intercepted all of Longja's follow-up attacks. Cloud Flow, Flying Blade. Samui seized the fleeting opening and stabbed towards Longja's chest. Longja could only block horizontally in a split second. With a crisp sound, a tremendous force surged in, sending Longja staggering backward several steps before stabilizing her stance. The outcome was clear. Using only taijutsu and swordsmanship, Longja was completely suppressed. She took a deep breath, her expression becoming incredibly serious. She knew that the longer the fight dragged on against such a master, the less chance she would have. It had to be a quick resolution. With that thought, Longja suddenly sheathed her sword, threw out several shurikens for cover, and quickly formed seals with her hands in front of her chest. I tell you, this girl is all about surprise. Fire release, great fire serpent technique. Wow, she formed the hand seals so quickly, and with a breath of fire, a giant fire serpent about 4 to 5 meters long twisted in a shape in mid-air. That thing was vivid and alive, with sparks flying all over, bringing a wave of heat that felt like it could roast a person alive. And it lunged towards Samui with a roar. We were all stunned on the sidelines, and Xianglin was so excited she grabbed my arm and shook it, shouting for Dragon Tongue's sister to take her down. I frowned at the time, feeling it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, Samui was also a tough character. Facing such a large fire serpent, she didn't even blink, clasped her hands, and coldly uttered a few words. Water release. Water barrier. With a whoosh, the water spewed from her mouth like a dam bursting, instantly forming a massive wave of water. Boom! Ice and fire clash, my friends. The fire serpent smashed into the water wall, and the entire arena erupted, steam billowing everywhere, making it impossible to see your hand in front of your face. Dragon Tongue's sister stared intently at the white mist, not daring to relax for a moment. She knew that against a foe of this caliber, if you let your guard down even slightly, you could be done for. Just as she was thinking this, a figure suddenly shot out from the mist, fast as lightning. But Dragon Tongue's sister reacted even quicker. With a flash of silver light under her feet, she disappeared and appeared behind Samui in an instant, throwing a powerful punch. It was quick and fierce, and it looked like she was about to succeed. But with a poof, Samui transformed into a puff of white smoke. Damn, shadow clone. The whole arena thought Dragon Tongue's sister had missed, but she didn't stop at all. Closing her eyes as if sensing something, she suddenly stepped to an empty spot beside her and grinned, punching at the air. Bang! With a muffled sound, Samui's figure appeared out of nowhere, colliding right into Dragon Tongue's fist. She clearly didn't expect to be discovered, and in a hurry, she could only block with her arm, resulting in her being knocked back several steps, her face paling. Dragon Tongue's sister shook her hand and smiled, saying, I am a Jonin from Hidden Heaven Village. Your little tricks are not enough to impress me. Samui's expression turned serious. She looked at Dragon Tongue and slowly said, Your strength indeed surprises me. Then she changed her tone. However, for the honor of Hidden Cloud Village, I must go all out now. As soon as she finished speaking, bam, a burst of electric light erupted from Samui. My friends, who understands? Countless tiny lightning bolts coiled around her body, and her presence surged like a super scion. The surrounding Hidden Cloud Village ninjas were stunned, with someone shouting, It's lightning release. Captain Samui is going to use lightning release. This is bad. Dragon Tongue's sister felt the terrifying pressure as well. Without a word, she gathered a chakra lightning blade in her hand, deciding to strike first. Her figure flickered, and she vanished from her original position. But just as she disappeared, the electrified Samui appeared at the very spot she had just stood, her lightning blade slicing through the air. If Dragon Tongue's sister had been even a tenth of a second slower, she would have been skewered like a candied hawthorn. Too fast. This speed was simply inhuman. Samui missed her strike and didn't give her a chance to breathe. Her figure flickered again and charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. Blades clashed, sparks flying. But this time it was completely different. Dragon Tongue's sister was being suppressed severely. With each weapon clash, she was forced back again and again. Samui, powered up, completely overwhelmed her in strength and speed. Seeing she couldn't win in close combat, Dragon Tongue's sister gritted her teeth and jumped back, trying to create some distance to find an opportunity. But how could Samui give her that chance? Ninja Art, 7-star lightning blade dance. She threw her lightning blade into the sky, and with a buzzing sound, it instantly split into 7 small curved blades infused with lightning. These 7 blades, as if they had eyes, formed a net from 7 different tricky angles, sealing off all retreat paths for Dragon Tongue's sister. Whoosh! The 7 bolts of lightning sliced through the ground, cutting the hard stone like tofu, turning the entire arena into chaos. The next second, the 7 blades, filled with lethal intent, shot toward the trapped Dragon Tongue. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the arena, creating a massive pit in the center, with debris flying everywhere and dust rolling up. Xianglin saw this scene and turned pale, covering her mouth, almost in tears. I quickly comforted her, saying that Dragon Tongue's sister would definitely be fine. As the dust slowly settled, amidst the rubble, a figure covered in rags and blackened wounds slowly emerged. It was Dragon Tongue's sister. Remarkably, she had withstood that strike with her hardening technique. She shakily stood up, staring fiercely at Samui, and said word for word, "I must win against you." Saying this, she exhausted her last bit of chakra and formed hand seals. Fire release, ghost lantern. Balls of blue ghost fire appeared out of nowhere, shooting towards Samui. However, Samui simply flicked out a few kunai infused with lightning, effortlessly extinguishing all those ghost fires. Dragon Tongue sister swayed, finally unable to hold on any longer. With her chakra spent and her body injured, she was at her limit. The referee shouted from the side, "Surrender now." "I will never surrender." Dragon Tongue's sister gritted her teeth, still trying to clench her fist. Just then, Samui's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of her, grinning. "Sorry, but in that case." Bam! A solid punch landed squarely on Dragon Tongue's sister's stomach. She flew back like a sandbag, tumbling several meters and crashing out of the arena, unconscious. Dragon Tongue's sister. Xianglin screamed and rushed over with me. The referee sighed and announced, "This match goes to Samui." As soon as the announcement was made, the surrounding Hidden Cloud Village ninjas began with their mockery, hurling insults like pathetic and worthless, saying the meanest things they could think of. Dragon Tongue's sister, slowly waking up, heard these words and tears fell from her eyes as she choked out, "I'm sorry. I embarrassed the village." Xianglin, with red eyes, comforted her. I helped Dragon Tongue up, looking at her body covered in injuries and hearing the sharp taunts around us. A fire ignited in my heart. I smiled at Dragon Tongue and said, "In ninja sparring, winning and losing is normal. From now on, it's my turn. The humiliation you've suffered, I will repay 100-fold." After saying this, I turned around and walked step by step toward the center of the arena. All eyes in the arena instantly focused on me. In the Hidden Cloud Village, ninjas wore expressions of disdain, thinking, why is this little brat stepping up after Jonin lost? Is he here to deliver his head? Even the 4th Reikage, sitting at the highest point, sneered. "What? Is there no one left in your village? Sending a Jinin up to embarrass themselves?" I smiled and replied, "Neither humble nor arrogant. My mission is to invite Lord Reikage. Since the mission is not complete, I will not give up." Reikage laughed heartily. "Interesting. Since you want to seek death, I will grant it." "Gavi." Before he could finish, I interrupted him. I raised my head, my gaze crossing over everyone, directly locking onto the strongest man next to the Reikage, and with a voice loud enough for the entire arena to hear. I said, "I heard that Darui is the #1 Jonin in the Hidden Cloud Village, so I will challenge him." In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Everyone looked at me with wide eyes, as if they had been paused on a screen. A few seconds later, a volcanic eruption occurred. What? This little brat has gone crazy. He wants to challenge Lord Darui, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. What qualifications does he have? Let me tell you, that scene was even more lively than the fight just now. Who is Darui? He is the genius of the Hidden Cloud Village, the sole heir to the 3rd Reikage's Black Lightning, and among the younger generation in the entire ninja world, there are hardly any rivals for him. I, a nameless nobody, directly challenged a T0 character, which, in their eyes, is no different from suicide. Both Ino and Kuratsuchi were stunned, but they quickly understood that I was going to use the most direct and shocking way to regain the lost face for Kuratsuchi and our village. The Raikage was also a bit confused. He looked at the white-haired man with thick lips beside him. Darui, what do you think? Darui lazily yawned. Well, it's boring, but I'll listen to Lord Raikage. The Raikage slapped the armrest. Good. Then you go up, so that others won't say our hidden cloud village is afraid of a little brat. Darui nodded and slowly walked down, standing opposite me. The atmosphere froze instantly. He looked at me and said, I don't care why you are challenging me, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because you are a child. I smiled. You think too much. I will defeat you with strength. The referee sighed and announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, I quickly formed hand seals with both hands, almost leaving after images. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A raging fire dragon shot straight out, charging at Darui. He didn't T-dodge and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. The surging water waves collided with the fire dragon, creating a loud boom and filling the air with steam again. But at that moment, Darui's figure ghosted through the steam, and his fist, crackling with lightning, was already in front of me. I tapped my toes and gracefully slid to the left, narrowly avoiding that powerful punch. After creating some distance, Darui's gaze changed. He drew the large beheading sword from his back, and his whole demeanor became sharp. Boom! He moved incredibly fast, swinging his sword down towards me. Ding! I drew my short blade and blocked it steadily. Clang, 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 clang. What followed was a dazzling series of close combat slashes, with blades flashing and lightning crackling. Darui's swordsmanship was both fast and fierce, but in front of me, he couldn't gain any advantage. After a fierce battle, it was actually a tie. Now, everyone was dumbfounded. The Raikage and Samui were filled with shock, while the surrounding hidden cloud ninjas who had mocked me were all slack-jawed. Seeing that close combat was ineffective, Darui immediately changed tactics, forming hand seals with both hands. Lightning release. Lightning ball, a basketball-sized ball of lightning, accompanied by a piercing whistle, was hurled towards me. I immediately leaped backward, jumping into the air to evade it. The lightning ball crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. However, just as I was suspended in midair, my old strength spent, and new strength, not yet born, Darui sneered, changing his hand seals. Water release. Water whip. Suddenly, a water whip shot out from the water pit on the ground, lightning fast, entangling my feet. Oh no! Ino and Kuratsuchi exclaimed. Ha ha! I won. That little brat is caught. The people of the hidden cloud village began to cheer. Darui looked at me, suspended in midair, and said blandly, It's over. Not necessarily. I smiled faintly at him, and then with a bang, I, bound by the water whip, turned into a stone and fell down. Substitution jutsu. The audience fell into dead silence again. Darui's expression changed, and he abruptly looked up. The real me had long since appeared right above him. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. I gathered fire release chakra on my blade, forming a gigantic flame blade, carrying the momentum to incinerate everything, and struck down towards him. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the entire arena. Flames and shockwaves swept everything away, creating a huge deep pit where Darui stood, completely turned into ruins. Dust and smoke filled the air, creating a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the huge pit filled with black smoke, wanting to know whether Darui was dead or alive. Slowly, as the smoke cleared, a figure completely wrapped in lightning armor stood up from the deep pit. It was Darui. He had actually activated the lightning armor at the last moment, withstanding my attack. He leaped out of the deep pit, and the lightning armor slowly dissipated, revealing his unharmed body. I tell you, the Daluo person opposite was completely stunned, his face pale as a sheet, staring fixedly at Sasuke, his eyes full of I can't believe I was so careless. He admitted himself that he originally thought he could handle it in a couple of moves, but ended up having to use his ultimate technique, the lightning armor. Now I didn't dare to pretend anymore. His entire aura was unleashed, chakra erupting like a volcano, telling me, Kid, I'm serious now. If you don't surrender, I'll go all out. Sasuke didn't even acknowledge him and directly said, Bring it on. And just like that, the atmosphere became tense. Daluo spread his hands, and a dark lightning began to gather in his palms. Let me tell you, that thing looked dangerous. The energy fluctuations were so strong that my hair stood on end. His two teammates, Samui and Karui, turned pale, saying Daluo was about to use his signature move, Black Panther. There was even a knowledgeable guy next to them explaining that this move had once taken out 3 Jonin. I swear, when I heard that, my heart was in my throat. Can they still fight? Just as I thought this, Daluo shouted, "Lightning release, Black Panther." That ball of black lightning instantly transformed into a huge Black Panther, shrieking as it tore through the air, charging straight at Sasuke. The speed was like a bolt of black lightning, distorting the space around it. Seriously, if that hit, wouldn't it be an instant death? My eyes can barely keep up. Just as the Black Panther was about to smash into his face, a flash of silver light appeared under Sasuke's feet. And in an instant, he darted away, leaving several afterimages behind, narrowly avoiding the attack. The fourth Raikage in the stands jumped up, his eyes wide like copper bells, exclaiming, "Body flicker technique?" The Black Panther's attack missed and crashed into the ground, creating a massive boom that shook the entire arena, causing the ground to crack like a spiderweb. The shockwave sent Sasuke, who had just regained his footing, staggering back several steps. The entire venue fell silent, everyone stunned by Sasuke's display of skill. Darui's face turned pale. He never expected that his ultimate move would be dodged by a kid who was not even 10 years old. His proud ego couldn't take it, and he immediately made a bold statement. "I want to see if you can dodge my new technique." He quickly formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. 2 Dario, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously began to form a black lightning ball. The Raikage in the stand spoke up, saying this was a new technique Darui had been researching for a year, one even shadow-level ninjas would have difficulty dodging. It was practically a trump card. Longzha and Xianglin below were so anxious they were almost in tears, desperately shouting at Sasuke to surrender. But Sasuke seemed unfazed, taking a deep breath as he quickly formed hand seals. Darui wasn't waiting for him. Both clones launched their attack at the same time, shouting, "Lightning release, double black leopard strike." 2 black lightning leopards charged from different angles, exuding a destructive aura that sealed off all of Sasuke's escape routes. Hurtling towards him, this was it. It was a guaranteed kill. There was no way to dodge. At this critical moment, Sasuke completed his hand seals and roared, "Lightning release, Thunder Tiger Annihilation." Damn! Blinding lightning erupted from his hands, instantly forming 2 silver lightning wolves that charged towards the 2 Black Panthers. The entire venue was once again shocked. No one expected that Sasuke would actually use lightning release and dare to clash head-on with Darui's ultimate move. Boom! The black and silver lightning collided violently, causing the energy in the center of the arena to explode, with the space twisting like a funhouse mirror. At first, it was evenly matched, but in less than 2 seconds, Sasuke's silver wolves clearly couldn't hold on anymore and were actually devoured by the Black Panther. Although the Black Panther's power was also significantly weakened, the remaining energy still slammed into Sasuke. Poof! Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large pit and causing cracks to spread far and wide. "Sasuke!" Ino's heart-wrenching cry echoed. At this point, everyone felt that it was all over. The ninjas from the Cloud Village finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Darui urged the referee to announce the result quickly and call for medical ninjas. But just as the referee was about to speak, a faint voice that was almost inaudible came from the pit. "No, I haven't lost." What the hell? The whole place exploded. Everyone went crazy. Is this kid a monster? Even with injuries like that, he still wants to fight? Darui was stunned, and Raikage's eyelids were twitching. There was Sasuke, covered in blood, supporting himself on the ground, shaking, trying to stand up again. Darui couldn't bear to watch and urged him, "Give up, you can't stand up anymore." Just as he finished speaking, Sasuke, who had just managed to lift himself a little, knelt down again. Darui said, "Your will has moved me. I will help persuade Lord Raikage." But Sasuke, while gasping for breath, said, "How could I possibly just give up like this?" Then, in the shocked gaze of everyone, this bloodied child, actually little by little, trembling, stood up again. Blood dripped down his clothes, pooling into a puddle of blood beneath him. Darui took a deep breath. "Even if you stand up, so what? I can easily knock you away with a single ninjutsu." Once Sasuke steadied himself, he slowly closed his eyes. I felt he was reminiscing about something, encouraging himself. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Family, who understands? Those black eyes, in an instant, turned blood red, 3 Tomo spinning wildly inside. "Sharingan! Damn it!" The Raikage suddenly jumped up from his seat, completely speechless, and shouted, "Sharingan!" The entire venue erupted. "Oh my god, it's a member of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan, one of the 3 great dojutsu." Darui on the stage instantly felt a deadly danger, his body covered in goosebumps. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Several sharp iron chains suddenly burst from the ground, wildly whipping towards Darui like octopus tentacles. Darui drew the sword from his back, desperately blocking, the sound of clanging ringing out continuously. But the iron chains were relentless, one after another, increasing in number, ultimately surrounding him completely. With a scream, exhausted Darui could no longer withstand it and was brutally pierced through the body by 4 iron chains. However, let me tell you, a ninja named Shi, who was proficient in illusion techniques, suddenly changed his expression drastically. He realized that the Darui in reality hadn't moved at all, standing still in place. His face was filled with extreme pain, clearly under the influence of an illusion. What we just saw, those iron chains, were all the tortures he experienced in the illusion world. Sasuke also noticed and took out a kunai, pointing it at the immobile Darui, calmly saying to the referee, "You can announce the result now." She let out a and finally announced loudly, "In this match, Sasuke from the Hidden Heaven Village wins." At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked as if they had been hit by a paralysis technique, their faces filled with disbelief. The genius Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village actually lost to a 7-year-old child from a small ninja village. This incredible fortune finally belongs to our Sasuke. As soon as the match ended, Karen and Longja rushed up to support the swaying Sasuke. The referee named She also flew over to help Sasuke with healing ninjutsu. Not long after, the Raikage arrived with a large group of people, staring at Sasuke and directly praising him. "Kid, well done." Sasuke smiled and reminded him, "It was just luck. I hope Raikage-sama will keep the promise." The Raikage waved his hand decisively and said, "Don't worry. I always keep my word." Done. With the Raikage word, the reputation of the Hidden Heaven Village was saved. After returning to the inn, the news of Sasuke defeating Darui spread like wings throughout the Hidden Cloud Village, and he immediately became the hot topic of discussion in the village. Sasuke didn't waste any time and immediately sent this good news back to the Hidden Heaven Village with a crow, so they could prepare for the inauguration ceremony with peace of mind. The scene shifted to the Hidden Heaven Village, in the office of the Heavenly Shadow. Sasuke's father, Fugaku Uchiha, was handling documents. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and the 8th Uchiha rushed in, rolling and crawling, his voice trembling with excitement. "Chief, information about Sasuke." Fugaku immediately stood up, urgently asking, "What's the situation? Did we get the invitation?" "We got it." The Raikage agreed to attend the ceremony. "Ha! As expected of my son." Fugaku laughed wildly, but quickly calmed down and asked how Sasuke convinced the Raikage. When he heard that Sasuke defeated Jonin Darui of the Hidden Cloud Village with sheer strength, he was shocked, muttering, "How is that possible? Could Sasuke become a figure like Uchiha Madara?" Finally, a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he ordered that this news be spread, so that all ninja villages would know that their Hidden Heaven Village was not to be trifled with. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, on the other side, in a dark forest of the land of hot water, the atmosphere was different. By a bonfire, 2 oddly shaped guys were sitting. One looked like a fish, and the other had a head full of red hair, wearing a skull necklace, clearly not good people. The fish-eyed man looked at the map and sinisterly said, "Tuliu, this is the only way to the Land of Iron. Let us make a move here." The red-haired man nodded. "Xing I'll follow your lead." "I told you." This guy immediately responded, and the 2 of them looked like those wandering ninjas who live on the edge, taking on dangerous assassination missions to make a living. Before they could finish their conversation, out of nowhere, a woman stepped out of the darkness, wearing a mask, exuding mystery. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was a life-or-death business proposition. That guy Xing Shui even jokingly said our compensation is quite generous, but the female ninja directly tossed a scroll of information over. Her voice is cold as ice. "Kill 3 people from Tianin village, one of whom is named Uchiha Sasuke, and he must die." I thought to myself, might as well give me your ID number. When the scroll opened, my big photo was right at the top. Then that woman slammed a thick stack of cash on the ground. 5 million. This is the deposit. After the job is done, there's another 15 million. 20 million just to buy my life? This woman is ruthless, and before leaving, she dropped 2 words. Yuli. Then she disappeared, emphasizing efficiency. The scene shifted, and I was strolling back to the village with Xiang Lin and Sister Long Shi, passing through a patch of withered trees that looked like demons and monsters. I was busy painting a bright future, saying that our Tianin village will definitely develop into the largest village in the ninja world. Suddenly, Sister Long Shi hit the brakes hard, her expression turning serious. Someone's here. I looked up and thought, oh my gosh, does anyone understand? Isn't that Zai Bujan and Bai? My white moonlight. Looking at Bai's small frame, struggling to support the unconscious Zai Bujan, the decapitation sword was so heavy it was almost dragging on the ground. It was so tragic that my heart tightened at that moment. I was just about to lend a hand when swoosh. Those Umbu from the hidden mist village appeared out of nowhere, like ghosts. Without saying a word, they launched a wave of shurikens. That kid Bai instinctively tried to block with his own body. Am I going to let you succeed? No way. I used body flicker technique to dodge, and with a flash of blades, I deflected all the shurikens. The leader of those Umbu was still there making threats. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business, or you might lose your life. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so I showed him with my actions that I was taking charge of this trivial matter today. Sister Longshi understood what I meant, and directly took on 2 lackeys, blocking them. The remaining leader, named Lan Mu, still wanted to charge at me, but I just pinned him down, telling him, you still have injuries. Just rest and watch my moves. As soon as I activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan, that guy was instantly stunned. Sharingan? This is impossible. I sneered in my heart. There are plenty of impossible things. With a single illusion, he went down instantly, his gaze becoming vacant. I swiftly dealt with him with a knife, clean and quick. The other 2, seeing their leader gone, were so scared they turned and ran. Then came the classic bonfire party segment, and Jean woke up. Goodness, this guy is quite tough too. The first thing he did upon waking was to listen to Bai explain the situation, and without saying a word, he put the executioner's blade directly to my neck, asking in a low voice what I was after. Xianglin exploded on the spot, pointing at him and scolding. You're such a jerk. Sasuke saved you, and you're pointing a knife at him? I remained quite calm and got straight to the point. Buddy, don't be nervous. I want to invite you to join our Tianjin village. I talked about the background of our Uchiha clan establishing our own faction, not even fearing Konoha, and then played the emotional card. If you don't think of yourself, you have to consider your little brother beside you, right? You can't let him follow you on the run for the rest of his life, can you? The atmosphere grew silent, and I felt he was wavering. But in the end, he sheathed his sword and still refused. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to a carefree life. After saying that, he called for Bai and turned to leave. Sigh, stubborn, purely stubborn. Watching their backs, I felt really unsettled. A few days later, the 3 of us were almost home when we passed by a big waterfall. The scenery was just right. Sister Longshi suddenly slammed on the brakes, frowning. Something's not right. It's too quiet around here. As soon as she finished speaking, a bunch of shurikens shot out from the bushes like it was raining. I activated my Sharingan, and, good grief, there was still one hidden under Sister Longshi's feet. It was that red-haired guy from before. I quickly shouted Sister Longshi, watch out. She performed a backflip, her toes touching the water, evading onto the lake surface, but then another one sprang out of the water, wielding a huge sword and ready to strike. It was the 2 assassins from the beginning, Xing Shui and Tuliu. Damn, they followed us all the way here. I took on the red-haired guy Tuliu, who pulled out 2 massive iron hammers from his scroll. Good grief, did he summon Thor? I told Xianglin to stay back and charge forward with my knife. The result was a loud clang, and my palm went numb as I was knocked back several steps. This guy's strength was outrageous. After a few swings, my knife was sent flying, just as that big hammer was about to smash my chest. I instantly used body flicker technique to flash behind him and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A huge fireball slammed into his face with a bang. Meanwhile, Sister Longshi was having an intense battle with the swordsman Xing Shui on the water. Sister Longshi first launched a few explosive tags as a feint, which he easily blocked with a water wall. The next second, a towering water column erupted from beneath her feet without warning, launching her into the air and leaving her momentarily dazed. The swordsman seized the opportunity, appearing above her like a ghost, and brought his sword down. Sister Longshi twisted in midair to avoid a fatal blow, but her back was still slashed open, instantly dyeing the lake water red. The swordsman mocked her. On the water, what do you have to win against me? I tell you, Sister Longshi is not to be underestimated. With a quick move, she unleashed a fire style, Phantom Lantern, sending countless ghost flames rushing forward. That guy was still laughing, thinking water can extinguish fire, right? But what happened? That fire style was just a decoy. The ghost flames collided with the water waves, exploding into a mist of water, hiding a dozen poisoned shurikens. It was all about catching him off guard. The swordsman was thrown into chaos on the spot. Sister Longshi seized that split-second opportunity, darted behind him, and landed a punch that made him spew blood. Just as she was about to deliver the finishing blow, it turned out that she hit a water clone. The next second, the real Xing Shui appeared behind her, wielding a sharp water blade, which mercilessly pierced through Sister Longxi. On my side, the smoke from the fireball has just dissipated, and that red-haired guy named Tuliu walked out as if nothing had happened. His skin turned as black as stone, clearly having used some kind of hardening earth escape. He was still pretending, grinning, and saying, "Kid, I've already seen through your intel. No matter how you struggle, you're definitely going to die today." After hearing this, I sneered coldly. Too much nonsense. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. When that guy heard this, he got even more excited, muttering something about being ungrateful, and quickly clapped his hands together, forming a hand seal so fast it almost sparked. Earth escape, black swamp. Goodness, let me tell you, the ground beneath my feet went completely berserk. I looked down and saw that the place I was standing had turned into a sticky, black mud pit with a strong suction pulling me in. The more I struggled, the faster I sank. That guy, wielding a big iron hammer, was laughing like a villain as he charged towards me, saying, "Let's see how you run." Xianglin next to me was so scared she was frozen, screaming my name. And guess what happened? Just as that iron hammer was about to smash into my chest, there was a bang, and I turned into a puff of white smoke. The guy on the opposite side was instantly dumbfounded. Shadow clone? When did that happen? I thought to myself, just when you got hit in the face by my fireball and everything went blurry, brother, it's over. My cold voice came from above his head. He suddenly looked up, completely stunned. There I was, standing on a big tree, electricity crackling in my palm, a blinding lightning ball wildly gathering energy. 1,000 birds. His face turned pale in an instant, and he shouted that it was bad, but it was too late. I transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound as I rushed to him in an instant. That guy still wanted to cast a hardening spell to withstand it, but was that possible? My hand, charged with the lightning of 1,000 birds, delivered a chilling blow. Blood spurted out immediately. He stared at me wide-eyed, probably never understanding until death how this seemingly gentle and quiet young man could be so ruthless. After taking him down, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before I could catch my breath, I heard something happening over at Xianglin's side. I turned my head. Who understands family? Xianglin was being held at knife point by a woman wearing a mask. This woman was the mastermind who had hired them to kill us. My anger instantly flared up. "You're from the Konoha Umbu, aren't you? If you have something to settle, come at me. Don't touch my companions." The woman gave a strange, sarcastic laugh and said, "The Uchiha brat is indeed clever. You can let her go, but you'll die in her place. I'm telling you, isn't this the 2025 version of the trolley problem? Save one, kill another. Isn't it awkward?" Xianglin is over there crying and shouting, "Sasuke, don't worry about me. Kill her." And that woman is still fanning the flames. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you wanted to protect your comrades? Are you lacking courage now? I let out a cold laugh, my heart as clear as a mirror. Isn't this situation exactly like the one back then with Yahiko and Conan? Enough nonsense. As long as you let Xianglin go, you can take my life. Xianglin cried heart-wrenchingly, urging me to act quickly. But the woman was faster, directly summoning 2 shadow clones, each wielding a knife, charging towards me. I stood still, not moving at all, just turned back and smiled at Xianglin. "Xianglin, make sure to live well." In the next second, 2 cold knives pierced directly through my heart. Task completed. The woman also sighed in relief and pulled the knife away from Xianglin's neck. Xianglin rushed over to hug me like crazy, her eyes bloodshot, crying heart-wrenchingly, "Sasuke, why are you so foolish? It's not worth it for me. I feel life slipping away rapidly." I look up at her and, with my last bit of strength, say, "Xianglin, help me with one last thing. Take off my Sharingan and give it to someone capable in the village. Let him protect the Hidden Sky village for me." After saying the last sentence, my arm falls, and I am completely still. Xianglin's scream echoes throughout the forest. The masked woman was about to leave, but upon hearing the sound, she felt annoyed and, with a fierce look in her eyes, threw a few shurikens at Xianglin, wanting to eliminate her completely. At that moment, Xianglin was already in despair, closing her eyes and preparing to leave with me. Just at that critical moment, guess who showed up? Bye. A series of ice mirrors clinked and blocked all the shurikens. The woman was stunned, and Bai stood firmly in front of Xianglin, his gaze resolute. "You will not harm my benefactor any further." Without a word, the two immediately engaged in battle, fire style against ice style, creating an intense scene. In the end, Bai unleashed a powerful move, secret technique, Ice Mirror Crystal, Countless ice mirrors instantly surrounded the woman in the middle, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one, and she could only emit desperate screams from within. I tell you, the scene back then was chaotic. Not only was the battle raging on this side, but on the other side, Longshi was also heavily injured by another enemy, Xing Shui. She had originally planned to take the opponent down with her, but upon hearing Xianglin scream, she got distracted and was about to be killed by Xing Shui's attack. Guess what happened next? Zabuza, carrying his big sword, descended from the sky like a god of war and blocked the attack with one strike. He repaid the favor he owed you last time. When Xing Shui saw it was the Wuyin ghost man Zabuza, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he turned to run. But Zabuza wouldn't let him escape with a water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon soared into the sky and completely obliterated that guy. By the time Zabuza and Longshi arrived, they saw Xianglin holding my cold body, crying inconsolably, and I was also looking very sad. Longshi saw the two bloody holes in my heart and understood. But just when everyone was in despair, Longshi suddenly said, "Xianglin, don't be sad. Sasuke might still be saved." I tell you, when these words came out, the air froze. Even the ones who were about to be executed were stunned, saying how could the dead possibly come back to life? This operation left me confused. Can someone who is completely dead be saved? Xianglin seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope, trembling as she asked Sister Longshi, "You're not joking, right?" Longshi didn't elaborate much. She had also sustained a fatal injury, and time was running out. She told me to lie flat on the ground and said to Xianglin, "No matter what you see next, don't be surprised." After saying that, her hands glowed with fluorescence. She leaned down and directly kissed me. Dragon rebirth. In that instant, I felt a warm life energy surge wildly into my body, and those already dead meridians and bones miraculously began to regain vitality. And Longshi, after transferring all her life force to me, fell down with a pale face. "Sasuke, the heavy responsibility of protecting Tianyin village will be handed over to you from now on." Xianglin held the gradually cooling Longshi, breaking down once again. As for me, at that moment, my consciousness was drifting in a pure black world. I even met Uchiha Yu and Huahi, those two old seniors, and chatted with them about how I died, also informing them that our Uchiha clan has established a village called Tianyin Village. They were extremely excited. Just then, a beam of light shone on me, pulling me upwards. He laughed and said, "Sasuke, it seems you're not dead yet." Uchiha Yu shouted from below, "Sasuke, please take good care of Tianyin Village for us." "Thank you." I responded with a sound and was completely taken away by the light. In the next second, my chaotic consciousness instantly became clear, and I suddenly opened my eyes. Am I still alive? I was the first to notice. Shouting in shock, "Sasuke really woke up?" Zabuza also looked incredulous. Xianglin looked at me, standing up, her expression complex, unable to feel happy. I glanced at the corpse of Ri-Sh beside me and understood everything in my heart. I sighed. It must be Sister Ri-Sh, who brought me back to life, right? Xianglin nodded, tears streaming down her face again. I patted her shoulder and said softly, "She definitely wouldn't want you to be this sad. Let us cheer up and take her home." After handling Ri-Sh's affairs, I walked in front of Zabuza and Bai and solemnly thanked them. Zabuza still had that cool demeanor. "No need to thank me. The debt is settled." I nodded and asked again, "Where's Mr. Zhang going next?" "The Iron Country." As soon as I heard that, I shook my head immediately. "The Iron Country is very hostile to ninjas. It's not safe for you to go there. Let's choose another place." Zaibu, that old fox, saw right through my thoughts with a glance. He curled his lips and said to me in a low voice, "Kid, don't think I don't know what you're trying to say. You wanted to join your ninja village, right? I told you. This old fox made everything clear. What else can I do?" I just laughed and said, "Of course, we need to invite Zabuza. You, and by joining our Hidden Sky village, is definitely the top choice. Don't even mention those guys from the Hidden Mist village. If they dare to come, our entire village will help you deal with them. To be honest, convincing those two, inviting them in, would greatly benefit us. A Jonin. That means a wealth of secret jutsu and combat experience." After hearing this, Zabuza fell silent, like a statue. I sensed an opportunity and quickly added, "Mr. Zabuza, look at those two guys from before, Tsu and Yuki. Aren't they living examples? Being a wandering ninja can end just like that. How about this? You come back with us to take a look, consider a trip. If you think our village isn't good enough, you could just turn around and leave for the Land of Iron. We won't stop you. Isn't that a zero-cost trial?" After I finished speaking, Zabuza sighed deeply, his expression complex, like a kaleidoscope. Finally, he spoke, All right, kid, enough talk. I'll go with you to take a look. I told you when he said that. Both Bai and I were stunned. Our CPUs were overheating. I really didn't expect him to agree. I quickly confirmed. Bro, are you serious? You've invited me twice. Rejecting again would be a bit disrespectful. Bujan actually smiled, but he made it clear that I was just going to take a look, not necessarily stay. No problem. I replied instantly, if you don't like it, who would dare to keep you here? I will be the first to disagree. So it was settled. I hurried to tell Xianglin, and just as I left, Bujan started sharing his feelings with Bai. I was also confused and asked him why he suddenly changed his mind. Bujan looked at my back and said with deep emotion, the hidden village is home for ninjas. I once wanted to create a place in the Mist Village where comrades could protect each other, but unfortunately, I failed. I thought such a place didn't exist. But seeing that kid Sasuke today and that girl named Longja, they're willing to die for their comrades. I feel like the hidden village of heaven might truly be the home I am looking for. Of course, there was something he didn't say, which was that he wanted to find a stable home for Bai. After hearing this, Bai was deeply moved, with red eyes, saying, wherever Mr. Bujan is, that's where my home is. Ah, two big men getting all sentimental like this. All right, the four of us, carrying Longja's body, took a full 2 days to cross the land of iron and the land of waterfall, finally returning to the hidden village of heaven. The news of Longja's sacrifice spread throughout the village instantly. Let me tell you, Longja was very well-liked, kind-hearted, and always willing to help people. No one in the whole village disliked her. So later when my father, Uchiha Fugaku, held her funeral, almost everyone in the village came. The scene was truly very heavy. After the funeral, once everyone had left, only Xianglin stood there alone, looking lost. I didn't say anything, just stood with her. I don't know how long it was. When it started to drizzle, the atmosphere was something else. Xianglin watched me getting soaked in the rain. Her nose got sour, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string as she choked out, Sasuke, am I really useless? Otherwise, Longja wouldn't. At that moment, my heart also tightened, and I hugged her tightly. What else could I do? The main thing was to be there for her. She cried in my arms like a child, constantly blaming herself, saying that if it weren't for her stubbornness, this wouldn't have happened. With red-rimmed eyes, I held her and said, Xianglin, no one is perfect. It's because of failures that we can stand up again. We need to become stronger. Strong enough to protect all the important people around us. It seemed to awaken her, and she suddenly looked up with a gaze full of determination. Sasuke, take me with you in your training from now on. I must become stronger. I thought to myself, this is great, but she can't learn my cultivation path. After pondering for a moment, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right. You can learn medical ninjutsu from Sister Izumi. She's amazing. As soon as Shine heard this, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed me to go find Sister Izumi, just as we were trying to move past our sadness. In the Hokage office in the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was delivering an epic tirade to Danzo. Danzo, I've told you countless times. Do not touch Sasuke without my orders. Why won't you listen? His voice shook the entire building. Danzo tried to defend himself, but was immediately interrupted by the third Hokage. No more explanations. I've already found out. Your bodyguard, named Yuri, left the village a few days ago and hasn't returned. Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Danzo decided to throw caution to the wind. That's right. It was me. Uchiha Itachi is our enemy. What's wrong with killing him? What's wrong? The third Hokage was so furious he was on the verge of stroke. Itachi had already sent a message via crows. Because we broke our promise, he was prepared to leak all of Konoha's intelligence. By then, all the ninja villages would come to attack us. And how would you launch an attack on the Hidden Rain village then? Goodness, Danzo is really bold. He dared to gamble, and it backfired. He didn't expect Itachi to be so resolute. He weakly asked, so what now? The third Hokage sighed and said, I've already sent someone to the Hidden Rain village with a letter of apology and a peace agreement, promising not to act against them for 3 years. 3 years. Danzo was unhappy. This matter is settled. The third Hokage declared decisively. Also, from today on, I am relieving you of your position as Hokage advisor. Reflect on your actions. Danzo was furious, glaring at the third Hokage with resentment as he leaned on his cane and left. Just as he stepped out, a root ninja approached and said, Danzo-sama, we have important intelligence regarding the Hidden Rain village. Speak. The S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist village, Zabuza Momochi, has appeared in the Hidden Rain village, and they seem to want to take him in. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes lit up, and that sinister expression returned. Zabuza? That guy who failed his coup? Ha! The Hidden Rain village has some guts. Shinri, Inform the Mist Village of this intelligence. Since we can't act directly, let's use someone else's hand to kill. These old guys have dirty hearts. Soon, Konoha's peace proposal was laid out on the conference table in front of my father and the others. My father asked what everyone thought. I took a look and said, the intelligence my brother has is already outdated by a year. Giving them 3 years of peace is indeed a concession. Uchiha Hakadai sneered. Isn't this just buying time? Waiting until we have no card to play and then making a move. Shirzue was frustrated. So should we leak the intelligence? I shook my head and said no. We're still very weak. If we push Konoha too hard, they might become desperate and directly declare war on US, which would be troublesome. Right now, time is the most important thing for us. My father tapped the table and finally made a decision. We'll do as Sasuke suggested and change the development time to 3 years. Then he brought up the second topic. What are everyone's opinions on keeping Zabuza? This caused an uproar. One clan member immediately opposed. Chief, we can't keep him. He's a thorn in the side of the Mist Village. Keeping him would be a disaster. The 8th generation also agreed. That's right. It's not worth offending the Mist Village for the sake of an outsider. I certainly disagree. Hurry up and say. If we don't cut him down, he will become a master of water release. With him around, how many water release ninjas can he help us cultivate? We Uchiha are all about fire. So it complements perfectly. Shirzue also spoke up for me. Sasuke is right. We do lack water release experts. The 8th Hokage is still worried. What if the Mist Village really comes to attack? I've long thought about what to say. They probably won't. First, we are far apart, and their logistics won't keep up with us. Second, we managed to retreat unscathed from Konoha, so they have to think twice. It's not worth risking a war failure for someone like Zabuza. Everyone was still hesitating, and at that moment my brother, Itachi Uchiha, spoke up with one sentence. He changed everything. I support Sasuke. It was his strategy that saved the entire clan, and we have reason to continue believing in him. My brother is my brother. My father looked at it and said, all right, the old rule, let's vote. As a result, the vast majority of people raised their hands. This matter was settled just like that. As soon as the meeting ended, my father kept me behind and asked me what the situation was with Zabuza, as it seemed he hadn't made up his mind yet. I could only tell the truth. It was indeed difficult to keep such a skilled person. My father understood and told me to try to persuade him again, but if it didn't work, not to force it. Meanwhile, the information about Zabuza had already reached the land of water. In the hidden Mist Village, a place often shrouded in fog, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, who looked like a child but could perfectly control the 3 tails, immediately convened an emergency meeting. Zabuza had been taken in by the hidden Heaven Village. What should we do? Yagura's voice was as cold as ice. An elder with a scar on his face shouted, what else is there to say? Let's go to war. Let them know the power of our hidden Mist Village. A bald old woman was more composed. Don't be impulsive. The distance is too far, and fighting would be complicated. The scarred elder was still unconvinced. We can pass through the land of waterfall. Another white-haired elder was more worried. But they're Uchiha with Sharingan. Is it worth it for just one Zabuza? Yagura slammed the table. Zabuza must die, no matter the cost. Well, now that the Mizukage had spoken, what else could be done? In the end, it was still that bald old woman who came up with an idea. We can use diplomacy first, then force. Send someone to the Hidden Heaven Village to issue a declaration of war, threatening them to hand him over. I heard they're about to hold some kind of ceremony for the new Mizukage. We can deliver the declaration during the ceremony to put some pressure on them. This idea was good. Everyone agreed. Yagura made a decisive statement. All right, let's do it. If they don't hand him over, we'll wipe them out. But who should go? Someone suggested Kisame, but he had a mission. In the end, the water elder hesitantly mentioned a name. It seems we have no choice but to send Terumi Mei. Upon hearing this name, all the elders present shuddered. At that moment, in the deep mountains outside the hidden Mist Village, an extraordinary beauty with long brown hair and emerald green eyes was training. She formed hand seals, liquid release, liquid monster technique. A mouthful of acidic liquid was sprayed out, instantly turning a massive rock into a puddle of mud. This woman was Terumi Mei, a super ninja with 2 bloodline limits. She was not satisfied with the power of her jutsu when the water elder found her and assigned her the task of delivering the declaration of war. Upon hearing that there would be a fight, Terumi Mei frowned. She strongly disapproved of Yagura's high-pressure policies. The water elder sighed, saying that he didn't want to fight either and hoped she could persuade the Hidden Heaven Village to hand him over with her silver tongue, although it would be difficult. Terumi Mei sighed and reluctantly accepted this hot potato. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the ceremony for the new Mizukage. The village was heavily guarded, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. I was bored, so I went to spar with Zabuza. Wow, as expected of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With a heavy slash, I was pushed back 7 or 8 steps, and my hand went numb. After the fight, I laughed and said, "Zabuza-sensei is still impressive." He seemed quite surprised and said, "You're not bad yourself, kid. You've even learned some ninjutsu." I took the opportunity to ask him, "How do you feel after staying in the village for a few days?" He said, "The village is small, but very harmonious, and everyone seems very happy." I quickly took advantage of the situation. "If you agree, then join us." But he still said the same thing. "Let me think about it for a few days." "Fine, I won't push him." Just then, a ninja suddenly appeared. "Sasuke, the Raikage is here. Lord Toby wants you to meet him." The Raikage? He actually came. I greeted Janbu and quickly ran towards the Tianjin building. As soon as I entered the VIP room, I saw the 4th generation Raikage AI chatting happily with my father. When he saw me, he laughed heartily. "Kid, I didn't go back on my word, did I?" I quickly bowed and said, "I'm immensely grateful for your presence, Lord Raikage." The Raikage then praised my father profusely, elevating me to heights unimaginable, which made my father a bit embarrassed. After a round of mutual flattery, the Raikage shifted his tone and became serious. "This time, I haven't brought any grand gifts, but I do have some intelligence regarding your heavenly hidden village that I can share with the Heavenly Shadow." As soon as my father heard this, he immediately became alert and quickly asked what the information was. That guy, Raikage, didn't keep it a secret. His gaze turned cold, and he directly dropped a bombshell. "I've received word that the Hidden Mist Village is preparing to go to war with you because of the rogue ninja, Zabuza." Well, when these words came out, my father was instantly stunned, and his face turned pale. Let me tell you, if this news had come from someone else, my father might have dismissed it. But who was the one saying this? The Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. With an intelligence network as intricate as a spider's web, the credibility is exceptionally high. I also furrowed my brows at the time, thinking that the Hidden Mist Village was really losing it. Were they truly willing to go all in over a rogue ninja? Seeing my father's shocked expression, Raikage even kindly reminded him, "Tianjin, you need to think clearly about the consequences of going to war with a major village over one person." My father forced himself to calm down, nodded, and said he would handle the matter. Raikage, having seen enough of the show, took his people and went to rest. As soon as they left, my father's energy immediately deflated, and he anxiously asked me, "Sasuke, what should we do? Should we hold a meeting tonight?" I said, "Dad, don't worry. Tomorrow is your big moment, the inauguration ceremony. We can't let everyone go with long faces, can we? It's a huge event. Let's talk about it after you become a shadow." My dad sighed, and that was all we could do. The next day, it was a clear sky and the sound of drums filled the air. The entire Tianjin village was like a festival. All the shops were closed, and the villagers crowded into the central square. I also got up early and brought Zabuza and Haku along to join the excitement. When we arrived at the square, it was packed with people, with many ninjas from other villages wearing headbands, all there to attend the ceremony. Surrounding the square were our village's elite forces patrolling, with security at full strength. I took Zabuza and Haku through a VIP channel, and as soon as we entered, Zabuza was awestruck by the golden statue of my dad in the center of the square, continuously exclaiming that this shadow-level statue was the most magnificent in our village. I jokingly said, "If you don't join us soon, your golden statue could stand here in the future." He chuckled, but didn't respond. Just then, the whole venue erupted with a roar of cheers like a tidal wave. I looked up and saw, wow, the daimyo of the land of heaven, the Raikage, and today's main character, my father, had all taken the stage. The daimyo was grinning from ear to ear, probably feeling quite pleased. After all, a small country's daimyo managed to invite the Raikage to support him, which is quite impressive. When the time came, the daimyo cleared his throat, and the crowd instantly fell silent. He picked up the megaphone and announced with great vigor, "I officially declare that Uchiha Fugaku will serve as the first Hokage of the Hidden Heaven Village." Roar! The crowd below erupted, and the cheers nearly shook the heavens. The daimyo handed my father the Hokage hat, which he solemnly accepted and put on, then swore to everyone that he would protect the Hidden Heaven Village with his life. The crowd went even crazier, and the atmosphere reached its peak. I was just watching the crowd when Shirzue next to me was giving my brother Itachi a pep talk, saying that once he became a shadow, he would be admired by thousands, encouraging him to strive to be a second-generation shadow. Before he could finish speaking, Shirzue suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Not good." I tell you, just when the atmosphere in the venue was at its peak, suddenly, out of nowhere, a woman appeared on the high platform. A stunning beauty with an incredible figure and flowing long hair. I was shocked at that moment, and without thinking, I blurted out, "Why is it her? Who understands my family?" My DNA reacted immediately. "Isn't this Kirigakure? She's my goddess from the two-dimensional world. She's even more stunning in real life than in the anime." And I almost wanted to rush up and ask for a hug. Fortunately, I still had my senses and knew I was in the ninja world. Acting recklessly would really get me melted by her dissolution technique. Zabuza knew her because they had worked together in the Mist Village before, and although Haku didn't recognize her, he could tell she was from the Mist Village just by looking at her forehead protector. He instantly became nervous, and his chakra started to flow, fearing that we might betray Zabuza. The guard on the platform reacted quickly, drawing their swords to surround me. But she remained completely calm, smiling gently. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm." My father looked her up and down and asked, "You are a ninja from the Mist Village, right?" Terumi didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. "Yes, Lord Mizukichi. I came here hoping you could hand over the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi." As expected, she was after Zabuza. My father took a deep breath and firmly refused. "Sorry, Mr. Zabuza is currently a distinguished guest of our Hidden Sky Village, and I cannot hand him over." As soon as he said this, Zabuza visibly relaxed. May's gaze sharpened. "Lord Mizukichi, are you willing to become an enemy of the Mist Village over Zabuza?" My father's voice instantly became deep and resonated throughout the venue like thunder. "He is a guest of our village. If you say one more word, I will hand him over, and who would dare to come to Tianyin Village in the future?" Mei Ming sneered and directly pulled out a scroll from her bosom. "Lord Tianyin, I also brought the personal battle letter from Lord Shuying today. If you don't hand him over, then we can only go to war." This statement was like a bomb, and the outside village ninjas instantly started discussing, saying all sorts of things, but most thought my father would definitely back down. After all, Kirigakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, and our little arms can't twist a big thigh. The Raikage watched the excitement with great interest, looking at my father with a playful expression. My father's face turned pale. "Are you threatening me?" Mei glanced at him and said, "It's not a threat. Just a hope that Lord Tianyin prioritizes the bigger picture and doesn't destroy his own village because of an outsider. Fight or not fight." Everyone's gaze was focused on my father. He was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. "Tianyin Village will not hand over Mr. Zabuza. If Wuyin Village insists on fighting, then we will accompany you." Boom! The villagers and ninjas of our village were instantly filled with passion. What does it mean to have presence? This is what it means. Although we are a small village, our bones are strong. Those outsiders who had just been making sarcastic remarks were left in shock. Of course, the most moved was Zabuza. I patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "See, I didn't lie to you. This big guy, I tell you, his eyes were red, and after holding in for a while, he just said one word, kid." On the high platform, Mei shook her head, handed the challenge letter to my father, and then poof. She turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. With her departure, my father's inauguration ceremony was not only unaffected, but the atmosphere became even more intense. It was as if a powerful figure had descended from the sky, turning my family's inauguration ceremony into a large-scale drama scene. Finally, this incredible fortune has come to me, right? In the afternoon after the ceremony, my father was busy in the office. Before long, Zabuza and Haku came to see him. Zabuza, being straightforward, came in and said, "Lord Tianyin, we want to join Tianyin Village." My father welcomed this, of course, but then my father's actions emphasized trust, and he dropped a bombshell. He looked at Zabuza and solemnly announced, "Zabuza, the village is going to establish a dark department with a scale of 50 people, and from now on, you will be the captain of the dark department." Oh my gosh, if Zabuza doesn't take action, he'll be petrified on the spot. The Umbu, that's the core department of the village, and they just handed it over to a newly joined former rogue ninja? That's way too much trust. Zabuza was stuttering. "Lord Hokage, I just arrived this, isn't it too?" My dad directly interrupted him. "I believe in your abilities. This matter is based on Sasuke's suggestion, so just go ahead and do it." With that said, there was no reason for Zabuza to decline any further, and he respectfully accepted the appointment. My dad handed him a scroll containing the information of all the Nin and above ninjas in the village, and told him to pick someone himself. After receiving the mission, Zabuza left in a hurry with Haku. Once they were gone, my dad leaned back in his chair and sighed, "I hope Sasuke is right." This matter quickly spread throughout the entire ninja world like it had grown wings. On the other side, in the Mizukichi building of the Hidden Mist Village, the 4th Mizukichi, Yagura, a hot-tempered guy, was holding a meeting. He first got angry, scolding Kisame and his group for not coming back to report. giving them a deadline of 2 days to return. Then he asked about the preparations for war supplies. An elder replied that the supplies were ready, but they seemed unwilling to lend a hand or store the supplies in the hidden waterfall village, wanting to remain neutral. Yagura got furious upon hearing this and ordered directly, "Send someone to tell them that if they don't agree, we'll wipe them out first." He also threatened that regardless of the hidden cloud village, anyone who dared to interfere would be dealt with as well. Poor hidden waterfall village, truly caught in the crossfire. Their village chief, who was already in poor health, could only summon a couple of Jainin to hold a meeting after such a threat. After discussing back and forth, realizing they couldn't fight back, they ultimately had to concede. As a result, one of the Jainin named Suijen, who had just pledged loyalty in front of the village chief and said he would assist the next generation, stepped outside and found a secluded spot to write a secret letter. He handed the letter to a subordinate named Shinsui, instructing him to deliver it to our hidden sky village, saying, "Sell this information to the 10 Shadow, and you can definitely get a good price. As usual, you take 20 once the money is in hand." What a guy. Turns out he was a traitor. That day, my dad was in his office reviewing the list of umbu submitted by Zabuza, and Zabuza was considerate enough to include me on it. Just as my dad finished approving it, someone reported that a ninja from the hidden waterfall village was requesting an audience. When the ninja named Shinsui entered, he directly handed over a scroll, saying it was the intelligence from their Lord Suijen. My father opened it in confusion, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. The scroll clearly stated, "The Hidden Mist Village is preparing to store all war supplies in the Water Country's water gorge." What does this mean? If this is true, isn't it equivalent to giving the answers to an open book exam? As long as we send someone to set their supplies on fire, we wouldn't even need to fight this battle. My father excitedly asked if the information was accurate, and Xin Shui patted his chest, guaranteeing it was 100 correct. My father immediately pulled out a large stack of cash from the drawer and threw it to him, also saying that he would add 8 million taels after the job was done. Once that guy left happily, my father's trusted aide, Uchiha Hakadai, asked what the information was. After my father shared the details, Hakadai was also shocked. However, after the excitement, he raised a question. "Clan leader, what if this is a trap?" My father also calmed down, his brows furrowed. This information was too important. Whether it was true or false had to be clarified. Uncle Hachi immediately volunteered to personally investigate Takigakure. After thinking it over, my father agreed, believing this was the most prudent approach, but he reminded him to be careful. Uncle Hachi's efficiency, let me tell you, was extraordinary. He set off right away and soon infiltrated the place called Takigakure. Goodness, that place was incredibly remote. But the ninjas from Kirigakure were transporting supplies in truckloads like ants moving their nest. The one leading them was a Jainin named Wairi, who looked quite cautious. But what good did that do? Uncle Hachi crouched behind a rock, activated his Sharingan, and saw everything clearly, bringing back this solid evidence. That very night, my father called together everyone in the village who could speak. Me, Itachi, Shui, Zabuza, and a bunch of elders all crowded into one room. My father didn't waste any words and directly revealed the information. "Family, it's confirmed. The grain storage of Kirigakure is located in Takigakure." I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the conference room erupted. Just a few days ago, everyone was frowning, feeling that there was no chance against the Hidden Mist Village. But now they looked like they had won the lottery, smiles blooming on their faces. Someone shouted directly, "Lord Tianying, what are we waiting for? Let's take them down tomorrow. Burn their supplies." Everyone nodded in agreement, except for me. My father glanced at me and asked what I thought. I shook my head and said no. Going now wouldn't have much effect. This is just the first batch of supplies. Burning them would only cause a little pain. It wouldn't really hurt them. Jishui then asked me, "Sasuke, what do you mean?" I laughed and said, "It's simple. Let's pretend we don't know and let them move in. Once they have moved all their belongings like weapons and food supplies inside, we can set on fire and zero out their assets. By then, won't their frontline army be left without supplies and have to retreat in disgrace?" After I said this, my father's eyes lit up and he led the applause, saying, "This proposal is good." Just as everyone was happy for a couple of seconds, my brother Itachi started to pour cold water on it again. He slowly said, "We found the supplies, but it's not that easy to destroy them. That kind of place must be guarded by the elite of the elite." As soon as he said this, the room started buzzing again. "Yes, who do we send? If we send the strongest, who will guard the village? What if we just leave and miss forces attack right after? Wouldn't that just be sending people to their deaths? But if we don't send the strongest, aren't we just sending vegetables?" While they were arguing fiercely, I directly asked Uncle 8, "Uncle 8, How long will it take to get from our village to the waterfall gorge at full speed? Uncle 8 thought for a moment and said, 1 day. 1 day is enough. I stood up and made the decision. Our village's defenses can hold off Mist Village's fierce attack for a day, no problem. Besides, we can set up traps madly around the village and have some ambush teams to focus on delaying time. The team that goes to steal from their home must finish the battle within a day and return quickly for support. As long as the Mist ninjas on the front line know their home has been robbed, their morale will collapse, and they will definitely retreat. This plan, although a bit extreme, is already the best solution we have right now. My father took a deep breath and finally confirmed. Let's do it as Sasuke said. The big battle will happen in the next 2 days, so everyone get your spirits up. After the meeting, I walked home with Itachi. I asked him, brother, do you think we can really win? Itachi's answer was very direct. If we can't destroy the supplies, then we can't win. He patted my head and said, don't think too much. With me around, nothing will happen to you. He also asked me how the illusion technique bubble he taught me a few days ago was coming along, and I told him it was almost ready. This technique can be activated without the Sharingan. It's simply a skill for sneaky tactics. Just as we were busy preparing to steal from their home, on the other side, Mist Village was already assembling on a large scale. Goodness, over 900 nin and above ninjas, a dark mass. And among the leading captains was that muscular guy who looks like a shark, Kisame Hashigaki, standing next to a one-eyed dragon named Ao. Their fourth Mizukage, Higura, stood on a high platform, giving a rousing pre-battle speech about defending glory with the enemy's blood, making it sound like a multi-level marketing meeting. And then the army set off in a grand manner. But who understands what families go through? The most amazing operation was about to unfold. Just as the army set off, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the pufferfish of Suigetsu, was inside a room complaining with Terumi Mei. He was furious. Why? That guy Kisame is my subordinate. Why does he get to lead the expedition while I'm stuck here? Terumi Mei advised him to say less. Just then, an old man with a cane, Elder Mizukage, walked in slowly. The elder said, who said there isn't a more important mission? Both of them were stunned. Elder Mizukage sat down and revealed a shocking piece of news. That's right, in the expedition, supplies are a lifeline. And the Hidden Rain Village will definitely try every means to launch a surprise attack. So, we deliberately released a false message. Suigetsu was immediately confused. False message? Didn't they say the supplies were in the waterfall gorge? Elder Mizukage chuckled. That smile, let me tell you, was incredibly cunning. Waterfall gorge? That's just a facade. Only a small portion of the supplies is real. Most of our belongings have already been secretly transported to the small valley in the land of rice. Goodness, they were playing military strategy with us. The entire waterfall gorge was a massive trap designed to lure us in. And the real task for Terumi Mei and Suigetsu was to guard the Real grain depot in the small valley. Of course, we were still in the dark about this. The next day, I was practicing that bubble illusion technique with Karen at the training ground when Zabuza and Haku came to find us. Zabuza got straight to the point. The intel's in. The Mist army has arrived in the land of water, and the supplies are estimated to be ready. Tomorrow morning, we set off to take out their nest. The Umbu will send 3 people. Me, Haku, and you. I was stunned at the time, asking me to go. It wasn't that I was afraid. Mainly I was worried that my brother and Shursui wouldn't agree. Then Zabuza slapped his chest directly. What are you afraid of? You are a member of the Umbu. You have to follow my orders. If they ask, just say it was my decision. Let them come find me. With his words, I agreed on the spot. That night, the advanced team of the Mist Village had already set up camp. In the main tent, Ching pointed at the map and told Kisame and several other captains, the Hidden Rain Village has experts, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, and one more. Uchiha Itachi. We must not underestimate them. He mentioned Itachi's glorious record of graduating at 7 and joining the Umbu at 11. And even talked about the legend of Itachi single-handedly fighting dozens of Konoha Umbu to save me. In the tent, no one dared to speak up. Only Kisame licked his lips and smiled creepily. Then I really want to meet this Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi. Early the next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, our infiltration team gathered in the square. Shursui and Itachi had arrived early. I ran over in full gear, and as soon as Shursui saw me, he panicked. Sasuke, what are you doing here? This is reckless. This mission is very dangerous. I chuckled and said, as a member of the Umbu, how could I not follow Zabuza's orders? Shursui wanted to go find Zabuza to reason with him, but Itachi stopped him. My brother surprisingly said, forget it. He is the Umbu captain. Don't interfere with his decision. With us here, Sasuke will be fine. Wow, my brother is really letting me go out to train. He is agreeing to let me showcase my skills. Once everyone gathered, Our team of 12 elite members set off directly towards the land of Waterfall. However, almost at the same time we set out, a 5-man patrol team from our village was carrying out their routine mission in the jungle at the border of the Land of Heaven. They had just finished checking an area when the captain waved his hand, preparing to move to the next location. But as soon as he turned around, a shadow appeared like a ghost, and with a flash of cold light, the captain's throat was slit. Immediately after, 2 shurikens flew out, and the other 2 team members fell to the ground. The remaining 2 finally reacted and let out their last cries of life. It's a ninja from the Mist Village. I'll tell you, at that moment, the remaining guy was shouting at the top of his lungs. Quick, launch the signal flare. One brother, being a real man, without saying a word, directly charged in, using his life to buy time for his teammates. Another brother was also brave. He was kicked away and his chest was caved in, but in mid-air, with his last bit of strength, he managed to throw out the signal flare. With a bang, the red firework exploded in the sky. It was truly tragic. And guess what? The leader of the Kirigakure team, named Liangzhua, didn't even raise an eyebrow and simply said, if we're exposed, we're exposed. It's no big deal. Then with a wave of his hand, over 100 people behind him surged forward, aiming straight at our Tianyin village. Meanwhile, another group led by a guy named Qing wasn't so lucky. Good grief. As they were walking, suddenly, like it was raining, countless kunai shurikens shot out from the grass, taking down over a dozen brothers on the spot. Who understands? There were all kinds of tricks hidden in that grass. Qing quickly took off his eye mask, opened his eyes wide, and lo and behold, dozens of our Tianyin village ninjas were hiding under the grass. Once discovered, our people weren't afraid. They directly burst out from the ground and charged forward. Knowing full well it was a death wish, they fought to buy time, using their lives as shields. Qing was also a tough guy, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Leave no one alive, kill them all." In an instant, a bloody massacre began. Let me tell you, at this time, in our Tianyin village, my father, Uchiha Fugaku, is almost wearing out the threshold of his office. Report to Lord Tianyin. Enemies spotted in the east. Report. Enemies have also appeared in the west. Emergency in the north. The south has also been breached. Intelligence was flying in like snowflakes, and the entire command room was in chaos. Those bastards from the Mist Village have really gone all out, launching a simultaneous attack with 5 armies. My father turned pale at that moment. Our entire village has only about 500 people. How can we defend? If we split our forces, each point is as fragile as paper and can be easily pierced. If we don't split, they can surround us directly, leaving us nowhere to run. It's simply a hellish choice. In the end, my father gritted his teeth and said, even if we can't hold it, we must hold on. He made the decision to leave 100 people in the village and split the remaining 400 into 5 teams, all of which would confront the enemy head-on. It was a gamble, betting on whether Itachi and Shursui could return in time. He stood in the square and shouted at the hundreds of brothers preparing to go into battle. Ninjas will die one day, but not today. For the village, all of you must come back alive. At that moment, everyone's blood was boiling and hundreds of voices shouted in unison. We will fight to defend the village. Then, like ants swarming out of their nest, they charged out from 5 directions with great momentum. On the other side, Itachi and his team had successfully infiltrated the supply storage point of the mist-hidden village, a valley called Takagane. That kid Sasuke was also clever. He used a transformation technique to trick the guards. The plan was simple. Itachi and Zabuza would distract them, while Sasuke and Shursui would directly unleash their attacks. It was a seamless operation. Itachi first used an explosive tag to create a loud noise, attracting dozens of guards. While they were engaged in a fierce fight over there, Sasuke and Shursui seized the opportunity, simultaneously performing hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. 2 massive fireballs roared out and ignited the mountain of supplies. And then, let me tell you, the tables turned. Just as they succeeded, they were surrounded by hundreds of people. The opposing captain, a guy named Matt, looked at them with a sinister smile. "Oh, Zabuza, long time no see." Then he threw out a shocking piece of news. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. What you just burned was a pile of useless trash. The real supplies are not here at all." What the hell? My friends, if I had been there, my blood pressure would have shot up to 280. After all that effort, it turned out to be a trap. They had clearly calculated everything. It was a complete intellectual crushing. Itachi instantly realized that they had fallen into a trap. The village was their real target. Those guys didn't give them any time to react. With a command from Matt, hundreds of explosive tags were thrown over like they were free. A thunderous explosion shook the entire valley. Just when everyone thought Itachi and the others had been blown to bits, As the smoke cleared, two towering energy giants, one red and one green, stood there. Susanoo. Goodness, it silenced the opposing side. Sasuke's green Susanoo unleashed a rain of arrows, clearing a patch of enemy soldiers right away. But this technique consumed too much chakra. Itachi decisively released Susanoo and said, "The village is in danger. We must break through quickly. I'll deal with that, Captain. And the rest is up to you." After saying that, he charged toward Matt. Matt was also a skilled fighter, and they exchanged blows back and forth. As they fought, he began to perform hand seals, intending to unleash his big move, water style, water tornado. However, whatever hand seals he made, Itachi copied exactly, using his Sharingan to teach him on the spot, and he forcefully countered with an identical water tornado. Matt was stunned. How could he know my unique technique? Itachi didn't give him time to think. A great fireball pushed him back, and then he played mind games. Matt tried to use a water clone to ambush Itachi, but found that the Itachi he thought he had captured turned into a flock of crows and flew away, while the real Itachi had already stood behind him, activating his Manjiki Sharingan and pulling him into a Jinjutsu. It was an easy capture, and he also extracted information about the real supplies. While Itachi was single-handedly taking down the boss, the others were fighting like crazy. Zabuza and Sasuke were like two war gods, slaughtering enemies. Sasuke handled a few nin with ease. However, Bai, who was exhausted, was about to be taken down by the opponents when Zabuza saved him with a slash. But Bai was stubborn and insisted on becoming Zabuza's tool, trying to push through on his own. Just at that critical moment, our reinforcements arrived, with Daka bringing 5 people charging in, instantly turning the tide of battle. After driving away the remaining mist-hidden village ninjas, Itachi had also finished interrogating Matt. He informed everyone that the supplies here were indeed fake, and the real supplies were hidden in a place called Little Wind Valley in the Land of Soup. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately got excited. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." But Itachi shook his head and refused. Sasuke sighed and explained, "Have we forgotten about the village? The village is currently under siege by a large army. If we don't go back now, we will lose our homes." Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Yes, should they go and take out the enemy's nest to win the war? Or should they return home immediately to save their loved ones? This question was too difficult. In the end, everyone decided to save the village first. If they lost their homes, what would be the meaning of winning the war? Just as everyone was preparing to return for reinforcements, Zabuza stood up. This former rogue ninja had a resolute expression as he said, "You all go back to the village. I will go to Little Wind Valley alone." My goodness, this was practically a death sentence. Bai immediately panicked and wanted to go with him, but he was silenced by Zabuza's command. He said that if Lord Kage trusted him, he would do whatever it takes to destroy the supplies of the mist-hidden village, even at the cost of his life. At that moment, Sasuke also stood up and said, "Zabuza, you acting alone is not wise. I will accompany you." Itachi's brows furrowed tightly. How could he not worry when his own little brother was going to take such a life-threatening risk? But Sasuke said with a relaxed expression, "Don't worry, brother. We're going to destroy the supplies, not to throw away our lives." Itachi remained silent for a long time, but ultimately agreed, because he knew that over in the village, they truly needed top-tier combat power like him and Sasuke. Thus, the daunting task of destroying the supplies fell on Zabuza and Sasuke's shoulders. After Itachi agreed, Sasuke hurriedly said, "Then let's set off quickly. The sooner we ignite the supplies, the fewer people our village will lose." Let me tell you, Sasuke was so anxious that he could hardly wait to fly over immediately. Sasuke was still there fussing. "Oh Sasuke, be careful. It's okay if the mission can't be completed. Your safety is the most important." I said, "Brother, what time is it now?" Itachi was straightforward. He made the decision right away. "You two go. The rest of us will rush back to the village as fast as we can to provide support." And guess what happened? Zabuza's little sidekick, Haku, hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't help it and looked at Itachi with hopeful eyes. "Captain, I want to find Zabuza-sensei. Family. Who understands that little look?" Itachi was perceptive. He understood immediately and waved his hand. "Go, be careful." Haku was so moved that he almost bowed to Itachi right then and there, thanked him, and dashed off. However, he didn't dare to get too close, just hanging back far behind Sasuke and Zabuza. Once the two left, Itachi immediately led the team and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, let me tell you, it was brutal, with corpses everywhere and a stench of blood filling the air. Kisame had just pierced the last hidden rain village ninja, and his subordinate came to report the casualties. "Captain, we Lost nearly 100 brothers. Kisame was dumbfounded. What the hell? We had over 180 people. They had about 100, and we ended up trading one for one? What kind of fight is this? He exploded right there. Why are the casualties so heavy? The subordinate looked miserable. Captain, you don't know, those guys from the Hidden Rain village are like rabid dogs. When they can't win, they resort to self-detonation, aiming for mutual destruction. We can't hold on. And there were a bunch of Uchiha in there. Their combat power was off the charts. Many brothers fell to them. Hearing the words Uchiha, Kisame's anger flared up, and he coldly snorted. Another Uchiha. I heard there's a guy named Uchiha Itachi who is pretty strong. I have to meet him this time. After saying that, he didn't rush off but ordered. All right, everyone, rest in place. Let's get our status back up first. The scene shifted back to the Hidden Rain village. In the village's conference room, the atmosphere was so grim it was cleaner than my wallet, lifeless. Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, solemnly announced bad news. Everyone, we can't hold on anymore. We lost 3 out of 5 battle lines, and the enemy could reach the village entrance tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone wilted. An old man sighed. The gap in strength is too great. We can't win in a head-on fight. Another hot-tempered guy slammed the table. What are we afraid of? Tomorrow, gather everyone, and let's fight. In this desperate atmosphere, a guy named Hakadai suddenly spoke up. As if he pressed the restart button. Everyone, don't panic. Did we forget something? Sure Sway and Itachi are almost back, right? Wow, let me tell you, that one sentence brought everyone back to life. That's right, we still have our trump cards, Sure Sway and Itachi from Naruto. If those two come back, we can take down the Mist Village easily. Instantly, the entire conference room was energized like they had been injected with adrenaline. Fugaku was also thinking wildly, Itachi, Sure Sway, you have to come back quickly. Meanwhile, on Sasuke and Zabuza's side, the two had already arrived at a place called Little Wind Valley. There were just a few weak guards at the entrance, and Zabuza sent out a shadow clone to draw their attention, quickly luring them all away. The two slipped inside in a flash. However, inside was a fork in the road with 2 paths. What to do? Sasuke made a decisive decision. Zabuza, let's split up. It'll be more efficient. Zabuza agreed and reminded him. Just be careful. After that, he dashed into the left path like lightning. Sasuke, without saying a word, charged into the right path. Let's talk about Zabuza first. He had just taken a few steps when suddenly, I tell you, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of poisoned Senbon shot out from the shadows. Zabuza reacted quickly, swinging his decapitating blade and blocking them all like a shield. Looking up, he saw a long-haired fat guy standing across from him, looking quite abstract. Zabuza's eyes widened. Is that you, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost? How did you end up as my opponent? It turned out to be an old colleague from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, but now he was an enemy. The fat guy was wielding the sword Samahata and chuckled. No time for nostalgia. You traitor ninja. Today, I'm ordered to take you down. Without further ado, the two engaged in a fierce battle, with blades flashing and clashing intensely. As they fought, the fat guy unleashed his ultimate technique, water style, exploding water collapsing wave, and suddenly created a lake right there. He thought to himself, fighting in water is my advantage. Not giving Zabuza a chance to catch his breath, he formed hand seals, and a massive water dragon shot up from the ground, roaring and pouncing towards Zabuza. Zabuza wasn't intimidated. He quickly countered with water style, water barrier, successfully withstanding the water dragon attack. Then, he dove into the water, and when he emerged, he appeared like a ghost above the fat guy's head. Zabuza was fierce. He conjured several water chains to bind the fat guy tightly, and raised his decapitating blade to strike. But the fat guy didn't panic at all and mocked him. Is that all you've got? Just as Zabuza was about to deliver the finishing blow, the fat guy's sword, Samahata, moved on its own. With a clang, it blocked Zabuza's blade. Then, that cursed sword opened its mouth wide and began to suck up Zabuza's chakra. In an instant, Zabuza's chakra was drained, while the fat guy was completely revitalized, returning to full health and chakra. Now, Zabuza was in trouble. Having shifted from an advantageous position to a defensive one, the scene shifted to Sasuke. He was walking alone along the right path, wondering why there were no guards in this heavily fortified place. Just as he thought this, a sultry and charming voice came from behind him. Is there no one left in the Hidden Rain village? They actually sent a little handsome guy like you to die. Sasuke turned around and was instantly mesmerized. Standing across from him was an absolute beauty, with a graceful figure and waist-length hair. Who else could it be but Conan? Family. Who understands? His paper doll wife is alive. Seeing Sasuke's dazed expression, Conan teased him. Little brother, go home quickly. You're so handsome, I can't bear to strike you. Sasuke snapped back to reality. Hey, I'm here to do serious business. Without a second thought, he unleashed a fire style. Great fireball technique right at her face. Seeing this, Conan was impressed, quickly dodging with ease. The fireball exploded into a cloud of smoke, and Sasuke used 3 shadow clones to charge out from the smoke. Conan was surprised. This little guy can use shadow clones at this age? But she wasn't slow, throwing several shurikens that took out all the clones in an instant. Just as she began to think this kid was something special, Sasuke's real body completed his hand seals in the smoke and shouted, "Lightning style, lightning wolf form." A massive lightning wolf roared and lunged at her. At this point, Conan was genuinely shocked. What? He knows both fire and lightning styles? What kind of divine child is this? Her mind went blank. As the lightning wolf was about to hit her, she had no time to think. She activated her bloodline limit, lava release, lava monster technique. She spat out a mouthful of magma, melting the lightning wolf instantly. At this point, Conan got serious. Little guy, I acknowledge your strength. From now on, I will go all out. Sasuke, still playful, retorted. Then I want to see just how big the gap is between me and a goddess. He immediately threw a massive wind release shuriken at her. Terumi May reacted quickly, using earth release, earth flow wall. With a loud bang, a wall was erected to block the attack. But just as she raised the wall, Sasuke had already teleported behind her, swinging down with an Uchiha-style Gale Sword. Just as it seemed he was about to land a hit with a splash, the Terumi May that was struck turned into a puddle of water. A water clone, so she had secretly switched places while raising the earth wall. In the next second, 8 water chains shot up from the ground, aiming to bind Sasuke like a rice dumpling. In a critical moment, Sasuke had no choice but to reveal his trump card. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. Instantly, the trajectories of the 8 chains were clear in his eyes, and with a body flicker technique, he dodged them all unscathed. At this moment, Terumi May slowly emerged from a puddle of water, her expression serious. So was the Uchiha brat, and he even activated the Sharingan. No wonder. Seeing that the Sharingan had stabilized the situation, Sasuke began to act cool. Since you know I'm Uchiha and understand the power of the Sharingan, then just give up resisting. Terumi May couldn't help but laugh at him. Hee, little brat, your mind is still childish. She understood clearly in her heart that the Sharingan was powerful in Jinjutsu. As long as she didn't look into his eyes, she would be fine, right? Sasuke also laughed. Sister, sometimes knowing too much can backfire on you. After saying that, he began to form hand seals. Terumi May was puzzled. Did this kid still have chakra? Then Sasuke shouted, Jinjutsu bubble. In the next second, Terumi May felt the world spinning and found herself bound by countless iron chains to a huge wooden stake. She was stunned, panicking and shouting, impossible. I clearly didn't look into your eyes. In the mental realm, Sasuke walked up to her, looking like a big villain, and chuckled. Who told you that Jinjutsu must be activated with the eyes? Only then did Terumi May realize that she had made a fatal mistake from the beginning, underestimating Sasuke too much. Now, it was all over. She couldn't hold on to the supplies, and the village was going to lose. She felt like dying, her whole demeanor turning gloomy. But when Sasuke saw her lifeless expression, he felt a bit helpless. Don't worry, even though you are my enemy, I won't kill you. You can rest assured. Even though you are my enemy, I won't kill you. Because I like you. Goodness, let me tell you. When I heard this line from the side, I was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. JPG, what is this kid doing? In the midst of a life and death battle, suddenly confessing to the water's shadow big sister? This operation is too outrageous. I'll tell you, when Terumi May was caught off guard, her expression was like her CPU was about to overheat. She probably has never encountered anything like this in her life. Who in the village would dare to joke with her? Her bloodline limit is such that getting involved would mean losing a layer of skin. But then Sasuke, that brat, flirts and runs off, disappearing into the spiritual world in a flash, leaving Terumi May all flustered and confused. Back in reality, I saw Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, his Jinjutsu was strong enough, otherwise he would have been done for today. He didn't stay long and hurried off to the next target, that pile of supplies. On the other side, let me tell you, Zabuza's situation was far from romantic. It was like starting a hellish challenge. He was being used as a chakra battery by that fat guy named Suigetsu with a big sword. His chakra was almost drained. He was covered in wounds, completely being beaten down. That fat guy was there mocking him. Zabuza, just lie down. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. Zabuza was still tough, gritting his teeth and saying, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to kill me, show your real skills." But the fat guy wasn't polite at all. With a water style, 3 water columns, he blasted the already injured Zabuza away. Zabuza's head was buzzing, and he watched in horror as the fat guy charged at him with the sword, having lost the strength to dodge. He must have felt like it was over, thinking he was about to meet his end. Just as that ugly big sword was about to slash his neck, bang! A crisp sound. An ice wall appeared out of nowhere, perfectly blocking the blade. When Zabuza opened his eyes, he was stunned. "Haku, you're here." His face was full of disbelief. Haku, looking clean and sharp, smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Zabuza, let us deal with the enemy first." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals with one hand, and countless water shuriken shot towards the fat guy. The fat guy could only retreat awkwardly, but Haku's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, directly unleashing secret technique, ice crystal mirror. Goodness, instantly, countless ice mirrors trapped the fat guy in a 360-degree crystal box with no blind spots. Friends, you know. Haku moved at lightning speed within the mirrors, and in a few moments, the fat guy turned into a human porcupine, screaming as he was taken down on the spot. That big sword, the SasukeSaves, was still buzzing like it was wailing. Zabuza went up and smashed the ice wall with a single strike, claiming the sword as his trophy. "Hey, loot one." After finishing up, Haku asked where Sasuke was. Zabuza slapped his thigh, realizing he had forgotten about that kid. He quickly decided to take a shortcut to find him. At this moment, I'd already sneaked into the enemy's base, and good grief. There were piles of supplies like little mountains, surrounded by a dozen security guards chatting. My chakra was almost running low, and I was considering going berserk and charging in. But suddenly, Zabuza and Haku appeared like a pair of formidable warriors. What surprise! But when I took a closer look, I was shocked to see that it was the shark skin of the chubby guy from Watermelon Mountain. I got so excited that I shouted out loud, "Wow, it's really the shark skin." This shout attracted enemies from a radius of 500 meters. The looks that Zabuza and Haku gave me were filled with helplessness, as if they were saying, "You really are something." There was no way around it. I had exposed our position, so we had to fight, despite the enemy's numbers. They were just a bunch of weaklings. The 3 of us quickly cleared the area. Zabuza even left 2 alive to report back. Then I took a deep breath, faced the pile of supplies, and unleashed a fireball jutsu boom. The world became quiet. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, a great battle was about to begin. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could squeeze out water. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, stood at the forefront, exuding an overwhelming presence. He rallied the troops with a battle cry. "Brothers, our home is behind us. There's no retreat. Let's fight to the end." With that one sentence, the blood of everyone in the village was ignited, and they roared in preparation to fight to the death. On the other side, the mist ninjas surged forward like a black tide, and their leader, a guy who looked like a shark turned into a human, immediately locked onto my father as the target. He told the person next to him, "That Tenin is mine. Don't steal him from me." Then, the 2 sides collided with a bang. The cries of battle shook the heavens. Jutsu flew everywhere, and in an instant, it turned into a hell on earth. My dad had a direct duel with Kisame, and it was a fierce battle that turned the world upside down. This guy Kisame has chakra like it's free. He unleashed a massive water wave, turning the battlefield into a giant swimming pool. He arrogantly declared, "In the water, I am a god." My dad was bombarded by him with water javelins, and before he knew it, he was knocked into the water. The ghost shark was even more ruthless, directly summoning 5 chakra sharks in the water, the kind that can revive infinitely, chasing and biting my dad. My father was incredibly frustrated underwater and thought to himself, "I can't pretend anymore. It's time to show my true self." The next second, the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. With a loud bang, the water surface exploded. A towering red energy skeleton giant rose directly from the water. The 2 commanders opposite, Qing and Liangzhua, were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. The white-eyed guy, Qing, realized, "Oh no, he activated the kaleidoscope. This is bad." My dad was in a Gundam, and he shot an energy spear directly at Kisame. Kisame got anxious and summoned 1,000 sharks like they were raining down, crashing towards my dad Susanoo. What happened? After a long bombardment, when the smoke cleared, my dad's Gundam was completely unharmed. His defense was maxed out. This left the opposing side in shock, while the morale on our side in the Hidden Cloud Village soared, and the faces of the Mist Village side turned green. Qing and Liangzhua saw that this wasn't tea good. If they didn't tea help soon, Kisame would be turned into dried fish. They rushed in for a 2-on-1. In the middle of the battlefield, the fighting was intense. Izumi, who was a pure combatant, had exhausted her stamina after such a long fight and got kicked over by a guy named Gon, spitting out blood. Seeing her down, that guy grinned and was about to go in for the kill. Xianglin panicked and shouted, "Izumi nay!" Without thinking, she rushed in to block the attack. As a result, she got kicked away by that bastard, with blood at the corner of her mouth. I tell you, Sister Izumi's eyes are all red. Who can stand that? Watching her sister get beaten like that to protect herself, she's risking her life. She directly pulls out a big treasure from her pocket, holding a detonating tag in her hand, ready to exchange blows with that bastard. But guess what? Just as she was about to pull the trigger and take them both out, a shadow zipped by. It was as fast as if it was on double speed, landing right next to her. Sister Izumi looked up, stunned, and in her desperate gaze, there was suddenly a glimmer of hope, and she blurted out, "Itachi." Wow. Reinforcements have arrived. That bastard named Gon didn't take Itachi seriously at all, still talking tough, saying he'd kill one if one came, and two if two came. What happened next? Itachi just glanced at him casually, without even forming a hand seal, and that bastard fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back, shutting down right there. Does anyone understand? This is the overwhelming presence of a top-tier boss. He didn't even have the qualification to fight back. Itachi was so gentle. He turned to Sister Izumi and asked if she was okay. She shook her head, but looking at her comrades still struggling nearby, her face was full of worry. Itachi spoke one sentence to reassure her. "You rest first, I'll take care of the rest." Oh my, that sense of security was off the charts. After saying that, Itachi drew his sword, and like a bolt of black lightning, he charged into the crowd and started slashing away. Meanwhile, on the water battlefield, let me tell you, the scene was even more explosive. The clan leader Fugaku was surrounded by 3 people, Kisame, Ao, and another guy named Rizi, who clearly wasn't a good character. Kisame was quite arrogant, insisting on a one-on-one, but Ao shot him down with a single sentence. "Don't be a fool. Can you bear the consequences if we mess up the mission?" Just as Rizi was charging in, wow, a blue light shot over like a laser cannon from the horizon. Rizi didn't even have time to react, and with a loud bang, his chest caved in, and he spun like a water splash, flying out onto the surface. When the blue light dissipated, standing there was none other than Shirzue, who could move like a ghost. The whole place went silent. Even Kisame felt a chill down his back. The one named Ao was somewhat sensible. Seeing the situation, he immediately shouted for a retreat. But Rizi wasn't having it. He had just been punched away, couldn't save face, and insisted on going up to fight again. I thought to myself, does this guy have some cyber psycho bloodline? He just had to show off in front of the top-tier boss. He swung a big water blade, but with a puff, he just hit a shadow clone. The next second, Shirzue appeared behind him like a ghost, Uchiha style, Gale Sword. A flash of fire crossed, and Rizi turned into a human torch, plopping down to the lake bottom without even a bubble rising. Shirzue sheathed his sword, his gaze as cold as ice. And a single sentence echoed throughout. "Those who offend the Hidden Heaven Village shall die." At this point, the Mist Village people were completely terrified. Their leader was taken out in one move. What else could they do? With a shout from Ao, everyone turned and ran, faster than rabbits. Our village's people watched this scene, stunned for a few seconds, and then erupted into thunderous cheers. After cleaning up the battlefield, we held an emergency meeting. Just as clan leader Fugaku praised Itachi and Shirzue for saving the day, Shirzue poured cold water on everyone. Our mission to steal from the enemy has failed. It was a trap. The materials at that supply point were all fake. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill. Clan leader Fugaku took the blame, saying he trusted the intel too much. However, it wasn't all for nothing. Itachi got the real intel from a captured enemy, that the supplies were in another place called Kaze no Kawa. Then Shirzue arranged for Sasuke and the other 3 to carry out this life-and-death mission. On the other side, the Mist Village fellows weren't idle either. They held a meeting overnight to review the situation. That guy Ao was really clever, coming up with a sneaky plan. They had 2 brothers in their team who possessed a rather sinister bloodline limit, capable of summoning immortal water giants. Meanwhile, back at the Mist Village, things were in chaos. The Mizukage received news that their real supply warehouse had been raided. It was probably done by Sasuke and the others. Now, the frontline troops were about to run out of supplies. The higher-ups deliberated, feeling too embarrassed to accept defeat, and needed someone to take the blame. Guess what happened next? Early the next morning, Before dawn had fully broken, those guys attacked again. They didn't give us a moment to breathe. As soon as the fight started, those two brothers began forming seals, and soon, four water giants, 5 or 6 meters tall, emerged from the ground. Wow, it was like a giant robot had been unleashed. One punch could wipe out a large area. Who could withstand that? At this critical moment, we had to rely on our Uchiha 3 giants. Fugaku, Sasuke, and Itachi. Without a word, activated Susanoo. 3 differently colored energy giants rose from the ground, pummeling those 4 water giants into pieces in just a few hits. Just as we were about to cheer, Ao was there sneering. The next second, I was dumbfounded. Those puddles of water, as if alive, started wriggling and stood back up, completely unharmed. Fugaku and Sasuke were stunned. How could you not kill this thing? Itachi also tried once, and his Susanoo cleaved one giant in half, but it reformed like a liquid Terminator. Just when everyone was feeling anxious, Itachi remained the calmest, fighting while quickly observing. He soon discovered a blind spot, a huge loophole that could turn the tide. He fixed his gaze on 2 figures standing still in the distance, muttering to himself, Why Haven T, they joined the battle. I have to tell you, Itachi's mind works really fast. He figured it out in an instant. Those 2 guys were just standing there like statues, primarily focusing on remote control. It was too abstract. They must be the controllers for those water giants. Goodness. Itachi shouted out, Dad, Sasuke, stop wasting time with that broken robot, and take out those 2 playing with the remote. After saying that, he swiftly retracted Susanoo and shot out like an arrow. My dad and Sasuke understood immediately and followed right after. The commander named Ao panicked when he saw us charging towards his mage and shouted, Quick, stop them. The dozen or so guarding ninjas also rushed in with loud cries. A few guys formed hand signs towards Sasuke, water release, water surge wave. And what happened? Just as the water was released, Sasuke had already instantaneously appeared behind them. And with a flash of his short blade, several heads flew off with a few splatters, blood spraying like a fountain. Itachi, was in a similar situation. A few ninjas rushed over, and without even raising an eyelid, I shouted, Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. My mouth was like a Gatling gun, spitting out dozens of fireballs. The few people opposite us instantly turned into fiery figures, screaming and collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Is this it? With this level of combat power, they think they can stop the Uchiha 3 greats? It's simply a joke. In less than 2 minutes, all the guards were down. After taking out the last cannon fodder, my father, Uchiha Fugaku, looked at the 2 guys still with their eyes closed and fingers raised and let out a long breath. Phew. As long as we take them down, those big shots should be gone, right? He felt relaxed, but Itachi, felt a sudden chill in my heart. My brows furrowed tightly. Something was off, way off. Family, who understands? This atmosphere, all the bodyguards are dead. And you too, the masters, are still here meditating? ISNT this a clear trap. Just as I was about to remind them, Sasuke was already ready to make a move. At that critical moment, one of the 2 guys, named Uchiha Sora, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an extremely sinister smile. Since you're here, don't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, their bodies inflated like balloons and then exploded with a loud bang. I thought they were going to use the dead demon consuming seal to perish together, but that wasn't the case. They exploded into a massive curtain of water, like a giant bowl, completely trapping the 3 of us inside. Not good. We need to break out. Itachi reacted the fastest and shouted loudly. But it was too late. Everything happened too quickly. The moment the water curtain fell, a terrifying water pressure, like a mountain pressing down, surged from all directions. Let me tell you, it felt like being thrown into a 10,000-meter deep sea. Not to mention moving, even breathing became difficult. Our mobility was instantly reduced to 0. It's over. We're done for. The 3 of us were taken out in one fell swoop, and the battlefield outside erupted. Our Tianjin village ninjas were dumbfounded. The 3 strongest were captured in an instant. What are we supposed to do? Morale collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, the people from Kirigakure erupted in cheers, like it was New Year's. The commander named Ao was even grinning to the point of cramping, raising his hands and shouting, Brothers, their leader has been captured. Charge! Storm into Tianjin village. Just at this life-and-death moment, an elite ninja named Dakara stepped forward. A real man. He shouted at the remaining brothers, 8th generation. You hold the village. I'll go rescue Lord Tianjin. After saying that, he charged into the enemy ranks with a knife, without hesitation. But saving us was not that easy. He hadn't gone far when a burly man wielding a big sword, looking like a shark that had come to life, blocked his path. Good grief. It was Kisame Hashigaki. Dakura was also a tough guy. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and charged in, using a swift sword technique that was impenetrable, even igniting his sword with flames, creating sparks everywhere. But Kisame was simply a bug. Dakura risked his life to unleash a big move, Earth-style, rockfall. 6 huge boulders fell from the sky like a meteor shower, but Kisame just opened a water sphere on the spot, completely unscathed. Dakura was left dumbfounded. Now he was completely desperate, and he pulled out his ultimate technique. Lightning style. Lightning leopard kill. A leopard made of lightning roared and pounced at Kisame. But Kisame was even more ruthless, grinning. Great shark bomb technique. Let me tell you, that shark water bomb is outrageous. It can absorb chakra from ninjutsu. People, understand this. It plays the game of you re-strong. It's all mine. When the lightning leopard collided, it was devoured by the shark water bomb, which then grew larger and slammed Dakura away, causing him to spit blood and unable to get up. Kisame approached the fallen Dakura, grinning, and said, "Game over." Just at this moment of despair, clang, with a crisp sound, a larger beheading sword perfectly blocked Kisame's blade. No way. It was Zabuza Momochi. That man is back. Kisame was still reminiscing. Yo, Zabuza, long time no see. But Zabuza didn't waste words. A water clone silently appeared behind Kisame and stabbed him with a swift strike. Professionalism at its finest, no unnecessary chatter. While the 7 ninja swordsmen began to fight among themselves. On our side, we finally awaited reinforcements. I heard dozens of whooshing sounds as countless ice needles shot precisely at the 2 maintaining the water prison. I focused and saw, oh my gosh, it was my brother Sasuke, and also Haku. They finally came back. The 3 of us were so excited in the water prison that we almost boiled the water. My father, Fugaku, shouted with all his might towards the outside. Sasuke, Haku, attack them. As long as their hands leave the water curtain, we can get out. The 2 guards panicked as well. My brother, Uchiha, gritted his teeth and said, "Mirror, I'll hold it by myself. You go take out those 2 brats." After saying that, he pressed both hands firmly against the water curtain. His brother, Uchiha, walked out with a disdainful expression, looking at my brother and Haku as if they were 2 ants. Are you coming to me together, or one by one to die? Without saying a word, Haku charged forward first. Ice release versus water release, they exchanged blows. But after all, the opponent was a jonin, with experience and chakra overwhelming. A water-made wind shuriken suddenly exploded in the air, turning into countless small water blades that directly injured Haku. Just as Uchiha was smugly sneering, he suddenly felt a scorching aura above his head. He looked up, and his pupils contracted instantly. My brother Sasuke had jumped into the air at some point, with a gigantic flame blade forming on his katana. It turned out that Haku's earlier attack was merely a feint to buy time for my brother. Uchiha-style Gale Blade. Sasuke roared, and the massive flame blade came crashing down with the momentum to incinerate everything. Uchiha was no slouch either. He remained calm under pressure and instantly raised a huge water shield to take the hit. With a loud bang, water and fire clashed, creating a cloud of steam, resembling a small nuclear explosion. When the smoke cleared, that guy was surprisingly unscathed, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. Still they're taunting. "Brad, is that all you've got?" After saying that, he vanished in a flash. The Jonin's speed was too fast. He instantly appeared behind Sasuke, thrusting a kunai, but luckily Sasuke reacted quickly and dodged. Uchiha, failing to land a hit, turned and unleashed a water surge wave that sent Haku flying, then pursued my brother with a fierce, killing intent. My younger brother was also enraged. Taking a deep breath, he quickly formed hand signs. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A gigantic fire dragon roared as it charged towards Uchiha Kagami, forcing him to defend with a wave of water. Just at the moment when the steam enveloped the area and obscured visibility, Sasuke suddenly created 4 shadow clones, surrounding Uchiha Kagami from 4 directions. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the 4 Sasukes, a faint cold smile appearing on his lips, and clasped his hands together. Water style, water dragon whip. In an instant, 4 water dragons shot up from the ground. Let me tell you, that whip seemed to have eyes of its own, and the 4 Sasukes were desperately dodging in midair. What happened? The water dragon whip swung its tail and managed to bind all 4 Sasukes into a big rice dumpling. Good heavens, our spectators, including Uncle Fugaku, Sure and Itachi, turned pale. Being restrained like this on the battlefield was equivalent to being a live target, right? Uchiha Kagami. seeing his success, laughed maniacally, as if he had just won 5 million. The four bound Sasukes had dark expressions, struggling with all their might. Uchiha Kagami didn't even look at them. He simply took out 4 kunai and aimed to throw. I thought he was too lazy to guess which one was the real body, opting for a better safe than sorry strategy. The kunai whistled through the air, almost reaching the speed of sound, and it looked like he was about to put 4 holes in Sasuke. Our hearts were in our throats, shouting Sasuke's name in desperation. And then, guess what happened? With 4 soft bangs, all 4 Sasukes transformed into smoke. They were all shadow clones. I was stunned at that moment, and the whole place erupted. That Uchiha Mikage had his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Probably his brain was short-circuiting. Who would have thought? A little brat with a mind as clever as a sieve. Over here with the parents' group, Uncle Fugaku was so relaxed he nearly blew himself away. Sasuke and Itachi also had expressions that looked like they were about to die of shock. Just when everyone was still in a daze, let me tell you, the real Sasuke burst out from a mist. He was rubbing a giant, bright lightning ball in his hand, roaring as he threw it out. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger strike. That was no Thunder Tiger. It was like a heavenly calamity of condensed lightning, instantly teleporting to Uchiha Mikage's head and slamming down with one claw. The space was cracked open. It was simply outrageous. That guy didn't even have time to react. Hurriedly raised his hand to block, and then with a loud bang, he was sent flying like a broken sack, smashing into the ground and creating a large pit, the cracks spreading like an earthquake. When his brother Uchiha, K, saw his brother get taken out in an instant, his eyes turned red. If he didn't have to maintain that water prison, he would probably have rushed over to fight right then and there. Just then, White made his move. Dozens of thousand needles shot towards Uchiha, K, like a torrential rain from behind. Now, it was his turn to panic. Should he save his life or continue to trap the enemy? Obviously, saving his life was the priority. Without thinking, he directly dodged and ran away. And that water prison shattered with a crash. On the other side, Zabuza and Kisame were also in heated battle. Seeing that Zabuza's chakra was running low, Kisame unleashed a water shark bomb technique, sending a dozen sharks rushing forward. Zabuza desperately tried to block, but ended up exhausted, and his decapitating sword flew out of his hand. Kisame saw his chance and grinned as he rushed in, pulling out a kunai to stab. But let me tell you, the divine reversal came. Zabuza chuckled, and in the shocked eyes of Kisame, he pulled out a big guy from behind. Good heavens, wasn't that the sword Samahada? With a clang, the kunai was blocked. Zabuza grinned wickedly. Aren't you full of chakra? Come, let me have a taste. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung Samahada, and Kisame felt like he was instantly drained, his whole body going soft. Samahada, eating chakra slash. Zabuza shouted, and that spiked big sword slammed hard onto Kisame's body. Kisame screamed and was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a giant rock before stopping, gasping on the ground like a broken bellows. Zabuza walked over with his sword, and the killing intent was so strong I felt cold from a distance. Kisame knew he was done for, but he had to understand why he was in this situation. So he mustered his last breath and asked, "Why is Samahada in your hands?" Zabuza paused, calmly replying, "Oh, because I conveniently took care of its previous owner, the pufferfish demon from the Watermelon Mountain." Upon hearing this, Kisame fell into complete despair. Zabuza wasted no more words and raised Samahada to chop down at Kisame's head. Just when it was about to splash blood everywhere, let me tell you, something even more outrageous happened. Family, who understands? The sword turned against him. Samahada stopped just a centimeter from Kisame's head, making a clicking sound as if it was acting cute. Zabuza was dumbfounded. "Samahada, what are you doing?" But the sword didn't listen at all, affectionately rubbing against Kisame. Seeing this, Kisame's survival instinct skyrocketed, and he rolled and crawled towards their mist village people. Zabuza wanted to chase, but Samahada firmly bit his hand, not letting him move. Zabuza was so furious he cursed. "Are you interested in this guy?" Samahada made 2 clicking sounds, as if in agreement. Zabuza was so angry he threw the sword on the ground, but Kisame had long since vanished. Just then, the water curtain completely exploded, and Uncle Fugaku, Sasuke, and Itachi, the 3 powerhouses, finally unleashed their strength. Our side erupted with earth-shattering cheers. The whole village was in a frenzy. The ninjas from the Mist Village turned pale, especially when they saw Sasuke's malicious gaze. They were so frightened their legs went weak. Sasuke didn't care. He directly used Fire Release, great dragon fire technique, to charge into the crowd, acting like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering them until they were crying for their mothers. The morale of the Hidden Heaven village instantly surged, and everyone counterattacked. The people from the Mist village had already lost their fighting spirit, and now they completely collapsed, retreating in defeat. That commander named Ao looked grim, knowing the situation was hopeless, and quickly ordered, "Retreat." The Mist army left behind a field of corpses, fleeing in panic. "We won." The whole village turned into a sea of joy. No more beheading. SasukeSaves and this trio were directly deified and granted the title of Hidden Hero by Uncle Fugaku on the spot, becoming the coolest guys in the village. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp of the Mist village, the commander named Ao was so furious that he smashed the table, roaring madly about wanting to bloodily wash us away. But then, a messenger came with the order from the 4th Mizukage. Guess what it was? The supplies were burned, stop fighting, and hurry back to the village. I tell you, the entire camp fell silent in an instant. 1 second they were shouting for revenge, and the next they were informed to return empty-handed. That feeling was worse than swallowing a fly. There were nearly 1,000 of them, and they couldn't even conquer our small village. Now, they become a joke in the entire ninja world. Once this news spread, the whole ninja world exploded. No one expected that one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Mist village, would actually lose to us. Our heavenly hidden village, or rather the Uchiha clan, suddenly gained fame overnight. Amidst this whirlwind, a stubborn family from the land of water, the Kagaya clan, a group of muscle-headed, reckless fighters who fight without regard for their lives, heard about this. They thought, the Hidden Mist village is so weak, shouldn't we take over as the leaders of the land of water? So this group of pure battle maniacs heated up and decided to take down the Hidden Mist village. After the war ended, the village returned to peace. I, along with Zabuza and Haku, walked down the street, and the villagers were incredibly enthusiastic, showering us with compliments. Zabuza was also filled with emotion, saying that life was so good now. Looking at the 2 big swords on his back, I casually asked him if he was going to switch to a dual-wield style. Zabuza shook his head, saying that the sword Samahata had too much personality and was uncontrollable. He wanted to find a new owner for it. Haku even suggested I give it a try. Zabuza thought it was a good idea, but I declined. Come on, I don't like heavy weapons. I'm more interested in the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru has. Besides, I know very well that this sword is a perfect match for that guy named Kisame. At this moment in the Hidden Mist village, Kisame was called to the mountaintop by an elder named Elder Imo. The elder began with formalities, saying they had lost the war and the village was under great pressure. Someone needed to take responsibility. Kisame was momentarily stunned, feeling an ominous premonition. He cautiously asked Elder, "What do you mean?" Elder Mo's face darkened, and he coldly said, "The village has decided. You will take the blame. The price is your life." Kisame exploded on the spot. "Why should I? I am loyal to the village." Elder Imo sneered. "It is your honor to sacrifice for the village's benefit." "To hell with your honor." Kisame was furious. He could die fighting for the village, but he would never accept such an insult. "Attack!" With Elder Mo's command, the Umbu immediately surrounded Kisame. Without saying a word, Kisame unleashed a water shark bomb to clear a path and transformed into a stream of water to escape. Elder Mo did not order anyone to pursue. He simply coldly instructed his subordinates, spread the word that Kisame was bribed by the enemy, leaked intelligence leading to our defeat, and fled in fear of punishment. List him as an S-rank rogue ninja, and have him hunted down across the ninja world. Once the Umbu left, Elder Mo smiled with satisfaction. In the Mizukage building, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, listened to Elder Mo's report and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Kisame knows too much. Send more people to ensure he is eliminated. Just as Elder Mo nodded in agreement, a ninja rushed in a panic, his face filled with fear. "Mizukage-sama, bad news. The Kagaya clan has launched an attack on our Hidden Mist village." Good heavens, the moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere in the entire office dropped to freezing point. The Kagaya clan? Those battle maniacs? I tell you, even Elder Mo beside him furrowed his brows tightly. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, sneered coldly, his expression one of disdain. These fools must have heard we just finished a war, thinking we are severely weakened and want to pick up the scraps? They really don't know when to quit. Elder Mo quickly asked, "What should we do now, Mizukage-sama?" Yagura narrowed his eyes, killing intent practically oozing from him. After a moment of contemplation, he directly ordered, "Gather all the able ninjas in the village and prepare for battle. This time, I will personally lead. Once we push them back, I will send troops to wipe out their stronghold and completely erase this foolish clan from the map." "Yes, I tell you, as soon as I commanded it, the entire hidden mist village rushed out as if they were pumped up with adrenaline. The fourth Mizukage personally led the team. The scene was absolutely incredible, like a battle on a grand scale. Wherever they went, the members of the Kagaya clan were basically slaughtered without mercy. They could fight, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of people from the hidden mist village, plus a bunch of elite ninjas. In just one day, who understands? In just one day, the Kagaya clan was completely routed and fled in chaos. This news quickly spread to the neighboring countries. Shifting the scene, let's look at my side. I was just dragging my brother Itachi to enjoy some meatballs. We had to spend the commission from the recently completed mission. With his aloof demeanor, I was the only one who could get him to join me. Just as we sat down, I overheard the conversation from the nearby table. It was clearly the intelligence department. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened over at the Hidden Mist Village again. What happened? There was infighting. Those warmongers from the Kagaya clan directly attacked, only to be counter-killed. It said that the Mizukage has declared he will exterminate their entire clan. As soon as I heard the words Kagaya clan, my heart sank. It's over, it's over. Doesn't this plot match up? They're about to be exterminated. Just thinking about Kimimaro, that strong yet tragic beautiful youth, who was ultimately used as a disposable tool by Orochimaru, made my heart ache like it was being stabbed by a needle. No, I have to save him. I couldn't sit still and immediately said to my brother, Bro, accompany me to the land of water. Itachi looked at me in confusion. My mind was racing, and I quickly came up with a reason. Oh, I met a friend while doing a mission with Kakashi-sensei, and he is in danger now. I have to go save him. My brother really dotes on me. He looked at my anxious face for a few seconds and actually joked, All right, since you're treating me to meatballs, I'll accompany you on this trip. Brother, you're so great. I was so moved that my eyes welled up with tears. Hurry and eat, and we'll set off once you're done. The weasel gently pointed at the meatballs on the table. After we finished our meal, we set off immediately. As a result, we were completely lost in the Water Nation, both of us being hopeless with directions. It took us 3 days to get close to our destination. I was extremely anxious. The efficiency was like a 2G network running naked in the 5G era, way too slow. Just as I was complaining, a loud bang suddenly came from the forest ahead, sounding like a demolition site. My brother instantly became alert and said, Sasuke, there are people fighting ahead, be careful. We sneaked in and took a look. And oh my god, isn't that Kisame? He was covered in wounds, looking like a tattered sack, kicked away by someone, and then crashed to the ground with a bang, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The people chasing him were all wearing the masks of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist, and the leader, named Suino, used to be his teammate. Kisame was still shouting, Suino, are you really going to kill me? We were teammates. Suino coldly replied, You betrayed the village, so you're no longer my teammate. I immediately realized this was another lame attempt by the village's higher-ups to shift the blame. Just as countless Kunai were about to turn Kisame into a sieve, my brother and I dashed over, and with a quick swing of my short blade, clang clang, I blocked them all. The group on the opposite side was completely stunned. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village? I said directly to my brother, Bro, stop wasting time with them. Just unleash it. Itachi understood me, and without saying a word, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan. With a buzz, a giant red skeleton enveloped him. Susanoo. The group of Umbu on the opposite side was instantly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. Itachi controlled Susanoo and swung down his sword, causing them to panic and flee in terror, rolling and crawling away. Kisame, panting heavily, looked at us in confusion. Why? Are you saving me? I walked over with a grin. Didn't you say you wanted to destroy the Mist-Hidden Village? We're giving you this opportunity. Kisame was still in a daze. I immediately started to paint a big picture. Come to our sky-hidden village. Look at Zabuza. He used to be an S-rank road ninja, just like you, right? Now he's doing so well in our little territory. A captain of the Umbu, respected by everyone. As for the past grievances between you and my father, that's nothing. On the battlefield, everyone fights for their own side. Seeing him hesitate, I directly brought out my trump card. The Samahata, you should know about it, right? It's currently in Zabuza's hands. As soon as I said this, Kisame's eyes lit up instantly, like two 200-watt light bulbs. I seized the opportunity. As long as you come, I'll give you the Samahata as a meeting gift. Wow, who could resist such a temptation? Kisame struggled for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and said, All right, as long as I get the Samahata, I will join the Sky Hidden Village. Done deal. I internally celebrated and quickly pulled out a soldier pill to hand over. Kisame took the pill, caught his breath, and asked what we were here for. I told him the truth. We came to find friends from the Kagaya clan. Kisame looked surprised. Those battle maniacs? You actually have connections with them? But he didn't ask too much and directly said, all right, let me recover a bit of strength, and I'll take you there. Having a guide was great. When we rushed to the Kagaya clan's village, it was already in chaos, filled with screams. And the whole village was enveloped in a tense and frenzied atmosphere. The ninjas from a mist-hidden village had already invaded, and both sides were fiercely clashing. I saw at a glance. Junmaru, a small figure, was locked in a fierce battle with a Mist Village elite ninja. That guy is called Raz, and his strikes are incredibly ruthless. Junmaru pulled out his bone blade from his arm and launched a frenzied attack using Tsubaki's dance, moving at an astonishing speed. But Raz is an elite ninja, experienced and resilient, and he managed to withstand Junmaru's onslaught. Just as Raz was shocked by Junmaru's strength, Junmaru launched another fierce attack, aiming his bone blade directly at Raz's face. But at the moment the bone blade was about to hit, Raz's figure suddenly vanished. It was the body flicker technique. Oh no! Junmaru's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, Raz had already appeared behind him, delivering a heavy punch. Poof! Junmaru spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Raz sneered, "Could. If you want to kill me, you're still too inexperienced." But at that moment, countless sharp finger bones suddenly shot out from the mist. It was the finger bullet technique. Raz was startled and quickly threw shurikens to defend, but he was still hit by 3 finger bones in the arm, causing him to howl in pain. Junmaru struggled to get up, his gaze stubborn. Don't underestimate the Kagaya clan. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Raz was completely enraged and disregarded his injuries. Charging forward with kunai at lightning speed, reaching Junmaru in the blink of an eye, the dark gleam of the weapon stabbing viciously towards Junmaru's chest. Junmaru, heavily injured and on the ground, couldn't dodge it and could only watch as the blade grew larger in his vision. Is this how I'm going to die? I tell you, just 1 second before the blade was about to press against Junmaru's forehead, suddenly, a powerful suction force came from behind him, and he was instantly sent flying. Junmaru was stunned at that moment, feeling a warm hand patting his shoulder, followed by a voice ringing in his ear. Junmaru, I've finally found you. This sudden change overwhelmed Junmaru's CPU, and he turned around, initially thinking it was a clan member who had come to save him. Ready with a look of joy, only to see a completely unfamiliar young handsome guy, about the same age as him. His expression instantly changed from joy to who the hell are you? The person who saved him was Sasuke, who flashed a smile at Junmaru, without much explanation. Quickly forming hand seals, lightning release, thunder tiger, double kill. I tell you, in that scene, a massive lightning wolf appeared out of nowhere, howling and pouncing towards the unfortunate guy Raz, who had just tried to cut Junmaru. Raz's eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Just as his words fell, there was a loud bang, and the lightning wolf exploded right on him, lifting the ground and sending rocks flying like bullets. The commotion was so great that the chaotic battlefield fell silent for a second. All the Mist Ninja seemed to have pressed the pause button, staring over here. Then they saw a figure being blasted out of the smoke like a torn sack, plowing a bloody trail on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of old blood. When everyone realized who it was, the entire place fell into silence. Who understands? That half-dead person was actually Raz, a top expert from their Mist Village. He was taken out in one move by 2 little brats? This simply refreshed their understanding. Junmaru was also dumbfounded beside them, thinking to himself, "Awesome." Sasuke took care of one, then turned to Junmaru with a smile. "This place is too dangerous. We need to get out of here quickly." Junmaru hesitated a bit, but, "This is my home." Sasuke pointed directly at the corpses all over the ground, all from the Kagaya clan, and calmly said, "Buddy, stop with the buts. Look, your clan members are practically all wiped out. This village is ruined. What is the use of you staying here?" Although Junmaru was young, he wasn't stupid. In fact, his relationship with the Kagaya clan was quite strained. He had been treated like a human weapon since childhood and was only released for this battle. To put it bluntly, he had no feelings for this family. Sasuke's words instantly awakened him, and he nodded in agreement. "Let's go." Sasuke grabbed his hand, and the 2 of them took off running towards the village exit. The Mist Ninjas behind them reacted and shouted, "Don't let those 2 kids escape." Sasuke ran while looking back at Junmaru, who had a tense expression, and smiled to comfort him. "Don't panic, there are 2 experts covering us from behind." Junmaru was puzzled. What experts? But when he turned around, he was taken aback to see Itachi and Kisame, who had somehow turned into 2 gate gods, standing directly behind them. Itachi simply said, "Sasuke, wait for us in the woods at the village entrance." "Got it." Sasuke shouted, quickening his pace, dragging Jumaro forward without looking back. When the missed pursuers saw Kisame, they immediately got excited. It's the rogue ninja Kisame. Ha ha ha, after taking out the Kagaya clan, we'll finish off Kisame. And Lord Mizukage will give each of us a big red envelope. A group of them charged forward like they were on adrenaline. Itachi glanced at Kisame and asked, "Can you go easy on your former colleagues?" Kisame pulled out his short blade and chuckled. "It hurts a bit, but they haven't considered me one of their own for a long time, so why should I be polite? Then let's get started." As soon as Itachi finished speaking, his Manjiki Sharingan activated and he vanished instantly. Kisame also charged into the crowd, and let me tell you, the scene was simply like chopping vegetables. It was bloodier than anything. On the other side, Sasuke and Junmaro ran to the woods outside the village, and it was already dark. The two found a clearing, exhausted like dead dogs, leaning against a tree to catch their breath. After resting for a while, they exchanged glances and both smiled. Sasuke spoke first. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Uchiha Sasuke from the Village of Heaven in the Land of Sky." Junmaro was taken aback. "Village of Heaven? Aren't you from the Land of Water?" "No," Sasuke shook his head. "Then how do you know my name, and why did you save me?" Junmaro finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Sasuke scratched his head, finding it hard to explain. He couldn't just say he was from another world, right? So he decided to play the emotional card, sincerely saying, "That's not important. You just need to know that from now on, you're my companion, and I will never let anyone bully you again." The word companion struck directly at Junmaro's heart. No one had ever called him that in his life. Sasuke seized the opportunity. "Come back with me to the Village of Heaven. There are more companions who care about you. That will be your true home. We emphasize companionship there." Without even thinking, Junmaro nodded immediately. Now, it was Sasuke's turn to be stunned, not expecting him to agree so quickly. Junmaro looked at him, smiled, and explained, "Sasuke is my savior. Wherever you go, I will go." Sasuke had successfully completed his mission, and he was overjoyed. The two of them sat together and started chatting as if they were old friends who had known each other for 800 years. Not long after, Itachi and Kisame, covered in blood, came looking for them. When Sasuke saw the blood on Itachi, he quickly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Kisame chimed in, "What could happen to your brother? He's as strong as a monster. If it really came down to it, I wouldn't be his opponent." Sasuke was proud. "Of course. My brother is a super ninja." Itachi listened to their banter and shook his head helplessly. "All right, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest and head back to the village tomorrow." Meanwhile, I tell you, another conspiracy was quietly unfolding. The scene shifted to Takigakure. In a small grove beside the village, a boy named Shimoku, around 10 years old, was sweating profusely while practicing shuriken. His father, the village chief Shiga, was watching from beneath a tree and smiled rarely at his son's hard work. Not bad. Sweat doesn't lie. Shimoku saw his father and joyfully called out, "Dad." Shiga sighed and coughed a few times, saying, "Sigh, I don't want to push you, but my body is getting worse by the day. For the future of the village, you must grow up quickly. I understand, I won't let you down." The father and son were sharing a warm moment when suddenly, whoosh, dozens of shuriken shot down from the trees like poisonous snakes, heading straight for their backs. Shiga's expression changed drastically, and he reacted quickly, forming hand seals in an instant. Water release, water barrier. A massive water wall sprang up, protecting them inside, clinking as it blocked all the shuriken. As the water barrier disappeared, several ninjas wearing the headbands of the Village of Heaven surrounded them. Shiga coldly shouted, "Who are you?" The leader with purple hair sneered, "We are from the Village of Heaven. You helped the Mist Village deal with us before. Lord Tenki sent us to take your lives." After saying that, they charged forward. Shiga felt that these people were all elites, and his heart sank as he yelled at his son, "Shimoku, run. I'll hold him off." "Dad." Shimoku was reluctant to leave. "No nonsense, get lost." Shima knew that staying behind would only be a burden, so he gritted his teeth, held back tears, and turned to run. He ran for his life, and just as he was about to escape the woods, a loud bang rang out beside him, and a shadow darted out like lightning, kicking him away. Puffed. Shimu spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could react, a foot was already planted on his chest. The attacker sneered coldly. "Running? Where do you think you're going?" Shimu coughed up blood and used his last bit of strength to pull out a kunai to fight back, but was kicked away again by the man. The attacker drew his knife, giving him no chance at all, and swung it down. Shima desperately formed a water blade to block, but with a crack. The water blade shattered, and he was pressed down into the ground by the immense force. Suddenly, lightning erupted from the man's blade, and with a sizzling sound, Shimu was so frightened that he stumbled back. Just as he took a step back, the man appeared behind him like a ghost and delivered a heavy kick to his back. Shimu rolled on the ground like a ball for more than 10 meters, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart. He struggled to get up, his voice hoarse as he begged for mercy. "I have no grievances with you. Please don't kill me." The attacker shook his head, his tone icy. "A ninja is just a machine for executing missions. My mission is to kill you." After saying that, the knife fell, and with a squelch, the blade pierced through Shimu's chest. His small body slowly fell, and the attacker muttered a regretful remark before pulling out a Hidden Sky Village headband and casually tossing it on the ground, disappearing into the darkness. Not long after, the injured Shiwe finally arrived. When he saw his son's corpse on the ground, he froze. "Shimu!" A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the entire woods. The village guards rushed over at the sound, only to see their village chief holding his son's body, crying like a child. As he cried, Shiwe inadvertently caught sight of the Hidden Sky Village headband on the ground. He instantly understood that what the previous group had said was true. He slowly picked up his son's body and walked step by step out of the woods, his eyes filled with grief that had turned into overwhelming resentment. His voice sounding as if it came from hell. "Hidden Sky Village, I will make you pay in blood for this." Well, guess who I saw when the scene switched? In a gloomy basement of the Leaf Village, Danzo. This old man is as wicked as ever. The purple-haired assassin was kneeling in front of him, reporting, "Lord Danzo, we have followed your orders, disguised ourselves as Hidden Sky Village ninjas, and killed the only son of the Takigakure leader, Shiwe." Danzo squinted. "What is going on in Takigakure?" "Intelligence shows that Shiwe is gathering ninjas, preparing to go to war against Hidden Sky Village." "Ha ha ha ha." Danzo let out a sinister laugh. "Good. Very good. Hidden Sky Village has just fought against Mist Village and is severely weakened. Now, let Takigakure stab them again. Let us see how they die. Uchiha, as long as I'm alive, don't even think about having good days." 2 days later, in the conference room of Takigakure, the atmosphere was suffocating. Shiue's face was pale, and he hoarsely asked, "Is everyone here?" A ninja named Aoi replied, "Out of the village's 208 ninjas, 160 have arrived, and the rest will be back within 2 days." "Good." Then 2 days later, we attack Hidden Sky Village. Shiwe said each word with killing intent. Aoi and another ninja, named Mizuke's, exchanged glances, both feeling that this was too impulsive. "Chief, should we check this out again?" "Going to war rashly, what's there to check?" Shiwe slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "I saw Hidden Sky Village ninjas with my own eyes. Their headbands were found where my son died. They are retaliating for our previous help to Mist Village. I must avenge this." Looking at him like this, no one could persuade him. After the meeting, Aoi and Mizuke's walked out together. Aoi asked quietly, "If it really comes to fighting, what are our chances?" Mizuke shot him a glance and chuckled. "What chances do you think we have?" Aoi sighed. "I know it's going to be a suicide mission, but the chief has gone mad. We can only go along with it." Mizuke spoke of defending their homeland and duty, but once Aoi walked far away, a sly smile crept across his face. "If you want to die, go ahead. I'm not going to accompany you." After saying that, he headed straight towards the village entrance. On the other side, Itachi and Sasuke finally returned safely to Hidden Sky Village. Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed to hear that Kisame and Karui were willing to join, and immediately called a high-level welcome meeting. At the meeting, Fugaku specifically emphasized, "From now on, we are all companions, and the past grievances are all forgotten." This was clearly said for the others to hear, so they wouldn't cause trouble for Kisame. Zabuza, with his violent temper, still couldn't help but say to Kisame, "Last time you almost died at my hands. You're lucky to be alive." Kisame laughed heartily. "If it weren't for your sneak attack, who knows who would win? Let us have another match when we have time." Zabuza didn't relent with his words, but he took off the samahata behind him and threw it to Kisame, reluctantly saying, "It was originally for Sasuke, but he said this thing suits you better." The moment the samahata reached Kisame's hands, it buzzed excitedly. Kisame was so excited he was almost in tears, hugging the big sword tightly. "I finally got you, Samahata." The welcome meeting was reaching its climax when suddenly, Uchiha Hakadai rushed in anxiously, causing the whole place to explode with chaos. Clan leader. "Not good. Takigakure is going to war against us." "What?" Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Itachi, Shursui, and Sasuke all looked shocked. "Wait, we just finished a major battle and are still recovering. Where did this small village get the guts to provoke us?" Fugaku forced himself to remain calm. "Hakadai, is the intelligence reliable?" "Absolutely reliable. It was personally reported by Takigakure-S Jonin Mizuke's, who is waiting downstairs to see you. Mizuke's? Fugaka frowned him again. The last fake intel was provided by him, nearly getting us killed. At this moment, Kisame spoke up. Lord Tenyu. The last intel was deliberately leaked by the higher-ups of Mist Village. Mizuke's and their leader Shiwa were kept in the dark, so he doesn't count as deceiving you. After hearing this, Fugaka nodded. Hakadai, bring him up. Soon, Mizuke's, with a sycophantic expression, was brought in. Fugaka got straight to the point. Are you really going to attack us? Mizuke's nodded repeatedly. Absolutely true. Our leader is gathering forces and will take action in 2 days. Sasuke couldn't help but ask why. We have no grievances with you. Mizuke sighed and recounted the events. A few days ago, a group claiming to be ninjas from your Hidden Sky village attempted to assassinate our leader, but failed and ended up killing his only son. Nonsense. Fugaku immediately denied it. I never gave such an order. Shusui's mind was quick, and he instantly realized. It seems someone is deliberately framing us to incite a war between us and Takigakure. But you left your headbands at the scene, and now it's no use saying anything. Our leader has already been blinded by hatred and won't listen to explanations. Mizuke's said helplessly. This is a big trouble. If we really fight Takigakure, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, purely sending heads to the behind-the-scenes instigator. The people in the conference room wore worried expressions, unable to come up with a solution. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. The root of this war is their leader, Shiyen. As long as we deal with him, won't the problem be solved? Jishui's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Sasuke, do you mean? What I mean is that kaleidoscope Sharingan of yours just for show. I told you, Sasuke laughed at that moment, looking completely calm and composed. He directly pointed out to Shisui. Buddy, don't forget your specialty. Just use a Jinjutsu on that guy, Shiyen, and control his mind, and it'll all be done, right? Wow, that one line awakened everyone. Yes, we have powerful techniques. Why do we need to fight with the small fries? As long as we control Shiyen and make him order his own men to retreat, wouldn't that solve the crisis perfectly without any bloodshed? The entire room instantly felt like they had opened their chakra pathways, and everyone praised Sasuke for being awesome. Shisui let out a long sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. Of course, using his ocular power to control a Shiyen is a piece of cake, right? Although it would put some strain on his eyes, saving the village is definitely worth it. However, Zabuza, the old hand, was still cautious. After pondering for a moment, he said the idea is good, but Takigakure is hidden behind a big waterfall, like a water curtain cave, hard to find. Moreover, that Shiyen just got ambushed. So he must have layers of bodyguard around him now. Getting close won't be easy. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately turned his gaze towards our insider, Shueyin. Don't worry, Zabuza, we can count on him for this. Everyone's eyes quickly focused on Shueyin. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, also quickly reacted and politely said to Shueyin, Mr. Shueyin, as long as you're willing to help, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Guess what happened next? Shueyin waved his hand and said with an air of righteousness, Lord Tianying, I came here just to help. I don't want any reward. I was puzzled at the time. This guy looked shifty and sneaky. So how did he suddenly become so principled? Later, I realized he was being clever. He was making an early investment to show loyalty to his future boss. He calculated that our Tianying village would eventually absorb them, so he had to act quickly to show his worth. As for this workplace foresight, I can only say, that's really impressive. When my dad saw that he didn't want money, he didn't insist and directly promised, all right, then I'll owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Shuyin's eyes lit up. The favor from Uchiha Fugaku is worth much more than money. So the matter was settled, and Sasuke immediately made a decision. Mr. Shueyin, we will go with you. There is no time to waste. Let us set off now. While Shueyin went out to prepare, Sasuke immediately asked my dad for permission. Dad, for this operation, it's enough for me and Shisui to go. Just the two of you? My dad was a bit worried. More people would only complicate things. Sasuke was incredibly confident and then proposed an even bolder idea. After we take control of Shiyen, I have an even bolder plan. I want to swallow up the entire Takigakure. As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room was shocked, their jaws dropping to the floor. Swallowing up Takigakure? That's a tough nut that even the 5 great villages have wanted to crack, but couldn't. It's because their village has that hero's water that can increase chakra by dozens of times. My father was the first to raise a question. Even if we control Shiyuan, can his subordinates listen? They can. Sasuke chuckled and explained. Takigakure is different from other places. Their leader is hereditary and holds great prestige. As long as Shi Yuan speaks, his subordinates will definitely obey. Let's take a gamble. If we lose, we won't suffer any loss. But if we win, our village will take off directly. The last sentence completely convinced my father. He waved his hand. Go ahead. Do it as you said. So, Sasuke and Shisui followed the traitor Shui Yin and set off for Takigakure. On the other side, in Takigakure, the leader, named Shi Yuan, was coughing like a broken bellows. His subordinate King Touch came to report. Leader, Shui Yin has been gone for a whole day and hasn't returned. Shi Yuan's face changed dramatically. Where did he go? Oh no. But could he have defected to Takigakure? King Touch cautiously speculated. Impossible. He is loyal to me. Shi Yuan was anxious at that moment, but despite saying this, he started a doubt in his heart, gritting his teeth and saying, if he really dares to betray me, I will never let him go. One day later, Shui Yin brought Sasuke and Shisui to the legendary waterfall. The roaring sound of water was deafening. Shui Yin smiled confidently. The entrance is behind the waterfall. Follow me. The three of them passed through the curtain of water, and indeed, there was a huge cave behind it. Shui Yin pointed to an outlet of the waterway and whispered, there is a small forest to the left of the village. I'll lure him there, and you can make your move then. The plan is set. Shisui and Sasuke nodded and followed Shui Yin as they jumped into the waterway leading to the village. Soon, Shui Yin had lured Shi Yuan to that small forest. Shi Yuan arrived with 4 bodyguards, looking suspiciously at Shui Yin. Where have you been? Why did you have to come here to talk? Shui Yin took a deep breath and laid it all out. Leader, I went to Takigakure. What? Shi Yuan was shocked on the spot, although he had a premonition. Hearing it confirmed made him tremble with anger. You traitor, you're scared of death and defected to Takigakure. Say whatever you want. Shui Yin was too lazy to waste words and directly pulled out several shurikens and shot them forward. Protect the leader. The guards reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Shi Yuan's face twisted with rage. Shui Yin, you're seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people suddenly sprang out from the woods behind him, instantly surrounding Shui Yin. The leader was King Touch, who pointed at Shui Yin and shouted, You traitor, there is indeed an ambush. Goodness. It turns out Shi Yuan had long suspected Shui Yin and set up a trap here. Shi Yuan grinned ominously. Do you think I would fall for it again? You're dead today. Seeing the situation, Shui Yin remained calm and instead turned to the woods and shouted politely. Shisui, there is a change in the situation. It's your turn to act. Shi Yuan and his group were all stunned and looked in the direction of his gaze, where Sasuke and Shisui appeared like lightning, landing steadily beside Shui Yin. Sasuke drew his sword, not looking back, and said to Shisui, Shisui, leave Shi Yuan to you. I'll handle these minions. Attack. With Shi Yuan's command, dozens of Takigakure ninjas charged forward with a roar. I tell you, that brat Sasuke is simply unstoppable. He swayed and rushed into the crowd, his hands wielding a knife, and every slash drew blood. This was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. A guy named Luwu wanted to challenge him to a one-on-one, but Sasuke completely ignored him, slipping through like an eel, targeting only the small fry, which made Luowu scream in frustration. On the other side, Shui Yin was fighting someone named King Touch. Shui Yin performed a water release, tiger break, summoning a giant water tiger that lunged forward. However, King Touch was surprisingly tough, not dodging at all and letting the water tiger crash into him. With a loud bang, water splashed everywhere. Before Shui Yin could react, he felt a terrifying energy erupt from the mist. A muscular figure resembling a giant ape slowly emerged. Giant ape transformation. Shui Yin exclaimed in shock. King Touch actually had a bloodline limit that allowed him to transform. After transforming, King Touch's strength, speed, and defense skyrocketed. But the price was losing his sanity and becoming a beast that only knew how to kill. Shui Yin, you traitor, I will tear you apart today. King Touch's eyes turned blood red, and his voice changed. Shui Yin, being tough himself, immediately performed a Doton, Earth Mound, lifting a massive boulder to smash at King Touch. But guess what? The giant ape King Touch threw both fists out, and with a few loud bangs, he smashed that boulder to pieces. Shui Yin was stunned, cursing internally. How could he fight this? This guy was a berserker. Realizing he was outmatched, he formed hand signs to summon a gigantic earth dragon. King Touch, being a brute, charged forward instead of retreating, colliding head-on with the earth dragon. Boom! With a deafening explosion, both of them were blown away. Shui Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he looked at King Touch, he was standing up covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked figure, but he seemed to feel no pain. his red eyes fixed on Shui Yin, grinning menacingly. Now Shui Yin was truly terrified, thinking he couldn't fight him head-on anymore, and he turned to run. But the rampaging King Itachi wouldn't let him go, madly chasing after him. Cornered, Shui Yin pulled out a kunai covered in explosive tags, and, seizing an opportunity, stabbed it into King Itachi's chest. King Itachi surprisingly didn't dodge, turning his body sideways and allowing the kunai to pierce his shoulder before instantly closing the distance to Shui Yin. Shui Yin, looking at the menacing face just inches away, was so scared that he lost his composure and stammered out one word, "Explode." However, just before he detonated it, King Itachi's fingers shot toward his throat like lightning. Shui Yin instinctively tried to block with his hand, but those fingers pierced right through his palm and, with relentless force, stabbed through his throat. Shui Yin's body stiffened, his face filled with disbelief, unable to utter a word. The blood red in King Itachi's eyes slowly faded, regaining a hint of clarity. He looked at Shui Yin and said hoarsely, "Shui Yin, I told you must die today." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a massive explosion as the explosive tag on his shoulder detonated, instantly engulfing both him and Shui Yin's corpses in flames. King Itachi, in the distance, Shui Yin exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this scene. "Stop shouting, you're not my opponent either." Shui smiled confidently at him. Shui Yin realized he was doomed, but he still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. He bit his finger, drew a strange rune on his forehead, and unleashed a surge of dark energy, transforming into a towering black elephant. D. He roared as the giant elephant charged towards Shui with earth-shattering momentum. But guess what? Shui looked at this world-destroying scene and actually laughed. "Playing illusion techniques in front of me. Uchiha, you're thinking too much." He activated his Sharingan, casually uttering 4 words, "Illusion technique. Rebound." In an instant, the world in front of him returned to normal. Not far away, Shui Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees, his energy completely drained. The powerful move he unleashed ended up hitting himself. At this moment, Sasuke also dealt with all the minions and walked over. "All done?" "Almost." Shui smiled as he approached the cornered Shui Yin. "Don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare again." Shui Yin pleaded desperately, terrified. "Rest assured, I won't kill you." Shui stared into his terrified eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he activated the strongest control illusion technique. Shui Yin felt an irresistible mental force invade his mind, and then his consciousness was completely sealed. From that moment on, he became a puppet that would only obey Shui's commands. "You've worked hard, Shui," Sasuke said as he walked over. "It's nothing, just a bit exhausting. I need to rest for a while." Shui waved his hand. "What do we do next?" "Shui Yin is down. We need to change the plan." Shui looked at the vacant-eyed Shui Yin beside him and asked. "Simple." Sasuke had already thought of a countermeasure. "I'll send a message back to the village now, asking my dad to send people over to surround Takigakure, and we'll go for a forced acquisition." Shui understood immediately. "You need a reason, right?" "Got it. Hurry and send the message." Sasuke took action immediately. His father received the message and was very cooperative, immediately dispatching over 100 ninjas, surrounding the village and preparing for battle. At this point, the entire Takigakure village was in an uproar. In a tavern, ninjas were shouting everywhere. "The heavenly hidden village has surrounded us. Why hasn't the leader ordered an attack yet?" A guy with a scorpion tattoo on his head complained loudly. "Exactly. Even though they won against the Mist Village, it doesn't mean they are stronger than us." At this moment, an older ninja spoke up. "You underestimate the Uchiha too much. Moreover, I heard that the leader plans to merge us into the heavenly hidden village to protect the village, and will announce it to everyone tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. "Merge into the heavenly hidden village? What will happen to us? Sigh, who let us help the Mist Village back then? Now we brought trouble upon ourselves. Just wait, we'll know what the leader decides tomorrow." The next morning, the square of Takigakure was packed with people. All the villagers and ninjas had come to wait for their leader to announce the decision that would affect everyone's fate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the puppet Shui Yin stepped onto the high platform, with Sasuke and Shui following him like bodyguards. "Greetings, leader," the crowd shouted in unison. Shui Yin nodded expressionlessly, then shouted in a loud voice. "You all should know that the ninjas from the heavenly hidden village have surrounded us. I know that none of you here are cowards, and everyone dares to fight against those from Tianjin village. But let me tell you, we need to think about our wives and children at home, right? If we all become glorious, who will protect them? So I've decided to take everyone to surrender. Let's merge our longing village into Tianjin village. This way, we won't have to shed a drop of blood, and everyone can be safe and sound." Goodness, I was dumbfounded when I heard this from below. As soon as those words came out, the entire square erupted, although there had been some rumors before. Hearing it straight from the leader's mouth felt completely different. Just when everyone was in shock, a hot-headed guy named Onyue exploded, his CPU practically overheating, and he pointed at the stage and shouted, "Leader, Tianyin Village has just fought with Wuyin Village and is severely weakened. We could definitely win, so why should we surrender?" Xian didn't even raise an eyebrow and coldly replied, "If you're not sure about something, don't shout nonsense here. I'm telling you, Dark Moon is quite the character." He got angry on the spot, tossed his sleeves, and said, "You don't believe me? Fine, I'll prove it to you today." He turned around and shouted to the people below, "Anyone not afraid of death, come with me to take him down." Surprisingly, there really was a group of people who shared his thoughts, and in a rush, dozens of them stood up and followed Dark Moon. Dark Moon was so pleased. He turned around and smiled at Shi Yuan. "Boss, just hold on. Wait for our good news." After saying that, the group was about to rush out. But what do the family members know? Shi Yuan suddenly revealed a strange smile on his face and slowly asked, "Tell me, those who do not obey the leader's orders, according to village rules, what punishment do they deserve?" Standing next to him, Zhishui also grinned, the curve so icy it could break, and calmly uttered one word, "Kill." As soon as the word kill was spoken, the air froze. The feet of Dark Moon's group, which had just been lifted, instantly froze in mid-air, as if someone had pressed their acupoints. After a few seconds, Dark Moon suddenly turned around, his face turning as red as a pig's liver, and shouted, "Boss, we just wanted to fight for the village, and you want to kill us?" Shi Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, and that gaze sent chills down my spine. He said in an extremely indifferent voice, "Merging is for everyone's lives. It is the path to peace. And you? You want to blow up this path for your little sense of competition. Tell me, can I spare you?" Dark Moon was completely panicked. He could feel the villagers' gazes turning from supportive to cold. The development of the situation had completely derailed. He thought he would just be scolded at most, but didn't expect Shi Jia was serious. He gritted his teeth and made one last struggle. "Boss, you weren't such a coward before. How did you suddenly change?" "Bold!" Shi Yuan shouted violently. "You dare question me? Take him down." "Yes." Zhishui had been waiting for this, and as soon as the words fell, he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Dark Moon's face. Dark Moon had just pulled out half of his knife when he was kicked to the ground by Zhishui, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even start cursing, a cold small dagger was already pressed against his neck. "Boss, I was wrong. I won't oppose anymore. Spare my life." Just a second ago, Dark Moon was full of bravado. Now he was as cowardly as a dog, nearly crying. Shi Yuan didn't even bother to look at him. Waving his hand lightly, "It's too late." Then, a group of guards rushed up like wolves, tying up Dark Moon and his brothers, dragging them directly into the small woods behind the village. Following that, there were shrill cries of agony, causing everyone in the square to break out in a cold sweat. Hair standing on end, and no one dared to make a sound. Once the screams completely stopped, Shi Yuan spoke again, his voice echoing throughout the square. "Everyone, after the merger, I will no longer be your leader. So, as your leader, I issue the last command. From now on, we are all people of Tianyin Village. Do not cause trouble, and must unconditionally obey Lord Tianying's orders." Understood. The people below dared not have any objections and responded in unison. With the warning given, Zuji had already returned to Tianyin Village. In the conference room, when he told his father Uchiha Fugaku about the successful merger with Longyin Village, let me tell you, Fugaku went crazy, laughing wildly to the sky. The noise felt like the beams of the room were about to collapse. "Great! Our Tianyin Village has grown." The other high-ranking officials in the conference room were also incredibly excited. This was not a small matter. Annexing a Longyin village would directly double Tianyin Village's strength. In the future, anyone wanting to mess with them would have to think twice. Zuoji looked at these excited old men, smiled slightly, and threw out another suggestion. "Dad, now that the two villages have merged and the population has increased, shouldn't we keep up with the times and learn from Konoha Village to set up a ninja school?" "Ninja school?" Fugaku and the others were taken aback. "Yes," Zuoji explained, "we need to cultivate backup forces. The world is unstable now, and there are many enemies. How can we not train more of our own people?" Itachi immediately stood up to support his brother. Zuoji is right. For long-term development, we must have a talent pipeline. Fugaku nodded, looking at the others. "What do you all think?" As a result, an old man named Uchiha Hakadai thought for a moment and said, "The idea is good, but building a school is too costly, and with our limited numbers, We can't compete with those big ninja villages. It would be a waste of resources. The others also nodded in agreement. Then, you guess what happened? Zaibu, that guy, known for his shocking remarks, suddenly interjected. Don't think the scale is enough? That's simple. Let's just take over the Land of Iron. What? Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Take over the Land of Iron? That was like a snake swallowing an elephant. Zaibu continued analyzing. The Land of Iron has no ninjas, only a bunch of samurai. If our whole village attacks, we can definitely take it. In the end, it was still Fugaku who made the decision, saying to put this matter aside for now and focus on integrating the two villages first. This news quickly spread throughout the ninja world, shocking everyone. A Tianyin village that had been established for less than a year had actually annexed the century-old Longyin village without bloodshed. Simply outrageous. Let me tell you who is the angriest person. It's Danzo, that old man from underground Konoha. When he heard the news, he jumped 3 meters high in the root base, roaring in fury. He shouted at his subordinates, "Tell me, how'd they do it?" His subordinates, trembling, analyzed. My lord, the leader of Takigakure, Shibuki, was likely controlled by Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu? Danzo was taken aback for a moment. Then a figure flashed through his mind, and he exclaimed, "Could it be Shursui?" He immediately realized it must be Shursui's abnormal Manjiki Sharingan. The thought that those eyes, which should have belonged to him, could conquer a village without a single soldier being lost made Danzo's heart ache. Finally, his expression turned extremely sinister, and he said through gritted teeth to his subordinates, "The third Hokage is indecisive. He must be removed. I will become Hokage myself." This old man has gone crazy. He actually wants to assassinate the third Hokage. At the same time, the samurai from the Land of Iron were also panicking. They are neighbors with the Land of Waterfalls, and now that their neighbor is gone, won't they be next? The samurai General Mifune held an emergency meeting with his subordinates, and the more they analyzed, the more they felt that the next target of a Manigakure would likely be them. Time flew by, and half a year passed. During this time, the controlled Shibuki conveniently died of illness, and the people of Takigakure fully integrated into a Manigakure. Outside the village in the training ground, Kinshiki was training like a madman, punching a large tree and sending it flying. Kagaya ran over to see him and joked, "You've been pushing yourself too hard lately, haven't you?" Kinshiki wiped his sweat and said with "I can't help it. I heard from Sasuke that we might go to war with the Land of Iron in a few days. If I don't train more, how can I protect Sasuke when the time comes?" As they talked, Kagaya began looking for Sasuke. Kinshiki took her to another training ground, where they saw Sasuke sitting cross-legged on a rock, meditating. Suddenly, Sasuke opened his eyes, quickly formed hand seals, and shouted, "Chidori!" Damn, what a scene. The blue electricity exploded from his body in an instant, turning the giant rocks around him into fragments. It looked incredibly cool. Just as Sasuke finished his move, Karen rushed over and clung to his arm like a little accessory. Sasuke, take me to the Land of Iron, okay?" Sasuke looked helpless. That's a battlefield, not a tourist spot. You'll be safest staying in the village. Oomph. You underestimate me again. Karen protested. I've got powerful medical ninjutsu now and can help you sense enemies. I can definitely be of assistance. Sasuke, worn down by her persistence, finally said, All right. I can't make the decision alone. As long as Sister Izumi agrees, I'll take you with me." So it was settled. Sasuke took the two of them, heading out for a grand feast. Junmaru followed behind, watching the two play around in front of him, his gaze resolute, silently vowing, "As long as I have breath, I will never let anyone harm you." A few days later, in the conference room of the Hidden Sky Village's building, Fugaku gathered all the high-ranking officials, and the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. He scanned the room and coldly spoke. "How is the preparation going?" "Lord Hokage, the ninja army is assembled and ready to depart at any time." "Good." Fugaku slammed the table. 3 days from now, we launch the official operation. Itachi, Shursui, Zabuza, you three will lead the team. Remember, I'm only giving you 5 days. You must secure a swift passage to the Land of Iron. Yes. The three answered in unison. Fugaku looked at everyone with ambition. Taking the Land of Iron is just the first step. Our goal is to become the 6th great ninja village in the ninja world. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. That night, in a small grove on the back mountain of the Hidden Sky Village, a spy from the Land of Iron handed over this freshly minted battle plan to his companion to be rushed back to their homeland. 2 days later, in the Land of Iron, the samurai general, Mifune, held the intel with a face as dark as water. He addressed all the high-ranking samurai, in 2 days. The Hidden Sky Village is coming for us. They have 500 elite ninjas, along with monsters like Sasuke, Itachi, and Zabuza leading them. Even though we have more people, I'm afraid. We want to hold up, a samurai named Rika urged. My lord, we can request reinforcement from the 5 great ninja villages. Just say the Hidden Sky Village's expansion will harm their interests and throw money at it, treating it as an S-rank mission. They will definitely come. Mifune sighed. At this point, they had no choice but to abandon their neutral stance and throw money to gather support. He ordered preparations for battle while sending someone to urgently request aid from the 5 great ninja villages. At this moment, in the Iwagakure village of the Earth Country, surrounded by mountains, in the SasukeSaves building, a short old man with a big red nose was holding the handwritten letter sent by Mifune. His brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. He was the 3rd SasukeSaves, Inoki. He slowly spoke, his voice echoing in the quiet conference room. The Land of Iron wants us to send troops for support. What do you all think? As soon as the old men heard this, they erupted. An elder named Shiran jumped up first. I'm telling you, that guy looks like a slippery old fox. He directly said, Lord SasukeSaves, we can't go. To offend the Hidden Sky Village for the sake of the Land of Iron is just asking for trouble. Just as he finished speaking, a consultant named Ishiki countered, Old 4, your perspective is too narrow. Think about it. If we let the Hidden Sky Village swallow the Land of Iron, once they grow stronger, then we'll have a fierce tiger sleeping at our doorstep. The 2 old men immediately began to argue. Ishiki's point was that sending troops now would allow them to keep the Hidden Sky Village in check, even if they ended up as enemies. They would have to weigh their own strength. Inoki, however, secretly wanted to go, but was worried about the safety of his ninjas, fearing casualties. After all, no matter how much money Mifune offered, it was still at the cost of lives. Ishiki grew anxious and said, Lord SasukeSaves, we will have to fight the Hidden Sky Village sooner or later. Sacrificing a few people now is a small matter. Once they truly develop, the cost we will pay will be enormous. And guess what? The slippery old man named Shiran, with a glint in his eye, came up with another trick. He said, even if we go to fight and end up in a stalemate, one tea that just benefit Konoha and Kimogakure, while we're fighting for our lives, they'll all be watching the show from home? Wow. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. These old foxes were calculating with precision. In the end, it was still Shiran who came up with a bad idea. Mifune must have sought support from more than just us. Let us hold our positions and see how the other villages react. If someone steps up, then it won't be our concern. As soon as I heard it, I was astonished. These old men were all about being as steady as an old dog. When Yaomu saw that everyone agreed, he nodded. While these old folks from Wagakure were still in their meeting, let me tell you, on the side of Amagakure, we were already on high alert, fully prepared for battle. On the eve of the decisive battle, the Uchiha household was bustling with activity. Aunt Meichin held Itachi's hand, repeatedly reminding him, when you get to the battlefield, you must protect Sasuke. Before Itachi could say anything, his younger brother, Sasuke, immediately responded, Don't worry, Mom. I can protect myself. On the other side, their father Fugaku, with his ever-cold expression, simply said, Itachi, give it your all for the village. At the same time, a tense atmosphere was spreading throughout every corner of the village. Zabuza was sitting by the window, repeatedly polishing his executioner's sword. When Haku asked him his chances of winning, he coldly replied without looking back, The battlefield will determine the outcome. Kinshiki was even more ruthless, practicing his Shikatsumiyaku late into the night. The sound of his bone spikes cracking in the moonlight. The next morning, as dawn broke, the ninja army of Amagakure, several hundred strong, had quietly assembled in the square. The aura of killing intent was palpable, even felt through the screen. Shursui, Zabuza, Kisame, Itachi, these top-tier experts were all present. Fugaku stepped onto the platform and commanded, Let us go. In an instant, hundreds of figures sprang up simultaneously, like a dark cloud, heading straight for the borders of the Land of Iron. Their target was the legendary Iron Fortress, said to be unbreakable for 100 years. If this place were breached, the army of Amagakure could march straight into the capital of the Land of Iron. Therefore, this battle was a matter of life and death. Inside the fortress, Mifune and his samurai were already on high alert. The entire fortress was as solid as a rock, with warriors densely packed on the walls and massive crossbows thicker than a human thigh, looking terrifying. Yet even so, Mifune felt uneasy because none of the 5 great ninja villages had responded to his call for help. No one understood the despair of relying solely on oneself when the whole world seemed to abandon you. One samurai shouted out, Let us fight. There is no way back now. Might as well go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to rumble. Everyone looked outside, nearly scared out of their wits. On the horizon, two gigantic Susanoo, one red and one green, moved like deities, stepping heavily towards the fortress. The oppressive feeling was suffocating. Attack! Zabuza, wielding his large sword, charged to the front and commanded. The ninja army of Amagakure erupted with earth-shattering battle cries, surging towards the fortress like a tide. Fire! Mifyun also roared from the walls. Countless massive crossbow bolts shot out like a cloud, instantly exploding among the ninja ranks, cries of agony filling the air. But this level of attack felt like mere tickling in front of the two giant Susanoo. Inside the Susanoo, Itachi shouted to Shursui, "Shursui, break down the gate." Without hesitation, Shursui's green Susanoo conjured a gigantic spiral sword and struck the purple-gold gate of the fortress with a fierce blow. Boom! The sound was so loud it nearly fried my CPU. The gate, said to be indestructible, was pierced right through and then exploded into pieces. Countless fragments flew everywhere, and the samurai guarding the gate were thrown aside. As soon as the gate was breached, Mifyun's eyes turned red. He drew his sword and shouted to all the samurai, "Behind us is our country. There is no retreat. We fight to the death." Roar! All the samurai were ignited with fury, charging forward. The two waves of people collided violently at the shattered gate. I have to tell you, that scene was truly devastating. Sasuke and Kimimaro rushed into the crowd. Sasuke's short sword danced up and down, each strike drawing blood. Kimimaro was even more ferocious. He was like a human-shaped Gundam, charging through with his bone spikes, killing anyone he touched. Where he passed, it was like a river of blood. On the other side of the battlefield, an elite ninja from the Hidden Heaven village named Dakara was surrounded by several A-rank samurai due to his overwhelming strength. He was exhausted and on the verge of being turned into mush. Just as he closed his eyes in despair, a shadow flashed by and pulled him out of the crowd. When Dakara opened his eyes, he was stunned. The one who saved him was none other than Kisame. It's worth noting that these two were deadly rivals in the Mist Village, and Dakara had almost died at Kisame's hands. Kisame grinned with his shark-like mouth and said, "No need to be so surprised. We're comrades now. So of course I have to save you." With that, he hoisted his sword and charged back into the battlefield. Dakara stared at his back, frozen for a while, and finally smiled. At that moment, all past grievances vanished into thin air. The battle raged on, darkening the sky and turning the ground into a river of blood. Although the samurai of the Iron Country were brave, they ultimately could not withstand the ninjas' various strange jutsu, suffering heavy casualties. Mifyun himself had reached his limit, covered in wounds. Even his hand that held the sword was trembling. He knew the fortress could not be held any longer. If the fighting continued, it would end in total annihilation. Gritting his teeth, he gave the most painful order: retreat. All personnel returned to the capital. The samurai of the Iron Country retreated like a tide. The ninjas of the Hidden Heaven village were momentarily stunned, then erupted with thunderous cheers. The first battle was a resounding victory. This news spread throughout the ninja world as if it had grown wings, shocking everyone with the fighting power of the Hidden Heaven village. Now the old geezers of the Rock Village could no longer sit still. Inoki urgently called a meeting, his face looking quite grim. The previous advocate for reinforcements, Ishii, had something to say now. "I told you so. The people of the Hidden Heaven village have great ambitions. If we don't stop them now, they will become a huge threat to us in the future." Inoki pondered for a long time and finally decided. Send someone. Reinforce the Iron Country. But guess what? That old sly fox named Shurhan jumped out again. He actually said, "Reinforcements are fine, but it costs more. Double the original reward." Goodness, this was just taking advantage of the situation. But there was no choice. Mifyun was already in urgent need, and they had to agree even if it meant doubling the cost. So, the Rock Village sent someone to negotiate the price with the Iron Country while urgently gathering 300 ninjas, led by 2 elite Jainin, to rush to the Iron Country. On the Iron Country side, Mifyun received the news and was so furious he almost spat blood. But he still held his nose and accepted it. Their only hope now was to hold off the army of the Hidden Heaven village until the reinforcements from the Rock Village arrived. How to hold them off? Harassment. Mifyun dispatched the most elite samurai squad, using the terrain advantage to continuously launch surprise attacks along the route of the Hidden Heaven village army, hitting and running, never engaging in prolonged combat. This tactic proved quite effective. Itachi and his army were greatly annoyed, and their marching speed slowed down significantly. That night, Itachi, Shisui, Zabuza, and Sasuke were holding a meeting in the tent to discuss countermeasures. At that moment, an information crow flapped in and transformed into a puff of white mist before dropping a scroll in front of Itachi. When Itachi opened it, his expression instantly darkened. Sasuke quickly asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Itachi looked up and coldly said, "The Rock Village has dispatched troops to reinforce the Iron Country. We may have to retreat." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire tent fell into a dead silence. Zabuza was the first to explode, slamming his fist on the table and shouting, "Retreat? Why should we? So many of our brothers have died, and we're just going to slink back?" Itachi coldly looked at him. "Otherwise, do you think we can win against both the Iron Country and the Rock Village's coalition with just us?" Zabuza was immediately at a loss for words. Although he was reckless, he knew this was the truth. The atmosphere in the tent became extremely oppressive. Everyone clenched their fists with faces full of unwillingness. Just then, Sasuke, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Actually, we don't have to retreat." Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. Zabuza hurriedly asked, "Kid, what's your plan?" Sasuke looked at the map, his eyes shining, and said, "The Rock Village's reinforcements are still on their way. We can send an elite squad to intercept them halfway. The rest of us will continue to attack the capital of the Iron Country at full speed." However, as soon as this plan was proposed, the atmosphere in the tent became instantly tense. My brother Itachi was the first to disapprove. His face immediately darkened, and he exchanged glances with Shisui, saying, "What kind of joke is that? The other side has 2 elite J-nin leading them. If we send a few dozen people over, wouldn't that just be handing them a free gift? Plus, if our main force is reduced, wouldn't it be harder to attack the capital of the Iron Country?" I was anxious at that moment, but before I could say anything, the guy just stood up. His eyes were like a wolf's, and he said, "I'm going. Even if it costs me my life, I have to buy time for the main force." Let me tell you, this was his first time as a captain going into battle, and his pride was bigger than the sky. He absolutely didn't want to retreat in disgrace. Itachi and Shisui fell silent at that moment. They knew that if Zabuza went, it would basically be a one-way ticket. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going well, I stood up and said, "Bro, Jishui, I'm going with Captain Janbu. Don't you remember last time in the Land of Soup? The 3 of us handled things perfectly, right? Don't worry. If we really can't win, we definitely won't force it. We'll focus on a strategic retreat." My brother looked at my straight body, as stiff as a telephone pole, and knew he couldn't persuade me any longer. He sighed and finally made a decision. He is a person who gets things done efficiently, so he immediately assigned troops, 60 skilled fighters plus a few medical ninjas. Without a second thought, that girl, Xianglin, followed along. Her little thoughts were quite something. Under the moonlight, Zabuza, carrying his broadsword that was wider than a door, simply said one word, "Go." Then he rushed out without looking back. Shisui shouted from behind, "Sasuke, be careful." Without looking back, I waved my hand at them, feeling bold and carefree in my heart. "Don't worry, brothers, when I return, we'll pop the champagne." The scene shifts directly to this place called the Cold Mist Mountain Range. Goodness, just the name sounds eerie, shrouded in fog year-round. Normally, it's a path taken by merchant caravans, but now, due to the war, it's as quiet as a horror movie set. Before long, the big group from Rock Hidden Village, hundreds of people strong, came marching in. The 2 leaders, one named Ajur and the other Leo, were still murmuring among themselves. Ajur said, "We need to hurry, or the Iron Country will be raided. Those folks from Sky Hidden Village are fierce. They could take down the Iron Tower Fortress in a day." Leo, on the other hand, was quite confident, saying, "It's fine. The leader of Iron Country, Mifyun, is strong enough to hold his ground." What happened next? Just as they turned a mountain path, the air suddenly went silent. Anyone who understands knows that feeling. It's the calm before the storm. These 2 elite shinobi weren't naive. They sensed something was off immediately. Ajur was about to use a sensory ninjutsu to investigate when, whoosh, a shuriken flew past his face. He exploded with rage, shouting, "Watch out. It's a trap." No sooner had he spoken than Zabuza, wielding a large sword, leapt onto a boulder with a thud. His gaze cold as he looked at a group of lambs to the slaughter, sneering, only just realized, "Too late. Want to support the Iron Country? Fine. Leave your lives behind. Prepare for battle." Ajur's heart sank to the bottom. He knew this was going to end badly. The next moment, a storm of shurikens rained down from all directions. In an instant, many fell. Soon after, dozens of us rushed out from the forest and clashed with them. Though they had the numbers, everyone on our side was elite, and the scene quickly devolved into chaos. Blades clashed, blood flew, and it was truly brutal. In the midst of the battlefield, the guy named Leo was like a berserker. One of our guys, named Agon, had just finished a flashy fire-style sword technique when Leo shouted, "Trash, die!" And with one punch, he shattered Agon's fire arc. Then, without losing momentum, he landed a solid punch right on Agon's chest. Agon flew away like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying everywhere. Leo, not satisfied, grinned and charged in to deliver the killing blow. As soon as I saw that it wasn't working, I had to act quickly. I launched a fireball jutsu to push him back. The guy was still being mouthy, yelling at me, "Hey kid, you want to die?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looked up at him and said, "This is something I should be saying." He was so angry that he laughed and said it was the funniest joke he had ever heard. I didn't want to waste any more words with him, gripped my knife and charged at him. I was as fast as a black streak, and that guy was fierce too, pulling out a spiked iron fist from his scroll to clash with me head on. With a loud bang, the ground beneath us cracked. He was indeed strong. I was knocked back several steps. Seeing that he had the upper hand, he started to mock me. With such little skill, you dare to act tough in front of me? I couldn't be bothered with him, so I directly created 3 shadow clones, and the 4 of us surrounded him and started hacking away. This guy's just a big fool. His speed is terrible. He only knows how to take hits. As we were fighting, he got anxious and wanted to play dirty. He suddenly formed hand seals and used Earth Release, Earth Spike, causing sharp spikes to erupt from the ground, forcing my 3 clones to block them. Then he vanished in an instant and appeared right in front of my protected real body, ready to punch my head off. "Die, little ghost," he shouted. And what happened? With a bang, he hit nothing but a shadow clone. My real body had already been forming Chidori behind him. Chidori! The piercing sound of a bird cry rang out as my hand, crackling with lightning and exuding a destructive aura, slammed hard into his back. I thought this would secure my victory, but who knew this guy was crafty? He took my Chidori head on and didn't he die? Instead, he grinned ominously and said, "Not bad." Little ghost, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of lightning erupted from his body, making him look almost ethereal. My heart sank, realizing the trouble. I knew this guy was going to self-destruct. Lightning explosion. I was about to run, but it was too late. With a deafening roar, he exploded into a chaotic storm of lightning and thunder, instantly swallowing me whole. The sky was filled with flying debris, as if it were raining stones. With a loud thud, I was thrown out from the center of the storm, plowing a trench several meters long into the ground, and finally crashing into a large tree before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xianglin and Jumru were stunned, shouting my name. I just trembled and stood up, and that figure wrapped in lightning appeared again. He was still alive. This was not a mutual destruction move, but a damn killing move. He walked towards me step by step, saying, "Kid, no matter how extraordinary your talent is, you will still die in my hands." At that critical moment, Kimimaro rushed up, blocking in front of me, saying, "Sasuke-kun, you go. I'll handle him." I was about to cry. I quickly shouted for him to run, but he wouldn't listen at all. He drew his bone knife and used the dance of the camellia and the dance of the willow. But it was useless. The gap in strength was too great. Kimimaro's fluid body technique looked like slow motion to the opponent. With just 2 fingers, Leo pinched his bone knife. And then with a thunder release, thunder damage, he sent Kimimaro flying, spitting blood, worse than me. Seeing Kimimaro fall, I tell you, I lost it. My eyes turned blood red, and one thought filled my mind. Kill him. That guy even dared to mock me. So I had Kagaya take care of Kimimaro and charge forward. He slapped both hands on the ground, and dozens of earth wolves emerged to surround me. I stood still, and the moment the wolf pack pounced, I used body flicker technique to flash behind him. Don't underestimate the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village. With a move from the Uchiha-style Gale Sword, a massive blade of flames struck him with a scorching wave. With a loud bang, he was sent flying, screaming, with one leg completely broken. He wasn't dead yet, and still wanted to call for help. Too late. I immediately formed hand seals and unleashed my big move, Chidori. In an instant, dozens of silver arcs of electricity shot out from me like laser cannons, instantly plowing through him and the surrounding area. The scene was truly one of thunder and lightning, shaking the earth and mountains. Just at that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, 2 real big shots finally confronted each other. That was a true, godly battle. I'm telling you, if we don't finish off that opponent of his, Agile. The 2 of them are fighting like a couple of blind chickens covered in wounds, and their chakra is nearly depleted just dragging it out. At that moment, someone suddenly yelled, "Captain Leo is dead." Goodness, that shout stunned both of them. Their movements became awkward as they quickly turned to look. "Oh my God, The corpse lying on the ground, cold and lifeless. Wasn't it Leo? Agile's face immediately turned pale, as if coated with a layer of putty. His mouth could fit an egg. He couldn't wrap his head around it. What level was Leo? A top ninja from the Rock Village. Even their Tsuchikage Ohyuki praised him daily. How could he have fallen here? Not to mention him. Even Zabuza gasped several times, barely accepting this absurd fact. He had initially thought that if Sasuke could hold off Leo, it would be a blessing, but what happened? Sasuke directly sent him a one-way return scroll. Zabuza's eyes turned, and he immediately got excited, grinning at Agile. Hey, your companion is gone. Agile's face was as dark as a pot bottom, but guess what? He actually laughed. A creepy laugh. What are you so happy about? With just you few, do you think you can stop our main force heading to the Iron Country? Dream on. I said. Zabuza's voice instantly turned cold. None of you from the Rock Village will get past. You all have to leave your lives here. Let's see who leaves their life first. Agile was also a tough guy. As soon as he finished speaking, sparks began to crackle from his arms. Chakra pouring out as if it were free. The scene was as if he was about to unleash a massive attack to clear the field. Thunderlight. With a roar, he transformed into a ball of electric light and charged forward. The ground beneath him plowed out a trench. At that moment, I thought to myself, should I dodge first instead of attacking? But it turned out he had no intention of doing that at all. I saw him quickly forming hand signs with both hands, and his speed was unbelievable. I could barely keep up. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A massive, fierce water dragon erupted from his mouth, directly colliding with that ball of lightning. With a huge boom, the shockwave, let me tell you, was like a typhoon passing through. All the surrounding stones were shattered to pieces, and a nearby ninja who was just passing by was blown away far off. Once the dust settled a bit, I saw Zabuza crash out from the ruins, swaying as he landed on the ground, covered in blood and clearly on the verge of collapsing. The people here just shouted Zabuza, and before they could feel happy, that old six, Ajur, actually wobbled and crawled up from the ruins. He was gripping a kunai in his hand, and without saying a word, aimed to stab the weakened Zabuza. Family, who understands this? The reversal came too quickly. This guy is still alive. Ajur was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zabuza, slashing the kunai towards his neck. Just at that critical moment, a hissing sound was heard, but it wasn't from Zabuza. Ajur's movement froze as he looked down in shock. A needle of ice had somehow pierced into his chest from his waist. You won't harm Mr. Zabuza? It was Haku. He was covered in wounds, but he held on with his last breath to save Zabuza. After saying this, he fell to the ground with a thud. Zabuza looked at the fallen Haku, feeling heartbroken, but he knew this wasn't the time to be sentimental. He forced himself to stand up and shouted with all his might, "Your captain is dead. Get lost." He thought this would scare the group away, playing the reverse card. But what happened? The veterans from Awagakure had seen it all. They had experienced the Shinobi World War. What kind of scenes hadn't they witnessed? After a brief moment of panic, someone shouted, "For Lord Tsuchikage, complete the mission. Kill." The rest of the people were instantly pumped up, roaring as they charged forward again. Seeking death. Zabuza sneered, picking up his executioner's blade, and with the few remaining brothers, he charged back into battle. While the bloodbath here wasn't over, on the other side, in the capital of the Land of Iron, the center of the storm, it was as if a mountain rain was about to come. The atmosphere in the entire city was extremely oppressive, with warriors gathered everywhere, causing panic among the people. Rumors spread like wildfire, saying that the army of the Hidden Heaven Village was already at the city gates, and the era of warrior rule was coming to an end. Inside the warrior headquarters, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could be wrung out for water. Mifyun, the big boss of the Land of Iron, had a pale face. He confirmed with his own mouth that the people from the Hidden Heaven Village were just outside the city, and they were likely to launch a full-scale attack tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people turned gray. Where were the reinforcements from Awagakure? They should have arrived by now. Could something have gone wrong? Everyone was chattering, feeling uncertain. At that moment, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted directly above the capital. Everyone rushed outside to see, and in the sky, dozens of figures wearing forehead protectors appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was shocking. Shui and Itachi were directly floating in the air with a massive Susanoo, and the oppressive feeling was suffocating. Mifyun, surrender quickly. Shui's voice, wrapped in chakra, echoed throughout the city. What to do? Mifyun? The warriors beside him were almost scared to death. What else could they do? If they didn't want to surrender, they would fight to the death. Mifyun, being tough, directly ordered, "Everyone listen up. Kill on sight when encountering ninjas from the Hidden Heaven Village." With that command, the warriors all surged out. On the other side, behind Sasuke and Itachi, a massive army of ninjas from the Hidden Heaven village also surged out like a tide, densely occupying the rooftops throughout the city. Mifune, stop this futile resistance. Sasuke continued to persuade. Cut the nonsense. Mifune shot back directly. Itachi, watching from the side, grew impatient and said to Sasuke, stop wasting time. Sasuke and the others are still outside holding off the reinforcements. Let us take action. Sasuke nodded, slowly raised his hand, and then swung it down fiercely. The ninjas from the Hidden Heaven village were ordered to attack. With a single command, the two torrents collided violently, turning the entire capital of the Land of Iron into a battlefield. Cutting back to the scene at the Han Mist Mountains, let me tell you, that scene was simply hell on earth. Everywhere were severed limbs and flowing blood. After the brutal blood battle, only 5 people remained standing on Zabuza's side. Sasuke, Kin, Haku, Agon, and the unconscious Haku. On the opposite side, over 150 ninjas from Iwagakure were still standing. Zabuza, we are surrounded, Sasuke said, his face pale and his voice trembling. Cough. I know. Zabuza coughed up a large mouthful of blood, barely standing with his big sword. It seemed they could only take the last step. The so-called last step was to perish together. In this moment of despair, the frail Kin suddenly stood up. She pulled back her sleeves, revealing 2 arms covered in bite marks, crying out, it's not over yet. Zabuza, Sasuke, come bite my arms and absorb my chakra. With chakra, we still have hope. Everyone was stunned. Sasuke looked at her. His lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. This girl had already overdrafted her chakra to heal everyone. And if she was absorbed again, she would truly be risking her life. I beg you, don't hesitate. Hurry, Kin cried out desperately. But the ninjas from Iwagakure wouldn't give them time. They were out of strength. Rush in and take them out. With that command, the first few people had already drawn their blades and charged forward. Zabuza, I will buy you time, shouted Agon, the simple-minded ninja, suddenly yelling as he charged toward the blades. Seeking death, several long blades mercilessly pierced his body. Agon forced himself against the blades, pushing hard against the Iwagakure ninjas, roaring like a beast, although I'm not a powerful ninja. I want to protect my companions too. As soon as he finished speaking, explosive tags lit up on his body. Boom! A massive firestorm erupted, instantly engulfing the first dozen Iwagakure ninjas who charged in. Taking advantage of this gap, Sasuke and Zabuza exchanged glances and without hesitation lunged towards Kin, each biting one of her arms and frantically absorbing chakra. When the Iwagakure ninjas regained their senses from the shock of the explosion, they saw Sasuke and Zabuza slowly standing up, although they were still covered in wounds. Their aura had completely changed, fierce like 2 wild beasts. Meanwhile, Kin softly collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious like Haku. Sasuke, Zabuza picked up his executioner's blade. His voice low. We have no way out now. Every kill is a gain, understand? In Sasuke's eyes, the 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated. Captain, since I came here with you, I never planned to return alive. After saying this, he drew his sword and was the first to charge into the enemy's ranks. However, the recovered chakra was ultimately limited, and after another round of brutal combat, the two were once again exhausted of all their strength. Sasuke had several shurikens embedded in his body, and Zabuza could only lean on his big sword to avoid falling. Sasuke, it seems we really have to face our end here, Zabuza said with a bitter smile. It's my honor to fight to the end with the captain, Sasuke replied calmly. Then let us activate the final plan, Zabuza shouted. The final plan was to detonate all of Sasuke's explosive tags and perish together with everyone. Just as Sasuke was about to act, a massive Iwagakure ninja saw through their intentions and roared, giant rock fist, swinging a punch straight at Sasuke's face. It's over. Sasuke's heart sank. He didn't even have the strength to dodge now. Sasuke, Zabuza shouted in despair. Just as the fist was about to smash into Sasuke, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. And with a thud, the huge rock ninja was sent flying back at an even faster speed. Before everyone could react, over 100 ninjas from the Hidden Sky village suddenly surged in from all directions, instantly surrounding the remaining rock ninjas. Uchiha Hakadai, ha ha ha, our reinforcements have arrived. Zabuza was stunned for a moment, then erupted into wild laughter. The one who saved Sasuke was none other than Uchiha Hakadai, a key figure under the sky shadow. Sasuke, are you okay? Hakadai supported Sasuke, his eyes filled with admiration. Uncle Hakadai, how did you guys get here? Sasuke sighed in relief. Lord Sky Shadow learned that the Rock Village dispatched a large army and immediately sent me with reinforcements. Thanks to you. Otherwise, our plan to seize the Iron Country would have been ruined. After ensuring the injured were settled, Hakadai turned around, his Sharingan instantly activated, glaring fiercely at the already frightened rock ninjas. You bunch of scum, taking advantage of your numbers to bully the people of the Hidden Sky Village. None of you will be allowed to leave alive today. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Uncle Hakadai, forget it. Let them go. What did you say? Zabuza was the first to jump up. We lost so many brothers. How can we let them go? Hakadai looked at Sasuke with a confused expression. Sasuke sighed and slowly said, Konoha and the Mist are now our enemies. If we offend the Rock Village too, and they join forces for revenge, we might not be able to withstand it. His words left everyone present in silence. Zabuza's chest heaved a few times before he finally sat down dejectedly. Yes, the Hidden Sky Village has too many enemies now. This situation must be resolved. Uchiha Hakadai thought rationally for a moment, and in the end could only helplessly shout at the rock ninjas. Tell that SasukeSaves for me. Don't think our Hidden Sky Village is easy to bully. If they're SA next time, we will not let it go easily. Scram! The rock ninjas, as if granted a reprieve, quickly crawled away and disappeared into the forest. I tell you, the battlefield here has directly shifted back to the Iron Country's capital, and wow, it's a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The samurai and ninjas are going crazy, and the air is filled with the smell of rust. Over there with Itachi is a truly heavyweight showdown. The two samurai brothers on the opposite side, named Rika and Chasuke, saw they couldn't win and immediately pulled out their ultimate moves. Their swords suddenly glowed with a blinding light, like they were about to fire a laser cannon, and they shouted flash. Let me tell you, those two sword lights were thick and bright, shooting straight toward Itachi's forehead. At that moment, to be honest, even Itachi felt the danger. But who is he? With his Sharingan spinning, time seemed to slow down. Just as those two beams were about to hit his face, a huge orange-red skeletal figure, with a bang, shot up from the ground. Susanoo. For those who understand, this sense of security is just off the charts. The two impressive beams of sword light hit Susanoo like a scraping treatment, leaving no marks at all. Instead, Chasuke was directly blown away by the shockwave from Susanoo's appearance. Before he could steady himself, Itachi, controlling his giant form, thrust his dozens of meters long red lightsaber from a distance, and with a puff, skewered him like a candied hawthorn. Then, Itachi casually swung his arm, and that guy's corpse was thrown in front of his companion Rika like trash. Rika was instantly dumbfounded, his facial muscles twitching as he looked at his brother's lifeless eyes, probably feeling completely cold inside. This is the power of the Uchiha, the strongest joint attack from the two of them, and the opponent is completely unharmed, and even took out one in the process? What were they even fighting for? Itachi slowly raised the giant sword, pointed it at him, and said coldly, Next is you. I tell you, Rika was so scared at that moment that his soul almost flew away, all the hair on his body stood up, and he was frantically calculating how to escape. He thought it was a beautiful plan, believing that the Itachi god had opened such a huge Susanoo, which must consume a lot of chakra. And as long as he dragged it out, there would be a chance. What was the result? He was still too young. The Itachi god had already predicted his prediction. Just as he was about to run away, dozens of crows suddenly flew in behind him, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a clone of the Itachi god right behind him. Rika's eyes nearly popped out. When did he make that hand sign? In a flash. He remembered it was that instant before he opened Susanoo. My god, at that life and death moment, while dodging skills, he also prepared a backup plan to assassinate himself. What kind of monstrous battle intelligence is this? It was over. The crow clone softly said a word, and the knife in its hand cleanly pierced into Rika's heart. This guy was also tough. Before dying, blood frothing from his mouth, he still dared to threaten. Our Iron Country will not lose. When the reinforcements from Awagakure arrive, you will all die. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed, and the clone turned into crows and scattered. The surrounding warriors, still fighting, were dumbfounded. The two top experts were gone in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Itachi God's side, once Susanoo retracted, he hunched over, panting heavily. The chakra consumption of the Manjiki Sharingan, anyone who uses it knows. But he had only one thought in his mind. Sasuke, you must hold on. On the other side, the general of the Iron Country, Mitsubian, who was locked in a fierce battle with Sasuke, caught a glimpse of his two trusted subordinates lying dead, and his mentality completely collapsed, staggering on his feet. Seeing this, Sasuke seized the opportunity and began to attack his mind. Mitsubian, I told you long ago that you can't hold us off. Surrender. And guess what happened? Mitsubian suddenly started laughing neurotically, shouting, "Don't celebrate too early. Do you think I have no backup plan? The reinforcement from Awagakure are coming soon." At that moment, everyone looked into the distance. To be honest, there really was a commotion. On the distant road, dust was flying, and the sound was unmistakably that of 1,000 troops rushing over. Instantly, the warriors of the Iron Country were like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting that they were saved. The reinforcements were coming. Their morale skyrocketed. Our side, however, had a somewhat grim expression. If the Awagakure reinforcements really arrived, it would mean that Sasuke and Zabuza's ambush team might have been completely wiped out. Just as all the warriors were cheering, the leader of the reinforcements suddenly jumped out from the ranks and appeared in front of a group of warriors. Drawing out a gleaming big knife from behind, without saying a word, he began to slash fiercely at the warriors still smiling. "Pucci!" Blood spurted wildly. "A bunch of useless fools. What are you laughing about here?" The man sheathed his knife, with a face full of disdain. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Our side took a closer look, and, good heavens, isn't that Zabuza. After a brief moment of shock, the ninjas from the Hidden Heaven village erupted into thunderous laughter. "Family, this reversal is simply amazing. The so-called reinforcements were our own people. Sasuke, Karen, and Shino were all right behind." Itachi God saw the lively Sasuke, and a heavy stone in his heart instantly fell, his face full of pride. "My brother, amazing. Prepare for battle." Zabuza swung his big knife, leading our main force, and charged into the still bewildered warriors. Mitsubian, who had been laughing the most before, was now completely dumbfounded, retreating step by step, his lips trembling. Why? Why is this happening? Where are the people from Awagakure? Shursui looked at his doubtful expression and smiled, delivering the final blow. "Still waiting for your reinforcements? They were already beaten back home. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Mitsubian completely broke down, dropping all defenses and roaring like a madman. "I tell you, the most taboo thing on the battlefield is to lose focus. Shursui is waiting for this opportunity." With a body flicker technique, he appears right in front of Mitsushima. Relying on his combat instinct, Mitsushima tries to swing his sword to block, but it's already too late. Swish! Shurzui's short blade slashes across his throat, moving so fast it only leaves a shadow. With a clang, the samurai's sword falls to the ground, making a crisp sound. Mitsushima's body slowly collapses, crashing heavily into the pool of blood. The entire arena falls silent. The spiritual leader of the Iron Country for decades, the supreme commander of the Samurai Legion, has just died. Mitsushima is dead. We have won. I don't know who shouted first, but we erupted in cheers like a tsunami. With the death of the commander, the morale of those samurai instantly plummeted, apart from a few die-hard loyalists still resisting. Most began to flee for their lives. This battle was completely won. In the following months, our Tianjin village underwent a transformation. We annexed the Iron Country and relocated the entire village to the more perilous Takigakure, with a huge waterfall serving as a natural barrier, providing us with a sense of security. Boss Fugaka focused on growing quietly, accumulating wealth, building a new village, and establishing a ninja school. The strength of the entire village multiplied several times, subtly taking on the stature of the sixth great ninja village. Of course, Iwagakure was furious. I heard that the Tsuchikage almost declared war directly, but thankfully, the elders managed to persuade him. As for me, Sasuke wasn't idle either. He has become a training fanatic, spending every day in seclusion at the training ground outside the village. During that time, he was perfecting the A-rank ninjutsu he developed, Chidori Sharp Spear. I saw him forming hand seals, and in an instant his right hand was engulfed in blinding lightning. Then he suddenly flicked it forward, and the lightning shot out like a long spear, piercing through a large tree dozens of meters away. After that, with a shake of his wrist, he swept the lightning spear horizontally, severing several giant trees in half, which crashed down with a thunderous sound. Huff! Sasuke panted, looking at his masterpiece, quite satisfied. "Sasuke, that's amazing!" A lively voice called out. Sasuke turned around and saw Karui, wearing glasses, standing not far away with an admiring expression. He walked over with a smile and teased, "Didn't you say you were going to go into seclusion for training? It's only been a few days, and you couldn't resist coming out?" His words made the young girl's face turn bright red, shyly stamping her feet. Sasuke is now a complete ironclad man, focused solely on becoming stronger, with no thoughts of romance. Seeing that Sasuke was about to send her away, Karui quickly threw out a heavy news. "Oh, right. Kimimaro returned from a mission today and brought back a strange person. I heard that this person can communicate with birds and small animals. I tell you, as soon as Sasuke heard this, he was stunned. And then his body began to tremble with excitement, exclaiming, "Is he called CHGO?" Family, who understands this? The information gap advantage of Time Traveler is directly full. Ino was dumbfounded and asked how he knew him. Sasuke had no time to explain, excitedly grabbing Ino's hand and running towards the village. "Let's go, we'll find out." Sure enough, as soon as they returned to the village, they saw a crowd of people gathered at the entrance, pointing and discussing. In the middle of the crowd, Kimimaro and a big guy with orange hair and orange pupils were standing together, both looking a bit at a loss. Seeing the big guy's iconic hair color and honest expression, Sasuke grinned. It was indeed CHGO. Upon asking, he found out that Kimimaro had already taken CHGO to see Fugaku, but Fugaku, considering the uncontrollable power within CHGO that could easily go berserk and harm people, refused to take him in for the safety of the villagers. Kimimaro was comforting the dejected CHGO, saying they needed to find Sasuke for a solution. "No need to look." Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out behind them. "No need to say anything, just follow me." Sasuke single-handedly entered his father's office. Fugaku was initially quite happy to see his son, but upon hearing it was about CHGO, he immediately shook his head and reiterated the dangers of CHGO. Sasuke directly went all out, walking up to his father and seriously saying, "Dad, everything has two sides. CHGO going berserk is dangerous. But looking at it from another angle, isn't he our village's human-shaped tailed beast, a strategic level weapon? How can he be compared to a tailed beast?" Fugaku remained unmoved. "Then what if I say," Sasuke leaned in, lowering his voice, "CHGO can help all the ninjas of our village gain natural energy and become stronger." Bang! The documents in Fugaku's hand fell directly onto the table, and he froze, trying to calm his emotions while staring hard at Sasuke. "Are you saying he can make others stronger?" "Yes." Sasuke nodded confidently, as long as they could figure out how to transfer the energy within CHGO to others. Their ninja's combat power could rapidly increase in a short time. This prospect was too enticing, so much so that Fugaku couldn't refuse. Although Sasuke honestly admitted he didn't know how to operate it specifically and that they needed the village's scientific personnel to study it, the possibility was already enticing enough. Finally, looking at his son's pleading eyes, Fugaku sighed and agreed. Mainly, he didn't want to disappoint his son. "Thank you, Dad." Sasuke was overjoyed. "Don't just be happy." Fugaku threw a mission scroll at him. "Tomorrow you and your brother will go to the land of rice. The daimyo there has encountered some trouble. By the way, if possible, try to get him to agree to merge the land of rice into our land of heaven." I tell you, the implication is already very obvious. It's just to let Itachi and Sasuke negotiate amicably with their Sharingan. After Sasuke happily left in the office, Fugaku's gaze turned extremely sinister as he murmured to himself, "Just wait. When the Hidden Rain village becomes stronger, I will definitely destroy Konoha, to avenge the shame of the Uchiha clan being forced to relocate." Once the matters that Jonwoo could leave behind were settled, Sasuke took Kinshiki, Jonwoo, and Shinichiku, the original members of Team Hawk, out to have a good time for a day. But happy times are always short-lived. The next day, Sasuke and his brother set off for the land of rice. As soon as they arrived at a village on the border of the land of rice, they smelled an overwhelming stench of blood and vaguely heard cries for help. The two exchanged glances and immediately rushed inside. The scene before them was simply hell on earth. There were corpses of villagers everywhere, and a group of bandits was conducting their final looting. Next to a pile of bodies, a scar-faced bandit was grinning as he looked at 3 children under 10 huddled together, asking his accomplice, "Should we take care of these little brats too?" A masked man, seemingly their leader, coldly uttered 4 words, "Root out the weeds." The 3 children, terrified, huddled together, with one shouting, "Jintoki Muya, I'm scared." Another replied, "Jirobo, we're scared too." Goodness, aren't these the future members of the Sound Four? The scar-faced man grinned and raised his knife, walking towards the 3 children who were already paralyzed with fear on the ground. However, just as he was about to strike, a shadow flashed before him like a ghost. "You bastards, you won't even spare children." Sasuke's youthful voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Where did this little brat come from? Not even fully grown. And he wants to be a hero? Sasuke lifted his gaze, his eyes as cold as ice. He shook his head slightly and said softly, "Underestimating your opponent is the last mistake you'll make in your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke drew his short sword, stomped his foot, and transformed into a black shadow, charging forward like lightning. With a whoosh, the scar-faced man's eyes widened like copper bells. Let me tell you, he never understood how my speed was like I was cheating. As he fell, the remaining dozen or so small thugs were directly scared silly, standing there like wooden posts. Their masked leader, though trembling in his legs, still tried to act tough, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Go for it. Kill that little brat." He thought he could drown me in numbers. Hearing this, those desperate men's eyes turned red, and they rushed forward with their weapons. What happened next? My brother, Itachi Uchiha, moved. I didn't even see when he got to my side, just saw him flick his wrist, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen shurikens flew out like they had eyes, creating several black lines. The next second, it was like dumplings falling. A bunch of them fell with screams, and the smell of blood suddenly surged. Seeing this standard ninja weapon, the leader's face turned pale as he blurted out, "Not good. It's a ninja." He quickly tried to escape to the rooftops. I couldn't help but laugh. Trying to leave? Did you ask the sword in my hand? I immediately threw a shuriken, a flash of black light. Hey, don't say it, this leader actually had some skill. He twisted his body and dodged it. Just as he was about to turn around and snarl at me, suddenly, a blue lightning bolt pierced through his heart. Family, who understands? His expression changed from smug to terror and then to despair, transforming 3 times in a second. It was simply the best meme of 2025. I retracted my new technique, the 1,000-bird sharp gun, and said lightly, "To die under my move is your honor." That big guy fell from midair like a broken sack, spitting blood and crashing into a wall, bringing it down. Mission accomplished. As soon as we landed, the 3 surviving kids knelt down with a thud, crying and thanking us. I quickly helped them up, and to my surprise, one of them, named Gitanru, had 6 arms. I wondered why he looked so strange. The kids were named Gitanru and a chubby one called Jirobo. They saw that I was about the same age, but could fight so well, and they all felt guilty, saying they were too weak to protect their families. What could I say? I could only offer some motivational words, like how people become stronger when protecting their most important ones, the classic pep talk, just some empty words to listen to. Then I started repeating their names. Gitanru, Jirobo. Wait a minute. Aren't these a few of the members from Orochimaru's Sound 5? I thought they sounded familiar. I was pondering whether I should recruit these potential talents to our village. Just then, my brother shot me a look, reminding me, "Sasuke, we have a mission, right? The serious stuff comes first." After bidding farewell to the kids, we headed straight to the daimyo's mansion. Let me tell you, the palace of the daimyo of the land of rice was tacky. It was as gaudy as a luxurious KTV private room. Absolutely ridiculous. My brother announced our names, and then a guy wearing an official hat came out to lead us in. This guy, how should I put it, looked at us like a hungry wolf eyeing a plump lamb, with such fervor that, although he concealed it quickly, it couldn't escape my eyes. I quietly told my brother, "Bro, this guy's off." My brother didn't mind and reassured me that it was fine. Upon entering the main hall, we saw the daimyo, Hojo, wearing a fan hat. As soon as he glanced at us, especially at me, the disdain in his eyes was almost overflowing. He said in a sarcastic tone, "You two were sent? A little brat like you, can you handle it?" I haven't said anything yet, and the official leading the way eagerly interjected, "Don't underestimate the daimyo. This is an elite of the Uchiha clan with Sharingan. This guy seems to know quite a bit." The daimyo waved his hand, looking as if he couldn't understand but didn't care, saying, "I don't care about any eyes. I paid for it, just solve the trouble." As he spoke, he casually tossed over an information scroll. My brother opened it, and I leaned over to take a look. We were both stunned at that moment. The bandit leader drawn on the scroll was none other than the unlucky guy I had just taken down with a single move of my 1,000-bird sharp spear. I burst out laughing and said to those officials, "Gentlemen, if your trouble refers to him, then we can head back to the village right away, because on the way here, I already took care of him." The entire hall fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and the officials were all gaping, their jaws nearly dislocated. The Lord was also stunned for a moment, then suddenly started clapping vigorously, saying we did a great job. My brother is much more composed than I am. He directly threw the scroll on the ground and coldly said, "Noble, you spent such a large sum. Surely it's not just for a bandit, right?" The noble chuckled awkwardly and said, "Since you're sensible people, I'll speak frankly. Have you heard of Orochimaru?" Damn it, Orochimaru. My brother and I exchanged a glance, and we both felt a chill run down our spines. Goodness. The difficulty of this task is like asking me to persuade a wealthy landlord to stop exploiting others, essentially relying on persuasion. The daimyo said that Orochimaru wants to build a ninja village here, and he doesn't dare agree or refuse, so he wants us to help, preferably by eliminating Orochimaru. I wanted to say, "Are you crazy, man? That's Orochimaru. Just then, an old man next to us started to provoke me. Using reverse psychology. If you can't handle such a small matter, then the reputation of the Hidden Heaven Village will. I was so angry that I clenched my fists, and if my brother hadn't stopped me, I would have shown him what real physical punishment looks like. My brother completely ignored that old man and directly asked where Orochimaru was. The daimyo said there was no need to look for him. Orochimaru had given him 5 days to think it over and would come to visit on his own tomorrow. After hearing this, my brother surprisingly agreed right away. He said, "Got it. We will help you defeat him." I was anxious and quietly asked him, "Brother, are you confident?" "That's Orochimaru." My brother just smiled confidently and said, "Don't forget, we're the Uchiha." Well, since my brother said that, what could I do? The strange official named Terajima led us to rest, but I kept feeling uneasy, thinking that tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. The next morning, the entire palace looked like it was preparing for war, filled with guards. Seeing that scene made me want to laugh. These ordinary soldiers were no different from paper in front of Orochimaru. As soon as we arrived at the main hall, we heard someone rush in, rolling and crawling, shouting, "Orochimaru has broken in," and it was just 5 people. My brother furrowed his brows and rushed outside without saying a word, and a big group of us hurried to follow. When we arrived at the front hall, we saw Orochimaru standing there like a ghost, with guards groaning on the ground at his feet. When he saw my brother, he smirked in a strange way and said, "Oh, Itachi Uchiha, long time no see." The daimyo, hiding behind my brother, mustered his courage and shouted, "Orochimaru, I want to allow you to build a village here. So give up on that idea." And guess what happened? Orochimaru snorted coldly, turned around with his 4 subordinates, and ran away. I was completely stunned at the time. What was going on? With Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan, shouldn't he have charged right at us? My brother only left behind a sentence. "Sasuke, you stay behind to protect the daimyo." And then he chased after them. I felt something was wrong and shouted, "Brother, be careful." My brother chased them for a short distance before realizing he had been tricked. It was a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Orochimaru's 4 subordinates suddenly scattered, formed a seal, and with a buzzing sound, a huge purple flame barrier enveloped my brother. That thing would roast you alive upon contact. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru let out a bang and transformed into a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. My brother's heart sank at that moment. This is bad. Sasuke is in danger. Meanwhile, in the main hall, those officials were still boasting, saying that Orochimaru was nothing special. I was speechless when suddenly, the man standing next to the daimyo, Terashima, grinned at me wickedly. "The Sharingan is mine." Before his words even finished, dozens of snakes shot out from his sleeve, instantly binding me tightly. Who understands what my family goes through? The guy I had always felt was suspicious turned out to be Orochimaru, disguised using the body replacement technique. He tore off his face, revealing that sinister expression. He thought he had succeeded and laughed proudly. "Sasuke, don't be afraid. You will become my perfect vessel." I couldn't help but laugh at that. "Your plan is good, but unfortunately you got the wrong person." Before he could react, I, who was bound by the snakes, suddenly transformed into a wooden dummy. Body replacement technique. His pupils constricted, and before he could turn around, my voice echoed behind him. "Don't let your guard down at this moment." The kunai in my hand was already aimed at his lower back. He reacted quickly, performing a mid-air flip to dodge and thrust back at me. In an instant, we were locked in battle, moving so fast that only 2 blurry shadows remained. The officials beside us were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. This old sixth was getting anxious after failing to break through, swinging his arm. And once again, dozens of snakes lunged at me like rabid dogs. I immediately stopped in my tracks and quickly formed hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball erupted from my mouth, and its temperature ignited the surrounding air in an instant. The fireball, with a destructive momentum, directly engulfed the pile of snakes along with Orochimaru. I heard a muffled sound from within the flames. With a bang, I tell you. That kid Sasuke didn't hesitate and directly detonated the entire fireball. Good heavens, that scene was like setting off a massive firecracker during the New Year. It exploded with a roar, and the heat wave nearly singed my eyebrows. The officials beside us turned pale, all backing away in fear of being caught in the blast. I was thinking this should have turned that guy Terashima into ashes, right? But guess what? From within the fire, a figure slowly walked out, an astonishing chakra instantly dispersing the flames. As the person walked, the skin on their face peeled off like a badly attached phone screen protector. My goodness, family, who understands? That scene nearly made me puke my breakfast right there. ISNT this, just that old pervert Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice grating like nails on a chalkboard, and said to Sasuke, "Stop struggling. The gap between you and me is greater than the distance between me and my non-existent hair." Sasuke didn't even look at him, expressionless, as he casually unfastened a gigantic shuriken from his wrist, clearly indicating, "Stop the nonsense. Let us just fight." Seeing that Sasuke wasn't engaging, Orochimaru's face turned cold. "Oh, you think you're tough? Today, I'm going to beat you to a pulp and take you away." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes instantly transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, and he shouted, "If you want my eyes, come and take them." After saying that, the enormous shuriken in his hand flew out with a whoosh. It spun in the air like a fan, whistling as it sliced towards Orochimaru's face. However, that old fox, Orochimaru, like a boneless creature, twisted his body slightly and dodged it, pretending to be a master as he commented, "Is this it? You think you can use a shuriken as a feint and then cast Genjutsu on me? Kid, I've already grasped your battle strategy." I was sweating for Sasuke at that moment. This was bad. The tactic was seen through at a glance. How are they going to fight now? Just when Sasuke was momentarily distracted, Orochimaru brought his hands together and shouted, "Body binding technique." It was over. Sasuke was completely immobilized. As if his pressure points had been struck, his face filled with terror. Orochimaru sneered ominously, "It's over, Sasuke." As soon as he finished speaking, I tell you, the ground suddenly cracked open with a bang. From the rolling smoke and dust emerged a giant creature. A massive black snake, dozens of meters long, opened its gaping maw and swallowed the immobile Sasuke whole. The entire arena fell silent. The officials nearby sighed one after another, and the man named Hai J looked ashen, murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's all over now." Orochimaru looked at their expressions as if they had just lost their parents, feeling incredibly pleased, his face full of wrinkles as he laughed. "Opposing me? This is your end." However, that smile hadn't even spread to its fullest before it froze on his face. Because the shuriken from the wind technique that had just been dodged suddenly went bang and transformed into another Sasuke. Damn, the whole place exploded. Sasuke isn't dead? The one who got eaten was a fake? Does anyone understand this twist? Who could have thought that the real body was that shuriken? Orochimaru was dumbfounded. He just realized that he had been played by Sasuke from the very beginning with that fireball. He thought he was the hunter, but in reality, he was the clown. Before he could comprehend it, Sasuke's hand was already crackling with blue lightning, the violent chakra making even Orochimaru's pupils contract. "Chidori sharp spear." Sasuke shouted coldly, swinging his arm, and a dazzling spear of lightning shot out like an angry thunder dragon, tearing through the air. The speed was so fast that there was no time for anyone to react. Just as a look of terror appeared on Orochimaru's face, the lightning struck him solidly. Boom! Orochimaru flew back like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees before finally slamming into the ground with a thud, covered in blood and in a sorry state. The entire place was silent, and that member of the Hai J clan was trembling, probably regretting underestimating this little brat Sasuke yesterday. Sasuke wasn't doing well either, panting heavily with a pale face. After all, Orochimaru was a shadow-level powerhouse, and fighting him required Sasuke to exert all his strength with every move, draining his chakra like running water. I thought this would finally be over, but something even more disgusting happened. Just then, that slimy giant, Orochimaru, suddenly opened his mouth wide, and, with a heave, out came another perfectly intact Orochimaru, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. I really can't believe this. Is this some ultimate evolution of a snake shedding its skin? The people nearby were dumbfounded, gasping in shock. But that is not all. This newly produced Orochimaru spat out another snake head from his mouth, and that snake head then vomited out his sword. What the heck? Is this some kind of Russian nesting doll? That sword gleamed coldly, clearly not an ordinary item. The Kusanagi sword. Sasuke, the good show is just beginning. Orochimaru, holding the sword, darted forward in a blur, moving faster than the eye could see. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several dozen meters. The sword tip aimed straight at Sasuke's chest. There was no way to dodge this. Sasuke, also a tough guy, instantly gathered Chidori in his right hand. Ready to go down together. You want to trade one for one with me? Dream on. Orochimaru sneered, taking a half step back. But the Kusanagi sword in his hand suddenly elongated, piercing straight through Sasuke's chest. However, Sasuke braced himself against this sword wound and lunged forward, instantly closing the distance to Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru shivered. What do you want to do? Sasuke didn't answer, his right hand glowing with Chidori, shooting straight for Orochimaru's heart like lightning. Fortunately, Orochimaru reacted quickly, discarding the sword and leaning back just in time to barely evade it. Sasuke missed his strike, enduring the excruciating pain, and threw a few shurikens with his other hand. Orochimaru easily dodged and kicked Sasuke hard in the back. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sasuke was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, and then crashed into the palace wall, causing it to collapse. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachi was getting anxious. He was trapped in a barrier called the Four Purple Flames Formation, listening to his subordinates chatter about how Lord Orochimaru must have already taken care of things, and Itachi felt like he was on fire with impatience. I can't wait any longer. Amaterasu. Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, blood tears streaming from his eyes, summoning an ominous black flame that suddenly appeared on the barrier, burning a large hole through it. Orochimaru's subordinates were dumbfounded. They had never seen anything like this before. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi dashed out through the hole, and the few who tried to stop him were caught in a Jinjutsu, all four collapsing to the ground, rolling their eyes. Sasuke, you must wait for me. Itachi roared in his heart, transforming into a shadow and desperately rushing toward the palace. In the ruins, Sasuke, covered in blood, shakily stood up, the sword wound on his chest still bleeding, forming a pool of blood at his feet. Orochimaru was getting a bit impatient. Why bother? Your perseverance truly surprises me, but resisting any further will only add to your suffering. Sasuke chuckled hoarsely, but I can't just give up like this. Just as Orochimaru was about to deliver the finishing blow, a charming voice suddenly echoed. The legendary 3 Sannin, actually bullying a child here. I really didn't expect that. Before the words fell, several figures instantly appeared beside Sasuke. I focused my gaze. The leading big sister had a hot figure, exuding an older sister vibe, and her forehead protector bore the symbol of the Mist Village. Orochimaru's expression darkened. A ninja from the Mist Village? Terumi Mei? Sasuke was also stunned. Wasn't she the stunning Mist Village Kunoichi he had defeated on the battlefield last time? How did she end up here? Terumi Mei looked down at Sasuke, whose face was full of questions, her ample chest rising and falling as she smiled and asked, "Are you okay? Just a little injury, nothing serious?" Sasuke forced a smile, thinking, of course, I can't admit weakness in front of beauty. Terumi Mei chuckled, finding it amusing that he was saying he was fine while still having a sword stuck in his chest. Sasuke thought she was here to repay a favor and was about to say a few polite words when Terumi Mei interrupted him. You're thinking too much. I'm just passing by on a mission. Last time, you caused our Mist Village significant losses, and, as the main culprit, I'm here to take you back for judgment. To the Blood Mist Village? Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Sister? How is this any different from going to Orochimaru's lab? Terumi Mei noticed his expression, smirked, and no longer teased him, waving for a medical ninja to come over and treat his wounds. First, pull out that sword. The medical ninja was very professional and quickly extracted the Kusanagi sword, using chakra to help stop the bleeding. Sasuke didn't hold back and directly tucked away the Kusanagi sword, thinking about how to escape if what this woman said was true. Orochimaru's face darkened. Sasuke is the person I want. Are you from the Mist Village trying to intervene and start a war with me? Terumi Mei stepped forward, her aura fully unleashed, facing off. Sorry, he is also a wanted target in our Mist Village. So, is it the easiest way to just take you all out? Orochimaru revealed a murderous intent. Stop wasting words. Let me see the strength of the 3 Sannin. Terumi Mei's eyes burned with battle intent. You're seeking death. Orochimaru sneered, forming hand seals, summoning technique. As soon as the words fell, countless poisonous snakes erupted from the ground, flooding toward Terumi Mei and the others. Terumi Mei looked up at the swarm of snakes, took a deep breath, and puffed her cheeks. Liquid release. Liquid monster technique. A torrent of scorching magma erupted from her mouth, exploding among the snakes, causing them to dissolve upon contact, and in the blink of an eye. The entire army of snakes vanished without a trace. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could such a powerful technique from Orochimaru be countered by a mouthful of, a mouthful of magma? Next, it's my turn. Terumi Mei formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and unleashed water release, water dragon bullet technique. Boom! A massive water dragon appeared out of thin air, roaring toward Orochimaru. The oppressive force was as if it could pierce the heavens. Orochimaru's expression grew serious, and he quickly formed hand seals, slamming his hands to the ground. Triple Rashomon. Boom! 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 3 giant stone doors, engraved with the faces of evil spirits, rose from the ground, blocking his path. The water dragon crashed violently into the Rashomon, erupting with a thunderous roar. The entire earth shook, trees fell in clusters, and the ground cracked open with massive fissures, as if an earthquake had struck. As the dust settled, the triple Rashomon was completely shattered. But Orochimaru stood unscathed in the deep pit, smiling faintly. Attacks of this level are nothing to worry about. Just as Terumi, Mei was about to strike again. Her body swayed. She had consumed too much chakra. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. Summoning technique. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and a massive black cursed seal unfolded. Amidst the white mist, a giant purple serpent, as large as a mountain, slowly emerged. The king of summoned beasts. The 10,000 snakes. As soon as the 10,000 snakes appeared, it bellowed. Orochimaru, is the sacrifice ready? Stop talking nonsense. If we win this battle, I'll give you double the sacrifices. Orochimaru jumped onto the head of the 10,000 snakes, pointing at Terumi, Mei, and the others. Oof. If you can't do it, I'll eat you. The 10,000 snakes roared, charging forward like a train. Terumi Mei's 2 subordinates tried to use explosive tags to stop it, but it was like scratching an itch. They were directly sent flying by the tail of the 10,000 snakes, screaming and spitting blood as they hit the ground. Damn! Zhao Meiming's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, heading straight for the myriad snakes. Seeking death, the giant tail of the myriad snakes swept across, carrying the force of splitting stones and opening mountains. A surge of water rose beneath Zhao Meiming's feet, and she gracefully evaded the attack, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Water release, water binding rope. Several water ropes instantly wrapped around the myriad snakes' bodies. Boil release, mist technique. Zhao Meiming spat out a large cloud of acidic mist, engulfing the myriad snakes. The hard scales of the myriad snakes hissed in the acidic mist, and they began to melt. The myriad snakes let out a cry of extreme pain. Damn, another bloodline limit. Orochimaru was stunned, then licked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. If I could have her body, that wouldn't be too bad. The 1,000 snakes were about to melt in anger, cursing loudly. I'm in so much pain, and you still have time to think about other things? Orochimaru ignored it, let out a low grunt, and flicked out a 10-meter-long tongue, which wrapped around Kirigakure's Mei Terumi, binding her tightly like a vine. Oh no, Mei thought to herself. Who would have thought he had such disgusting tricks? As soon as she was trapped, her boil release stopped, and the 1,000 snakes immediately broke free from the water ropes, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Captain, let's all 4 go together and save the captain. The ninja who treated Sasuke shouted, leading the remaining 3 teammates to charge towards Orochimaru. But let me tell you, these 4 guys were practically walking to their deaths. In less than 3 seconds of charging in, there were several screams, and they were swallowed whole by Orochimaru's giant python, the 1,000 snakes. Good grief. For Jonin were like snacks, crunching away. This was it. It was completely over. Only I, Sasuke, and a severely injured Mei Terumi were left on the field. The 1,000 snakes coiled its body, its massive head hanging down, casting a shadow over us, while Orochimaru stood atop the snake's head, grinning sinisterly. Mei was in despair, bitterly smiling as she said, "It's over. This time it's really the end." Sasuke was also in agony, feeling like he was dying, with not a drop of chakra left. He could only stare at Orochimaru intently. Orochimaru was putting on a show, saying something like, to be pushed to this extent, you all are quite remarkable. I appreciate you. Now give me your power. At that moment, I thought, isn't this just workplace PUA? After hitting you, they still draw a big pie for you. As a result, this kid Sasuke suddenly became tough. He covered his mouth and coughed up blood. His eyes were icy cold, and he shouted at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, I'm going with you. Let her go. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll destroy these Sharingan." Family, who understands this? This heroic rescue scene completely stunned me. Kahaku Mei was also shocked, probably thinking her heart was about to burst from excitement, wondering how this little brat could be so capable. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, laughed, squinting his eyes, and said, "Oh, Sasuke-kun, at such a young age, you already understand the value of a lady? But do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me?" As he spoke, he was about to make a move, but at that moment, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. With a buzzing sound, the sky behind Orochimaru cracked open. A gigantic purple energy sword, trailing a comet-like tail, fell from the sky, and with a whoosh, it was firmly pinned into the body of the 10,000 snakes. The 10,000 snakes writhed in pain. As soon as Sasuke saw that sword, his eyes lit up instantly, his expression changing from despair to ecstasy, shouting at the top of his lungs, "My brother is here! My brother is here! Goodness! Isn't this a pure battle god return script?" Orochimaru's face darkened, looking up at the sky, coldly saying, "Itachi Uchiha. You actually broke my 4 purple flames formation so quickly. Itachi Uchiha." As soon as this name came out, Kahaku Mei was dumbfounded. He was the legendary genius. Just as the words fell, a massive purple figure came crashing down from the horizon like a meteor, appearing in front of them in a few flashes. The purple giant reached out and pulled the giant sword out of the 10,000 snakes, holding it tightly in his hand. As the purple light dissipated, standing inside was Itachi, dressed in a black robe, his eyes deep like a bottomless pool, steady as ever. "Brother!" Sasuke shouted excitedly, feeling like he had come back to life. Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was unharmed, and surprisingly smiled on his eternally cold face. He pointed the Susanoo giant sword at Orochimaru and said with a royal balm, "Orochimaru, if you want the Sharingan, just come at me. Why bother with all this trouble?" That aura was simply explosive. The 10,000 snakes was terrified by that sword, whining to Orochimaru, "Next time, don't call me for such tough work. Remember to prepare 200 sacrifices for me." After saying that, with a bang, it turned into white smoke and fled. Orochimaru saw this and thought, well, the strongest fighter has run away, and he couldn't gain any advantage, so he quickly found a way to back down. Itachi Uchiha, I will let you go today." After saying that, he burrowed into the ground and ran away faster than anyone. Itachi didn't pursue him, directly the Susanoo, and came over to apologize to Sasuke first. "Sasuke, it's my fault I let you get hurt." Sasuke hurriedly waved his hand, saying it wasn't your fault, then pointed to Kahaku Mei beside him and introduced, "Brother, this is my friend Kahaku Mei. If it weren't for her, I would have been captured and turned into slices long ago." Itachi turned his head and seriously thanked Kahaku Mei. Kahaku Mei was also a straightforward person, waving her hand and saying, "Last time this little brat didn't kill me, so this time we're even." Sasuke wanted to pull Kahaku Mei into his village, so he advised her, "You sacrificed your teammates to save me this time. You will definitely be held accountable when you go back. Why not come with us?" Kahaku Mei shook her head without thinking. "No way, even if I get punished. I have to go back, that's my home." Seeing this, Sasuke thought, fine, everyone has their own ambitions. He leaned close to Kahaku Mei's ear and whispered, "Before you leave, I'll tell you a secret. Your Mizukage has been controlled by someone using eye techniques." Kahaku Mei was stunned on the spot. "How is that possible?" Sasuke sighed and said, "Believe it or not, just let that guy with the Byakugan in your village take a look and you'll know. I'm telling you." Sasuke's operation this time is all about the joy of being a spoiler dog. Meitarumi was half convinced but still took note of it, and after bidding farewell to Sasuke, she hurriedly left. Once everyone was gone, the daimyo of the land of rice, the one who issued the task, came over with a group of people, smiling broadly as he thanked Itachi and Sasuke. The old man thought it was because he hadn't paid enough and said he would pay double the commission. Sasuke sneered inwardly and called out to Itachi, "Brother." Itachi understood in an instant. He glanced over, and his Manjiki Sharingan spun instantly, causing the daimyo's pupils to constrict, and he froze. Itachi directly used Genjutsu to black out his mind, controlling his consciousness. Once it was done, the daimyo acted like a marionette, saying he was tired and had an important announcement tomorrow, then left with his people. As soon as they left, Itachi couldn't hold on any longer, gasping as he covered his eyes and knelt down, blood flowing between his fingers. This was the side effect of using the Manjiki too much. Sasuke was heartbroken and hurriedly helped him up, swearing to become stronger so that he wouldn't have to push himself so hard anymore. Just as he was preparing to go home, 3 small figures ran over from a distance. It was those kids from the Sound Ninja village. They insisted on following Sasuke, and now he had 3 extra burdens on his way home. On the other side, guess what? Orochimaru, after running away, secretly went to meet Danzo. These 2 old villains met in a creepy forest, and Danzo asked how he was defeated by Itachi. Orochimaru said that wasn't important. What mattered was that his technique for eternal life, the body transfer, was nearly complete, and he wanted to cooperate with Danzo, helping him destroy the Uchiha's heavenly hidden village, with Danzo taking Sasuke as a vessel. Danzo, that old fox, said, "With your teacher, the 3rd Hokage, around, Konoha will never go to war unless..." Orochimaru asked. Unless what? A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating Danzo's old face as he ominously said, unless Hiruzen dies. Good heavens. This was a plot to kill a teacher. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, but ultimately was consumed by his desire for power, his expression turning fierce. Fine. No one can stand in my way, not even my teacher. Danzo smiled in satisfaction, saying that after the deed was done, he could choose anyone from Konoha. I'm telling you, when these two get together, it's like the sleeping dragon and the phoenix of the ninja world, all about backstabbing. In a flash, 3 years passed, folks. These 3 years brought significant changes. The Uchiha's heavenly hidden village has now developed into the 6th largest ninja village, incredibly powerful. The Mist Village, thanks to Sasuke spoilers, discovered the truth about the Mizukage being controlled, and the village is now back on track, with Meitarumi herself becoming a candidate for the 5th Mizukage. One day, in the Konoha Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage held an invitation to a meeting. It was sent by the Heavenly Hidden Village, announcing that Uchiha Itachi was getting engaged. Several elder advisors exploded on the spot, saying that the kid wasn't even 18 yet. What does the Uchiha family want? Is there some conspiracy? While everyone was arguing, Danzo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Go ahead. I think they just want to show off a little muscle. It's not aimed at us. Also, Hiruzen, you could propose to jointly hold a Nin exam with them to gauge their strength. Everyone was shocked at this suggestion. Tsunade, with a doubtful expression, asked, Danzo, have you turned over a new leaf? Weren't you always shouting about wanting to destroy them? Danzo had on doing this for the village expression and convinced everyone. Although the 3rd Hokage felt something was off, he still agreed. After everyone left, the 3rd Hokage asked Danzo, are you still holding a grudge against me? Danzo stopped, turned back, and gave him a cold look, saying nothing as he walked away. The 3rd Hokage watched his back, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the heavenly hidden village was all decked out in lights, full of joy. But at the village entrance, Kintsuchi was arguing with Kimimaro and Jago. It turned out that Sasuke had said he was going to find a place called the Dragon Cave 6 months ago and hadn't returned since. Kin was anxious to go find him. Just as she was about to rush out alone, Itachi's fiancée, Izumi Uchiha, arrived. Sister Izumi was so gentle, coming over to comfort Kin. Don't worry, Sasuke will be back in a few days. He can't possibly miss his brother's engagement party, right? Only then did Kin feel relieved. So where did Sasuke go? I'm telling you, he really went to the Dragon Cave. That place is a sacred ground for training sage arts. This kid is really something. He found the place and passed the test of the White Snake Sage. At this moment, in a cave, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful blue energy bursting from him, shaking the entire cave. He had successfully absorbed natural energy, and his strength was many times greater than 3 years ago. Just as he was feeling pleased, a snake sage named Tenshin appeared, praising him for his talent. Sasuke told her that his brother was getting engaged, and he had to go back. Although the snake sage was reluctant, she agreed. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the engagement ceremony, and the entire heavenly hidden village was bustling with people, with all major ninja villages sending representatives. When the 3rd Hokage, accompanied by 6 Umbu, arrived at the village entrance with a fierce demeanor, he was also taken aback by the lively scene. Good heavens, I'm telling you. When these people saw the 3rd Hokage coming, the commotion was like they had seen a living idol. Uchiha Fugaku, now the leader of the heavenly hidden village, had to put on a show and immediately went to welcome him. When the two met, the atmosphere was something else. Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the former subordinates, now standing on equal footing with him, felt a mix of emotions, opening his mouth but failing to say anything for a long time. Fugaku, smiling broadly, was probably already cursing the other party's ancestors in his heart, but he had to keep up appearances. Ah, 3rd Hokage, please come in. Once inside the office, the old man couldn't suppress his nostalgia and launched into reminiscing about the glorious past, saying things like, Fugaku, now that you're the leader, you should understand my difficulties back then. I'm actually happy for you all. If I had let you become Hokage back then, Konoha would have been even better, you know? It makes me want to dig a hole to bury my toes. His skill in weaving tales was simply at the level of a master manipulator. Fugaku understood the game well, but he had to play along. Ah, 3rd Hokage, you're right. Let the past be the past. The Uchiha elders next to them looked like they were about to turn green, probably thinking, I don't trust you, you old rascal. After the pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally revealed his true intentions, proposing that Konoha and the heavenly hidden village hold a joint Nin exam. Good heavens! This was essentially a disguised acknowledgement of the heavenly hidden village's status, elevating it to the level of the 5 great ninja villages. This was a golden opportunity to enhance the reputation of the heavenly hidden village, and Fugaku couldn't refuse. He immediately decided, let's do it. It's a good thing. After sending Sarutobi Hiruzen to the VIP room to rest, the impatient Uchiha Hachida immediately approached. Clan leader, this old man has come to us. Why don't we just get rid of him? Fugaku waved his hand, refusing. Are you kidding? If he dies here, how will the heavenly hidden village survive in the ninja world? What about our reputation? Besides, this joint CH9 exam is a perfect opportunity to gauge Konoha's strength. Just as they were speaking, an Umbu appeared with a loud bang, kneeling on one knee. Lord Heavenly Shadow, young Master Sasuke, has returned. Upon hearing this, Fugaku couldn't hide the helpless yet doting look on his face. This brat finally decided to come back. That evening, the Uchiha family of 4 sat together for dinner after a long time. Aunt Mikoto was overjoyed. Her eldest son was getting engaged, and her youngest had returned. Fugaku looked at Sasuke and asked him how his training in the Dragon Cave was going. Sasuke pouted confidently. It's going well. Give me a few more years, and I will definitely catch up to my brother. Hearing this, Fugaku burst into laughter, then shifted the topic to the joint Chunin exam. He originally planned to send Itachi, but as soon as Sasuke heard this, he immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks. Dad, I want to go. My brother just got engaged and is in his honeymoon phase. You should let him spend time with his wife. Besides, I know Kin, Karui, and the others better. Itachi looked at his younger brother with a doting expression. As long as it wasn't a dangerous mission, he would let him have his way. Fugaku thought it was a good idea to let his second son see the world and decided on the spot. All right, then Sasuke, you go. Sasuke was extremely excited, thinking about Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am coming back. The next day, Itachi and Izumi's engagement ceremony was lively, with drums and firecrackers. Itachi wore a suit and looked incredibly handsome, while Izumi donned a new outfit, looking stunning. The two of them standing together looked like they had stepped out of a manga, perfectly matched. The guests were also of significant stature. Kisame jokingly said to Itachi, Itachi, you're really not being a good friend. You forgot your teammates once you got a wife. Zabuza chimed in beside him. You're not far behind either. You're flirting with that Muyu girl. Kisame instantly turned red. Family members understood, and Kin, who was also significant, boldly exclaimed in front of the whole village. Wow. Sister Izumi is so beautiful. I want to wear something as pretty and marry Sasuke in the future. The crowd erupted in laughter. Even the third Hokage chuckled, glancing at the red-haired girl several times. Sasuke rolled his eyes, wearing a look of boredom at the antics of the adults. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, things were not as harmonious. In the ninja school's arena, Naruto was once again challenging Neji Hyuga. This guy had become a challenge fanatic. Even though he kept losing, he would not give up. Neji, today I will definitely defeat you. Naruto charged in like a firecracker. Neji, with his usual deadpan expression, sneered, You think you can? A flurry of taijutsu exchanges ensued, and when Naruto realized he couldn't gain the upper hand, he panicked and started forming a Rasengan. This move will take you down. Rasengan? You won't believe what happened next. Neji didn't even raise an eyebrow and spun around in a 360-degree Thomas spin. Babwa Palm, return to heaven. He deflected Naruto's Rasengan, sending Naruto flying like a ragdoll, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. It was brutal. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch. Shikamaru slapped his forehead while Ino was daydreaming about how handsome Neji was. Naruto, still not satisfied, staggered to his feet and wanted to charge again. But Sakura couldn't stand it anymore. She dashed forward and punched Naruto, making him behave. Have you had enough? Naruto stubbornly replied, and Sakura rolled her eyes. Sighing, just calm down. Kakashi-sensei said that when the third Hokage returns, we will jointly hold the Chunin exam with the Land of Heaven. Upon hearing the words Land of Heaven, Naruto instantly perked up, his eyes shining bright. The Land of Heaven. Will Sasuke be there too? Awesome. I must train hard. This time I will definitely defeat him. With that, he ignored his injuries and dashed off to train, full of energy that no one could stop. On the other side, the third Hokage returned to Konoha and immediately called all the Jonin for a meeting to discuss the Chunin exam. After the meeting, he specifically kept Kakashi behind. Kakashi, your team is still one person short. The exam requires 3 in a team. Kakashi smiled wryly, thinking that with Sasuke being so outstanding, who could replace him? Plus, Naruto and Sakura would definitely not be happy about it. The third Hokage directly stated, Danzo recommended a kid named Saitama. I've seen him, and he's not bad. Let him join your team. Kakashi was reluctant, but had no choice but to agree since the Hokage had spoken. Who is this Sai? Let me tell you, this guy is an emotionless killing machine cultivated by Danzo. Danzo called him over and immediately assigned him a task. Join Kakashi's team and monitor the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails for 24 hours. Sai expressionlessly accepted the mission and turned to leave. But wait, there's more. Just as Sai left, an Umbu emerged from the shadows. Can you guess who it is when the mask is removed? It's my uncle Orochimaru. These two schemers had a secret meeting, with Danzo ominously stating, I have received intel that Uchiha Sasuke will be coming with Fugaku this time. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's tongue nearly reached his chin. Don't worry. After waiting for 3 years, this perfect vessel will be mine. Danzo sneered, Sasuke belongs to you, but I will have his father Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. This move was like a father-son combo. They were going all in, defying all odds. Soon, the day of the Chunin exam arrived. In the plaza of the Land of Heaven, Fugaku personally led the team, with 4 squads and dozens of Umbu, preparing to set off. Sasuke was among them, tasked with protecting his father's safety. Before they left, Fugaku entrusted the village to Itachi. Sasuke waved goodbye to his brother and sister-in-law, and then set off for Konoha without looking back. Just as they left, on a large tree outside the village, Zetsu and Obito, wearing a vortex mask, appeared as if watching a show. Obito said gloomily, Sasuke, he resembles the young me. But he will soon realize that all this effort is meaningless. At that moment in Konoha, Kakashi was sitting outside a dango shop, waiting for his food while happily reading his Aika Paradise. Suddenly, a familiar voice exploded in his ear. Kakashi-sensei, I finally found you. Naruto rushed over energetically. Naruto, what's up? I told you. Just as Kakashi-sensei put away his book Intimate Paradise, I started a vent. I said, Sensei, can we kick that guy Sai out? I can't take it anymore. His smile looks like it was drawn by AI. It's so fake it makes me uncomfortable all over, and Sakura is annoyed by him too. Guess what Kakashi said? He actually told me to give Sai a transition period. Transition my foot. Being around that guy makes me feel like I could explode at any moment. He's like a human robot, completely devoid of human touch. Then Kakashi started to teach me a lesson. He sighed and said, Naruto, have you really tried to understand him? His experiences might be even worse than yours. Goodness. I was stunned at that moment. Worse than mine? Is there any justice in this world? Then Kakashi explained to me that Sai's parents had long been gone, and he was adopted by the Root organization since childhood. That place is no place for a human. It's purely a factory for killing tools, with no friends, no emotions. Just training, training, and more training. He told me, now that he finally joined our team and has you and Sakura, if you guys exclude him, just think about how he would feel. Families, who understands? As soon as he said that, I empathize completely. Isn't this my own script? I know all too well what it's like to be treated like air by the whole village. Kakashi saw that I was wavering and delivered the final blow, patting my shoulder and saying, Sasuke is gone, whether Sai can replace him or not. Right now, he is your teammate, and we cannot give up on any teammate. Once he said that, what could I say? I immediately stood at attention. Sensei, I understand. I will do my best. Once this matter was settled, Kakashi was happy and said I should do well in the Chunin exams, then waved his hand. Today it's on me. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't hold back. I shouted, Boss, bring me 30 beef meatballs and pack 53 color dumplings. I'm bringing them to Sakura. With a loud clap. Just as I finished speaking, Kakashi's hand trembled and his favorite little yellow book fell to the ground. Meanwhile, in the border forest of the Land of Fire, Sasuke and his large group were making their way to Konoha. On the way, Ino curiously asked Sasuke, Hey, is the Chunin exam in Konoha the same as ours? Let me tell you, that guy Sasuke, even though he hasn't taken the exam, he has spoilers. He cleared his throat and started acting like a big shot. The Konoha exam has 3 parts, and while the others are manageable, the key is the first part. The written test, which is ridiculously hard, not something for a genin at all. As soon as his teammate, the chubby Jiraiya, heard this, he panicked. What if I can't answer? Sasuke smiled slightly, looking confident. Don't worry, there will be a few Chunin in the exam room who know the answers. Your task is to use every means possible to copy the answers. When Reiji heard this, he was delighted. Then it's fine. I'll just have my little bird friends take a look for me. As soon as he said this, several people around him turned green with envy. Wow, that kind of physical cheat is too blatant. While they were laughing and joking, they had no idea that a few pairs of eyes deep in the forest were already watching them. There were members of Danzo, and a grand show was about to begin. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Sakura was at home, getting dressed up. She hadn't seen Sasuke in 3 years, so she had to greet him in the most beautiful way. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Naruto and Sai. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw Sakura, and he quickly explained, "Sakura, you came at the right time. I'm going to the village entrance to pick up Sasuke, and this guy insisted on coming along because he wants to get to know him." Sai was still pretending to smile. "I've heard you guys talk about how amazing Sasuke is every day. I'm really curious." Sakura, eager to see her crush, waved her hand and said, "All right, let's go together. Grandpa Third and the others have gone to welcome him. Let us hurry." Thus, a grand welcoming party gathered at the entrance of Konoha. When Sasuke and his group appeared in sight, let me tell you, that scene was something else. The third Hokage and Fugaku were there, engaging in mutual flattery, while Sasuke's gaze had already drifted over to us. When Sakura saw Sasuke, her big eyes instantly sparkled with stars, and she was shy beyond measure. Naruto, being the most straightforward, shouted and rushed over. "Sasuke, long time no see." Sasuke smiled and looked Naruto up and down. "You've gotten a lot stronger." Naruto's tail shot up in the air. "Of course. There aren't many in Konoha who can compete with me now." As he said this, he was about to drag Sasuke for a one-on-one duel. At that moment, a battlefield emerged. Just as Sasuke finished greeting Kakashi-sensei and turned to say a few words to Sakura, the red-haired girl, named Karen behind him, exploded, stepping directly in front of Sasuke and firing at Sakura. "Hey, don't try to get close just because you're talking to him." Sakura was not one to back down. She shot back immediately. "Who are you? What is it to you if I'm talking to Sasuke?" Karin, Sasuke's most important companion. Mvayam. Oh my god, the two girls almost started fighting over Sasuke right on the spot. It was like a dramatic scene unfolding. Sasuke, caught in the middle, looked super awkward. Just at that moment, Sai approached with his fake smile. "Hello, I'm Sai, the new member of Kakashi's team. I heard you're strong. Maybe we can spar during the CHNIN exams." Sasuke replied calmly, "Sorry, I'm here to protect the hidden heaven, not to participate in the exams." Just as he finished speaking, a heavy voice from his team, called Jirobo, added, "Sasuke is an elite jonin from our hidden heaven village. Why would he take the CHNIN exams?" The whole place fell silent. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Sasuke like a spotlight. An elite jonin? What a joke. An elite jonin in his teens? This was like leveling up across servers. Naruto was completely petrified. He thought after 3 years of hard training, he could catch up to Sasuke, but the gap had widened to light years. Ino smugly made a face at Sakura. "Now you know how amazing my Sasuke is, right?" Sakura, also shocked but unwilling to admit defeat, said, "I will work hard. I will definitely be worthy of him." The third Hokage remained calm. After all, it's not a surprise for the Uchiha clan to produce oddities. Another one wound T hurt. That night, Naruto, the battle maniac, was still not giving up. He gathered a big group of us to the ninja school's training ground, insisting on sparring with Sasuke. Sasuke, feeling helpless, finally had Jirobo step up. "I'll fight you in Sasuke's place." Sasuke nodded in agreement, only advising, "Don't use cursed seals." As the match began, Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, filling the arena with dozens of Narutos. But Jirobo was no slouch either. He quickly performed his summoning technique, bringing forth a giant mud golem that started smashing Naruto's clones like whack-a-mole. Jirobo zeroed in on one Naruto, thinking it was the real one, and charged forward, only to punch another clone. Just as he thought it was bad news, the real Naruto had already formed a Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, Jirobo raised a wall of earth behind him, taking the brunt of the Rasengan, but still being sent flying several meters away. Seeing Naruto gaining the upper hand, Jirobo panicked and slammed his hands on the ground. "Earth release! Earth prison!" Instantaneously, 4 stone walls shot up from the ground, forming a massive stone ball that trapped Naruto inside and could absorb his chakra. Sasuke glanced at this and immediately declared, "Naruto loses." But just then, Sai suddenly made his move, drawing an ink tiger that pounced at Jirobo from behind. A white shadow flashed by, and Kimimaro, who had appeared out of nowhere, stabbed the ink tiger with a bone, instantly destroying it. The match was already over. Sasuke's voice turned cold. Jirobo then released the ninjutsu, and a disheveled Naruto rushed out, wanting to continue fighting, but was pulled back by Sakura. Sai and Kimimaro, one grinning ominously and the other with a sunny smile, shook hands, and the sparks in their eyes nearly ignited the air. The next day, the first round of the CHNIN exams, the written test, officially began. The examiner was Ibiki Marino, whose face looked like it just came from a horror movie set, scaring people quite a bit. When the papers were handed out, the entire classroom erupted in cries of despair. The questions were absurdly difficult. Forget about Jinin. Even Jonin would be scratching their heads. The people from the Hidden Heaven village seemed to be on a cheat mode, each showcasing their unique skills. Some listened to sounds to write answers. Others used Byakugan to see through, and even TRU summoned a little bird to fly in and report answers. The Konoha side quickly caught on. Kiba had Akamaru Peak, and Ino was directly invading minds, using wires and mirrors for physical refraction. Cheating and drama unfolded in the examination room, and the number of visible candidates decreased. Only Naruto was left, holding his head, staring at his blank paper, almost crying from anxiety. Finally, time was up, and Ibiki announced, "All right, everyone still in the classroom passes." Upon hearing this, Naruto bolted out of the classroom like a madman, fearing Ibiki would see his blank paper. After everyone left, when Ibiki collected the papers and looked at Naruto's empty one, a cold smile crept onto his face. Outside the exam room, things were lively and noisy, almost like a festival. Let me tell you, while the written test inside was tense to the max, the Jonin supervising outside were practically twiddling their thumbs. Zabuza and Might Guy, who couldn't stand each other, immediately started fighting without a second thought. Goodness, it was intense. Zabuza, being a tough guy, immediately formed hand signs and unleashed a big move. Water release. Great water dragon technique. The water dragon roared to life and charged forward. But who was Guy? With thick brows, he grinned widely, his big white teeth almost blinding me, and shouted, "Eighth gate, fifth gate, due gate, open." With a bang, Guy's whole body radiated green light, charging forward like a green jet. Let me tell you, that scene was like Godzilla battling Ultraman. The blue and green lights collided fiercely, the shockwaves cracking the ground. The young folks who had just finished their tests were dumbfounded, all with their mouths agape, probably thinking, is this really the proctor for the Genin exam? And guess what? Teacher Guy miscalculated and was sent flying. Zabuza won, but was also exhausted, panting heavily. Teacher Guy stood up and directly admitted defeat. His students were all shocked, with Lee and the others panicking. Meanwhile, on Zabuza's side, Ino started mocking, saying something about losing yet still being stubborn. Let me tell you, what do these little kids know? Only Sasuke is shaking his head beside them, his heart clear as a mirror. Are you kidding? This is just the fifth gate. If he opens a sixth gate, even Zabuza would be kicked into the ICU. Does anyone understand the top-level strategy of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? After this side finishes the fight, the exam over there also ends. Everyone is gathered and taken to the second exam site, the Forest of Death. The proctor is a spicy girl named Mitarashi Anko, and her figure is simply explosive. She bluntly states the rules. You will be given either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Go in and steal from each other. Gather a pair and come find me in the tower in the center. If you can't grab it or get knocked out, that's just bad luck for you. There are a total of 16 teams, and only 8 will be accepted in the end, a 50 elimination rate, so give it your all. At this moment, Naruto and the others arrive, shouting for Sasuke from afar. The two are quite affectionate, with Naruto patting his chest, guaranteeing that he will definitely be the first to reach the finish line. Sakura and Sai are beside them, looking exasperated, as if saying, all right, you're amazing. You go first. With a single command from Anko, the exam begins. Dozens of people zoom into the forest. Sasuke and his group of Jonin leisurely follow Anko towards the central tower, ready to sip tea and watch the show. On the way, Anko chats with Sasuke, saying, wow, Sasuke, you became a Jonin at such a young age. That's impressive. Sasuke just smiles. It's just luck. He exudes a cool and aloof vibe. On the other side, the team of Kimimaro, J-Nin, and Sakan is practically here to fish in a beginner's village. Not long after entering, they encounter a group of fools trying to steal scrolls. Kimimaro can't be bothered to move, and J-Nin steps up, quickly taking down the 3 guys opposite them with ease. It's like crushing dry weeds. Sakan goes up to check, and lo and behold, another heaven scroll. Although the scroll is not what they need, they are indeed flustered. They continue to steal as they go, and before long, they gather the heaven and earth scrolls and head straight for the tower. It's a pure dimensional suppression. On Naruto's side, things are going smoothly as well. Just after grabbing the earth scroll, they're celebrating with champagne when Naruto boasts, who dares to steal from us? As soon as he finishes speaking, a shuriken flies over. 3 people jump out, TS, Kin, and Sakan, the same group from the Sound Village before. Sai recognizes them at a glance. After all, he used to work in the route, specializing in intelligence. The opponents don't waste time talking and go straight to fighting. TS, with his hunched back, launches a sound wave attack at Naruto, causing the ground to explode into a pit. Sakon rushes up to engage Naruto in hand-to-hand combat. Sakura gets entangled with a girl named Kin. As for Sai, he draws a few ink eagles to fly up and engages TS in aerial combat. Naruto, feeling cornered, directly forms a Rasengan and charges forward. But guess what? There's a hole in Sakon's arm that can shoot air pressure. And with a single slash of the airwave, he sends a Rasengan back. Naruto spits out a mouthful of blood and is knocked down. When Sakura sees Naruto getting beaten, she panics, and in that moment of distraction, falls for Kin's Jinjutsu. The girl shakes a bell, creates a bunch of clones, and showers Sakura with 1,000 needles. Sakura dodges awkwardly, getting hit several times, and is injured badly. Up in the sky, Sai also takes a hit. TS is cunning, using a substitution technique to trick Sai, then sneaks up from behind, and with a sound wave cannon, knocks Sai down from the eagle, injuring him severely as well. I tell you, the scene was catastrophic. Naruto's team was completely wiped out. Sakura was there, going crazy trying to block it. As a result, she was grabbed by the hair by Kin, who understands this girl Sakura is really tough, to save her teammates. She took a kunai and cut off her long hair that she had kept for years. Kin was dumbfounded, probably thinking this girl is too dedicated. Just when Sakura's move was about to hit Naruto in the face, suddenly, he couldn't move. A black line slowly connected from behind Naruto to Sakura's shadow. Immediately after, Shikamo, hands in his pockets, walked out with an expression of annoyance and lazily said, "Shadow mimicry technique, successful." Sakura was stunned and shouted angrily, "Damn it. What did you do to me?" Shikamaru was calm and sneered. "This is a hereditary secret technique of the Nara clan. It's your honor to see it today." Let me tell you, Sak was just pinned down, and his teammate Jean got anxious, yelling and ready to rush over to save him. Guess what happened next? Out of nowhere came a surprise, not a hero, but a blonde beauty. Ino. She clasped her hands together, widened her eyes, and wow, she directly soul-exited. Do you understand the heart-turning technique? It's that kind of skill that forcibly logs into your account, kicks you offline, and then uses your account to fight your teammates. Jean hadn't even reacted yet, and he was completely incapacitated, his body going limp as Ino took over. Sakura was so moved that she was almost in tears. After all, Ino was her best friend since childhood, and she really came through in a critical moment. Now it was great. 3 enemies, 2 were controlled. Only that guy named Toss was left, and he turned pale, thinking about how to break the situation when suddenly it felt like the sky darkened. I tell you, it wasn't clouds. It was CHG's fist. Multiplication technique. CHG inflated like a balloon, and with one punch, it was like a small mountain crashing down. Toss was a clever little guy, desperately lunging forward to dodge that hit. But before he could steady himself, CHG went for an ultimate evolution. Meat tank. He shrunk into a giant meatball, rolling like a high-speed boulder, and crashed right through. The scene was incredible. The ground shook like an earthquake, creating a huge pit. And Toss, he flew out like a baseball hit for a home run, soaring through the air, leaving a perfect parabolic blood trail, and finally, bang, he was solidly embedded in a big tree, unable to pull himself out. CHG reverted to his original form and patted Shikamaru's shoulder, saying, "Don't forget to treat me to barbecue later." We tied those 3 unlucky guys up and bound them to the tree. Shikamaru even threw in some sarcastic remarks, wishing them good luck and hoping they wouldn't be mistaken for a buffet by the wild animals in the forest. After that, we turned around and left, leaving those 3 behind, fuming and cursing. I tell you, the mouth of this death forest is just like it's been blessed. Whatever you say comes true. The 3 of them were really scared, and suddenly a fierce tiger with bright eyes and a white forehead sprang out of the woods, drooling so much it was about to hit the ground, staring at the 3 bundled-up meals with green light in its eyes. Just as the tiger was about to open its bloody maw and feast, whoosh, whoosh, a few sharp shurikens flew over like lightning, accurately hitting the tiger's vital spots. The big tiger let out a howl and collapsed on the spot. At that moment, I thought, who is this godly figure? But when I took a look, oh my, it was Xiang Lin with Junma Lu and Chongwo. Turns out they were on our side. Those 3 unfortunate guys looked like they had seen their family. Almost crying, 2AC quickly reported our despicable 2-on-1 tactics with embellishments. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lin exploded on the spot. When her temper flared up, she shouted that they had to take back the situation. She even said to let Chong Wu take a shortcut and that they had to get ahead of us to give us a head-on strike. But here's the problem. We had taken their scrolls. Xiang Lin rolled her eyes, looking at them as if they were fools, then boldly pulled out another set of heaven and earth scrolls from her pocket and tossed it over, saying their team had already gathered 2 sets. Who understands the joy of having a rich teammate, right? Now, they were all pumped up, rushing toward the final tower, ready to block us. I have to say, these guys are ruthless. They took the scroll and refused to hand it over, blocking the entrance like a toll booth, just waiting for us. Even Sasuke, Zabuza, and the proctor, Akamichi, were stunned, not knowing what these kids were up to. When our team leisurely strolled to the tower, wow, what a scene. 6 of them lined up, exuding killing intent. Kanamaru pointed at us and shouted, accusing us of sneak attacking and being shameless. Sakura wasn't going to take it lying down either. She fired back, saying, you guys are obviously trying to rob us. This is self-defense. With both sides at odds, Kanamaru rolled up his sleeves, ready to challenge Sakura to a one-on-one. But then, whoosh, a green figure slid in front of Sakura. It was Lee. He struck a strange pose and shouted that he would protect Sakura. Shortly after, Niji and Tintin arrived, making it 9 of us now. But what about Kanamaru's side? Not the least bit flustered, he calmly said, let's fight. Talk about arrogance. Just at that tense moment, guess what happened? Another team arrived. Ginkaku and Jirobo charged in. Now, it was 9 against 9. It was perfect for a team battle. Kanamaru was so pleased, shouting at us. Now let's see who has more people. Just as it seemed we were about to really fight, the proctor Akamichi and Sasuke finally couldn't stand by any longer. They rushed between the 2 groups and shouted that anyone who made a move would be disqualified. Only then did both sides grumble and reluctantly hand over their scrolls. And that was that. 3 days later, during the Chunin exam finals, what a scene it was. Drums were beating, firecrackers were going off, and there was a sea of people. All the promoted genin stood in the center of the arena. The 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku from the Hidden Leaf Village walked out side by side. The 3rd Hokage gave a long speech about hoping for lasting peace between the Leaf and the Hidden Heaven Village, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. After he finished, he cheerfully asked Fugaku to say a few words. However, Fugaku just shook his head and remained silent. Just as the referee was about to announce the start of the drawing, I tell you, the whole audience was stunned. With a sudden thrust, Fugaku turned around and stabbed the 3rd Hokage right through, blood spraying everywhere. The entire arena fell silent in an instant, followed by a scream like a landslide or tsunami. Amidst everyone's dropped jaws, Fugaku coldly declared, the Hidden Heaven Village officially declares war on the Leaf Village. And with that, he vanished. I was completely stunned. Just as we were about to be caught, Jean reacted the fastest and shouted at all of us to run. Then he threw a few smoke bombs and the people from Tianjin Village, scrambled out of the village. The entire Konoha ninja force went crazy, chasing after us. We ran wildly, and Gatamaru was still asking Sasuke what was going on. Sasuke looked just as confused and said he didn't know either. Guess who we ran into halfway? The real Uchiha Fugaku. And he was injured. Both sides were stunned, completely at a loss. The plot twist was truly abstract. When Fugaku saw us, he was surprised and asked why we weren't at the venue. Sasuke quickly recounted the incident where Fugaku had publicly assassinated the 3rd Hokage and declared war. Let me tell you, everyone's mind went blank in an instant. It became clear that we had been set up. Someone impersonated Fugaku to assassinate the Hokage, intending to incite a war between the 2 villages and bury us all in Konoha. Sasuke decisively said that there was no time for explanations. We had to escape Konoha immediately. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, the 3rd Hokage was already on his last breath, and the medical ninjas were powerless to help. He lay on the ground, struggling to relay his last wishes to Danzo, but after a few broken words, he took his last breath. Who understands the pain of family? This sudden attack was totally unexpected. Danzo slowly stood up, looking at Sarutobi's corpse with a complex expression. Just then, an Umbu appeared and half-knelt to report. Lord Danzo, the ninjas from a land of rain, led by the Rain Shadow, have breached the village's defenses and escaped. After hearing this, Danzo's eyes turned cold as ice. The ninjas from a land of rain assassinated the 3rd Hokage. They cannot be forgiven. He immediately ordered that all elite jonin in the village must assemble. Every single one of them. Bring your elite teams and hunt down those from the land of rain. Not a single one must escape. Goodness, the killing intent in his voice was so palpable, I could feel it even through the screen. Let me tell you, the situation here is simply terrible. The night is as dark as ink, and we barely managed to break out of the first encirclement, taking refuge in a forest to rest temporarily. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, is with us, a group of defeated soldiers, and the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Everyone knows this is just the beginning. The main forces of Konoha are still waiting for us behind. And surviving to return to the Hidden Heaven village is harder than ascending to the sky. I sat by the campfire, feeling dazed. Xiangli noticed my low spirits and handed me a skewer of grilled meat, smiling foolishly at me. She quietly asked, "Sasuke, can we go back?" What could I say? I could only force myself to comfort her. Of course we can. I've already sent a message to my brother using a crow. We just need to hold on until reinforcements arrive. In truth, I wasn't sure myself how many people had already died during today's breakout. And they weren't even the main force of Konoha. Xianlin fell silent, looking down. Seeing her like that made my heart ache. And I could only manage a forced smile. "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you." On the other side of the fire, Kadamaru and the others were chatting. Kadamaru was gnawing on meat while asking Shugo, "Are there many ninjas surrounding us outside?" Shugo nodded, his voice heavy. "Too many to count. Behind us are pursuers, and in front are blockades. We're trapped like dumplings." Manu was polishing her flute and coldly remarked, "Looks like we can't go back." Drubu angrily tossed a bone aside. "If we can't go back, then we can't. Before I die, I'll take a few Konoha ninjas down with me. These guys are too despicable." Only Kimimaro remained cold and silent, sitting quietly. Sakan couldn't help but tease him. "Kimimaro, you really are unflinching even in the face of disaster." Kimimaro didn't even lift his eyelids. "I've long considered myself dead. The only thing I want now is to ensure Sasuke leaves safely." Hearing this, Kadamaru laughed. "Don't make it sound so noble. You're not the only one who has benefited from Sasuke. With us around, no one could touch a single hair on Sasuke." While we younger ones were sighing and lamenting, my father had already made a surprising decision. Zabuza walked over to my father, looking serious. "Brother Fugaku, given the current situation, if we want to break out, we can only use extreme measures." My father nodded. I was thinking the same. "Tomorrow, I'll take the Umbu to draw away Konoha's main force while you take the opportunity to escape with Sasuke and the others." I tell you, if I had heard those words back then, I would have absolutely disagreed. Isn't that just going to die? As a result, Zabuza fell silent for a moment after hearing it, then said, "Lord Tenzu, how can this matter involve you? The Hidden Mist Village cannot be without you." "I'll go." My father was stunned on the spot. He knew this was a life-and-death mission. Zabuza, who usually looked like a cold-hearted ghost, said at that moment, "We have long regarded the Hidden Mist Village as our home. It's time to do something for the village. I only have one request. Let Haku go back with you. Over the years, he has suffered too much with me. This time, I don't want him to take risks with me again. Who understands, family?" This knife came so suddenly. My father sighed. "I know you have deep feelings for each other. But if Haku knows you're going to do something so dangerous, he will definitely come looking for you." Zabuza looked at the sky and said, "I'll take people away tonight. He doesn't know the direction, so he should give up." My father saw the resolute look in his eyes and knew he couldn't persuade him. So he could only pat his shoulder heavily. "All right, this time it all depends on you." That night, when we were all asleep, Zabuza quietly left the tent and extinguished the campfire. Several members of the Umbu who had been waiting approached him, and Zabuza looked at them and said solemnly, "Everyone, we need to attract the main force of Konoha to buy time for Lord Tenzu and the others. In this battle, give it your all." The Umbu members replied in unison, "Captain, don't worry. We are ready to sacrifice for the village." Zabuza waved his hand, watching them disappear into the darkness. Their backs were like the wind howling in the cold of the Ishue River. He turned back to glance at Haku's tent, murmuring, "Haku, make sure to live well." Then he took a deep breath, and the killing intent in his eyes instantly surged. He vanished in an instant. After he left inside the tent, Haku's tears had long soaked the pillow. The next day, before dawn, my father called us all up. When I looked around, something was wrong. Where was Captain Zabuza? Why were several people missing? Shino also noticed. Haku was gone too. My father glanced at us expressionlessly and said, "Zabuza led the team to break through from the flank and left first. We need to speed up." After saying that, he led the way deeper into the forest. I was feeling uneasy, thinking about the side escape. If he doesn't stop that personality, he's definitely going to do something dangerous. I glanced back at the direction we came from, silently praying, "Captain Zabuza, you must come back safely." Meanwhile, in the forest, Zabuza was swiftly moving with a few people. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. "Come out," he coldly shouted at the open space ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people suddenly emerged from the forest, at least 30 of them. The one leading them was none other than my guy. Guy looked at Zabuza with disbelief. You actually chose to escape in the opposite direction? Indeed. Who could have imagined that we wouldn't run back home, but instead charged toward the area with the most Konoha pursuers? This maneuver confused me. Guy confidently said, It seems you won't be able to escape. Zabuza sneered. Less nonsense. Hasn't the lesson I taught you last time been enough? Guy instantly fired up, clenched his fists, and shouted, I said, if we fight again, you won't win. Then let's see your skills. Without saying another word, Zabuza quickly formed hand seals and unleashed water style. Great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere shot out from his mouth, crashing down toward Guy and the others like a meteor. Guy shouted for everyone to scatter. He himself instantly vanished from spot. The water sphere swept through the entire forest with astonishing power. However, this was just the appetizer. Before the water had receded, thick fog began to rise around, growing denser until it became impossible to see one's own hand. Captain Guy, I can't see. A Konoha ninja shouted in panic. Guy also got anxious, reminding everyone, be careful. This is Zabuza's hidden mist technique. In this environment, he couldn't even tell where his teammates were. How could he protect them? A scream rang out as the ninja who had just spoken collapsed, blood gushing from his throat. Everyone was frozen in fear, terrified that they would be next. Guy rushed over to check, but the person was already dead, making him roar in anger. Zabuza was eerily laughing in the mist. His slaughter had just begun. While we were desperately running, in the Konoha Command Center, Nara Shikaku and the others had already locked onto our location. Found them. They're heading towards the rock canyon. Yamano Hachi reported after using the mind's eye technique. Nara Shikaku looked at the map and smiled. The enemy is quite cunning. They're not heading directly back to the hidden leaf village, but trying to take a detour. Hachi notified the nearby Yamanaka Shiho, Inazuka Tsum, and Kakashi's team to block them at the rock canyon. We knew nothing about this and plunged into the Valley of Rocks. This place is full of strange stones, and the terrain is extremely complex. My dad reminded everyone to be careful, and as soon as I stepped in, my Sharingan felt something was off. I suddenly turned around and shouted, You think you can run after killing the third Hokage? A deep voice responded, and immediately, we found ourselves surrounded by Konoha ninjas in front and behind. The leader, wearing sunglasses and sporting a beard, was none other than the head of the Oil Woman clan. Why Ninja Sure Way? My heart sank. This was a huge problem. My father made a decisive decision. Sasuke, you go deal with the enemies at the valley entrance. I'll hold them off. But before he could finish a sentence, Gaetomaru, Drubu, and Meiyo had already charged at Aburame Shimi with a roar. They were going to hold them off for us. Let's move. My father knew there was no time to hesitate and immediately led us toward the valley entrance. I drew the Kusanagi sword, my figure flashed, and with one strike, I took down an enemy. Just then, a shuriken was expertly shot toward my heart. I reacted quickly, grabbing a nearby corpse as a shield to block it. The purple-haired ninja who ambushed me exclaimed in surprise, and I threw the corpse at him. In a moment he dodged, a bolt of lightning shot from my hand and struck him directly in the chest. Until his dying breath, he couldn't believe it, looking at me with resentment. You can't escape. Under the leadership of Junmaro and my father, we quickly cleared out the enemies at the mouth of the valley. I turned around and shouted to the three who were still entangled with Yoinashimi, Retreat. Upon hearing my shout, the three of them immediately fell back to my side, and the four of us charged toward the valley entrance together. Yoinashimi Wooden let us escape so easily, with a wave of his hand. Dozens of Konoha ninjas rushed over to block our path. Jintomaru glanced at them, gritted his teeth, suddenly stopped, and shouted, Jairubu, Mayuya. Understood. Mayuya's eyes were filled with tears as he turned to me and said, Sasuke, I'm sorry. Then he suddenly pushed me toward the valley entrance. What are you doing? Let's go together. I was in midair, watching helplessly as the three of them were about to do something foolish, anxiously going crazy. Earth release, earth collapse technique. Once Jairubu saw that I had safely passed through, he slammed both hands down on the ground. With a loud rumble, the mountain walls on both sides began to collapse, and countless boulders instantly blocked the narrow valley entrance. No, my eyes turned blood red, and I desperately tried to rush back, but my father held me tightly. Are you going to let them sacrifice themselves for nothing? Hurry. He endured the pain and dragged me away. Junmaro, Kagaya, and the others also looked pale and silently followed behind. In the blocked rocky valley, Yoinashimi looked at Jintomaru and the others with a cold sneer and mocked. You three brats want to be heroes? It's useless. Is that so? Jintomaru stepped forward, his gaze icy. Even if I die, I will make you pay a heavy price. He let out a low growl, and in the next second, a terrifying cursed seal covered his entire body. At the same time, Mayuya and Jiraibu also released their cursed seals. Good heavens! The three of them's power instantly skyrocketed several times. What is this? Yoinishimi's expression changed dramatically. Summoning technique. Mayuya blew his flute, summoning 3 gigantic evil spirits that charged toward the Konoha ninjas. Anyone bitten would have their chakra sucked away, resulting in screams all around. Following that, Jintomaru summoned a giant spider, and Jiraibu summoned a mud puppet, turning the scene into a chaotic dance of demons. Yoinishimi watched with a furrowed brow, but he was not flustered. Countless parasitic bugs poured out from his body, forming a black tornado that blocked the evil spirit's attacks. Jintomaru seized the opportunity, and a massive spider web fell from the sky, enveloping Yoinishimi. But Yoinishimi's bugs instantly gnawed through the web, and he broke free, slapping at Jintomaru with a palm laced with deadly poison. Jintomaru countered with a punch. With a loud bang, both were sent flying. Yoinishimi stabilized himself and discovered that his palm had been pierced, blood gushing out. Yet he looked at Jintomaru with satisfaction and said coldly, "You've been poisoned by my bugs. You won't survive?" However, unexpectedly, Jintomaru remained calm, green light patterns appearing in his palm, forcing the black poison out. "I have the spider's venom in me. Your bug poison is useless against me," he mocked with a smile. Yoinishimi's expression darkened instantly, but the next moment, he knelt on the ground in pain, his body starting to malfunction. Jintomaru grinned eerily. "Ha, you've been hit by my spider venom. Let us see how you fight." Meanwhile, while the battle in the Rocky Valley was chaotic, on the other side, the fight between Zabuza and Guy had reached a heated stage. Guy, seeing his teammates fall one by one, screamed in anger. "What kind of man are you? Do you dare to face me in a fair fight?" Zabuza grinned ominously. "Since I've almost killed everyone, let's play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before Guy, wielding a bloody executioner's blade, and the surrounding thick fog dispersed. "You've killed so many of my teammates. Today it's either you die or I die." Guy, holding his kunai, was filled with rage. "Perfect." Zabuza transformed into a black shadow, charging forward like lightning, his large blade slicing through the air with a sharp glare aimed at Guy. The two instantly became locked in battle, with blades flashing and fierce winds swirling. Zabuza's swordsmanship was fierce and aggressive, each strike producing enough wind pressure to make the observing ninjas tremble in fear. The blade's light rapidly enlarged in Guy's pupils. Everyone thought he would dodge, but instead of retreating, he reached out his hand, seemingly intending to take it head-on, seeking death. A chilling glint passed over Zabuza's face. "Come on, open." Just as the blade was about to strike Guy, a dazzling green light erupted from him, and he suddenly clapped his hands together, managing to catch the executioner's blade with his bare hands. I tell you, this move silenced the entire arena. Family, who understands, that was a decapitation blade. Just like that. Caught it barehanded? If he hadn't executed it, the CPU would have almost burned out and people were stunned, quickly jumping back to create distance and countering with a water dragon bullet. I'm telling you, he's familiar with this move. Last time he used it to take down Kai. He thought he had this one in the bag, ready to replicate his previous victory. And what about Kai? He closed his eyes and opened them again. Good heavens. The sixth gate, the scenery gate opened. His whole body was glowing green, almost blinding. He didn't even dodge, just punched straight at that water dragon, shouting toward the peacock. Then what did I see? Shadows of fists filling the sky, each fist ignited with fire. It was like he had activated unlimited firepower, and that water dragon was instantly turned into steam. Without a doubt, the person was like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Directly blasted dozens of meters away, crashing into a tree. Instant kill. Family, one move to take him down. Without a doubt, he lay there, dazed, thinking it was impossible. Just a few days ago, this move had won me the match. This script is wrong. Kai finished his move, just standing there calmly saying, I told you next time, it will be me who wins. Unbelievable, the aura was off the charts. The scene shifted to the other side. Fugaku was running away with Sasuke and the others when suddenly, there was a bang, and the front exploded. A female ninja with markings on her face, accompanied by a giant wolf-like black dog, blocked the path. Fugaku's heart sank. Oh no, it's the Inuzuka clan. No wonder they couldn't shake them off. They were a professional tracking team. The situation became urgent, with a younger member shouting for the clan leader to go first while they held the rear. Sasuke's childishness flared up again, insisting on staying behind. Fugaku didn't care about that. directly shouting at Kimimaro and Choji. Get him out of here. As a father, he was clear-headed. Sasuke was the hope for the future and had to be protected. Just as they started to run, a fight broke out. The female ninja, named Inuzuka, charged fiercely, while a guy named Sako shot an air cannon at her, but she dodged as if taking a stroll, countering with a Fang attack and rushing in like a little top. Another one, named Suida, quickly created an earth wall to block, but both of them were sent flying along with the wall. On the other side, a guy named Toss was facing off against the big black dog. Wow. That dog could even talk and had more battle experience than Toss, making him gasp for breath. Seeing the situation, the kids knew they couldn't escape, so they resolutely decided to let Kankuro chase after the main group, while they all stayed behind to fight to the death. The scene switched again. On the side of Gitsune Maru, he thought he had controlled Aburame Shino with poison, feeling triumphant as he pulled out a golden bow, claiming it had a 100 hit rate, a sure kill. But when he shot an arrow, it hit nothing. Aburame Shino was completely fine. His family's bugs could neutralize any poison. Aburame Shino countered with billions of bugs flooding in, and Gitsune Maru was directly injured severely. Just as he was about to be finished off, instead of begging for mercy, he recalled the oath they had made before setting out, ready to sacrifice themselves to cover the leader's retreat. So guess what he did? He smiled at Aburame Shino, then gathered all his chakra into a big black spider. Secret technique, spider self-detonation. With a bang, a mushroom cloud erupted on the spot, taking down a dozen Konoha ninjas with him. When the smoke cleared, Aburame Shino crawled out, covered in dirt and angered, turning to deal with the remaining Doyu and Jirobo. He was fierce too, flashing over and destroying Doyu's flute with one move, then using an insect swamp technique to pull her down. Jirobo wanted to save her, but couldn't get through. In the end, Doyu, fearing for his safety, let go, shouting for him to avenge her, and just like that, she was swallowed by the bugs. Jirobo's eyes turned red, charging in like a madman. Aburame Shino intentionally showed a flaw, taking his punch head-on. Jirobo was puzzled about how he hit her. Then she leisurely said, "The moment you hit me, my parasitic bug has already entered your body." The next second, Jirobo exploded like a balloon. Unbelievable. These kids, one fiercer than the other. Back to Kai's side. He had just finished off Zabuza and was about to wrap things up when 4 Konoha ninjas charged in to finish him off. Just as the blade was about to stab in, a small figure rushed in. It's Haku. He dashed over and used his body to shield Zabuza. For blades, all stabbed into him. I tell you, if I don't kill him right away, my eyes will split open. I grabbed the big knife and chopped down all 4 of them. He was holding on to Bai, who was covered in blood, and shouted, "You fool. Why did you come here?" But Bai just smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zaibujan, for appearing in my life. Family, who understands?" He wasn't just a tool. He was the only light in his life. Then, Zaibujan held Bai and became dumbfounded. He looked at Bai, who was already lifeless in his arms, his body shaking like a sieve, completely ignoring the group of Makai surrounding him. He pulled out a kunai and slashed at his own neck. I tell you, he was all about life and death together. Even on the road to the underworld, they had to walk together. When he fell beside Bai, it actually started to snow, as if even the heavens were crying for them. Makai watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. These two were truly admirable ninjas. But this isn't over yet. I tell you, the real Storm Center is on the other side. The scene shifts, and we come to Sasuke's side. Their group had been desperately running through the forest all afternoon, relying on soldier pills to keep going. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke's father, sent something was off and asked Karen to activate her radar. Well, Karen closed one eye and opened the other, directly telling everyone, "We are surrounded by over 30 Konoha ninjas. They have sensory ninjas, and our position has long been exposed." Kinshiki frowned immediately and said that the encirclement was getting smaller, and they would soon be trapped. What do you think Sasuke said? He sneered and directly stuffed a soldier pill into his mouth like it was candy, saying, "Prepare for battle, kill them all. Let's see how they continue to chase us." Family, who understands this fierce determination? At this moment, Karen weakly added, "Sasuke, this time the captain is Kakashi-sensei." At that moment, my heart sank. How could we handle this master-apprentice situation? But Sasuke didn't even blink and said, 3 years ago, our bond as teacher and student was severed. It doesn't matter who comes. Konoha has killed so many of our people. This blood debt must be repaid. As soon as he said this, everyone felt it. Sasuke had completely changed. In order to avenge Geitamaru and the others, he had fully embraced darkness. Meanwhile, another battlefield was engulfed in chaos. It was a scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Although the number of people from the Hidden Cloud Village was small, each one had activated their cursed seals, their combat power skyrocketing, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Inuzuka Tsum, that's Kiba's mother, watched as the youngest member of her team was taken down in an instant by someone named Suitai, and she exploded with rage, her eyes turning red. With a roar, she fused with her ninja dog, Kuro. Let me tell you, that scene was something else, man and dog combined, transforming into a giant, ferocious, two-headed wolf. This combat strength was like having a new skin. Suitai was immediately dumbfounded. His kunai couldn't even break the skin of the two-headed wolf that Tsum had transformed into. The wolf's eyes flashed with mockery, and in the next moment, its entire body began to spin at high speed, turning into a massive tornado. This technique was called Garuga. Suitai didn't even have time to run. He was directly sucked into this terrifying tornado and was instantly shredded into pieces. With Suitai's death, his teammates Uchiha Tenki and FGA went berserk, shouting their comrade's name while frantically attacking. Tenki, retaliating, used a Sharingan to cast a Jinjutsu on one, stabbing through the opponent's chest. But he was also injured a large gash on his arm. Just as he was about to be finished off, FGA rushed in to save him. The two stood back to back, facing a dozen Konoha ninjas. FGA said solemnly, "Tenki, let's finish them in one move." After speaking, he pulled out a scroll, and with a bang, a huge fan appeared. He swung the fan fiercely, creating 5 massive tornadoes. Tenki, sensing the synergy, immediately unleashed a fireball technique, which combined with the tornadoes, instantly transforming into 5 destructive fire tornadoes. Let me tell you, this combo was textbook level smooth, dealing maximum damage. FGA commanded, and the 5 fire tornadoes held out, causing the ground to explode. The Konoha ninjas didn't even have time to scream before they were swept into the sky and turned to ash. In the blink of an eye, the Konoha team, which had once been numerous, was left with only a few groaning on the ground. Tsum, seeing her team nearly wiped out, trembled with rage. Her two-headed wolf form was on the verge of losing control as she roared at them. "I will tear you apart." Tenki approached a Konoha ninja who was barely alive and, in front of Tsum, delivered a fatal blow, coldly saying, "Same here. My comrade just died at your hands." This pushed Tsum over the edge, and without caring for anything else, she charged at Tenki. Tenki had been waiting for this opportunity, shouting, "Now's the time." FGA, Saku, Jin, and Tsu rushed out from 4 directions, surrounding Tsum and initiating a technique called Four-Seal Binding, with countless runes wrapping around the two-headed wolf like chains. Tenki looked at the trapped Tsum, blood on his face, grinning maniacally as he quickly formed hand signs, preparing to use a fire dragon technique to finish her off. But just at that critical moment, a massive water wall suddenly rose, blocking the fire dragon. Reinforcements? Tenki was startled, and before he could warn his teammates, for shadows spread from beneath them. Shadow mimicry technique successful. Narashikaku, Shikamaru's father, along with Inshiro Aoi and Akimichi CHCA, the fathers of the Ino Shikicho trio, made a grand entrance. Saku and the others were immediately immobilized, unable to move. Seeing the dire situation, Tenki attempted to rush over to take down Shikaku, but Aoi countered with a body flicker technique and charged at him, forcing Tenki to dodge with all his might. Just as he evaded, CH's body, like a giant bowling ball, rolled toward him. With a loud bang, Tenki was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. Knocked unconscious and playing dead, Shikaku looked at the immobilized Saku and the others, his expression cold as he said, "I officially announce the execution of you all." Then, the shadow in his hand extended, transforming into 4 arms that choked the 4 individuals, strangling them to death without giving them a chance to scream. I was stunned. These old-timers were truly ruthless. After they left in pursuit of Fugaku, the feigning dead Tenki finally managed to get up, coughing up blood. But before he could steady himself, a more sinister voice came from behind him. "Do you think you're lucky?" Tenki turned around and saw, "Oh no, Danzo!" Whenever this old man showed up, it was never good. Danzo got straight to the point. "I'm here to take your Sharingan." Just as Tenki was about to destroy his eyes, Danzo grabbed him, forcefully prying out his Sharingan. Amid Tenki's heart-wrenching screams, Danzo emotionlessly delivered a fatal blow. On another front, the true decisive battle finally erupted. Kakashi led a large force, surrounding Fugaku and Sasuke. The 2 master and apprentice faced off again after many years, and the atmosphere was tense. Sasuke tried to explain that the 3rd Hokage wasn't responsible for his father's death. It was all a setup. Kakashi looked troubled. He actually believed it, but he had no choice. His subordinates didn't care about that. charging forward with a roar. Jago directly entered Curse Seal mode, transforming into a furious powerhouse. Kinshiki was even more formidable. His technique 10 fingers piercing bullets shot out like a machine gun, instantly taking down several enemies. Then he was covered in bone spikes, using a technique called Dance of the Pine Tree, rushing into the crowd and slaughtering indiscriminately, turning into a walking meat grinder. This move was like a declaration of strength on the battlefield. As for Uchiha Fugaku himself, he was incredibly stealthy. He ordered Karen to fall back and faced 6 Konoha ninjas alone, moving as fast as a ghost. With his Manjiki Sharingan activated, he cut through enemies like chopping vegetables, each strike claiming a life. Kakashi watched as his subordinates fell one after another, finally unable to bear the pressure, his face etched with struggle and pain. In the end, he gritted his teeth and threw a shuriken at his once most beloved student, Sasuke. I tell you, when the shuriken flew over, Sasuke didn't even blink, and with a swift motion, he pulled out the Kusanagi sword. With a few clinks and clanks, it was like he was forging iron, and all the shuriken were deflected away. When Kakashi saw that physical attacks were useless, he immediately activated his ultimate move. His whole body was glowing with silver light, and arcs of electricity crackled around him, looking like a Super Saiyan that had transformed unsuccessfully, with countless silver snakes darting around his body. Then he shouted, "Lightning Beast! Pursuit Fong! Family, who understands this?" A bolt of lightning the width of my waist shot out with a howl. The speed was incredible, carving a deep gouge in the ground. There was a huge crash, and Sasuke's side was instantly engulfed in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, my heart sank, and Ino was almost in tears. If this hit, wouldn't the person be vaporized? Kakashi was also extremely nervous, sweat dripping from his forehead, staring intently at the cloud of smoke. And guess what happened? When the smoke cleared, Sasuke was just standing there like nothing happened, with both hands, holding a ball of lightning. Kakashi was stunned, stuttering, double lightning shock. I tell you, this thing is the Plus Pro Max version of Raikage. An S-Class secret technique. Just learning one is tough. After not seeing Sasuke for years, he directly gives you a whole surround sound experience. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Sasuke says, "Teacher, nothing is impossible." As soon as he finishes speaking, whoosh, he's gone. When he reappears, he's already ghost-like, right behind Kakashi. With a single Chidori, he strikes. I thought to myself, this is it. The teacher is going to be single-handedly defeated by his disciple. But then, poof, Kakashi transformed into a puddle of mud. Wow, mud clone. I knew it. Kakashi is still Kakashi. The 50-50 split isn't for nothing. The next second, Kakashi popped up from the ground in front of Sasuke, clapped his hands, and performed Earth Style, Earth Release, Mud Gun. A row of sharp earth spikes shot toward Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan, resembling a scanner, beeped and instantly copied the technique. The same row of mud guns clashed head-on. With a bang, debris flew everywhere. Kakashi was just about to exclaim how much Sasuke had grown when, from the rubble, dozens of poisoned shurikens suddenly shot out. This was the first layer of the trap. Kakashi reacted quickly, using Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A wall engraved with a dog's head rose up with a crash, blocking the attack. Did you think that was it? Here comes the second layer of the trap. A slender lightning spear, Chidori Sharp Spear, pierced through the earth wall with a whoosh. This maneuver was simply a series of traps, one linked to another. Kakashi finally realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The lightning spear grazed his body, causing him to cry out in pain and stagger back several steps. Sasuke's combo was at an incredibly high level. Kakashi was truly anxious now. He pulled down his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and his expression changed instantly. "Sasuke, I'm going to use my full strength now." Sasuke was also fired up. "Bring it on, teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke charged forward with the Kusanagi sword. The speed of the sword was so fast that I could barely see it, only hearing a series of clashing sounds as Kakashi blocked all the attacks with a small shuriken. After 5 minutes of fighting, Sasuke realized he couldn't take him down in close combat, so he immediately created distance, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu." A huge fireball shot forward. Kakashi, being the copy ninja, used the same posture and hand signs, countering with an identical technique. The two massive fireballs collided midair, and the scene erupted with a loud boom, sending a massive explosion and heat wave that stirred the clouds above. Let me tell you, that guy Sasuke is really bad. And this is exactly the effect he wanted. He pointed to the sky and started to channel the lightning that was generated by the collision of fireballs. The whole sky darkened, with thunder and lightning flashing in the dark clouds, and finally, a Kirin made entirely of pure lightning emerged from the clouds. At that moment, I wanted to post on social media. Caption, who understands? Watching gods fight live. Everyone was stunned. Even Fugaku Uchiha stared with his mouth agape. This wasn't just ninjutsu. This was calling upon the power of nature. Sasuke had a hint of a crazy smile at the corner of his mouth as he pointed at Kakashi from a distance. Suddenly waving his hand, Kirin, fall. The lightning beast came crashing down with a destructive force. We all thought it was the end. The Leaf Village people were so scared they were ready to flee. Just at that critical moment, Kakashi's Sharingan suddenly shifted, taking the shape of a shuriken. The space in front of him distorted with a buzz, like a black hole, directly sucking in that world-destroying Kirin. Goodness, a Mangeki Sharingan. Kamui. It was directly transported to another space. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this move. But Sasuke wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he smiled. He looked at Kakashi and said leisurely, "But Kakashi-sensei, I'm afraid you can't hold on any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi's body swayed, and his usually calm eyes were filled with disbelief. Just as Sasuke said, he wasn't Tien Uchiha. Forcibly using this technique drained his body completely, and with his eyes closed, he fell straight down. Captain Kakashi. The surrounding Leaf ninjas instantly panicked. Seeing that the moment had come, Sasuke immediately bit his finger and slapped his hands on the ground. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, thick mist erupted, and 4 giant snakes as big as mountains were summoned, turning the scene into chaos. Dad, Karen, Yugo, Kimimaro retreat. We seized the opportunity and disappeared into the thick fog under the cover of the giant snakes. By the time those Leaf Village ninjas reacted, we were long gone, leaving them in a flurry trying to deal with a few giant snakes. Let me tell you, I could laugh out loud from 800 miles away, just watching those usually arrogant Leaf elites being chased around by a few big treasures. It was a complete mess. As for us, we focused on a feint strategy, taking advantage of their distraction with the snake babies while we slipped away quietly without a trace. I tell you, my lungs felt like they were about to explode from all that running. We were darting through the forest like madmen, not daring to go in a straight line, deliberately choosing the most difficult and hard-to-navigate corners. The sounds of explosions and shouts behind us grew fainter and fainter until they finally disappeared completely, and only then did I dare to relax a little. Goodness, it felt like I had lost half my life. In the end, we found a particularly concealed cave, completely covered in vines like a water curtain cave. As soon as I entered, I collapsed onto the ground, panting like a broken bellows. Next to me, Junmaro still had that cold, expressionless face, as if he hadn't just experienced a life-and-death escape, and he was there inspecting our spoils from this venture, a tightly sealed scroll. On the other side, CHG had already started having friendly and warm exchanges with the birds in the cave. Who understands, right? Sometimes his ability really makes me feel like I'm living in a Disney animated movie. I said, once I caught my breath, I nodded towards Junmaro and asked, "What exactly is this thing? Is it worth all the trouble we went through, nearly losing our lives?" Junmaro glanced at me with a look that seemed to say I was foolish, and simply replied with 2 words, "Classified." Great, I figured it out. Getting him to talk was harder than reaching the sky. This guy, with "do not approach" written all over him. If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru sending him to be the captain, I guess we'd never have spoken more than 3 sentences in our lives. I was about to complain some more, when suddenly Sasuke stopped chatting with the birds, stood up abruptly, and his muscles tensed up, an uncontrollable surge of violent chakra emanating from him. My heart sank. Oh no, this guy's rage was about to flare up again. What's wrong? Kimimaro reacted even faster than I did, instantly positioning himself in front of me, watching SHGO warily. SHGO's eyes began to turn red as he pointed towards the cave entrance, letting out a beast-like growl from his throat. Outside, someone, very strong. One. I was momentarily stunned. Didn't we shake off those guys from Konoha? How could someone catch up? And from SHGO's tone, it sounded like a tough opponent. You see, SHGO's perception of natural energy is radar level. If he says it's strong, it's definitely absurdly strong. Without saying a word, Kimimaro pulled out a bone spike from his pocket, his eyes suddenly sharp as knives. "Hide," he whispered to me, and then he shot out of the cave like a bolt of white lightning. Damn, this is too intense. I quickly pulled the not fully rampaging Chongwu behind a huge rock, peeking out through a small gap in my eyes. Outside the cave, in a clearing among the trees, stood a masked Umbu. That guy just stood there quietly, with no apparent movement, but the sense of pressure he emitted was almost overwhelming. Especially that vest with the Konoha symbol on it. Just looking at it made my teeth ache. Junmaro faced him from a distance, neither of them making the first move, and the air was terrifyingly quiet. I could even hear my own heartbeat thumping like a drum. Suddenly, the Umbu moved. I didn't even see how he formed the hand seals. I only saw the ground around him explode with a bang, and several giant wooden dragons emerged, clawing and rushing towards Junmaro. I was so shocked that my eyes almost popped out. Wood release? Are you kidding me? Isn't this technique the unique skill of the first Hokage? How come now it's as common as cabbage, and even the Umbu know it? Has the technology tree of Konoha gone completely off the rails? Who on earth is this guy? Could it be the legendary Captain Yamato? No, that doesn't fit the timeline. Junmaro also had a serious expression, but he wasn't panicking at all. Suddenly, he crossed his hands, and a dense layer of bone armor instantly covered his body. Then, instead of retreating, he charged straight towards those with dragons. The scene was like a Gundam battling Godzilla, with the special effects cranked up to the max. Bones and wood collided violently, and the sound made my ears buzz. I hid behind a rock, feeling extremely anxious. Although Junmaro is strong, he excels in close combat techniques. His defense and attack and the corpse bone pulse are fully maxed out, but the opponent is using wood release. They can attack from a distance, engage in close combat, and even control the situation. They are practically a hexagonal warrior. How can I fight against that? I was pondering whether to go out and help, even though my meager skills might just be a way to get myself killed. At that moment, my companion, Chongwu, suddenly fell silent, and the aggressive aura around him gradually calmed down. He patted my shoulder and pointed in the direction of another part of the battlefield. I turned to look in the direction he pointed and almost gasped. At some point, another person had silently appeared behind the dark figure. That person had a signature head of white hair, wore a fox mask, and held a short knife crackling with lightning. It was Kakashi. Wow, Konoha is really going all out, even sending the copy ninja, with an elite Umbu who presumably can use wood release, plus Kakashi. This lineup seems intent on wiping us out here. As soon as I thought to myself that it would be bad, the other side made a move. Let me tell you, that would release Umbu with the codename A is truly ruthless, not even bothering with an opening line. With a clap of both hands on the ground, a bunch of thick and hard wooden stakes shot up from the earth like bean sprouts gone wild, directly heading towards Zabuza. That old guy Zabuza is also battle-hardened, and his reaction is incredible. He hefts that huge sword, which is as big as a door, and instead of retreating, he advances with a grin, forming a hand seal with one hand and spewing out a large cloud of thick mist. In the blink of an eye, visibility around us dropped to zero. It was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. This isn't fighting. It's like being airdropped into a Silent Hill film set. Kakashi immediately shouted, "Everyone, protect Tazuna. Form a back-to-back defense formation." That hot-headed idiot Naruto was already anxious, yelling that he wanted to charge in and fight. And if Sasuke hadn't pulled him back, he would have rushed into the mist as a live target. Sasuke was also in a tough spot, his Sharingan eyes wide open like searchlights, desperately scanning for any clues in the dense fog. Sakura was the most reliable, standing firmly in front of the old bridge builder Tazuna, her forehead dripping with sweat from attention. And me? I was the most miserable, having to protect the old man while being ready to support at any moment, acting as a human radar in this place where you couldn't see anything. My only thought at that moment was, the people in this class have longer lives than mine. Just as we were on high alert, I suddenly felt the moisture in the air begin to condense, the temperature dropping sharply. My heart sank, and I shouted, "Watch out. There's an attack." No sooner had I spoken than the scene was incredible. From all directions, thousands of ice needles fell like a metal storm, piercing through the fog and shooting towards us from every angle. Each needle carried a deadly chill. Family, does anyone understand? If we got hit by those, we would instantly turn into human pincushions. In a critical moment, my mind raced, and I slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a thunderous roar, a thick earthen wall shot up, like a giant's palm, solidly protecting us behind it. The sound of ice needles hitting the wall was like firecrackers during the new year, making my scalp tingle. We managed to block the attack. But this isn't a long-term solution. Zabuza's silent killing technique is simply invincible in this thick fog. Right now, we're like live targets, just passively taking hits without even knowing where the enemy is. Kakashi and that would release Umbu were also struggling in this fog, only barely able to keep up with Zabuza, unable to launch an effective counterattack. We can't keep going like this. Sooner or later, we'll be worn down. My mind is racing. Ice needles. Ice needles are made using ice release, and ice is the solid form of water. This thick fog in the sky. Isn't it all just water vapor? Wow, I just realized. That masked guy named Haku doesn't even need to bring his own water. He turns the entire battlefield into his ammunition storage. He can instantly condense ice needles to attack us from anywhere in this thick fog. This is outrageous. But as long as it's a ninja technique, there must be a way to counter it. If he can use the fog, then I can disperse the fog. With that thought, I no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and gathered chakra frantically in my throat. Then formed my hands into a trumpet shape in front of my mouth and blew forcefully. Wind release. Great breakthrough. I tell you, I've never taken such a deep breath in my life. A violent gust of wind erupted from my mouth, like a giant blower at full power, whipping up the sand and stones on the ground and sweeping toward the densest part of the thick fog with unstoppable force. Whoosh! The effect was immediate. That thick, impenetrable white mist was forcefully torn apart by my breath, creating a huge gap. Sunshine poured in, and our vision instantly cleared. At the moment, the mist dispersed. We all saw clearly. Zabuza and that wood-style Umbu ninja were right in front of us, while Kakashi was in an excellent ambush position at their side and rear. An opportunity. Kakashi's ability to seize opportunities is truly, I would say, the strongest in Konoha. In the split second our vision was restored, he moved. ZZZZ. The piercing sound of birds chirping suddenly echoed across the battlefield. He gathered a dazzling bolt of lightning in the palm of his right hand. The violent power of the lightning making the air crackle. Raikiri, Kakashi transformed into a white flash of lightning, charging straight for Zabuza's heart with unwavering, killing intent. The speed was so fast that my dynamic vision could barely keep up. All I could see was a streak of lightning tearing through the air. It's over. With this move, Zabuza definitely can't escape. He's finished. The moment this thought flashed through my mind, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Zabuza like a ghost. It was the masked boy named Haku. He actually used the body flicker technique to stand in front of Zabuza with a dull sound of a blade piercing flesh. Kakashi's hand, capable of penetrating anything with his lightning cutter, accurately pierced through Haku's chest. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. I was completely stunned, really. My mind went blank in an instant. What is happening? Why would he choose to die for him? This operation nearly burned my CPU out. Blood dripped down Kakashi's arm, and a crack appeared in the white mask. With his last ounce of strength, he grabbed Kakashi's arm to prevent him from moving forward even an inch. Zabuza was also taken aback. He looked at the white figure blocking his path, his eyes filled with shock and confusion that I had never seen before. But that guy is truly a complete werewolf. In just a second of distraction, the emotions in his eyes were instantly replaced by a cold, killing intent. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was restrained by white, he swung his executioner's blade down towards Kakashi's neck. Die for me. My heart was in my throat. But after all, Kakashi is Kakashi. He quickly withdrew his hand, performed a backflip, and easily dodged this lethal strike. Then he kicked Zabuza in the stomach, sending him flying. The battle came to an unexpected close like this. I looked at by lying in a pool of blood, feeling a tightness in my chest. Is it really worth sacrificing one's life for a person, for a so-called tool? This world of ninjas is cruel, a bit too abstract. But what's even more abstract is yet to come. I was furious at that moment. Really, an indescribable anger shot straight to the top of my head. I pointed at the nose of the person I was scolding and started yelling. Are you even human? He risked his life for you. And you're just standing there without shedding a single tear? He lived and died for you. And in your eyes, he's just a tool to help you achieve your goals? I told you. He was still stubborn back then. He shot me a glance, his eyes as cold as ice shards, and told me that a ninja cannot have emotions. Emotions only dull the blade in your hand. Goodness, this workplace PUA theory made my fists clench. I thought to myself, this person is beyond saving, really. Just when we were in extreme tug-of-war and was about to get so angry I would go in a nine-tailed mode, the real villain showed up. That short and shabby rich man, Cardo, brought along hundreds of people and blocked the entire bridge, making it impossible to get through. That guy started mocking us right away, saying something like, "Oh dear, the ghost of the mist, how did you turn into a broken homeless dog?" He smugly announced that he never intended to pay us from the beginning. His plan was to wait for us to exhaust each other and then deal with all of us, including Zabuza, at once. Who understands family? This plot twist left me dumbfounded. So we were fighting desperately for half the day just to become free gladiators for this bunch of small-time crooks? But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that Cardo, to humiliate Zabuza, actually walked over to Bai's corpse, lifted his foot, and stomped hard on Bai's face, even grinding it with his foot. I tell you, in that moment, the whole world became silent. I watched in disbelief as the one who always said that I was just a tool, the one with the ice-cold face throughout, that so-called ghost ninja, broke down. Really, he cried. It wasn't the silent kind of tears. It was a kind filled with immense sorrow, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, sobbing loudly. The tears flowed like beads from a broken string, pouring out wildly from behind his bandages. He gritted his teeth, trembling all over, muttering, Bye. In that moment, I finally understood what a load of crap the term tool was. That was clearly the only light in his life. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes so red they looked like they were about to bleed, staring intensely at me, his voice hoarse. Kid, lend me the kunai in your hand. Just for a moment. I didn't hesitate and threw the kunai directly. Zabuza caught the kunai in his mouth. And like a completely enraged beast, he suddenly stood up. His arms were useless, hanging limply at his sides. But let me tell you, his aura was 100 times more terrifying than before. He moved, with the small kunai in his mouth. He charged straight toward the hundreds of thugs in front of him. I'll never forget that scene in my life. That was no longer a human. It was a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell. He used his body to slam, his teeth to bite, his legs to kick, and with the kunai in his mouth, he carved a bloody path through the crowd. When knives struck him, he didn't blink. When a spear pierced his back, he didn't even grunt. His only target was that high-up, terrified Kato. The entire process lasted just a few minutes. By the time we reacted, Zabuza was already covered in various weapons. Like a porcupine, but the kunai in his mouth had pierced Kato's throat. After taking down Kato, the thugs were scared out of their wits and scattered in panic. Zabuza seemed to have lost his last breath and fell straight down. Holding on to his last bit of strength, he asked Kakashi-sensei to take him to Haku's side. At that moment, let me tell you, it started to snow. It wasn't winter, but the snowflakes fell one by one, as if the heavens were crying for them. Kakashi gently laid him next to Haku, letting them lie side by side. Zabuza stretched out his blood-stained hand, trembling, wanting to touch Haku's face. He said, Haku, are you crying? We've always been together. If I could, I really want to go to the same place as you. After saying this, his hand fell limp. The ghost of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, died beside the person he cherished the most. And let me tell you, after this was done, our Team 7 was basically all wiped out. Especially Kakashi-sensei, that guy, when he closed his Sharingan, he just disappeared, eyes rolled back and fell to the ground, scaring us all. In the end, it was the strong men from Uncle Tezuna's house who carried us. A bunch of defeated soldiers, back home like a pile of luggage. Kakashi lay down for a whole week. I later found out that his Sharingan wasn't even original. It was his teammate's legacy, like a phone with an incompatible super app installed, draining power like crazy. He told us while lying in bed that he wouldn't be able to rely on it for the next week, and that we would have to depend on ourselves. At that moment, I felt incredibly frustrated. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto, I thought about the helplessness I felt when facing them. Who among my family understands that feeling? It was really unbearable. I ran outside by myself, facing the unfinished bridge, clenched my fist, and made a vow. Naruto Uzumaki, will never lose again. I will become stronger. I will defeat all my opponents. From now on, I will carry our team's missions. After shouting my slogan, I felt full of energy. When Kakashi-sensei finally managed to get up with his crutch, the first thing he did was call the three of us to the small grove and said he was going to give us some special training. Hell style? When I heard this, my eyes lit up, thinking we were going to learn some world-destroying S-rank ninjutsu. But guess what? He said we would start with tree climbing. I was completely stunned at that moment. I said, I've been able to climb trees since I was 3. Do I really need you to teach me? Kakashi-sensei had that expression of you're still too young and explained to us that the foundation of being a ninja is chakra control. He said this thing is pretty much like the blue bar in your body. Using ninjutsu consumes the blue bar. But if you can control it precisely, you can use the least amount of blue to accomplish the most. As he spoke, he demonstrated for us. No sooner had he finished speaking than this guy, with one hand in his pocket, walked up the tree vertically at a 90-degree angle, like he was strolling in his own backyard. His feet seemed to be glued with super glue, perfectly steady. The three of us below were almost dropping our jaws. He said the trick is to gather just the right amount of chakra at the soles of your feet. Too little and you'll slide down. Too much and you'll break the bark and get flung back. This training sounded simple, but doing it was a nightmare. And guess what? Among us 3, Sakura, who usually looked the most like an ordinary girl, was exceptionally gifted. She tried it just twice, adjusted a bit, and then climbed straight to the top of the tree, waving at us. Kakashi-sensei was shocked down below, praising her continuously, saying her chakra control was the strongest in Team 7, and that she might have the best chance of becoming Hokage in the future. What about me and Sasuke? We were in a terrible situation. Either we had too little chakra and slipped, landing on our butts, or we had too much, and with a duong, we shot off like cannonballs from the trees. For an entire afternoon, we kept performing human cannonballs and free falls. There was no way around it, so I had to shamelessly ask the top student for help. That guy Sasuke, always concerned about his pride, was eavesdropping next to me. Sakura was generous and explained a bunch of theories, like concentrating and feeling the flow of energy. I was confused, but I got the general idea. By the time it got dark, Sasuke and I were covered in injuries, bruised and battered. But neither of us was willing to leave first. We just kept pushing ourselves, charging at the tree over and over again with an unyielding spirit. In the end, we really had no chakra left at all. Supporting each other, we stumbled back to Uncle Dazna's house like two patients just discharged from a hospital. I told you, when Sakura opened the door, she was shocked. Her expression was like she'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. She quickly came over to support the two of us, mumbling about whether we were going tree climbing or demolishing something. Goodness, as soon as I stepped into the house, the smell of food completely bewildered me. I was so hungry I could feel my stomach touching my back. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite strange. Uncle Dazuna and his daughter, the one named Tsunami, kept serving us dishes, but their smiles were really forced, you know? It felt like there was an indescribable tension in the room. The main source of this tension was another little brat at the table. He had a serious face, probably around 7 or 8 years old, and looked like someone owed him 8 million. He was just pushing his rice around in his bowl, not even glancing at us. Teacher Kakashi introduced him as Uncle Dazuna's grandson, named Inari. I was really hungry at the time, and without thinking much, I just dug into the meal. Halfway through, I looked up and saw a torn photo hanging on the wall. It was a family of 3, Inari, his mother Tsunami, and a man I had never seen before, but the man's part was ripped off, leaving only an outline. Just as I was about to ask, that little brat named Inari suddenly fixed me with a particularly disdainful look. I was puzzled when he suddenly started to speak in a sarcastic tone, saying, "What is the point of you all working so hard on your training? You won't be able to defeat Kaido's subordinates anyway. You'll die sooner or later." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Uncle Dazna quickly scolded him and told him to shut up. But this little brat slammed the table and yelled at us, calling us all idiots. He said that being a hero would only lead to a bad ending. Then his eyes turned red, and he burst into tears, saying that we had no idea how terrifying Kaido was, and staying here would only lead to our needless deaths. I was so furious at that moment. Good grief. My temper. Who do you think I've been working so hard to protect? I shot back directly, saying, "What do you know, you little brat? All you do is cry. What else can you do when something happens? You're just a crybaby. As a man, can't you have some backbone?" As soon as I finished speaking, the child cried even more fiercely, and his mother, Tsunade, quickly took him away. The atmosphere at the dinner table was so awkward that it felt like I could use my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Uncle Dazuna kept sighing, and Kakashi-sensei glanced at me without saying a word. I was also holding back my anger, took a couple of bites of food, and directly slammed the door as I left. I ran outside to feel the cold wind, feeling extremely frustrated. After a while, Kakashi-sensei followed me out. He handed me a cup of water and then said, "Inari, that child wasn't always like this." Everyone, let me tell you, after hearing the story from Kakashi-sensei, I fell silent. It turns out that this land of waves wasn't always like this. Although the people here are not wealthy, they are full of backbone and hope for the future. At the center of this hope is a person, a man named Kaiza. Kaiza is not a ninja. He is just an ordinary fisherman, but he has a unique spirit and is recognized as a hero by the whole town. Inari, this child, has never seen his real father since he was little. It was Kaiza who came to this family and gave him paternal love. In Inari's heart, Kaiza is his father, his great hero. And then what happened? Kato came. This bastard, along with his gang of thugs, directly controlled the entire nation's shipping, turning the land of waves into an isolated island. Anyone who dared to resist would die. At that time, everyone in the town was terrified, and no one dared to step forward. Only Kaiza stood up. In front of everyone, he called for them to resist Kato together. He said that one should not beg like a dog for survival, but should fight for dignity in the future. Damn, hearing this made my fist clench. How intense. This is what it means to be a man. And then comes the most fucked up part. That bastard Cardo, in order to completely destroy the spirit of everyone in the town, captured Kaisha and, in front of the entire town, including Inali, executed him in a way that crushed his bones inch by inch with his arms. He wanted everyone to see that the so-called hero meets this kind of end. From that day on, the entire country of Wave was dead. Everyone was scared, and no one dared to mention the word resistance again. And Ali watched his hero, his father, die a miserable death right in front of him, and the light in his heart was extinguished as well. That's why he hated the word hero so much, because in his eyes, the fate of being a hero is death. After hearing all this, I stood there for a long time without saying a word. It turned out that the kid wasn't just making a fuss, he was genuinely broken. The pain he experienced is something I can't even begin to imagine. I suddenly realized that the me who just called him a crybaby was simply a fool. In that moment, the anger in my heart vanished completely, replaced by an indescribable feeling. I didn't go back into the house. Instead, I turned around and plunged into the dark forest beside me. I need to become stronger, the kind of strength that can truly protect others. Overwhelming strength. Synopsis: Orphan Lin Feng travels to the world of Naruto, becoming Sasuke, for Itachi, for his parents. For the Uchiha clan, he aims to become the strongest ninja.